This video is a culmination of years of work uncovering small details within the Fallout series. I want to thank my community for suggesting numerous ideas over the years and for watching these videos. It means a great deal to me. I edited this compilation at the request of my viewers, and because I am changing the format of the Fallout facts on my channel, focusing more on lore facts rather than hidden details. That makes this video the ultimate collection of my useless Fallout facts, the Game of the Year edition, if you will, edited to remove repetitive introductions and compiled into a 10-hour marathon. So if you hear some audio irregularities, it is because this is a compilation of hundreds of short fact videos that have been made over the past 4 years. Thank you again for watching, and I hope you enjoy 10 hours of useless facts about the Fallout series.
Every fan of the Fallout series has seen this Vault Boy pose, arm extended, winking with a joyful thumbs up. Many people are under the impression that this is a reference to an old wives' tale that says if you see a mushroom cloud and hold your thumb up, and your thumb is larger than the cloud, you are out of the radiation zone. Not only is this not true, as you would still feel the effects of a nuclear blast for more than 3 miles from ground zero, but Vault Boy is not doing this during this pose. One of the Fallout series creators and Wasteland series lead, Brian Fargo, has confirmed this in a tweet saying, "The Vault Boy simply has a positive attitude." In the original Fallout game, you could come across an alien ship that seems to have crashed in the middle of the wasteland. You can find the alien blaster at this encounter, but you can also find an item called Fuzzy Painting. This is a portrait of music legend Elvis Presley and is modeled after an actual painting of the star. Likely, the picture can be found at an alien ship because of the various conspiracy theories that Elvis was alive. Some people even thought he could have been abducted and living with aliens. Many of these paintings can be found in Fallout 2, with the most interesting one coming from Dr. Jubilee in NCR. After helping Salt Beef Bob get a drink, the Chosen One has the opportunity to purchase a Velvet Elvis that just happens to have a map of Vault 13 on it. If you hold Shift and click on the credits in the original Fallout game, you will be treated to some spicy quotes and memes from the dev team, which I'm showing to you sped up a bit here. This would also be carried over to Fallout 2 by doing the same thing. Holding Shift and clicking on the credits button, we can see some more spicy memes. One of the first things people with even a passing knowledge of the Fallout series will pick up on is that bottle caps have become the main currency of the wasteland. But why is that? In the original Fallout game, bottle caps made much more sense. Also known as hub bucks due to the hub being their point of origin, the hub merchants picked these caps as a currency due to the overall scarcity and the lack of material required to counterfeit them believably. In this first Fallout game, these bottle caps are backed by water merchants in the hub, giving them a central value as everyone wants purified water. This means that everywhere you go, they will accept the caps for a reason. By the time we hit Fallout 2, the NCR has introduced minted coinage, making bottle caps utterly obsolete as a currency. You can find a bag of 10,000 caps in a well at Broken Hills as part of Typhon's treasure quest. These are worth nothing. In Fallout 3, we see a return to caps as a currency. Unlike the original Fallout, these caps seem to be backed by no one, and do not really make any sense as a form of money. Though overall, I understand and like this decision. It's nice to have a recognizable currency in the Fallout series, and bottle caps work well. Following the trend from Fallout 3, no doubt, New Vegas also has the return of bottle caps as a primary form of cash in the Mojave, but we also have NCR and Legion money being available too. This continues in Fallout 4 as there is no real explanation on what these caps are backed by, but at this point, the caps have ingrained themselves into the identity of the Fallout series. The same goes for the online prequel Fallout 76. At this point, you can just assume that the caps have just become the de facto currency of the Fallout series, and no explanation is needed or given. While there is some background lore that talks about the justification of these caps, I'm speaking in this video more on a broad spectrum, a rundown more or less. In the classic Fallout games, you will come across NPCs that have talking heads. This term refers to NPCs you interact with that have a voice dialogue and a first-person conversation box. What some fans may not know is that these heads are made from clay, after which they are edited through various programs and saved in sync with the voice lines of each character. This practical effect is another great way the Fallout devs visually made the game stand out and add certain vibes to the classic NPCs that haven't been matched since. I would love to get my hands on one of these old sculptures for my Fallout collection. What a fantastic piece. A member of my Discord server asked me to cover the cookies that appear in the Fallout series. Well, they only appear in 2 games and they're one of the rarest items in the entire Fallout universe due to the scarcity, value, and how missable they are overall. In the Fallout world, these cookies have really stayed the test of time. The pre-war baked treats are still edible, and they will boost the player's action points by 1 for 15 minutes. In Fallout 2, 3 chocolate chip cookies can be found. The easiest to get is from Pharrell and MODOK. Suppose the Chosen One's intelligence is lower than 4. In that case, Pharrell will reward them with a cookie after they clear his garden of rodents. Another cookie can be found here, but it will cost $1,000. Rose gives the cookies out with a glass of water, which is why the price is so high. The hardest one to obtain lies at the Sierra Army Depot. You have to complete quests in New Reno for the location to even show up on your map, and after that, you still have to find a way into the damn place. Once inside, down on level 2 of the facility, we can find a cookie in the break room, along with some other snacks and drinks. There was going to be a 4th location to find a cookie in Fallout 2, at the EPA map, down in the lower levels of the structure. This location and its content were cut from the final game, but they have been restored in Killapp's restoration project. Fallout Tactics is the only other game in the series to host this item. After reaching Bunker Gamma, the warrior and their squad will go through St. Louis and eventually get a mission for the town of Jefferson. In Jefferson, we meet Thelma, a super mutant commander. After a confrontation, we can loot a chocolate chip cookie from her corpse. It's hard to pinpoint how cookies have avoided radiation and have remained edible after all these years, but they are for sure a fun thing to hunt and a great addition to your inventory. One of the things I like most in the classic Fallout games is how the artist transcribed signs, graffiti, and posters into the game world. With an almost tilt-shift look, the trimetric point of view allows for some very charming takes on small details like these. One poster, that appears in both games, stands out due to the subject of the photo. We can find this poster in places like Junktown in the original Fallout and MODOK in Fallout 2. While it looks a little creepy to the uninitiated, this is actually a photo of Maynard James Keenan, frontman of the band Tool. The photo originally appeared in the booklet for the band's first album, Undertow, among other unsettling imagery. It's safe to say that the devs at Interplay and Black Isle were Tool fans and felt like it would be an excellent way to show their love by plastering this picture of Maynard all over their wasteland. So, this begs the question, does this make Tool canon in the Fallout universe? The Brotherhood of Steel would send the Vault Dweller to the West Tech research facility on a quest to retrieve a holodisk. This location, also known as the Glow due to the high amount of residual radiation that lingers here, holds a great throwback to Doom, a game many consider to be the father of modern-day first-person shooters. On different floors of the facility, we can find key cards. These cards are different colors and match the elevators located throughout the Glow. The yellow card opens the yellow door, the red one opens the red door, and unsurprisingly, the blue one opens the blue door. The color of these cards and the doors that they open is a reference to Doom. In the game, you would need to find yellow, red, or blue cards to open matching doors on most levels. The setting of the Glow can be compared to Doom as well, as before turning on the power, it is a dark, cramped, cursed location with robots instead of demons. Throughout the Fallout series, we can find many television sets. Going back to the original Fallout, these TVs are Radiation Kings. This is a trend that continues to this day with Fallout 76. We can even visit locations related to these TV sets, like in Fallout 76 with the converted munitions factory, which used to act as a Radiation King assembly plant, and in Fallout 3, where we can visit one of the storefronts for the Radiation King brand televisions. While it may seem like a clever way to name a company in a post-nuclear apocalypse setting, it does go a tad deeper than that. The name Radiation King refers to the Simpsons TV with the same name, that we see in a Season 6 episode titled Grandpa vs. Sexual Inadequacy, where we see Homer getting hit with tons of rads while sitting in front of a TV as a child.
There she is, the old Radiation King. You'd park yourself right there and watch for hours on end.
While this is not the only reference to The Simpsons in the Fallout series, it is for sure the most significant. The Simpsons have a special place in my heart as I grew up watching the first 10 seasons and loving them. Still, with Fallout being my favorite game series, for me, this was a match made in heaven. You can find special messages on the Pip-Boy on the in-game dates that host holidays. Days like Valentine's Day, April Fool's, Halloween, and Christmas will prompt a celebratory greeting on the Pip-Boy 2000's main screen. Similarly, in Fallout 4, we can see that Diamond City will decorate the market based on Halloween and Christmas, adding new lights and Christmas trees for the most wonderful time of the year, and cardboard cutouts of cats and pumpkins with Happy Halloween banners for the most spookiest time of the year. I like these small details being in the Fallout world. The classic Fallout Pip-Boy messages make sense, as the computer is likely programmed to these dates pre-war. Still, it's nice to have that festive feel for these days with the Diamond City decorations, a terrific little Easter egg that really adds personality to the settlement. As people who enjoy the Fallout games, many of you have established which characters or environments you like the most. Right now, I want to talk about the NPC I hate the most out of the whole series. I'm curious about what NPCs you can't stand as well, so tell me in the comments. In the original Fallout, you can travel to the Boneyard, home to the Blades. Inside the Blades safe house, you can meet Christine. Christine is a relatively forgettable character, but something about her always grinds my gears, and it involves a bit of unique dialogue you get from asking her if there's anything else you should know. This will prompt Christine to say a string of letters, which I thought could be a code of some sort when I played Fallout as a youngin', until I started reading it. Christine will say C, D, E, D, B, D, ducks, and we can reply with M, R, not ducks. Christine will then follow with O, S, M, R, C, D, E, D, B, D, wings, and we can reply with Y, I, B, M, R, ducks. Reading this out loud starts to show the meaning of what is going on here, a phonetic joke. Christine is saying, see the itty bitty ducks, and we are replying with, them are not ducks. Christine then replies with, oh yes them are, see the itty bitty wings. And then we say, why I'll be, them are ducks. She is referring to the bottles of Nuka-Cola laying on the floor next to Duggan and how the sprite slightly resembles a duck. I hate this NPC because she makes me say this line of nonsense in my head every time I speak to her. The vocabulary involved, mixed with the cutesy nature of the joke itself, brings me to a rage. Of course, it's not that bad, but I still take Christine out at every opportunity I get. Some of the best experiences come from the conversations that we can have with various NPCs living in the world. Showing up to a settlement and talking to all of the locals is a must in Fallout, and one of the biggest cities we can find is the Boneyard. This is the shelled out remains of Los Angeles, and to this day it is filled with warring gangs and desperate people. The followers of the apocalypse have a library here, and in a world strangled by hardship, they act as a breath of fresh air into the wasteland. The same can't be said for a character that we can find just outside their headquarters though. Inside a small house, we can find a bounty hunter well known throughout the area, Chris Avalon. This NPC is clearly named after Fallout developer Chris Avalon, as they share the exact same name. While most things that we can say to Avalon just result in the conversation ending, he will become annoyed if we respond to him by saying a donut. Doing this a second time will cause Avalon to become hostile and attack the Vault Dweller. Of course, if the player has the Child Killer perk, prepare for a fight. And this can be quite the fight, as Chris is pretty tough and has great gear. Suppose we do manage to defeat the bounty hunter Avalon and his crew. In that case, we can get this great gear for ourselves, including a sweet set of combat armor. The classic Fallout games are filled with in-jokes from the developers, and that is precisely what this is. Moments like this add massive charm to the original Fallout games, and finding them is always a treat. We find a world filled with dark humor, despair, and a ton of fun Easter eggs to brighten the mood. Some can even be found before we start playing the game. From the main menu, if you were to click on credits and then type boom while they were rolling, you would be greeted with a picture of Tim Kaine, one of the co-creators of the series. After he's on screen for a second, his head will explode. Doing this with modern resolutions will have a weird effect on the video due to how it was added to the scene. This is just one of the great secrets the first Fallout game holds, and it's always awesome to find these types of things in our favorite games. One of my favorite settlements is Junktown. The way the town is built feels just right, and there is a ton to do when we first show up, but I want to focus on an item that can only be found here and deep under the cathedral. In one of Gizmo's rooms, we can find this box of noodles, with the game letting us know that we have no idea what instant spaghetti is. There are only 2 of these boxes in the game, with this being by far the easiest to obtain. The other box of noodles is in the clutches of a super mutant guarding the cathedral. Hopefully you are not down here just for the noodles, as this item has no use in game, except of course, for being sold at vendors. This follows us to Fallout 2 as well, where the box of noodles is a bit less rare, with 5 being littered around the wasteland. They still have no use beyond selling them. The box itself is actually the real-life print of the 1940s Chef Boyardee spaghetti dinner, using the same graphics and shape of the box. This is interesting because we rarely see real-life brands in the Fallout universe, and it's usually an oversight. This box of noodles may never become the food it was designed to be. Still, the glory of instant spaghetti can live on through your inventory centuries after it was created. One of the rarest items we can find is located in Junktown, next to the Crash House. Here we can find a small dusty box of some sort, and the in-game description reads, "A television dinner. You're not sure, but it's definitely not edible. You're not quite sure it ever was." Of course, we recognize this as a frozen dinner, but the Vault Dweller doesn't quite get how someone could ever eat this, and rightfully so. Much like the Cat's Paw magazine that we can find, this object's appearance is taken from a real-life counterpart, the Swanson Beef Pot Roast TV dinner. This is the only place that we can find some dusty box of some sort in the entirety of Fallout, unlike in Fallout 2, where the item is rare, but we can grab 4 around the wasteland. The classic Fallout games loved poking fun at modern day norms. The inclusion of a frozen dinner that someone 200 years later doesn't consider edible, even when it was made, is a great example of the humor the series is known for. We take the role of a Vault Dweller in Vault 13. The story starts right after we are chosen to be the one to exit the vault for the first time and venture into the wasteland to find a working water purification chip, as Vault 13's is defunct and they will soon be out of drinking water. The Vault Dweller learns during their travels that the Master has created an army of super mutants with the forced evolutionary virus, and these mutants are being actively created at Mariposa Military Base. Humans are dipped in vats of goo and transformed into the monstrosities that fill out the ranks of the Master's army. Now, if this all sounds appealing to you, Fallout caters to that by allowing the Vault Dweller to head to Mariposa and talk to the Lieutenant, a boss mutant who's the project's foreman. During this conversation, the mutant leader will be very adamant about learning the location of Vault 13. FEV has superior effects on clean or non-radiated humans, and a sealed Vault Tech shelter is bound to be filled with them. With one of my favorite examples of player freedom in any game, the Vault Dweller can tell the Lieutenant the location of Vault 13, ending the game and getting the bad ending in the process. This sees the Vault Dweller dipped in the vats, followed by the mutant army ransacking Vault 13. This is great for when you want to stick it to Vault 13 after playing through the game before, because as we know, the Vault Dweller isn't exactly welcomed back with open arms after their journey, so why not bring the horrors of the wasteland to them instead? One of my favorite things is meeting the various people who call the wasteland home. The Fallout series is rife with interesting characters, and one of the best can be found right in the hub. Harold is an old FEV victim that has made a living with caravans, but due to some bad luck has settled in the hub and is a bit down in the dumps. Speaking with him will give us some insight into his backstory, as well as some much needed humor in the post-apocalypse. One of the things that we can do in the classic Fallout games is ask different characters about various topics. Usually we will get a pretty vague default response. Still, if we ask Harold about the Master, we will get a tremendous unique line from the resident mutant.
Oh, hey, it's you again. Who? Is he some sort of sex therapist? I could use one, you know.
We can find a good amount of companions to join the Vault Dweller's quest. It's always good to have a friend in the wasteland, and when we come to Junktown, there is one waiting for us to show up. In the settlement, we can meet Phil. Phil has been stuck outside his house ever since a pretty vicious looking dog took up shop in front of his door. Unless someone lends a hand, this seems to be a stalemate. Typically, the Vault Dweller could offer dog meat and iguana on a stick. The treat seems to calm the beast, and we now have a new canine companion. One of the best followers in the game, if we're being honest. This is not the only way to get dog meat on our side though, as if we have a leather jacket in our inventory and we equip it, the dog will run to the Vault Dweller and immediately become a companion. This is a direct reference to Mad Max 2, The Road Warrior, where we can find that the armor in-game is identical to Max's attire in the film. This shows his connection to the dog in the movie and is an excellent callback to the Mad Max series, as our new canine friend instinctively follows Max. This creates a great visual for the rest of the game as we can wander the wastes with this iconic jacket and our faithful companion. However, this version of Dogmeat was said to be killed during the Mariposa excursion, but his spirit lives on through the rest of the Fallout series. One of the characters we come across in Junktown is Gizmo. He runs a crooked casino and wants to remove the town's mayor, Killian Darkwater, from the area. Gizmo has a unique sprite model in-game. He is by far the largest human we can meet in the classic Fallout games, and he never leaves his desk, making it part of his being. If we take out Gizmo somehow, we can see how he differs even more from standard NPCs, as if we leave for an hour, we can see that Gizmo has started to decay. And returning even later, we can find bugs swarming around his desk. To my knowledge, this is the only NPC in the classic Fallout games with a decay animation, as the rest of the NPCs disappear, only leaving gear behind. Perhaps this is due to Gizmo's size, being so large that his body doesn't simply disappear so quickly, or it could just be due to the fact that he is attached to his desk, and the devs wanted to reward returning players. Whatever the case, Gizmo stands out as one of the most unique characters in the Fallout series. Right outside the main gates of Vault City, you can find a bartender, John Cassidy, that can be recruited as a companion. This is the father of popular New Vegas companion, Rose of Sharon Cassidy. He would meet a tribal woman after the events of Fallout 2 and conceive the foul-mouthed Caravaneer. John left the scene, and Cass grew up with his name and attributes, as well as a pendant that belonged to him. In the town of Modoc in Fallout 2, you can come across Grisham and his two adult offspring, Mira and Davin. Regardless of player gender, if the Chosen One sleeps with one of the NPCs through dialogue, it will lead to a cutscene of a shotgun wedding between that character and the Chosen One. This can happen regardless of your party limit and is permanent unless they die in some way, save for the obvious choices, as you can sell either character to slavery or request a divorce in New Reno for a bottle of liquor. Most people will be looking to do this because Mira and Davin are just about the worst companions you can get in Fallout 2. At least the pariah dog has the redeemable quality of being a dog. You can encounter aliens out in the wasteland during your travels. They are intense and brutal, but they are not extraterrestrial. Outside of Redding, you will only see them as aliens. Still, when exploring the underground mines of the town, you will see they have changed to their proper name, Wanamingo. Fallout 2 does this because most everyone in the game world knows these creatures as aliens, so the Chosen One would only have that as a reference, making them appear as aliens in the logs. But in the mines of Redding, people know them for what they are, so it is changed to represent that. Wanamingos were made using FEV for fighting wars against other countries. There's an unmarked quest in Fallout 2 called Become a Porn Star. In this quest, the Chosen One can approach the Golden Globes porn studio in New Reno and ask the Corsican brothers about starring in the film. Suppose your character has charisma set to at least 9, with agility and endurance at 8 or higher. In that case, you can pass the audition and become the biggest star in New Reno. Having things like the Kama Sutra Master perk or the trait Sex Appeal will help with this. After passing the audition, the Chosen One can pick through a plethora of porn names such as Arnold Swollenmember, Jenna Jamison, or Corvega Sally. It also comes with a pretty dicey Vault Boy representation in the Pip-Boy. This was considered a negative title in-game, with the prizefighter being the positive opposite, though having the prizefighter title does help with getting the job. The Chosen One can get a quest to rescue Smiley, the Trapper, from the toxic caves. After finding him, one might notice the generator and elevator nearby. This is pretty much impossible to get into in the early game, as you need good repair or Vic as a companion to do the repairs for you, and you need to be skilled at lockpicking. Well, the skill won't get you far here, as you also need an electronic lockpick, which can be found in places like San Francisco and Navarro. A prepared Chosen One could manage to get through the elevator. Still, they will be met with a security bot, also known as a sentry bot, on the lower level, which will, of course, be hostile. This is not the only sentry bot in the game, but it comes out of nowhere to stop you from going any further. More of these guys can be found at the Sierra Army Depot or the oil rig, implying the Enclave likes to use them. If we manage to win this fight, the reward is arguably one of the best weapons in the game, the Bozar rifle, which can blow away Deathclaws in one burst. Due to the trimetric viewpoint of Fallout 2, some people may have just assumed the caves found in the wasteland were just for decoration, and sometimes they are. Still, you can find some caves that have exit grids inside them and lead to interior cells. These caves are often packed with varying enemies and can hold some great treasure. A stunning reference to the famous painting Boulevard of Broken Dreams exists in Fallout 2 as a special encounter. The Cafe of Broken Dreams is a copy of the Maltese Falcon from the original Fallout, but that isn't the only callback we find here. There are player models from the first Fallout that were not playable here, like the red-haired female and black male. Set and Tandy, who appeared in the first game, are here as well. Young Tandy, that is, as President Tandy resides at NCR and is much older by this time. And the main event of this encounter is the fact that we can find the original Dogmeat here. If the Chosen One is in the Vault 13 jumpsuit, Dogmeat can join the party. In Fallout New Vegas, we can meet Daisy Whitman and Novak. She is an old pilot that isn't too open about her past, though we can get her to open up about a crash she had over Klamath.
Vertibird pilot. 71 missions and only lost one chopper. Rotor malfunction over Klamath. Hard landing, but I walked away.
You can find this crash in Fallout 2, as it features Klamath. If you can make it past the robot, we can see that Daisy is lucky to be alive, as a couple of her faction mates weren't so fortunate. We can find a special encounter called a Tin Woodsman. Inside this encounter, we can find an Enclave soldier who seems to have rusted armor to the point where he can't move anymore. All he can do is cry out for the oil can that is merely feet away from him. If the Chosen One picks up the oil can and uses it on the Enclave soldier, it will lubricate the armor and open up dialogue. After expressing his gratitude, the Enclave soldier will give the Chosen One 150 microfusion cells and then run off into the wasteland, never to be seen again, because he probably fucking killed himself. We can find 2 unique map objects when it comes to this encounter as well, including the cola fridge and this circular stove. This special encounter as a whole, of course, is a reference to the Tin Woodman from The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, who had a similar problem with rust, where he would lock up and become immobile when exposed to moisture such as tears or rain. The most likely special encounter you're going to get in Fallout 2 is a man guarding a bridge. In this encounter, the Chosen One will break the 4th wall by telling the player in floating text to save the game in a new slot. And their concern is well placed because this encounter can lead to quite a horrible death. The exit grid and the highwayman, if you have it with you, are on the other side of the bridge, and the only way you're going to get across it is if you talk to the bridge keeper. This NPC actually uses an unobtainable sprite with a brown robe, because if you are to receive the bridge keeper's robes, it will be a tone of purple, much like the children of the cathedral. The man will require you to answer the questions 3 in order to get across the bridge, and this is where things can go a few ways. The Chosen One can engage in combat with the Bridge Keeper, but it is a pretty hefty fight. It will reward 7,500 combat XP, and of course you'll get the Bridge Keeper's robes, but you'll also lose a bit of karma. If you engage with the man's questions and answer them incorrectly, the Chosen One will explode into a million pieces. If you are to answer the questions 3 accurately, then the Bridge Keeper will walk back across the bridge, allowing you passage into the exit grid or your car. And finally, if you answered the last question with another question, like the strong back listing that is in the dialogue options, the Bridge Keeper will explode much like the Chosen One did before, with like a bloody mess incident. For those of you unfamiliar with the Fallout 2 armor system or the armors found inside the game, Bridge Keeper robes is some of the best armor you can get. I know it doesn't sound like it is, but it has very high resistance to things that you wouldn't expect it to. This special encounter is, of course, one of the many references to Monty Python inside Fallout 2, this one being from the Holy Grail, where an old man guarding the Bridge of Death will only allow passage if you answer his questions 3. You can get the special encounter The Unwashed Villagers Hunting a Spammer. Upon first observation, it may just look like a big group of people shooting at one guy in the middle of a parking lot, all while shouting some pretty unique text about unwashed vengeance. This whole encounter is just one big reference to a real-life flame war that happened in the Fallout community back in the day. This stemmed from a spammer and general ne'er-do-well named Grim Reaper who hit the forums at the time. Grim is represented here by an NPC with the same name. The rest of the NPCs that are shooting at him, they represent the real-life members of the Unwashed Village, one of, if not the oldest Fallout community online. A Fallout community that is still online and active to this day. The developers of Fallout 2 put this special encounter in the game to show support for the members of the community as well as reference the Flame War. As if you let this fight play out, the Unwashed Villagers will destroy the spammer and then run off into the wasteland. It is possible to engage in combat and have Grim stay alive for the entire fight. If he lives through it and nobody else does, he'll just continue wandering around spamming his combat quotes. Inside of the warehouse, we can find 6 Stimpaks and a fruit located in a locker. In Fallout 2, you can come across a special encounter called a Crash Shuttle, with the world map circle calling it Federation Shuttle. And, laying outside the craft, we can find a bunch of dead red shirts. Of course, this special encounter is a big reference to the Star Trek franchise. with the design of the shuttle being pretty much identical to those we see on the USS Enterprise from the original series. The red shirts that we see here are also modeled after the ones that we see in Star Trek. Of course, these are the people who have the most unfortunate luck in the entire series and always end up dying in some horrible way. This encounter also holds a reference that's more personal to the development of Fallout 2, with the name of the craft and the starship that it originated from being a reference to Adani Torres, who was an intern artist that worked on Fallout 2. We can find futuristic looking hypodermic needles on the red shirts. These, in-game, can heal 75 to 100 HP, they're pretty good. The Chosen One was supposed to be able to find a phaser here at this encounter, but that was unfortunately cut. It would have acted as a high power energy pistol. You can come across my favorite encounter in the entire series, the Guardian of Forever. When first arriving at this special encounter, it may just look like some ruins, but if you're to walk through the Ark, you will take a trip through space and time. On the other side, the Chosen One will find themselves inside Vault 13, but not the Vault 13 that appears in Fallout 2. This is Vault 13 from before the events of the original Fallout. You're able to explore this level of the vault, but there's no NPCs to interact with. The Chosen One can loot a bunch of Vault 13 water flasks and even some weapons they may find in the locker. And also, don't forget about the solar scorcher that lies on the floor here. There's one terminal inside the main frame of the vault that seems to be making noise, and if you interact with it, that's when the fun really starts. It seems the Chosen One pressed too many buttons or didn't exactly know what they were doing, because upon messing with the computer, it breaks the water chip for Vault 13, putting into effect the events of Fallout 1, which in the log says gives you some kind of strange comfort. The core of this encounter is a reference to the City on the Edge of Forever, which is a Star Trek episode that saw Kirk and Spock take a similar portal, named the Guardian of Forever, to New York in the 1920s. Many people familiar with Fallout 2 know the beauty of a low intelligence run. Stumbling around the wasteland with nary a thought in your head can be quite an enjoyable experience, and it changes the game in many ways. This conversation with Tor, found in Klamath, is my favorite, so I wanted to showcase it in a video. If the Chosen One has an intelligence stat below 4, they will be able to communicate with Tor on his level, opening up complete sentences for both you and the humble tribal. I have always liked small details like this in the Fallout series, and many more can be found by playing the game this way, one of the many things that makes Fallout 2 stand out beautifully. You can come across a giant stone head in the wastes, along with a beautiful waterfall. This stone head represents the Vault Dweller from the original Fallout. Interacting with the stone head will prompt it to tell you to keep your damn hands off of it. After telling the head that you are the Chosen One, an argument will ensue. That will last 12 hours. Ultimately, the head of the Vault Dweller will give up and accept that you are the Chosen One, rewarding us with a monument chunk. The in-game description reads, "This is a piece of the disgruntled stone monument you found out in the desert. Although many of your village would no doubt regard it as a sacred relic, somehow you suspect that you have been cheated. Consuming this chunk will give a +3 boost to strength and agility with +50 damage resistance as icing on the cake, but this lasts only an hour. After that time has passed, it will actually debuff the Chosen One, taking 3 points from strength and agility, but this will also only last an hour. If you feel brave and have a high steal skill above 95%, you can steal 3 more of these monument chunks from the head. It won't be pretty if you fail the skill check though, as the sacred head of the Vault Dweller deals impossible amounts of damage and will gib you instantly. This is an incredible special encounter to come across in your travels, as it adds some humor from the lore of the series, and it's just as outrageous as it needs to be. Fallout 2 players have a permanent wild wasteland trait due to all the wacky stuff in this game, and I love it. The Fallout 2 guidebook has been one of my favorite books since I was a kid. I would regularly check it out from my local library to the point where I ended up just keeping it. I would eventually buy my own, and it remains in near mint condition today. This book actually makes an appearance in Fallout 2. Once you've destroyed the Enclave's oil rig, if you go to New Reno and speak with Father Tully, he will gift this softcover book to you. The in-game description reads, "Well, this would have been good to have at the beginning of the goddamn game. I have always loved this type of thing in video games. Fourth wall breaks can be super fun and humorous when done correctly, and I think Fallout 2 nails it here. If you travel to New Reno and make your way over to New Reno Arms, you can lockpick the back door to get into Eldridge's room. His dogs want none of that action, so quickly make your way to the basement entrance behind the metal shelves. Down in the basement, we find Algernon. This is his personal hell. We aren't looking into all that in this video. Instead, we're making our way down to the bottom right corner of the map. Here, expertly hidden among unsearchable clutter, is a pot. Inside the pot, we can find an actual Easter egg. The in-game description reads, "This is a hard-boiled chicken egg painted with colored dyes." This is just a silly, well-hidden item that has no use in the final game other than to act as a trophy in your inventory. Fallout 2 developer Chris Avalon stated that the egg was planned to hatch a chicken that would serve as a companion, but this idea was clearly not implemented. I must say, I do wish we could see this in game. The most obvious reason is that it would be pretty funny to see an actual chicken travel the waste with the Chosen One. Though I am curious, did Avalon mean that a legit chicken would spawn from the egg, or would it possibly be another Deathclaw companion, as we can find one in MODOK, owned by Rose, that's referred to as a chicken by the townsfolk. This is actually referenced in Fallout New Vegas, where we can meet Rose's grandniece, Joss Wilkins, who will task the courier with finding a Deathclaw egg for her great-aunt Rose's original Deathclaw omelet recipe.
My great-aunt Rose ran a bed and breakfast back in California, in a town called MODOK. She's the one who created the recipe in the first place. I don't know how she managed to get a hold of a female Deathclaw, but she kept it in a shed. Aunt Rose had a steady supply of eggs for her omelets. At least, she did until some stranger came along and killed the Deathclaw, shot it right in the eye.
I like to think Avalon meant a real chicken because I like that visual. Either way, it would have been one more thing that made Fallout 2 such a fantastic experience. When you find yourself in Broken Hills, make sure to pay the scientist and his rad scorpion a visit. While we are in here, we need to steal the spectacles from the scorpion. Now, we make our way to New Reno, heading over to Renesco's pharmacy on the west side of town. During a conversation with Renesco, we can give him the glasses, and there are a couple rewards for this, including a discount at his shop, but if we turn these down, it opens up the path to an incredibly rare item. What we have to do is ask Renesco 20 times about the glasses after giving them to him. Once we do, he will get frustrated with the line of questioning and thrust the Pip-Boy Medical Enhancer into our faces. The in-game description reads, "The Pip-Boy Medical Enhancer consists of a storage holodisc, microfilament cord, headgear, and an optical sensor that is placed over the user's left eye. When used, an optical flash transmits a dictionary of physician skills and know-how into the user's memory, permanently improving the user's doctor skill." Due to this being an unmarked quest and the NPCs involved being so out of the way, most people who play Fallout 2 miss this item entirely. Once used, the Chosen One will proclaim, "Whoa, the doctor is in," and the log will read, "You have used the Pip-Boy Medical Enhancer. A vast amount of medical knowledge floods your brain. It will increase the Chosen One's doctor skill by 10.
Consider heading to Broken Hills when you are looking for something to do outside the main quest and want to earn some money. This is where we can meet Bill, a caravan master, and he has a couple of jobs for the Chosen One. You can shovel Brahmin dung for $100 or bump up to the $200 mark for a caravan protection gig. We will be paying more attention to the former in this video. If the Chosen One has an intelligence of at least 4, they will be able to repeat this job, and after 5 times, a new special perk will show up on the character sheet. The Expert Excrement Expediter perk will grant the Chosen One plus 5% to speech at the cost of some reputation loss in Broken Hills. A more than fair trade. Small details like this really tie the worlds of the classic Fallout games together. Taking small jobs and having them affect the character directly is a nice touch. This perk in particular is a fun and humorous one to add to the collection. You may notice some fashionable Nuka-Cola vending machines and pass by them thinking they were merely set pieces. Still, if you have some money in your inventory and can pass the luck or agility check, you can buy 10 to 20 bottles from each machine. These machines will restock every 2 to 3 weeks, so this gives you a steady source of the pre-war soft drink for things like Super Stim Packs from Myron. One of the best side quests we can engage in is become a prize fighter. This involves boxing in the jungle gym and working our way up to the championship. Of course, this is Fallout 2 we're dealing with here, so there are pop culture references aplenty here. 2 of the biggest being Evan Holyfield and the Masticator. Both represent real boxers, with Evan Holyfield being a play on the real deal Evander Holyfield, and the latter being a reference to none other than Mike Tyson, who had fought Holyfield in a real-life bout that had some controversial moments to say the least. The fight would go down in infamy as the fight that Tyson bit a good chunk of Holyfield's ear off. Fallout 2 pays homage to this in a fun way, as if you get KO'd by the Masticator, we can sometimes find the player's ear item in the inventory, and the description reads, "This is your ear. The Masticator bit it off during the fight and spit it onto your unconscious body." If you're reading this, it probably means you will be reloading soon. Of course, it is possible this item has some special value. Despite the cheeky rundown of the item, it in fact does not have any special value. Still, there is a chance that we beat the Masticator, and if the Chosen One manages to knock him out, his ear can appear in the inventory with a description reading, "This is the Masticator's ear. You bit it off after pummeling him senseless. Congratulations on beating him. He is one of the toughest NPCs in the game, especially when you don't have any weapons or armor." Unlike the Chosen One's ear, the Masticator's is actually worth something, as it can be sold at Renesco's or down at New Reno Arms for a cool $750. Fallout and Fallout 2 hold an incredible amount of small details for people willing to look for them, and New Reno hosts enough to keep you busy for hours.
Anytime the Chosen One returns to the Den, they will see this world map, which is an aerial map of real-world Phoenix, Arizona from 1885. It's here that we can choose how to enter the Den, from the east or the west, but there is another option that Fallout 2 doesn't show us, as it was ultimately cut from the final game. Pressing the number 3 on your keyboard when over this map will spawn the player in the cut Den residential area. It holds a few houses, a bunch of generic NPCs, and even a copy of Smitty that we can't interact with. The plan was to use this area for a quest that would see Mom, from Mom's Diner, organize an orphanage in this area. The Chosen One would be tasked with clearing out a suitable building and helping the children along the way. This quest was included in Killap's restoration project, which adds a ton of cut content back into the game. So while this remote area in the original game is cool to visit, it's nice we have a chance to see what the final plan was with the restoration patch. The Chosen One is tasked with finding a Gek and then rescuing the Arroyo tribe from the Enclave oil rig, blowing it sky high on the way out, destroying the Enclave. The game allows you to continue to roam the wasteland after doing so, but that doesn't mean that this can last forever. In fact, Fallout 2 has a hard-coded time limit whether you complete the main quest or not. After 13 in-game years, on July 25th, 2254, Fallout 2 will abruptly stop, no matter what the player is doing, and it will show this end screen. Afterward, the player will be booted to the main menu. This was done due to coding restraints. At the time, the developers figured it was such a long time frame that no one would hit it unless they tried. Regardless, the Chosen One's journey must come to an end, even if it's the rarest screen in the entire game. There are many things that the developers were planning on including, but ended up cutting from the final game for one reason or another. One of the most exciting pieces of cut content is the cut location known as the EPA. This multi-layered facility was set to hold a ton of objects and secrets that would have added some great experiences to Fallout 2. Killap's restoration project adds most of, if not all, the cut content back into Fallout 2, allowing us to explore the EPA and find the various items removed from the final vanilla game. One of the unique items we can see is a bag of Pop Rocks. The in-game description reads, "An unopened bag of tasty carbonated candy made of sugar, lactose, more sugar, corn syrup, even more sugar, and flavoring. It is rumored that when mixed with Nuka-Cola, one's stomach would explode." This refers to the real-life urban legend that replaces Nuka-Cola with its real-life counterpart, Coca-Cola, and we can test this out in Fallout 2 to see if there's any truth to the rumor.
Your life ends in the wasteland.
Our quest for the Gek will lead us to Vault City, a gated authoritarian settlement outside of Vault 8 that used the Gek device once leaving their vault to form their own version of paradise. Outside, alcohol and chems are strictly prohibited inside of the city. Because of this, the taverns around town serve synthetic drinks. At the parlor room in Vault City, we can partake in some Alcohol Z, which has some amusing side effects. There is no inventory item for Alcohol Z. When purchased, the drink is consumed, but it is connected to an unmarked quest called Drink Your Weight in Alcohol Z. This requires the Chosen One to drink 100 bottles of the synthetic liquor, which will open up a fourth wall breaking dialogue option. Depending on our luck stat, the bartender will ask if the Chosen One is okay, in which we can reply, no, I feel great, I'm just going to pop out of dialogue for a second and check my max hit points. This is how Fallout 2 directs us to check our character sheet after doing this, with the higher luck builds getting a boost to their max HP, and lower luck characters getting a debuff. This is just one of the many fun ways Fallout 2 breaks the fourth wall, and it's always nice to come across them in-game. There are a lot of things that were cut from Fallout 2, whether it be from time restraints or just the developers changing their minds. Fallout 2 is a goldmine of cut content for fans of the games to discover. Luckily, thanks to Killap, we have the restoration patch, which includes pretty much every piece of cut content for Fallout 2. Playing through the upgrade often feels like you are playing a new game altogether, and some of this has to do with not only the new locations, but the items we find in them as well. The EPA, or Environmental Protection Agency, is likely my favorite of the cut maps from Fallout 2. It is a massive facility filled with mystery and exploration. Still, it has a rare item that we can only find here at the site. We can find preserved pre-war marijuana on the surface here, and a locker inside the storage shed. This isn't the only way to find the devil's lettuce here either, as if we travel to the violet level, we can interact with Mr. Kimmy, a large computer on this floor of the facility that has the ability to make various chems. And if we have a science skill above 100%, then we can request something special. Selecting marijuana, Mr. Kimmy will say he has all the ingredients to make it, allowing the chosen one to pick up some from the machine. An actual post-nuclear dispensary. Marijuana grants +1 luck and +2 charisma while debuffing perception by 1 per use. This lasts for 11 days, but you will lose an additional perception point after a week. The EPA would be ultimately cut from the final version of Fallout 2 due to time restraints. The team just didn't have the time to finish the area to their liking. Thus, the unique items only found here went with it, meaning the chosen one wouldn't be passing any grass to Goris anytime soon. One of the first companions you are likely to meet is Solik, an angry tribal who is now being held at the Buckners in Klamath after busting up the bar. Solik came to town to find Vic the traitor to get information on his missing sister, but when Vic wasn't around, Solik lost his temper. Doing quests for the Buckners or outright paying for the damages will allow Solik to join your party. The two of you set off into the wasteland for the adventure ahead, but no matter how long you look, you will never find Solik's sister. The quest, along with the 2 locations that were related to the Umbra tribe, were cut from the final game. Growing up, I always thought there would be a way to rescue the tribal sibling, with the Slavers Guild in the Den being my prime suspect, and it turns out I wasn't so wrong after all. As with Kilap's restoration patch, we can not only visit the tribe, but we can also complete their quests. When speaking to Metzger, if the chosen one has speech above 51%, we can find out that the slaver has a camp outside of town where all of the new captives are taken. If we promise him a premium price, Metzger will give us directions. Once at the camp, we can handle things peacefully or we can have some fun. There is also a way to storm the place with NCR Rangers. After the smoke is cleared, we can find Karisu, Solik's sister, inside of a shelter in the north area of the map. Speaking with Karisu will reunite the siblings and eventually lead to the cell door being unlocked, freeing all the captured souls that have found themselves here. Once back at the Umbra tribe, Karisu makes herself at home and Solik is silently grateful. It's a shame we didn't get all this in the final game. Still, the restoration patch turns our dreams into a reality and allows us to help Solik, one of the best companions in the Fallout universe. There are plenty of places to explore and plunder, but the Chosen One still has a lot to look out for. Whether it's the people of the post-war wasteland, the various genetically twisted creatures, or just a puddle of goo, one should be careful where they trek when out in the wastes. In some areas, like the toxic caves, we can see presumably radioactive waste covering the site. Sometimes we have to walk through it to get to where we are going. Rubber boots can offer a bit of protection from this goo. Still, eventually they will melt away, and Fallout 2 has a fun way of dealing with the Chosen One walking through too much toxic material. The game log will inform us that bunions have begun growing on our feet, and eventually these growths will lead to a whole new 6th toe. This will surely keep us out of any high society settlements, so getting rid of it is a great choice. Going to a clinic that has an auto dock, we can pay to have the toe removed, which will then add it to our inventory. The in-game description reads, "You see your 6th toe. It is a small mutated part of yourself. For some reason, you feel a terrible sense of loss as you look at the tiny amputated toe." While some NPCs may claim that this toe can be used on Frank Horrigan to instantly kill him, that is not the case, and it's just likely the devs having some fun at the player's expense. The toe will give Frank a debuff on maximum HP of -3 though. However, the Chosen One can consume the toe and receive a +2 poison level and a week-long period of -3 max HP. Still, it is quite the souvenir to carry around on your adventures, and you wouldn't want to be separated from such a special part of you. The Chosen One covers many miles looking for the Garden of Eden creation kit. One of the first locations we can come across is the Den, a city filled with shady people and a slavers guild. Still, we will be looking at Rebecca Dyer regarding this easy-to-miss unique reward. Suppose the Chosen One is a female named Buffy wearing leather armor. In that case, Becky has unique dialogue, as if she knows the player. The Chosen One can play along, and eventually we will be rewarded $1,000, 5 stim packs, a set of metal armor, an Uzi, 5 clips of ammo, a plasma grenade, and a flower. This is quite the gear for how early we can get it in game, and it's actually a reference to a special encounter that we can find called the Unwashed Villagers, which I've covered more in depth in another video linked here in the card. The encounter pays homage to the first Fallout fan site that is still active today. It is always great to see developers put in a bit of fan service in their games, and the classic Fallout titles are full of fun things like this. One of the more deplorable towns is New Reno. While the rest of the wasteland seems to struggle and strive, Reno seems to manufacture it, almost as if the city was trying to emulate its former glory from all the wrong angles. Inside the Shark Club here, on the second floor, we can find a hidden item that can help more than you might think. In the bottom right corner of the main room, we can find a pool table, and if we search it, inside, we can obtain the Magic 8 Ball, the only one of its kind in Fallout 2. Shaking the 8 Ball, much like in real life, will display fortunes and answers to various questions that you might have. With a luck stat of 9 or higher, the 8 Ball will even give us small clues about various happenings in the wasteland, such as telling us about a cat's paw magazine thrown away in Broken Hills. The 8 Ball even references some developers of Fallout 2, claiming that Fergus didn't want it to be included in the final game. The fortune teller will even bring up other Interplay projects, mentioning, yes, we know Descent to Undermountain was crap. This is another great example of the humor in the classic Fallout games. They are filled to the brim with fourth wall breaking jokes and inside gags that add continuous charm to each playthrough. We can get up to some sleazy deeds, especially when visiting New Reno. When exploring such a city, protection is a must, and I'm not just talking about some armor and a good weapon. While these will protect you from the apparent dangers, it's essential in this post-war wasteland to bundle up when getting intimate, and Fallout 2 has us covered. We can find various condoms, known as Jimmy hats in-game, scattered around the world. Jenna in the tankers sells a ton of them, pimps on the streets of New Reno carry them, and a lot of mobsters keep them around just in case. Still, nearly all the condoms we can find are in the blue or green packaging. There is another color though, and the only two that we can find for sure are being carried by the Jetmaster, Myron. For rare item hunters, these red Jimmy hats are precisely what we are looking to add to our collection, so it would be best for Myron to hand them over. These can be used before interacting with some of the more friendly residents of New Reno, but who needs that drama when you have a collection to maintain? We can find many items that do nothing other than make us scratch our heads, leaving us to hold on to them just in case. Whether it's an out-of-place weapon or just some random junk, explorers have plenty to find. On the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, we can come across Dave Handy, named after a developer who worked on the game. Billy in the Den has some fun things to say about Dave, but we are looking more into what he has in his pockets today. If we pickpocket or kill Dave, we can get our hands on the one-of-a-kind item, the Trophy of Recognition. The in-game description reads, a solid gold trophy with the inscription to Dave from DC's, for being a special person. The trophy has an incredibly high value of 2,000, but also weighs 10 pounds, so whether you plan to sell it or just leave it in your car's trunk for a keepsake, rare item hunters will want to visit Dave the next time they are in San Francisco. We are at New Reno again. The bright lights and bustling citizens of this condemned hellhole are sure to feed into any vice that the Chosen One may have. While the main bits of Reno are filled with sin, this isn't the same for every spot in the area. In fact, the Wrights have a tremendous setup to the east. This is where we can chat it up with the mini Wright children, who have some unique humorous dialogue if we visit them after completing the main quest. Still, if we barter with them, 2 of the children will have a rare object we can only find here. We can get the small figurines from the kids for just about $200 or a good pickpocket skill. The in-game description reads, you think this might be a carving of the Pip-Boy, but you can't be sure. While this model looks slightly different from what we know Vault Boy to look like, it's still a nice rare find to add to our collection. Many players may not even come this way in New Reno, and the children themselves are hard to spot, making these statues pretty easy to miss. In Fallout New Vegas, keeping to himself in a cave near Camp Golf, we can meet Cannibal Johnson. While stoically waiting for death to claim him, he seems to think back to his past a lot. Johnson was stationed at Navarro during the events of Fallout 2 and has bittersweet memories of the company drill sergeant, Ark Dornan. We can hear him think back about a blistering rant Sarge gave the Chosen One while at Navarro.
There's a twitch in my trigger finger. I've lost my eagle eyes, and the other day I could have sworn I heard Sergeant Dornan chewing me out. I'm old and I'm starting to feel it. It's not pleasant, especially when you know your mind's slipping away. And we all gotta go sometime. But I was hoping for something a little more heroic. He was a drill instructor I knew. He was also the meanest bastard I've ever known. Once he caught this private out of uniform, and old Dornan went off on the most ear-blistering rant known to man. It was inspiring.
This leads to one of my favorite interactions in Fallout 2, and judging by this poll, more than a few of you may not have seen it. Dornan has a few lines in Fallout 2. First, he can order the Chosen One to guard duty.
Welcome to Camp Navarro. So you're the replacement. What's your name, Private? What was that? Did you forget something, maggot? I am not his sir! I work for a living, you moron! You will call me Sergeant or Sergeant Dornan. Do you understand me? Outstanding. Proceed on the double to the hangar, where you will stand guard duty. You will do a fine job. Do you understand? You moron! You are not to question my orders. When I say jump, you jump. When I say fight, you fight. When I tell you to die for your country, then you will certainly die. Have I made myself clear?
He can also spot the Chosen One as a civilian and remove them from the base. If he sees us again, Dornan will assume that we are a spy and alert the base.
Welcome to Camp Navarro. A civilian? How in the hell did a civilian get on this base? I'll have someone to ask for dinner. Get the civilian off government property. Well, I'll be damned. I had the bunch of you escorted off this base, and here you are again. I don't think you're civilians after all. More than likely you're spies. Sound the alarm and execute these maggots.
Still, the interaction that Johnson is referring to is by far my favorite. First, we can convince Sarge that we just weren't issued any power armor, which will cause him to send us to get some from supply.
Welcome to Camp Navarro. So you're the new replacement. You are out of uniform, soldier. Where is your power armor? Those paper-shuffling jackasses. How the hell do they expect me to run this unit if they keep shortchanging me on supplies? Double time it over to the armory and get your issue, then report back to me. Dismissed! Soldier, you are still out of uniform. I gave you a direct order to report to supplies and get your issue. Now get out of my face and don't come back until you look like a soldier!
If the Chosen One fails this attempt, the blistering rant that Cannibal Johnson was talking about comes out in full effect.
Don't have any? You expect me to believe that, maggot? The truth is, you lost an expensive piece of Army issue equipment. That suit is going to come out of your pay, and you will remain in this man's army until you are 510 years old, which is the number of years it will take for you to pay for a Mark II powered combat armor you have lost. Report to the armory and have a new suit issued to you, then report back to me, Private. Dismissed!
The Chosen One will come to many settlements and talk to all kinds of people. The game monitors your interactions and choices, adding to your karma and reputation ratings. Each location we visit has its own opinion of the Chosen One. Still, there are reputation titles we can get throughout Fallout 2 that will apply more broadly, one of which is triggered by taking out as many people as you can. Suppose the Chosen One kills at least 25 people, with the number of characters with good karma being at least double the number of bad. In that case, we will receive the Berserker reputation. This title is supposed to reward the player by making bad or evil characters react better in dialogue. Still, because no characters are actually flagged as bad in Fallout 2, the reputation just ends up making every NPC like you a little less. The classic Fallout games have a couple of bugs like this. Still, this scenario can take a little bit of the fun out of an evil playthrough, unless you just want everyone to dislike you anyways. The Chosen One can find themselves in all kinds of different places doing all sorts of different things, from prize fighting in New Reno to becoming a citizen in Vault City. Fallout 2 is ripe with things to see and quests to complete. There are far more nefarious reputation titles in Fallout 2 though, and one will require a shovel and a strong stomach. If the Chosen One has these things, we can find our fortune in the wastes by grave digging. Digging up a grave will result in -5 karma and also give the player the Grave Digger reputation title. This isn't the end though. as each grave we dig after this will hit the karma by another 5 points, making this a perfect career for someone who wants to do a low karma playthrough. However, a few graves will not give us this reputation, most of which involve quests like Anna Winslow's grave in the Den, Coffin Willie's grave in Golgotha, and the fallout shelter that can be found in the Gangster Cemetery as well. While taking up this practice can result in getting some good gear, the people of the Wasteland will start to dislike you the more you dig. Still, to some, the loot is worth it. We can find many items that will help the Chosen One with their journey, some rarer than others. One of the best things you can do in the classic Fallout games is to search every shelf, desk, and locker you see, as you never know what will be hiding, just waiting to become a part of your inventory. A lot of rare items can be found in the New Reno mob cemetery, Golgotha, which in itself walks the line of being a hidden location. Someone could play through all of Fallout 2 and never see the site show up on their map, as it has to be discovered through dialogue that can be missed. Once we make our way to Golgotha, searching one of the graves will turn up one of the coolest items in Fallout 2, the mirrored shades. The item description reads, "This is a pair of fashionable and deadly looking mirrored shades. Just having them in your inventory makes you feel cool." The grave site is one of 2 places we can find these sunglasses in-game, the other being in the inventory of Mason, New Reno crime boss Luis Salvatore's right-hand man. Putting the shades in one of your active slots will boost your charisma by 1, making the glasses the only non-consumable item in the game to do so. This is not increased by stacking both of the mirrored shades when equipping them. Not only do the mirrored shades look awesome in-game, but any rare item hunter will want to add them to their inventory as a nice trophy of their time in the Fallout 2 Wasteland. Out of all the Fallout games, I think Fallout 2 has some of the most interesting small details of the series. This extends to items that seemingly have no use at all. For instance, in Golgotha, we can dig up the rare gold tooth. The item description claims that it used to belong to Jules, but it's ours now. The reason it says this is because the only other gold tooth we can find in the game is in his inventory. It wouldn't make any sense to make a duplicate of the same item, so the description is the same no matter what tooth we inspect. Jules stands near the entrance to New Reno, scamming newcomers and doing what he can to survive. Still, rare item hunters may want to cut that last goal short to collect the gold tooth hiding in his inventory. The teeth have no use in-game other than to look cool in your stash or to sell to merchants. This makes this one of the rarest, most useless items in Fallout 2. We are faced with many tongue-in-cheek references and adult themes throughout our journey in the Wasteland. One of the things the developers worked extra hard on in Fallout 2 is the sex formula, along with its various perks. This is not a joke. There is a complicated math equation to find the Chosen One's sexual prowess, which can affect a few different parts of your journey. One of the cut reputation titles for Fallout 2 was Virgin of the Wastes. This would stick to the Chosen One until their first sexual encounter. The reputation status does not stop there though, as if the Chosen One continues this behavior, we can improve our sexual dialogue with one of these perks. If the Chosen One has sex 10 times, they will receive the opposite of the Virgin of the Waste title with the Sexpert title. This will improve the dialogue around sexual situations with the player. Seeing as Fallout 2 is, at the time of this recording, the only Fallout game in which you can become a porn star, this is not really a surprise. Still, it's a nice semi-hidden reward for the more adventurous Wasteland wanderers. One of the locations we will come across is the town of Gecko. Not only is Gecko home to everyone's favorite FEV reject, Harold, but it is also the only place we can find a decently rare item in the game. Speaking with Gordon of Gecko, we can learn just a bit about the religious group that follows the Brain. If we kill or steal from Gordon, we can see a talisman in his inventory, and the item description reads, "A talisman which is worn by the followers of the Brain." There are 3 of these charms in the game, all of which can be found on ghouls inside Gecko. This item is a terrific reference to Logan's Run, where a similar necklace is featured. Before we leave Gordon, we should loot the cheesy poos from the locker. Now, we can head down the ladder to the access tunnels. Once under the city, we can make our way to the back chamber and finally come face to face with this Brain. He's the brother of King Rat, whom we met under Trapper Town in Klamath. This whole encounter is pretty easy to miss. Still, if we have the cheesy poofs in our inventory, we can get unique dialogue from the Brain about how much he loves the snack. Most believe the Brain and his less intelligent ghoul friend Zomac are a reference to Pinky and the Brain, as the giant rat in Fallout 2 has plans to take over the world. And you help him every time Gecko's problems get solved. In Fallout, one of the most unusual items that you can find in the game is also one of the most rare. With only just a few of them littered around, one being in this shack in Junktown, the item is called You Have No Idea, and when we investigate the object, the game will tell us, upon further inspection, you still have no idea what this is. The cover says Cat's Paw, and there's a picture of a black cat on it, but that's all we have to go by during the events of Fallout. In the real world, this product is made in Canada, and the box contains anti-slip shoe covers, some cat's paws. It makes sense the Vault Dweller would not know what this is. It's only when we get to Fallout 2 that the mystery of this item in the game universe is solved, leading to one of the rarest items we can get in the game. The in-game description for the Cat's Paw in Fallout 2 states an issue of Cat's Paw magazine. This is the first time Fallout lets us know that in this universe, this is a publication of the adult variety. We get confirmation on this when we visit Miss Kitty, who is at the Cat's Paw in New Reno, a building that has the logo in neon on the side. Speaking with her, she will tell the Chosen One that this is an adult magazine, leading to some unique dialogue about how vague the description was in the past for the object. Miss Kitty will then ask the Chosen One to bring 10 copies for display at her place. If we have the issues of Cat's Paw with us, we can give them to her now, and we will be rewarded with the incredibly rare Cat's Paw issue number 5, which has a great article on energy weapons. Using this magazine is different than others. No time will pass, and unlike other skill books, you can increase energy weapons past 91%, which is capped for the others. This magazine will boost your skill by 10%. The cover is far more telling than the box art they used before, but I have always loved the cat logo on the original. Either way, rare item hunters will want to keep this around instead of cashing in on the experience, as it's a one-of-a-kind wasteland find. We can find a bunch of things when looting around and searching the environment. Still, there is one item we can get our hands on that is only found on 4 NPCs across the wasteland, and it is completely useless. People like Josh, the bartending undertaker in Reading, or Bill at Salvatore's bar in New Reno, have pocket lint in their inventory. While most random miscellaneous items in the classic Fallout games can at least be sold for caps, the lint has no value. Due to its rarity, including one being on a scientist in the end-game area of the oil rig, this is truly a collectible for rare item hunters who like to show off the most hard-to-find things in the wasteland in their highwayman's trunk. In Fallout Tactics, you can come across a special encounter that will show a group of Brahmin huddled around a table. If we take a minute to see what they are saying, their dialogue would suggest they are involved in a rigorous poker game. While this is not the first time Brahmin have shown the ability to talk, this is undoubtedly the most we have ever seen them say. As the warrior and the squad get close to the group, they will break from the game and run off, yelling that the feds are here. If we take this opportunity to search the table that they were using, we can find quite a few pull tabs on it, the Fallout Tactics currency. This whole encounter is an excellent reference to the poker game painting by Cash Coolidge, and the series that followed that showcased dogs playing poker. This is a tremendous Fallout-inspired take on the timeless works of Coolidge. You can get a special encounter that places you in a bazaar. The area looks great, as does most of Fallout Tactics. One of the biggest strengths of the game is the environmental art, in my opinion. One of the merchants here can sell the warrior a piece of armor called the Devilthorn Jacket, though it will cost a pretty penny, bringing in a higher price than a suit of advanced power armor. This armor is a reference to the unique Demon Spike coat from Diablo. The stats reflect this as well, as both sets of armor have the exact same listing in each game's respected inventory. The Fallout Tactics Devilthorn Jacket reads, Unique item, 100 AC, plus 10 strength, plus 50% resist fire, -6 damage from enemies, indestructible, minimum strength 75, it weighs 20 pounds. Yes, that's correct, you must have a strength stat of 75 to wear this armor, meaning the player can't equip it in Fallout Tactics, though one could wear it through cheats. Still, it would remove all agility points, making the player unable to move. This is an excellent way for the devs to show some love to one of the greatest games of all time, Diablo. Now, if we could only get our hands on a Fallout version of the Executioner's Blade, we'd all be set. Fallout Tactics is filled with great experiences and fun content for those willing to take the time to give it a good shot. While it departs from some major staples present in the first 2 Fallout games, Fallout Tactics is still well worth your time. The warrior will travel the waste from bunker to bunker with their misfit squad of riffraff, stumbling upon many incredible locations and exciting people. But there's one person we can find in the wasteland that stands out above all the rest, and we can recruit him as a companion if the squad isn't full. We can discover the Pip-Boy wandering around waiting to be saved by the Brotherhood. Interestingly, Fallout Tactics does not refer to him as the Vault Boy, either because the name wasn't as prominent or even coined yet, or because they wanted to separate the two individuals. Whatever the case, the Pip-Boy is slower than most people you find and can take much less damage, so if you want to keep him around, parking him at a bunker would be the way to go. Still, there's nothing like trekking the wasteland with the Vault Tech mascot. Occasionally, we will hit on some special encounters in our travels, and Fallout Tactics has some of the strangest of the series. We can find a visitor from another world in the form of a flying skull, who seems to be floating around through the muck and spouting off about various things that really drives home the point that he isn't from around here in a big way. This is Mort, and he is actually from the Black Isle Studios game Planescape Torment. It seems Mort was a bit careless at the brothel and flew through a window that took him through a portal into the Fallout world. The classic Fallout games are no strangers to breaking the fourth wall and making references to the other projects that the studios may have been working on, and this is one of the best the series has to offer. So make sure to say hi to Mort the next time you are playing Fallout Tactics. While playing Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, if you idle on the Pip-Boy menus for around 15 minutes, an animation of falling atom bombs will start to play. This wasteland stranger found in the bar in Carbon, Texas is none other than the Vault Dweller from the original Fallout. It's proven he is the Dweller from Vault 13 when he gives you a quest to retrieve his trusty Vault 13 canteen. He is apparently between the age of 63 and 82 in the game. While I like this insert for a bit of fan service, in my opinion, they completely ruin whatever nuance the player character from Fallout had, by giving him the personality of a shallow action movie star.
I'm a stranger, girl. Didn't your folks teach you not to talk to strangers? No. You never knew your folks. You're a child of the bomb, raised by rats, adopted by the noble knights of the Brotherhood. If you said that to me 30 years ago, I'd have shot you and sold your gear for drinking money. But I'm too old for that stuff now. Let me buy you a drink. Just got into town myself. Haven't seen anyone from the Brotherhood. Except yourself. I used to be in the Brotherhood too. Well, that was a long time ago. Raiders. I've killed hundreds of them, and more keep popping up. As long as there are humans, there'll be raiders around to cause trouble. That hole? Don't know much about it, and I'm not interested in poking around down there. I've spent enough of my life underground. The mayor. Either he's as stupid as he looks or he's lying to you. There's no vaults around here, kid. Believe me, I'd know.
We find ourselves in an enormous crater after helping the town of Carbon, Texas. The hole is rather large and holds many secrets, as well as what seems to be an entire sunken settlement and a couple of the biggest scorpions I have ever seen. In the crater upper level, we can find a little throwback to a classic movie that some people may have missed by not being very observant or because they were busy not playing this game. We can find a ruined building close to the lower level entrance, and inside we find an outhouse. If we interact with the outhouse, the player character will say, "Oh look, an indoor outhouse." This is a direct reference to the classic movie Beetlejuice, which uses the same line.
Oh, look, an indoor outhouse.
We play as a Brotherhood initiate that winds up in the town of Carbon, Texas. What follows is an adventure for sure, a journey filled with raiders, giant scorpions, and well-endowed supervillains. One thing to take note of while playing through Fallout Brotherhood of Steel is the various posters and adverts that we can find littered throughout the game. The most egregious of the ads comes from the many billboards and posters for Ball's energy drink. The signature blue bottle even appears in the game, and the devs went as far as to change the bottle cap currency from Nuka-Cola caps to Ball's energy caps. This was a part of an advertising deal that really showed the financial state of Interplay at the time. Another jarring poster showing up as early as Carbon in Fallout Brotherhood of Steel is the Fallout ad plastered all over the sides of the buildings. While it's a friendly reminder that we are playing a Fallout game, it's for that very reason it's so out of place. The poster of the Vault Dwellers with the Fallout logo emblazoned on it is the art that was used to promote the original Fallout, and, in my opinion, some of the best concept art for the series that exists. While Fallout Brotherhood of Steel is certainly not the pinnacle of Fallout lore, It's odd to see a poster advertising the game series that you are currently playing. It makes the world feel off, but that's kind of how the entire game feels. So maybe it's right at home. The reward for completing the Operation Anchorage DLC for Fallout 3 is access to a pre-war sealed bunker that holds relics from the period of the Resource Wars. The centerpiece is a pristine set of winterized T-51B power armor. Due to the DLC also rewarding the player with the power armor training perk required to wear the gear, this is a great way to start any playthrough, especially since the armor is indestructible, or at least it would appear that way. This is actually a misconception and a bug on Bethesda's part, leading many who played the DLC at the time of the release to think that perhaps the label of winterized was a way of saying unbreakable, when in fact, that is just referring to the snowy texture. Citing the wiki, we can see the truth behind the mishap. The version given after completing the Anchorage Reclamation simulation is the Sim version, rather than the intended Wasteland version. Among other issues, the Sim version has abnormally high health, close to 10 million hit points, and as a result, will likely never become noticeably damaged. The armor can only be repaired by merchants. You're supposed to assume that Colonel Autumn dies during the Project Purity incident when he confronts James. Of course, he shows that he has survived after the player finds the Gek. Many people have asked how Colonel Autumn could have survived such an event, and I myself didn't really know until a couple of years ago. Turns out that Colonel Autumn pulls out a syringe and injects himself with some kind of mystery agent. According to the wiki, it is probably a more effective version of Radaway or Rad-X. In the Fallout 3 DLC, Operation Anchorage, you can hear Sibley haze Olin about the person that came before you.
Knock, knock, Olin. Got a new best friend for you.
What?
Yep, let's hope you treat this one better than the last guy, huh?
Go to hell, Sibley. You know that wasn't my fault.
Sure, whatever. Just make some progress, okay? We're all looking to get out of here.
And behind this locked door, we can find a Gary from Vault 108, Gary 23 to be precise. Looks like his arm is removed as well. So probably this clone of Gary couldn't comprehend what was going on and just kept saying his own name, so they removed his arm to try to get into the simulation, which didn't seem to work, or try to get into the armory, and that did not seem to unlock it the way they wanted it to, which is probably what Sibley is hazing Olin about. Through the beginning of Fallout 3, we are led to believe that we were born in Vault 101. Of course, this comes out pretty early that we weren't, but you can visit the place that you were born in Fallout 3. It is inside Project Purity, the Jefferson Memorial, and you can see here that it's changed just a little bit, but this is definitely the room that you were born in, because soon after you were born, James would leave Project Purity in search of Vault 101, after Catherine's demise. We can find the Anchorage War Memorial. This is a statue celebrating the US soldiers who fought in the Battle of Anchorage, Alaska. In the add-on Operation Anchorage, we can see a photographer line up a group of troopers and tell them to strike a heroic pose, and he will make them famous. This picture would be the inspiration behind the statue we see back in the Capital Wasteland. This is a great small detail that Bethesda added to the DLC. At the Galaxy News Radio Plaza in Fallout 3, you can find this sculpture of a rocket ship orbiting the globe. This is a reference to Interplay, the creators of the Fallout series, and their opening scene that shows the same logo. This is made more apparent and matches more closely in the Capital Wasteland Creation Club add-on for Fallout 4, which features the same Easter egg but modified to have one ring around it, like the original Interplay logo. This is a terrific small shout out to the original creators of the series that Bethesda decided to pay homage to in a beautiful way. The Operation Anchorage DLC in Fallout 3 sees the Brotherhood outcast trying to access a secured bunker. Most players on repeat playthroughs hit this DLC first because of the Unbreakable Power Armor reward. But if you happen to show up in some Outcast Power Armor, you will receive some unique dialogue for doing so. The Outcasts are standoffish to outsiders, but they're pretty welcoming when they think you're a part of the group.
About damn time the reinforcements showed up. Fall in, soldier. We got multiple hostiles between here and the base camp. We're sweeping the area to secure it. Let's move. Nice work out there, soldier. Thanks for the backup. But where's the rest of your detachment? That'd be Protector McGraw. Sir, he's inside. Go ahead, Abe.
Thank you for responding to our distress call. All right, follow me. I'll take you to Protector McGraw.
So you're the one Muriel sent down. Except you're not one of us, are you? I'll have to have a little chat with Muriel about that. But you do have that computer there on your wrist. I can see now that Muriel made the right call. Maybe you can be useful after all.
When doing the Wasteland Survival Guide quest, if you're wearing the Mechanist costume when you get to the robotics bit, you will actually get a bit of unique dialogue.
We're in the last stretch now, so let's finish it up strong. What's first? Oh, this is so exciting. I feel like I'm sending you out on some sort of super assignment. Okay, give me a moment to calm down. Now then, after some searching, I got this Robco processor widget. Supposedly, if you connect it to the mainframe at the Robco factory, you can get access to an army of robots. Seems like it's right up your alley, huh? And it'd be a great example of how to harness technology, wouldn't it?
In the game files for Fallout 3, there's a set of power armor that really stands out above the rest. This absolute beauty of a set of armor is commonly referred to as the Heartbreaker power armor. It is all pink, including the helmet, and it is emblazoned with a white heart on the chest. Interestingly, it also features the Brotherhood of Steel markings on the shoulders. I couldn't find what the original plan for this armor was. Still, the developers of Fallout 3 decided to cut this PA set before the final game was released. This has to be my favorite cut armor in the Fallout series. If you travel to Fordham Flash Memorial Field, you can find a raider that seems to be carrying on the Great American Pastime. If you remain undetected, you will see this raider running the bases. While the rest of their group is out on patrol, this baseball enthusiast has taken it to the next level and will continue this animation until they see you or they are killed. I like to think that all the chems are finally starting to get to the raiders' heads when I see something like this. As you are leaving Vault 101, you will be ambushed by 2 guards. Bethesda added a great small detail with this encounter. These vault guards will pursue the lone wanderer all around the vault. But if we step outside the vault door at all, the dynamic duo will stop dead in their tracks. I like this attention to detail a lot. Though many people may know about this already, it still acts as a nice touch to players who flee the vault instead of fighting it out with the guards. Megaton will likely be the first settlement you come across after leaving Vault 101, a quaint, walled-in town made from old airplane scrap built around an active atom bomb. One of the critical stops while looking for your dad out in the Capital Wasteland is speaking to Colin Moriarty. He runs the aptly named Moriarty Saloon. Inside the saloon, we can meet one of the most likable characters in Fallout 3, Gob, a timid, frequently abused ghoul who works the bar and only wants to listen to Galaxy News Radio while he does it. If the lone wanderer somehow kills Moriarty, an interesting thing will happen with the saloon itself. Gob will take over the bar and even change the sign after a while to represent that he is calling the shots now. Nothing else really changes after this besides Nova giving up on the world's oldest profession to run the hotel. However, it is still a nice touch to showcase the player's decisions throughout the game. In the Fallout 3 add-on Broken Steel, we can find what I would call the worst hidden weapon, though this launcher was never supposed to be obtained anyways. After heading to the Rockland Tunnel and clashing with the Enclave, you can find this fence between 2 stone posts. This is where you can get this weapon legitimately by using 5mm ammo boxes to build a set of stairs. On PC, we can simply no-clip through and head to the location of the Tesla Cannon Beta. This Tesla cannon uses the same model as the missile launcher and also takes missiles as ammo. This means it can be repaired with missile launchers. While it may look like a standard missile launcher, it will fire the standard Tesla cannon shot. I call this the worst hidden weapon almost as a meme, as it does less damage than its in-game counterpart and uses more AP. If you're exploring Foggy Bottom Station, you can find a pretty useless unique item called Danielle's Book. This faded old world text has no use and shows up as junk in the Pip-Boy. Doing some research, I found that some have speculated that this book belonged to Danielle Fay, who's listed in the impound computer at the Germantown Police Headquarters. The terminal reads as follows: Department Recovery, Vehicle ID 8746352034578 C237. Offenses: abandoned car. Other, not yet determined. Notes: car found along highway with burnt out engine. It appears to have been stolen and taken on a joyride, and matches descriptions of cars in a variety of recent out-of-state traffic offenses. When recovered, car's contents included 2 pairs of pliers, 1 Canadian flag, assorted theatrical costumes, 4 bottles of tequila, empty, 1 pool cue, broken, and 4 garden gnomes, strapped to front bumper. Owner reported car stolen 4 days prior, but her story has many inconsistencies. Bring Miss Fay in for further questioning. Miss Danielle Fay. I can't really find any connection between the Danielle Fay mentioned in this terminal and the Danielle who owned this book. Items in her stolen car were listed. If Bethesda wanted to make that connection, they could have recorded the book in the terminal entry. Perhaps people just assume this is the case because this is the only 2 times we see the name Danielle in Fallout 3. My personal take is that more than likely this book is left over from a cut quest. I can't find any information saying that this is the case. Still, I also can't find any data supporting the wiki's connection between the book and the terminal. As far as I can tell, this is just a unique junk item in the final game. So for those of you that like to have rare items lying around, make sure to stop by Foggy Bottom Station. There are various radio stations you can listen to on the Pip-Boy, like the Enclave Radio or GNR. There was going to be another broadcast you could tune into, but it was cut from the final game. Tenpenny Tower Radio would play various jazz and blues tracks. We can find remnants of the chatter that was to appear in the dialogue files for Alistair Tenpenny. It shows us a bit more what it would sound like.
Thank you for listening to Tenpenny Tower Radio Service, brought to you by Alistair Tenpenny. This is Tenpenny Tower Radio. You're listening to Tenpenny Tower Radio, the sound of progress. This is Tenpenny Tower Radio, music and inspiring talk for forward-thinking people.
Tenpenny even had a segment referred to as Tenpenny Truisms, which featured various quotes and reflections from the Wasteland mogul.
The poor man wishes for prosperity. The rich man makes his own. We must turn our thoughts away from that which is imperfect and impure. On that vast plain of dust we will raise new cities, and like the phoenix, spread the wings of new life and take flight. Never wonder for a moment if you're worthy of the benefits you possess. Rather wonder always if you have utilized them to their fullest. All men were created equal. Not all men remain so.
Many fans in the Fallout community are having a fit right now, claiming they have a Mandela effect when it comes to A Moment in the Pit, the DLC for Fallout 3. People claim that you could eat Marie, the baby that has immunity to radiation, of course if the player has bad karma and the cannibal perk, resulting in the Lone Wanderer being 100% resistant to radiation. This was never the case. It's actually a mod called Acquired Immunity. Just wanted to clear this up, and a link to the mod will be in the description below. You should locate the Capitol Post if you find yourself around La Enfant Plaza. This is an easily missable office complex that acted as a newspaper publication before the war. Inside, on a lower floor, we can find the body of Gibson. He has been decapitated. It almost looks like his head has been twisted off and placed in front of him. He's carrying a few things on his person, but most importantly, he has a key and a scrap of paper. The note reading, "Search the house." Moving to Minefield, we can find this house among a few others, but this one stands out. Blood is splattered on the ground and there's a handprint left behind as an aftermath to some sort of grisly scene. The door is locked, but the key to this door can be found on Arkansas, an old-timer with an itchy trigger finger that carries a sniper rifle. Once inside the Gibson house, we can find a perfect model home, replicating the very house that we are in. The model is also locked, but the key we got from Gibson will open it. This whole scenario is a giant reference to the fantastic Hideo Kojima game, Snatcher, a cyberpunk thriller that sees Gillian Seed investigate humanoid robots known as Snatchers. After having his head twisted off in the game, Jean-Jacques Gibson will leave a memo that says, "Search the house," after which Gillian and Metal Gear will investigate Gibson's house. Inside the home, we can find a model described as a perfect miniature of the home. In Snatcher, this model is a music box, but there's nothing inside, while in Fallout 3, the Gibson model is locked at very hard and has some random food and junk in it. This isn't the end of the references to Kojima here. Remember when we started this adventure at La Enfant Plaza? Well, this is a real-world location, but I believe the devs chose to place Gibson's body here to further the connection to Kojima, as the La Enfant Terrible project is one of the main plots of the Metal Gear Solid series. Just some devs showing some love to Kojima. You'll love to see it. The Fallout series is filled with exciting locations. Pretty much every game in the lineup has at least one place that stands out for one reason or another, and I want to talk about two that are my favorite. A surprising amount of people seem to miss what's going on with the names of these places. First, Arafu in Fallout 3. This settlement is named this way because of the sign on the overpass. It read, "Careful, next exit, pre-war." And since then, the first and last letter rubbed off, leading to the locals calling it Arafu. A very similar thing is going on with Novak in Fallout New Vegas, though it is hinted at much stronger because we can still see the lettering from before. In front of the hotel, the no vacancy sign lost most of its letters, so the locals referred to the area as Novak. Do you have a favorite city name in the Fallout series? I would love to see more examples of this clever naming pattern, so let me know in the comments below. We start our adventure around the time James, our father, leaves Vault 101, plunging the entire community into chaos and putting everyone in danger in the process. Amada will wake us up to tell us about what has just happened and ultimately offer the Lone Wanderer a 10mm pistol. Most people aren't going to turn down a free gun at the start of the game, so you likely took it for yourself. This leads to Amada being terrorized by her father, the Overseer, and a Vault Guard.
Probably nothing, which is why you need to tell me where he is, so I can talk to him.
Go ahead, officer. You need to learn some respect.
Stop it!
If, however, you choose to refuse the pistol, claiming Amata will likely need it more than you do, this scene changes, and Amata isn't the pushover she once was.
What does he have to do with any of this anyway?
Probably nothing, which is why you need to tell me where he is, so I can talk to him.
Watch out, sir, she's got a gun. Amata, where did you get that gun?
Just get away from me! I don't want to shoot you, but I will! I swear I will!
How dare you threaten me? And with my own gun! I'm your father, damn you, and you'll show me some respect.
Officer Mack!
Don't just stand there!
Don't make me take that gun away from you, girlie. Just hand it over. Nice and easy now.
No! Get away from me!
Oh my God, Amata! What have you done?
The Point Lookout DLC for Fallout 3 is a fantastic voyage into a murky swampland, filled with plenty of dangers to keep you busy for hours. One of the most significant landmarks most everyone will instantly see is the Point Lookout Lighthouse. Heading to the top of the lighthouse, we can see the bulb is broken. Still, we can find a holotape note that talks about a crashed truck carrying a solution to this problem, and we can find it in-game. In between the detention camp and the cathedral, we can find the truck wreckage and a brand new bulb inside. Taking this back to the top of the lighthouse, changing the bulb and flipping the switch will engage the light, and now we have a functioning lighthouse here in Point Lookout. This is an excellent small detail and really adds some personality to the area. To me, it's worth doing every playthrough. In the Fallout 3 DLC, Point Lookout, we enter a murky swamp filled with loads of things to discover, and one of the most impressive lies underwater just off the shore of the coastal grotto. Marked by a buoy, we can find these enormous skeletal remains of a T-Rex. The Fallout series has a fun history with the prehistoric, with devs even considering making the original game about time travel and dinosaurs. This massive dino skeleton may or may not be referencing that, considering we can find a human frame here as well with a lever action rifle and ammo boxes. A safe nearby contains a bunch of loot and adds to the mysterious story being told here. This could be trying to make a reference to the original changed plot of the Fallout series if it implies these two beings coexisted, especially with such an advanced rifle present as there's no way guns were around at the time of dinosaurs, perhaps hinting at time travel. We can find a pretty much intact but far less mysterious Tyrannosaurus Rex bone collection in the Museum of History as well. Just more small details that make the world of Fallout that much more fun to explore. If you start the quest Galaxy News Radio after finding your dad, 3Dog will offer the location of a military weapons cache as a reward for helping with the good fight. You can get this option with a speech check before you find James, but you run the risk of being locked out of it entirely if you fail. After going to the museum and grabbing the Virgo 2 dish, we take it to the Washington Monument and boost the signal of Galaxy News Radio. Returning to 3Dog, he will give us a holotape that points to Hamilton's hideaway as the location of the cache. The hideaway can be a bit confusing to navigate, and the location of the stash can be hard to find as well, nestled in a hole in the wall in the northwest corner of the concrete tunnels. Inside, we can find some pretty basic things: leveled armor, ammo, a mini nuke, an assault rifle, and even a stealth boy. The only way to get this key that unlocks the room is by completing the quest this way. If you kill 3Dog, the required key will not spawn on his body. So no, 3Dog isn't lying. Still, some people probably wouldn't consider this that exciting of a reward. Regardless, these things can help out quite a bit, and it's nice to hear GNR without the static. In the Fallout 3 DLC Point Lookout, many things are out to stop the lone wanderer, swamp folk, sea life, and even a pre-war ghoulified Russian circus bear. We can find posters all over town about Ruska the Wonder Bear, but just out of bounds to the north of the Sacred Bog entrance, we can meet her. Much like the rest of the Yao Guai in Fallout 3, Ruska will be hostile unless we have the animal friend perk. Ruska is pretty big. According to the wiki, she's about 20% larger than other Yao Guai. Still, we can find her here, playing with her big red ball, waiting for the next group of swamp folk to stumble into her alcove. We start our adventure literally at birth and go through our childhood in Vault 101. A tradition of the Vault is to bestow each dweller with a Pip-Boy on the day of their 10th birthday. We see this in action in Fallout 3. After various shenanigans, the intercom will begin to ring, prompting James to walk over to it, engaging the rest of the quest. We can answer the intercom ourselves for a bit of dialogue with Jonas though, something that a whole lot of players probably didn't do.
Oh hey, it's Jonas. Happy birthday. Sorry I couldn't be at your party. Listen, would you put your dad on? Can you put your dad on, please?
Totally killer, though.
Can you put your dad on, please?
Back at the 10th birthday party for the Lone Wanderer, when the festivities close, if we follow the Overseer, we can hear him talk quite roughly to the Vault Guard about the player.
Enjoy the party, sir?
Bah! I only showed up because Amata's friends with the brat. Give them a few more minutes and then I want that place cleaned up and everybody back to work.
Sure thing, sir.
There is a bit more here that some people miss in this area though, like the loudspeakers. We can interact with any of the loudspeakers that we find, turning them on and off. It doesn't do much but stop the music or the Overseer's message from playing. Still, it's a fun small detail to play with when role-playing your disgust for the Overseer.
Do not interfere with Vault security personnel.
The largest slaver encampment by far is Paradise Falls. The location acts as a veritable Garden of Eden for scumbags, but it also has a cool feature with its entrance. You can actually open and close this gate, much like the entrance to Diamond City and Fallout 4, which I covered in a past video, just on a much smaller scale. The gate itself should look familiar, as we can see the tall boy statue is missing an arm. This appendage has been used to make a sturdy gateway into Slaver Country, USA. Small details like this are what makes the Fallout series so great. Each little thing adds up to one of the most immersive universes in gaming history. After we've done the quest Take It Back and engaged Project Purity, we will find a sleazy ghoul named Griffin outside of the Museum of History who will be shilling his own version of Aqua Pura, cleverly named Aqua Cura. One of the first things people notice about Griffin is his unusually full head of hair, as ghouls often lose most, if not all of their hair during the ghoulification process. It looks like a somewhat out of place wig, and it turns out that it is, though he claims his locks are due to the healing properties of Aqua Cura.
Friends, have you stopped combing your hair? Afraid of pulling out the few remaining plugs? Well, fear no longer. Cast your gaze upon my luxurious coiffure, and now you too can get your hair back with the amazing Aqua Cura. Guaranteed, or your bottle cap's back. Wow!
We can find a mess of these wigs in the Museum Authority building, inside a cabinet in one of the production rooms. And if we wear this fancy rug and talk to Griffin, we can get a bit of a unique dialogue with him.
Welcome back. What can I do for you? Yeah, look at that. We practically have the same haircut. What are the chances of that?
We can find many small details and great examples of environmental storytelling. One such instance shows up between Vault 106 and the VAPL-58 power station. We can see a motorcycle leaning against a rocky cliffside. Before the drop-off, we can find a metal box containing Patrick's farewell, a holotape left by a former US Armed Forces member, and the letter reads, "Hey there, Tabby Cat. I know this wasn't fair to you. I'm sorry. Everything you've done for me since Anchorage, you were the best chance I had at making a normal life again. But I just don't think it's possible for me. You deserve a life of your own. Tell Mikey the bike is his when he gets his license next summer. She'll need a new toroidal coil soon. I'm also leaving the commie pistol. Please take it to Dad. He'll want that. Everything else I leave to you. I know it isn't much. I love you, Cat. Please, forgive me one more time. Patrick." The note explains quite a bit of what we have already seen with the motorcycle and the pistol. Still, we can find Patrick's remains at the bottom of the cliff, with a noticeable dent in the ground where he likely landed. This is just a brutal small detail that makes the world of Fallout 3 that much more wonderful. We can hear the amazing adventures of Herbert Daring Dashwood and his manservant Argyle. The old school broadcast on GNR sets a great scene and is very interesting to listen to.
You're listening to the adventures of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart ghoul manservant, Argyle.
On our hunt for bobbleheads, we will be led to an unmarked location known as Rockopolis. The flags that hang above the hidden entrance are the only hint that there is something here. Once inside, next to the unarmed bobblehead, we can find the body of Argyle. And while there is some more here that we can find around, like a holotape, the more interesting thing that many people miss is that we can also meet Dashwood himself and tell him the fate of his longtime friend. In Tenpenny Tower, we can meet Herbert and chat him up about various things. But if we have already found Argyle, he will have this to say.
Argyle was my manservant. But that's really just a fancy word for the guy who saves my sorry skin on a regular occasion. He was a ghoul, you see. Been around since before the war. We met when I stole his girlfriend back in 41. We'd been best friends ever since. We got separated a long time ago and never reunited. If you find Argyle out there somewhere, you be sure and tell me, okay? Dead. Argyle. You're sure? My God. I always thought he'd outlive me by at least 100 years. Poor bastard. But thank you. Thank you for telling me. At least now I know. At least now the poor guy can catch a breather. I'd like to return your kindness. Here, take this key. It unlocks my safe. Lots of stuff in there I'll never use again. My adventuring days are over.
When we get to Canterbury Commons, we will see the antagonist and the mechanist gearing up for a battle. If we take them both out right here and now, Uncle Ro will bless us with some unique dialogue.
Whew. You wouldn't believe how much trouble those two have caused in this town. We've been looking for someone to get rid of them for a long time. But you just walked in and cleaned up the town. Easy as you please. We're in your debt, that's for sure. I'm Mayor of Canterbury Commons. Think of me as your own Uncle Ro. And take this as our thanks for cleaning up the town.
We will be called back to Vault 101 in the quest Trouble on the Home Front. During this time, we'll be able to explore the vault a bit more than we could before and under less demanding circumstances. If we happen to go back to the clinic and former office of the Lone Wanderer's dad, James, we'll be able to get what I consider to be his final parting gift. The framed quote that hangs in the office that James has told us since childhood holds a few items for those with a lockpick at 50 or higher. Inside we can find some caps, a copy of the rocket launcher schematics, and a holotape that gives us a bit more insight to James's thoughts during the earlier points of the game.
Well, here we are, nestled all safe and snug inside Vault 101. It's so cold down here. Colder still with Catherine gone. Oh, Catherine, I so wish you were here with me. How the hell am I supposed to do this by myself? Live down in this hole. Take care of our child. But this is our life now. So I guess I'd better get used to it. The overseer who runs the place is an overbearing bully. But I've dealt with worse.
In Fallout 3's Point Lookout, we find many dark secrets and shady characters. Shacks among the swamps and the hill folk in the area can keep an explorer busy for hours, but the Trapper Shack holds quite a pleasant surprise for those looking. Inside the basement hatch, we can find a few cells holding ghouls and one holding a swamp lurk. We need to get into that area, so dealing with the creatures is a must. Once inside, on top of a couple of safes, we can find the smallest Nuka-Cola Quantum in Fallout 3. As if we compare it to the standard variant, it is dwarfed immensely. This is a great item to decorate your player home with, and is also a nice find for a bit of a pick-me-up when stomping through the swamps. One of the most packed locations with neat finds and small Easter eggs is Satcom Array NN-03D. The 3 satellite towers that have become overrun by raiders are a fantastic place to explore for those looking for some unique finds. One of the first things I want to talk about are the raiders that patrol around the outside upper levels of the towers. For some reason, they are much smaller than the NPCs you usually find, barely coming up to the shoulder of the Lone Wanderer. Nothing wrong with being short, it's just a curious find. Just to the northeast, we can find a door that looks like it may be an alternate entrance into the towers. Still, when we open it, we are greeted with one of the best Easter eggs in the Fallout series. It's also worth noting that on top of this entrance are 3 missiles, with 2 of them bouncing on their tips for some reason. Upon entering the B tower, we can find a chest set complete with miniature items as pieces, with gnomes acting as pawns, various bottles for other pieces, and even some electron charge packs. There's a row of sporks balancing on the handrail just past the chess game, and these are pretty delicate too. You don't want to get too close to them if you respect the scene's integrity. We can find a giant teddy bear behind the chemistry set here just past the boarded up entrance. This fella's pretty much the same size as the Lone Wanderer, and if you shoot it before taking it, it should hold its dimensions after being dropped from your inventory. We can find this domino beer setup on the staircase connecting towers C and B. The idea is that the toy car will knock down the first beer, the rest should follow, but it's easier said than done. There are coffins with skeletons inside of them here as well, presumably from the grave sites outside. Next to this scene is a ton of empty whiskey bottles, so there's nothing too out of the ordinary for a raider hideout. Finally, if we go to the top of Tower C, on the edge of the dish, we can see a scarecrow dummy holding 2 mini nukes, and the view from here is a type of reward as well. Fallout 3 is filled with small details and exciting secrets, but this place takes the cake with how many appear in such a confined area. You don't want to skip this charming post-war playground on your next playthrough. One unmarked location, Gold Ribbon Grocers, holds not only a classic Easter egg, but some good loot as well. When entering the shop, we can find arrows leading us to a pressure plate, and once we activate it, we see that the store has been turned into a Rube Goldberg machine. These displays are chain reaction performances that were designed to complete a simple task most of the time. Named after American cartoonist Rube Goldberg. This site pays homage to its namesake well and even rewards us with a couple of missiles and a mini nuke. When Fallout 3 was released, this whole setup was considered pretty impressive, not to say it isn't now, but it was a great way to show off the game's physics. Megaton will likely be one of the first locations you stumble across. Town Mayor Lucas Sims will be waiting there to greet you, but we will be focused more on his house in this video. We can find an easily missable hatch inside the mayoral home leading to the roof. If we enter this portal, we will see quite the scenic overlook, and a good vantage point for the no-nonsense lawman. While up here though, don't miss your chance to visit Stockholm. No matter how difficult it might be, we can get to him from here. It involves some fancy parkour, but we can take the roof to the town fence and then perform a balancing act on that until we can jump towards the sniper.
The more time I spend talking to you, the less I'm spending watching for raiders. How the hell did you get up here anyway?
Just southwest of Tenpenny Tower, we can find Lucky's, an unmarked store in an unmarked location. This small shop has seen better days, but that hasn't stopped a scavenger from making it into a home. We are looking into this small store today because of a couple of unique items that we can find here. First, we can find a miniature damaged garden gnome. Fallout 3 has many hidden things that are smaller or larger than they should be, and it has been great seeing so many of them recently. The main event here are the sunglasses that we can find on the mannequin holding a hammer. These are the Lucky Shades, and we can only find them here at Lucky's. They look identical to regular sunglasses, but they grant a +1 luck and damage resistance, making them not only stylish, but completely worth stopping here on your next playthrough. There are loads of things to find in Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta DLC. Scouring the alien spaceship can be pretty rewarding, but it can lead to some somewhat perplexing finds as well. Deep in the waste disposal area of the ship, we can find a military locker that is hidden pretty well within the rubble. When searching this, we can discover probably one of the most important discoveries relating to the resource wars, General Chase's overcoat. The footlocker also contains a shipping holotape from Anchorage. This is an excellent tie-in to the Operation Anchorage DLC and adds some fun lore to the conflict. The only problem is that both of these items are bugged. When dropped, the overcoat will resemble similar combat armor from that setting. It also shows that way when worn. Equipping the armor also gave me the long finger glitch with no mods installed. When it comes to the holotape, the damn thing won't even play, instead showing a blink time on the player. This is somewhat disappointing, as it would be great to collect these items for players who like to have unique things from around the wasteland. We can also find one of the best melee weapons in Fallout 3 here, the Samurai's Sword. This also has its own host of bugs, where it might not even appear at all, and if the Lone Wanderer brings it home, it could not show up when dropped to decorate your house. It's hard to say why so many of these particular items have such confusing bugs around them. However, it's still good to see so much detail put into this already expansive game world. We can find a variety of weapons and armor to aid us in our capital journey. One of the more unique tools we can see is the shish kebab, a sword and flamethrower hybrid that can cause quite a wallop when used. Considering it's constantly on fire, such a weapon would likely be pretty hot to the touch. The developers thought of this when designing the shish kebab. As we can see, the Lone Wanderer throws on an oven mitt when wielding this flame stick. This carries over to New Vegas, of course, and we can see that when changing weapons, the oven mitt appears on the hand of the player character and others using the shish kebab. This, however, sadly does not carry over to Fallout 4, where the design of the weapon was changed just a bit as well. Still, you have to love the Fallout series' small attention to detail, and these oven mitts are a great touch at that. We can find a rather inconspicuous building housing a factory that produces the lovely Red Racer tricycles. The area is heavy with raiders, but those that push through will see that this factory is anything but dull. The best thing we can find here in the form of rarities is the giant teddy bear riding the massive trike hanging above the factory floor. This can be looted and, much like the other big bears in the game, will resort to a standard size if stacked. Going further into the offices, we can hear the same demonic whispers that can be heard at the Dunwich building, and any of the super mutants killed here will suddenly have their head explode upon death. This is the result of the Surgeon, a mad scientist type at the end of this dungeon. We aren't focusing on his mission statement today, we are looking at the one-of-a-kind lab coat he is wearing that can be looted off of his corpse. It boasts a +10 to medicine and a +5 to science. Interestingly enough, if you wear the ghoul mask, the Surgeon won't be hostile to you, and you can interact with him and use the armor pickpocket trick to secure the lab coat in a different way. So many locations in Fallout seem normal at first and then get more cursed as you explore, and the Red Racer factory is a prime example of this. We can find Evergreen Mills, a run-down factory turned luxury raider hideout. If the kimmed out raiders and super mutant behemoth wasn't enough to ward you off, diving a bit deeper, we can find even more things that make this area unique. Evergreen houses 3 raiders that only appear in shacks outside the main factory. The Southern Shack, which lies just past the entrance to Evergreen proper, is home to a raider wielding a flamer. This is a unique model, and he has his own ID in the game files. The same is true for the Northern Shack on the opposite side of the factory. We find 2 raiders inside, with the female noticeably wearing the sexy sleepwear attire. We don't normally see raiders wearing this in the wasteland outside of this location. Inside the bazaar, there are a few entertainment areas. We can find a bar with a couple of stages set up towards the back. We can see what is presumably a stripper pole on stage, which would fit the area just fine. The scene gets darker when we notice the teddy bears and children's toys that litter the area. In the best case scenario, this is a scene of a weird act performed to entertain the raiders. Or worst case scenario, this would be the darkest area in a modern Fallout game just by the implication. But since no children can be found in the area and several underwear-clad raiders seem to be taking care of business in the back rooms behind the site, I assume things just got weird with the raiders. So there's no better reason to send the whole place to hell each time you play Fallout 3. We can find a plethora of references to the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, most of which can be found at the Museum of History. The site has seen better days for sure, as deep within the museum's halls, we mainly find destruction patrolled by ghouls. Still, within the offices, behind this very hard locked door, we can find my favorite of the Lincoln treasures. We can find the Action Abe action figure inside this room, complete with a samurai sword. While some NPCs like Abraham Washington will pay up to 20 caps for such a find, I still find it best to keep it at home and decorate my room with it. While unused in the game, Action Abe can be found in the files of Fallout New Vegas and can be spawned using console commands, meaning you can have Abe with you throughout the Mojave as well. What a time to be alive. I have always assumed this was a reference to the show Aqua Teen Hunger Force, specifically where Meatwad wants to join the circus and show off his talents in Season 1.
Check out my new shape. It's a little weird, but I think you're gonna like it. Samurai Lincoln, what are you smoking?
Ah, that's a fine Wayne Gretzky.
Whatever the case may be, Action Abe, or Samurai Lincoln, is a must-have for rare item hunters, as I am quite positive it is the rarest toy in Fallout 3. We find the marvelous Tenpenny Tower, named after Alistair Tenpenny. He found the building in the wasteland and hired enough people to turn it into a community. One person not allowed in Tenpenny Tower is Roy Phillips, a ghoul. He wants entry into the elitist settlement but is repeatedly denied. Tenpenny's guards wish the ghoul and his friends dealt with, but we can talk to Roy to get his side of the story. We can get rather unique dialogue through Roy that most players miss due to how the game is presented. Suppose we side with Roy and allow him to release feral ghouls into Tenpenny Tower before dealing with the bomb and megaton. In that case, we can also side with Burke and rig the nuke to blow. When we return to Tenpenny Tower, we will see Roy and Burke form an unlikely friendship due to our choices.
Look, Burke, I don't care how you got past the others. I could have you torn apart in an instant with a snap of my fingers.
Is that so? Do it then, Phillips. Set your feral pets upon me. I could use a bit of sport. After I've dealt with them, I'll turn my attention to you. After all, you've destroyed my home, murdered my employer. I've got something of a score to settle, wouldn't you say?
Hey, now come on. The old man got what he had coming. Look, maybe we can work something out. You said you just have some business to conclude?
Correct. You and your friends may have killed Tenpenny, but the man gave me a task, and I intend to complete it. There's a detonator on the balcony. When that switch is activated, the bomb at the center of Megaton goes boom. That will conclude my business.
Holy shit. You're gonna blow up Megaton? No lie. Look, Bert, if you're about to burn down that smooth-skinned shithole, I ain't gonna stop you. In fact, I think it's fair to say you'd be quite welcome around here. So what do you say? You do your thing and we let bygones be bygones.
All right. Water under the bridge, then. Truth be told, I'm a firm believer in natural selection. What you people did here was inspired.
All right then, Burke, Mr. Burke. I'll let you get to it. And, thanks for your understanding.
One of the rundown buildings we can come across is the Nuka-Cola plant. Filled with Protectrons and nasty Nuka-Lurks, it's no surprise that we can find the remains of Winger Mercier here, with a note on him that explains that he is looking for the Nuka-Clear formula. Locating Milo helps here, as we can convince the robot that we are Brad Burton himself with a bit of speechcraft, allowing us administrative access and a copy of the research safe key. This key will open a safe in the research office that holds the coveted Nuka-Clear formula. While this can be used in the Nuka-Cola Challenge quest, we are looking at what happens when we go to the Red Racer factory after obtaining it. Mercier's friends will accost the Lone Wanderer and introduce themselves as Sudden Death Overtime, a remnant of what they believe pre-war hockey players represent, with their names even referencing famous real-world athletes.
Hold it right there. What are you doing here? Mercier didn't make it? Damn. How do they expect us to play when we don't even have enough people on our team? Well, as long as you brought the formula, I guess we're still in the game. The name's Goalie Ledoux, and I'm captain of Sudden Death Overtime, the last of the ice gangs. There was a time where every city had their own ice gangs, and thousands would show up to watch them all duke it out in giant arenas. We aim to bring those days back. That's up to you. We can make a deal, or we can face off. I'm putting 250 caps up on the scoreboard. What do you say? Nicely played. And I know talent when I see it. Here you go. Okay, team. Let's get out of here.
Stuff like this is what gives Fallout so much charm. The people of this world find things from the past and interpret them the only way they know how. This raider gang thinking that all hockey teams used to meet in arenas and fight it out inspired their lifestyle. It's just a shame we couldn't get a unique hockey stick weapon out of this. In the Fallout 3 DLC Mothership Zeta, the Lone Wanderer is abducted by aliens and brought to their mothership. Friendships are formed, and with the help of other captives aboard the ship, we fight our way through the Zetan crew and uncover great stories along the way. Once all the generators are destroyed, we'll be tasked with using the spacesuit to do a spacewalk to get to the ship's upper deck. While we can have some fun with unique deaths here by not wearing the spacesuit in decompressed areas, there is another fantastic animation that only plays here. If the Lone Wanderer strays too close to the ship's edge, we will see them float away in probably the most unique death animation in Fallout 3. Environmental experiences like this are always fun to see, and it would be great to have more things like this moving forward in the Fallout series. The Capital Wasteland is filled with pitfalls for wary travelers, whether it is the mutated life forms that call the area home, or dastardly traps set by raiders. The post-war Washington, D.C. area is far from safe. It would seem you can't even use the bathroom without a chance of getting caught up in one of these traps. This leads to possibly one of the most hidden dangers of Fallout 3, the electrical traps placed on some toilets we can find in the Capital Wasteland. We can find one here in the Museum of Technology, and this pulse can give quite a shock to any lone wanderers who may be a little too thirsty for their own good. Powered by microfusion cells, wires are then fed into the toilet bowl, sending a charge through the water and anyone who gets too close to it. These traps are helpful for getting a handful of microfusion cells for players who have the skill to grab them without being electrocuted, though the presence of these toilet traps will undoubtedly make you think twice before taking a refreshing drink or relieving yourself before inspecting the bathroom thoroughly. Whether you are chasing down your runaway dad or just taking a stroll through the vast wasteland Washington, D.C. has become, there's always something a wanderer can do to pass the time. One of the most useless interactions in the game comes from an object most people just run right past without thinking twice about it. We can find a good number of parking meters in Fallout 3, with the most residing at Drury Street Metro, and we can interact with all of them. Usually, these meters show an expired time tag, which all adds up since these haven't been appropriately used since before the war. Still, approaching the meters and interacting with them will start a timer and cause the machine to lower the expired tag. This is perhaps the most useless interaction in Fallout 3. We are thrust into a wasteland filled with horrors around every corner. Something as simple as a bottle of water can seem like a timeless treasure. Still, wanderers should check the liquids they decide to drain into their bellies. Towards the end of the main quest, we will get an audience with the president of the Enclave, John Henry Eden. President Eden will propose that the lone wanderer take a vial of modified FEV to put into the water supply when starting Project Purity. Eden promises this concoction will purify the waste by eliminating mutants and ghouls, purging them from existence. Still, people like the lone wanderer will be immune to the FEV's effects. This, however, isn't exactly the case. If you choose to spike the water and you have broken steel installed, you will be able to find boxes of Aqua Pura out in the Capital Wasteland. If we drink it, the game will warn us that it will be fatal. Continuing consumption, the lone wanderer drops dead from the effects. This is terrific attention to detail that drives home the consequences of the choices we made at Project Purity.
You mean you don't want anything for it? I don't have any caps or anything. I can just have it? For free? Really? Thank you. You're the first person willing to actually give me any of that.
There's a tremendously big wasteland to explore in the former capital of the old US of A. Still, likely the first place we all encountered after leaving the vault was Megaton, a settlement built out of the shells of old airplanes that hosts an undetonated atomic bomb as a city center. Lucas Sims is the acting sheriff of the town, spending his free time taking care of the mayoral duties, so it is safe to say Sims is a capable man, and it would seem the people of Megaton, for the most part, love and respect him. And if we chat with him after entering Megaton, we can start to see why. Sheriff Sims is an excellent judge of character and will have different unique dialogue depending on the player's karma level. Each karma level is paired, meaning very good and good get the same reaction, as do the evil ranks. Though strangely, Sims will salute a very evil or evil character at the beginning of the conversation. This does not happen with neutral or above.
Name's Lucas Sims, town sheriff, and mayor too when the need arises. You've got a weird look about you, boy. The kind that means trouble. I give everyone a fair shake, but if you do anything remotely stupid, you're dead. Name's Lucas Sims, town sheriff, and mayor too when the need arises. Name's Lucas Sims, town sheriff, and mayor too when the need arises. I don't know why, but I like you, boy. Something tells me you're all right. So welcome to Megaton. Just holler if you need something.
Much like other games from Bethesda, there are a plethora of unused areas and map cells that still exist in the game. One of the most exciting locations you can't get to in Fallout 3 is the Test QA world, Rock Creek Estates. We enter this cell by using the console command COC QA World Origin. This map is so interesting to me because we never see such a dense burnt forest in the game, and the vibe is perfect for the Fallout universe. Taking inspiration from the real-world Rock Creek Park, this is a sprawling demo cell with a few mirelurks and hunters roaming the area. In fact, it's believed that Grandma Sparkle's boys could have been placed here. While we can't enter any of the doors here, there is a cave entrance next to the mirelurks and a house perched perfectly to watch over the canyon. Winding roads spread from the creek base and presumably would have led to the other areas around DC. The dense trees and shallow creek bed offer an excellent looking Fallout location, and it's great that we can see what the devs were thinking by visiting places like this. We start our journey as a child growing up in Vault 101, going through major life events like our 10th birthday party, which is the time that young dwellers get issued their Pip-Boy, an exciting time indeed. After the party winds down a bit, Dad will get a call from Jonas. This prompts the adventure to the lower floors, where Dad gives us our first BB gun and a rad roach appears. One of the most easily missed voice lines in Fallout 3 happens right here, and believe it or not, it's from the Lone Wanderer themselves. Injuring the rad roach and walking away from it will trigger the player character to comment on losing the enemy. This is confirmed to be the Lone Wanderer by trying both the male and female characters, in which the voice actor will change to match. This is the only spoken voice line from the player character with actual words, not just grunts and moans.
I guess it was nothing.
I guess it was nothing.
We find ourselves in the depths of Vault 101, growing up and learning the ways of the vault. The introduction to Fallout 3 can be pretty straightforward, guiding the player through various events, which can lead to some things being missed. One of the best examples of this is when we are given the BB gun from James and tasked with hitting the targets. Most players just follow the directions, either getting through this bit as quickly as possible or outright following the game's path. If we run out of BBs during this bit, we can get some unique dialogue from James and some more insight into the rad roach.
Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it. Here are some more BBs. If you're having trouble, try crouching to steady your aim.
Hey, shoot at the targets, okay? That's not a toy.
Having trouble with that rad roach? Nasty little things. They pretty much keep to dark places, though. That's why there are always lights on in the vault. I know you can, and that's good. I'm not always going to be here to take care of you. You've got to learn to fend for yourself. Now, take your time, breathe slowly, sight down the barrel, and squeeze the trigger. Something wrong? That rad roach is still over there. Out already? Something wrong with the sights on that thing. Here you go, son.
Traveling to Point Lookout can lead to adventure and some gritty experiences. It can also lead to the absolute worst weapon in the entire game. Deep in the swamp, south of Turtle Dove Detention Camp, we can find a box with a hockey mask on top of it, resting next to the toy knife. This melee weapon is almost certainly the worst that you will find in the Wasteland because, as the name suggests, it's just a toy. The toy knife has the lowest damage of all weapons in Fallout 3. It is also the most fragile, breaking fast when used in combat for self-explanatory reasons. Still, you can get plenty of swings and vats because the toy knife uses the least AP out of all the weapons in the game as well. I would say obtaining this knife is solely for rare and unique item collectors due to the condition that it's in and the fact that it's pretty much useless as an actual weapon. It seems someone out in the swamp was having a bit of fun. Or could this be a nod to the pint-sized slasher? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Weapons, locations, and even fully fleshed out characters got the axe before the game's final version was released. Luckily, due to how the Gamebryo engine works, we can still see much of what was cut. One instance of this is the unique baseball bat known as the Cursebreaker. This cut melee weapon is visibly identical to its common counterparts, much like most, if not all, of the unique weapons in Fallout 3. The Cursebreaker does a bit more damage than the standard baseball bats and has a better critical chance as well, meaning you will swing for the fences most times you square up with this swatter. The name is likely a nod to the Curse of the Bambino, which many baseball fans believed was the curse of the championship drought of the Boston Red Sox after the team sold Babe Ruth to the Yankees. which led to New York claiming the top spot in the MLB for years. I speculate this might have been found on a named Raider at Fordham Flash Field, which has some other baseball-related happenings. We may never know how it was going to be used, but it's always nice to see the cut content of the Fallout series to see what could have been. Drinking water from natural sources can be a great way to boost your HP at the cost of your rad count. Still, in the Operation Anchorage DLC, we can find something that we don't usually see. Outside of the playable map, there are large bodies of water. Of course, this being a computer simulation, the water isn't real, and though we have no interaction with water in Anchorage under normal means, Bethesda still accounted for this when adding water to the DLC. If we were to approach the liquid in Operation Anchorage, we would see that drinking it offers no HP regeneration, and it is also radiation free. This is not something that needed this change, as if I recall correctly, we don't get close to any water during the events of the DLC. Perhaps Bethesda had planned for us to have interaction with the ocean or some lakes and then made changes, or they just made sure that the water in the Anchorage area acted correctly due to the simulation. Either way, an excellent small detail for eagle-eyed players. In the Fallout 3 DLC, Operation Anchorage, the lone wanderer winds up jumping into a computer simulation of the Battle of Anchorage. This change of scenery and time frame adds a fun spin to the Fallout formula. The gameplay resembles more of a first-person shooter approach akin to Call of Duty. While we can find a plethora of new weapons and armor in this DLC, there was still some cut content that, while we weren't supposed to be able to access, still resides in the game and is reachable without any tricks, except maybe being a good jumper. We can leave the playable map area by getting on top of the rocks next to this pipe. The jumping is exceptionally tricky, so I recommend PC players just no-clip to the top. Once up here, if we travel west of the field HQ, we can find 6 smoke grenades cut from the final game. Picking them up, we can see they do an okay amount of damage, but using them will show they pretty much just act like frag grenades, with no real smoke effect when deployed. These grenades are certainly some of the most hidden weapons in Fallout 3, and getting your hands on them can be tricky. Still, rare item hunters will want to add them to their collection for their day in the snow. There are plenty of radio stations and messages floating in the air that we can pick up on with the help of our Pip-Boy 3000. Some produce rock and oldies that lift our spirits, others are used for propaganda, sending their message out to anyone who will listen. We can discover one such airwave near Mama Dulce's, the People's Republic of America broadcast. This serves as a pro-China message to the American people, but it gets a bit more interesting when we find the source. No clipping through the building itself will reveal a ham radio named after the broadcast. The lone wanderer can even communicate with it, causing some creepy dialogue.
What do you need? Whatever. What do you need? Yeah, see you. What do you need? Bye. Hey there. Whatever.
Of course, this just acts as a placeholder for the radio signals. Still, the fact that we can interact with it and the creepy female voice it possesses is quite interesting to say the least. Perhaps it would be best to just stick to Galaxy News Radio from now on. In the Fallout 3 DLC Mothership Zeta, the lone wanderer finds themselves aboard a stunning extraterrestrial spaceship filled to the brim with secrets and goodies that are truly out of this world. One of the more peculiar places we can visit aboard the mothership is the research lab. The Zetans seem to be real fond of the giddy-up Buttercup toys that we can find littered across the wasteland. Not only that, but they also appear to be crafting the toys themselves and have hundreds of the horses in strange scenarios throughout this room. Some players may miss the small variation of the famous children's toy. One sits on the shelf amongst some of its larger counterparts in the research lab. Still, we can find 3 more of these Buttercup toys throughout the ship as we progress through the story. 2 will be displayed in the engineering core once we have destroyed the 3 generators, one resting next to a bed by the teleporter and the other one keeping Kashiro company. The final one can be found in the weapons lab on the shelf above the atomic pulverizer, making a total of 4 that we can collect. There is a ton of stuff to find in Mothership Zeta, but the rare item hunter in me has to retrieve all of the small Buttercup toys just so I know that I have them. What rare items do you like to collect in Fallout? Let me know in the comments below. Our search for unique and bizarre items continues. One of the best things about the Fallout series is how often you can play the games and still find things you may have missed. Inside the Tacoma Park area, we can find a hat that can go unnoticed pretty easily. On the corner of Carroll Street, we can find the Nifty Thrifty's pawn shop. Inside, on a coat rack just past the entrance, is the Tacoma Park Little Leaguer cap. the only one of its kind in Fallout 3. Of course, this cap looks no different than the other hats that we can find in the Capital Wasteland. Still, it will increase the Lone Wanderer's melee weapons and explosive skills by 5, much like the Little Leaguer perk. The Tacoma area of the Capital Wasteland is by far one of the most underrated locations in Fallout 3. There's a ton of things to find for the brave vault dwellers that think they have what it takes to confront the locals. Regardless, it is always nice to add another unique item to the collection. The Lone Wanderer has a plethora of different clothing options. From the absurd to the incredibly protective, armor and clothes are some of the most fun things to collect. Deep in the depths of Uptown and the Pit, while it may seem desolate and cleaned out, one should still keep their eyes peeled for the next fashion piece to add to their collection. In the old abandoned apartments near the Raiders' primary hub, we can find a unique hat that is pretty easy to miss. In the first apartment on the second floor, after lockpicking the easy door, we can find an average locked safe. Inside will be some clearly Chinese-related gear, including the one-of-a-kind Hat of the People. The hat looks the same as its Chinese commando hat counterparts, but will boost your small guns by 5 instead of adding a point to perception. This fur-lined cap is not something you would expect to find in the Pit, so it's a welcome surprise for people who are brave enough to search the blown-out buildings in the hellscape that was once Pittsburgh. As always, I would say rare item hunters will want to make these apartments a permanent part of their journey each playthrough of the DLC, as long as you don't mind fighting your way through hordes of trogs just to get a pre-war Chinese hat. One of the best parts of exploring the Capital Wasteland is the various Vault-Tec vaults that we can find littered around the area. The Lone Wanderer being from Vault 101 adds a bit of mystique to the other bunkers in the area. What could they be hiding? How are they different from our home vault? While there are a few that we can explore, there are some that we only hear about, and at Paradise Falls, we can find a relic from a vault that we never get to visit. Inside the barracks at the slaver camp, we can find a Vault 77 jumpsuit, and next to it, a holotape simply called, "Burn this goddamn jumpsuit."
Like I told you, man, I don't fucking know where it came from, but it freaks the boys out. Some story from a while back about a stranger with no name. Just get rid of the damn thing. Ain't no good gonna come from keeping it around. Besides, if it is his, maybe he'll come back for it. Comprende?
The Vault 77 jumpsuit will boost our unarmed and melee weapon skills by 5, but where did it come from, and why are the Raiders spooked by its very presence? This is actually one big reference to the webcomic One Man and a Crate of Puppets by Jerry Holkins with art by Mike Krahulik, creators of the Penny Arcade comics. It was commissioned by Bethesda and launched on the Fallout 3 website in July 2008. The comic itself is about a lonely man who has a crate of puppets to keep him company while inside Vault 77. Eventually he would lose his mind, and the comic follows his descent into madness. While it's silly and a bit on the comical side, it's really cool to see a tie-in like this into the Fallout universe. The fact that it leads to a unique Vault jumpsuit is just the icing on the cake for rare item hunters, so make sure to stop by Paradise Falls to add this to your collection the next time you're in the Capital Wasteland. There are many nooks and crannies that go unsearched by the vast majority of players. By the very nature of a Bethesda game, it's often a rewarding experience to look everywhere, picking up almost anything you come across. Still, some items or characters won't even appear in-game unless certain conditions are met, and this can lead to the rarest items of all. With the Broken Steel DLC installed, we can visit the Presidential Metro. Inside, just up the stairs leading to the Capitol, we can find a holotape called "Sorry My Darling."
If someone finds this, please give this to my lover at La Maison Beauregard Hotel in East Georgetown. He'll want to hear what I have to say. My darling, they found me. I tried to get away so we could be together once again. I know you risked your life to get it to me. Combing the ruins, avoiding the super mutants, all for me. It seems I shall never lay my eyes upon your gift. You'll have to keep it and remember me every time you see it. I'm so sorry, my darling. So sorry I've let you down. So many have died for this thing. So many hearts have been broken. Please remember, I'll always love you. You will be with me forever in my spirit. I love you.
Playing this tape starts the unmarked quest, The Sorrowful Suitor. Heading to La Maison Beauregard, we can now find a raider named Lagbolt who will only spawn after listening to the note. After dealing with him, we find our first set of unique gear, his armor and his shades. Checking out the note in his inventory, we can see he is actually the brother of Lugnut, who confronts us when we try to take the naughty nightwear. This is relevant because inside the suitcase that Lagbolt's key unlocks is the all-nighter nightwear, a unique variation of the previously mentioned pajamas. This clothing set will add 1 point to both charisma and endurance, but looks the same as the naughty nightwear when worn. Oddly enough, when placed in the game world, it maintains the leopard pattern, while its more common counterpart changes to red. Due to the steps involved in getting the nightwear, a lot of players may have missed it entirely, so make sure to pay old Lagbolt a visit the next time you are in the Georgetown area. One of the most fascinating creatures is the Mirelurks that call the Capital Wasteland home. These mutated crabs can be quite the foes, still, they also possess intelligence levels that surpass even some humans living in the post-war world. A large group of the sea bugs have taken up shop at the old Anchorage War Memorial, and it's here that we can find a unique weapon that many players miss entirely. Just inside the service entrance, we can find a locked door that seems to have been modified to stay that way. Due to the Wasteland Survival Guide, a lot of people show up here at a pretty early level and won't have the 95 repair skill needed to fix the door outright. We can locate a door component in the clinic area of the memorial inside of an averaged locked safe. Now, if we have a repair skill of at least 35, we can fix the door, which will allow us access to the storage room. Leaning against the back wall, we can find the Tenderizer, and due to the steps needed to acquire it, it may be one of the rarest weapons in the game. That isn't the only thing we can find in this closet. On one of the shelves, we can see a key and a holotape. This will point us to the freezers below for the Anchorage stash, which will reward us with a few hundred caps and the Mirelurk Cakes recipe. The unique sledgehammer, the Tenderizer, does a bit more damage than its common counterpart, and rare item hunters will want to add this to their collection anytime they find themselves in the War Memorial area. We can find many items that'll help us on our journey through the Capital Wasteland, and some that don't do much of anything at all. Whatever the case, there are plenty of things for the Lone Wanderer to collect. The heaviest item in the game is also one of the most useless, the wood chipper, found sporadically throughout the wasteland. This item uses the same model as the leaf blower, with the massive difference being its weight, sitting at an astounding 50 pounds. The same is true for Fallout New Vegas, where the wood chipper tops the scales as the heaviest item in game as well, weighing more than power armor sets and doing pretty much nothing of use. It's always interesting to find which items are the heaviest or lightest, and it's no surprise that a wood chipper would be the top of the mountain. I'm surprised that we can even add it to our inventory, but perhaps the back pain isn't worth collecting these when we see them on our adventures. We can find a variety of one-of-a-kind weapons, armors, and small trinkets littered across the Capital Wasteland. These rare items can fuel adventures for the Lone Wanderer as we explore what Fallout 3 has to offer us. When we cross paths with another Wanderer, there is an opportunity to get our hands on one such armor set. Just east of Roosevelt Academy, we can find a makeshift raider base with a unique NPC patrolling it called a Wanderer. The NPC is completely random when it comes to appearance and gender, but one thing we will always find on them is the Wanderer's leather armor. Like most unique items in Fallout 3, the Wanderer's leather armor is identical to its more common counterpart. Still, it boasts a +10 to the small gun skill. I have always liked the design of the leather jacket armor in the Fallout series, starting with the original. It's clearly based on the look of the original Mad Max, and it fits perfectly into a post-nuclear world. Rare item hunters will want to add this to their collection if you find yourself out and about in the Roosevelt Academy area. Our search for unique items continues. While some sit ready for us to get our hands on them, others are hidden behind events that won't spawn into the game until specific criteria are met. One such weapon can be found if the Lone Wanderer targets the Citadel on the Enclave mobile platform, sealing its fate to be destroyed, leaving a crater behind. Inside the crater, we can see a door, and once we enter it, we find ourselves in some offices. One of the cubicles in the back belonged to a Harold Callahan. With a science skill of 75, we can read some of his reports and unlock the safe next to his desk, which is also locked at 75 for lockpicking. Inside the safe, we can find, without a doubt, the most valuable pistol in Fallout 3, which happens to be one of the rarest, Callahan's Magnum. Aside from being the most valuable, it is also the most powerful handgun in the game. The name Harold Callahan is a reference to the main character of the movie Dirty Harry, Harry Callahan, played by Clint Eastwood. While this gun is an excellent reference to the film, rare item hunters will want to grab it regardless due to the steps it takes to get it to spawn. A pleasant surprise for those who want to take an evil karma run all the way to the end. The Capital Wasteland is filled with cool gear and clothes to find. While the selection is large, we can still find more when looking through the game files for Fallout 3, where we can find a ton of cut content. One of the cut armor sets has an interesting name, the Robo Thor armor, which can only be found by using console commands. While it looks identical to the Tesla armor that we find throughout the game, the stats take more after the Enclave armor. The Robo Thor armor is likely named this way due to its passing resemblance to the comic book version of Thor, with the helmet completing the look. I assume this armor may have been used for testing, and the developers gave it a fun name during production, ultimately cutting it out of the game before release. Mixing the armor with another cut item, the Discharge Hammer, a super sledge that does electrical damage, you can have your own post-war Thor fantasy against super mutants and raiders alike. And this armor is sure to put other heroes in the area like the Ant Agonizer and the Mechanist to shame. A ton of items can boost our stats and make the Lone Wanderer a bit more formidable in the Capital Wastes. Whether it's a nice set of armor or even a pair of cool sunglasses, there is no shortage of things to find around town. In Big Town, we can find out that super mutants have kidnapped some of the residents. Before we go check that out, if we enter the clinic, we can find Time Bomb, who's very seriously injured. With a medicine skill of at least 40, we can treat Time Bomb, which will be required to obtain the item that we are after. After rescuing Red and Shorty from the mutants, we can teach the citizens of Big Town various ways to protect themselves and help them fend off another wave of the super mutants. If we make sure Time Bomb survives this attack, we can speak with him after and he will award us his prized possession, a lucky 8-ball, the only one like it in the game. It doesn't weigh much and has a pretty low in-game value, but having it in your inventory will boost your luck stat by 1, of course being capped at 10. This isn't the first time such an item has found its way into the Fallout series, and I hope it won't be the last. While the 8-ball in Fallout 3 doesn't seem to be entirely modeled after the famous toy, I believe it's implied that it's the same kind of trinket found in Fallout 2, which I've covered before. Whatever the case, this 8-ball is a great good luck charm to carry throughout the Capital Wasteland. Helping the kids at Big Town is always its own reward. At least they won't be such easy pickings for the next time the super mutants attack. In the Fallout series, we can find a plethora of interesting locations. From sprawling cities to literal holes in the ground, nearly every place in the Fallout universe has something going on with it. Due to the setting of the Fallout universe, many of these locations have radiation hanging around in one way or another. Sometimes in pools of water, other times in the air itself, radiation makes up a large portion of what we can find in the Fallout series. Due to the abundance of this invisible killer, the question gets posed: what is the most irradiated area in the Fallout universe? Out of all the games released to date, where can we find the highest concentration of radiation? Some people may bring up the glow from the original Fallout as a contender, a West Tech facility that was directly hit by a warhead. Others may jump to say the glowing sea would have to take the gold, as we saw the destruction for ourselves in Fallout 4. Camp Searchlight in New Vegas is a great example, as are the nuked out remains of the Courier's Choice at the end of Lonesome Road, the Long 15, or the Legion-based dry wells. All are good choices to be the most radioactive spots in the Fallout series. One location in Fallout 3 takes the cake for sure though, with rad numbers jumping to almost 4,000 rads per second in certain areas. The Vault 87 entrance. This vault is the birthplace of the many super mutants and centaurs we find around the Capital Wasteland. This is due to heavy testing of the forced evolutionary virus inside, but just outside, we can experience the highest radiation count in the entire series. Cut content from Fallout 3 suggests that a terminal belonging to the Overseer would explain that the entrance to Vault 87 took a direct hit from a nuclear warhead, which resulted in heavy doses of radiation for anyone brave enough to venture outside. This wouldn't exactly explain the pre-war signs we see in front of the entrance warning of the extremely high rad counts ahead for any wasteland wanderers. I suppose these signs could be post-war, but that just seems unlikely, as they seem weathered and broken from years of exposure. Still, the direct hit lore is cut content, and the game doesn't do an excellent job of explaining why the radiation count is so high in this area. Perhaps just the presence of FEV alone is enough to boost these radiation levels. More likely, the signs were added as a game design choice to warn players of the incoming rad levels. The signs were then modeled to fit the Fallout universe and placed where they were needed. Vault 87 is, without a doubt, the most irradiated place in the Fallout series. But what's your favorite vault overall and why? Let me know in the comments below. The lone wanderer stumbles from Vault 101 with hope in their heart and a gleam in their eye. While the capital wasteland may dash that hope after a bit of time on the surface, it doesn't stop us from meeting all kinds of interesting people. The Fallout series has a fun history of allowing a lot of player freedom. The classic games are renowned for the options they give players when it comes to different approaches to character building and quest solving. One of the most entertaining routes a player could take is lowering the intelligence stat to under 3 or 4. This changes the way dialogue plays out in both Fallout and Fallout 2. Still, this is something that carried on in the series in more minor ways. For example, possibly the only low intelligence dialogue that appears in Fallout 3 can be found by talking to a robot at Roosevelt Academy. The school grounds are swarming with super mutants during the events of Fallout 3, which makes it a dangerous place for sure. One thing I want to point out about Roosevelt Academy is a scene that plays when we enter the main room on the ground level. A gunshot can be heard, and a dead NPC falls from the ceiling. This happens even if all of the super mutants are dead or if the AI is turned off through the console, so it could be referencing that this man took his own life, or it could be trying to imply that he was killed by mutants as soon as we arrive. We can find the headmaster's terminal in one of the rooms here. Hacking it will allow us to activate Dean Dewey, a Protectron who is now programmed to act as the principal of Roosevelt Academy. Many players do not interact much with Dewey as he is easily destroyed by the super mutants in the school, so if we make sure to clear out the group before activating the robot, we can have some more time with him. If the lone wanderer has an intelligence stat set to 3 or lower, we get a unique dialogue option for Dean Dewey, who will then refer to the player as a special student and insist on walking them back to class. However, he doesn't lead us to any specific classroom after.
No students in hall without pass. Visitors must sign in at administration. Special needs students must be chaperoned at all times. Allow me to escort you back to class, child.
We grow up fast in Vault 101, complete with 10th birthday party, where we receive the responsibilities of an adult along with a Pip-Boy. This is also the first place we meet Butch Deloria. In fact, we can get some unique dialogue from Butch if we eat the sweet roll Old Lady Palmer gave us before the robot destroys the cake. This will lead to Butch not becoming hostile after the conversation.
Give me that sweet roll you got from Old Lady Palmer. What? Dang, I love those sweet rolls Old Lady Palmer makes. Just stay out of my way, you got it?
Further down the line in Vault 101, Butch will come ask us to help his mother, who is being eaten by radroaches. This leads to a second unique instance with Butch, where if we picked up the BB gun before heading into the vault, we can gift him the weapon, encouraging him to solve the problem himself.
You gotta help me! My mom's trapped in there with the radroaches! Yeah, I'm asking you. So what? Look, I'm sorry for the way I've always treated you. You know I never meant any of it, right? But it's my mom. You can't leave her in there with the radroaches. Well, yeah, so I hate radroaches. So what? I tried to go back in to help her, I swear I did. But I just can't do it. So I'm begging you, please help her. I don't know what I'd do without my mom. Wow, where'd you get that? Okay, maybe I can do this. All right, I'm gonna go back in there and kill those damn roaches. Thanks.
Butchie, help me! Ah! Butchie, help me! What's happening? Ah! Butchie, help me! Ah! Stop it!
We did it! My mom's gonna be okay! You're the best friend I've ever had, man! Hey, I know it isn't much, but I want you to have my Tunnel Snake's jacket. Go ahead, take it.
The main quest will lead us to Galaxy News Radio, the stage for an incredible battle between the Brotherhood of Steel and some of DC's resident super mutants. Suppose the Lone Wanderer has the power armor training perk and finishes the battle with the Brotherhood. In that case, you can equip the power armor from the downed Brotherhood Knight. Doing so before talking to Sarah Lyons will cause her to have some unique dialogue where she seems a little tense about us having the power armor.
I guess it's my turn to thank you. Anyway, the area is secure, so you're free to talk to Three Dog if you need to. By the way, because you helped us, I'm going to let you wear that power armor, but don't you ever forget where it came from.
One of the factions we can meet is the Brotherhood Outcasts. They left Lion's Brotherhood of Steel after the group seemed to depart from the original mission and core of the faction's motives. The first outcast we can talk to is Defender Morgan, who the Lone Wanderer can impress if they have a high enough intelligence stat by catching her Moby Dick reference.
You mean apart from the fact that they ditched their mission and went native? Sure. I bet you don't mind them being cuddly with the locals, but when we came out here we had a mission to do, damn it. But now they're wasting their time protecting yahoos like you, while Ahab Lyons is off chasing his super mutant white whale. Huh? And here I thought we had the only remaining copy of that. Anyway, I don't know if the old man's going to die from them, but he sure as hell looks like he's going to drag his soldiers down with him. But he's not wasting any of our time anymore, damn it.
We can also speak to Protector Kasdan, who can give us work finding bits of tech that he will pay for on arrival. If we happen to be wearing a set of Outcast power armor, Kasdan will confiscate it and give us a snarky remark.
I see you've got some of our power armor there. I'll just take that off your hands. I'm sure you just found it in the wastes and you're returning it to us, right? Because you'd have to be a real moron to try to turn it in for pay. Now let's see what else you've got. Okay then.
In the town of Megaton, we can meet a very patriotic man named Nathan Vargas. When speaking with him, he will inform the Lone Wanderer about the wonderful group, the Enclave. Nathan will sing their praises pretty high, and this is the first bit of info in Fallout 3 that we get about the faction.
Ah, look at this! New blood! Tell me, boy, you ever hear of the Enclave? The last remnant of the good old USA they are. Now, I don't know you from Adam, but I got you pegged for a patriot, and any patriot worth his salt is gonna toss his gun in for the Enclave. Any day now, they're gonna roll up here, and then this nightmare will be over for good. But listen to me, Ramble. I'm Nathan. What can I do for you? Why? Why? Look around you. This is the good old USA. Sure, she looks a little bit different these days, but you're still on American soil. And even if you were born in some underground vault, you were born under the United States, which makes you an American. And it's your duty and my duty to support our country and our president, no matter what. Understand? Now, there's a proud patriot. After all, if they could do us wrong, we wouldn't have elected them in the first place, right? Yes, sir. Trust in the judgment of other people to know what's best for me. It's the American way. They're on the radio. They have been for years. President Eden talks about everything they're doing. They got flying robots all around, watching everything so they know what to do when they finally swoop in and clean this place up. You'll see. People think I'm just a crazy old man. Things will be different when the Enclave gets here.
In an excellent callback towards the end of the main quest, we can find Nathan at the Enclave's Raven Rock base, and his tune has changed quite a bit from his days at Megaton.
They're not who they say they are. Get out while you can, before they get you too.
The Enclave is one of the most fascinating factions we can meet. While we do not get much interaction with them beyond fighting them, there are still some cool things to find inside the main HQ for the group, known as Raven Rock. One of the first interesting things about the base is that it's located in Pennsylvania. While most assume the entire map of Fallout 3 takes place in Maryland, with DC being the highlight, we can find a terminal in the Boston Bugle building in Fallout 4 that reveals the location. Inside the base, we can find out who sold out Project Purity to the Enclave when we meet Rivet City scientist Anna Holt in the barracks.
You? What are you doing here?
They captured me. Brought me here from Project Purity. I didn't want to help them at first, but the technology they have here, it's so far advanced from anything I've worked with. They wanted information. About Dr. Lee, about Project Purity. They want to know how to start it up, and why it wouldn't work. I told them everything I could. About the Gek, about the damage caused by the explosions, all of it. I'm sorry you see it that way. What are you going to do? Kill me over it? You should go. It sounds like you're in enough trouble as it is. And honestly, I don't want anyone to see me talking to you.
One of the base's walls has no collision detection, so we can pass right through it into the abyss, only to be respawned under the floor of the corridors. Speaking of the area under the main floors, inside the mess hall, which according to the wiki has 117 forks and thus the most we can find in any one area of Fallout 3, there is a fun attention to detail that is easy to miss. A lot of silverware has fallen through the grated floor and now rests at the bottom, waiting to be hoarded. We can also find the only laser tripwire traps in all of Fallout 3 here in Raven Rock. These traps also lie under the grated floor and will cause quite the stir-up if triggered. Raven Rock is a great location to explore, not only because of the great gear that can be found here, but because of how mysterious the Enclave can be. So make sure to check every corner the next time that you have to make your escape. With the Broken Steel DLC installed, we can meet Scribe Bigsley. The Brotherhood water distributor spends all of his time at his desk, dealing with the other scribes stationed at Jefferson Memorial, or pulling his hair out over the problems that come with handing out clean water in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Inside Bigsley's Project Purity office is a radio marked as owned in-game. If the Lone Wanderer activates it, Scribe Bigsley and the rest of the Brotherhood in the area will immediately turn hostile and start attacking the player.
The boss is in one of his moods.
Over here! Fire!
There are a few unique interactions we can get from the ex-raider who now calls Megaton home, Jericho. First, Jericho will have a different opening line depending on what the Lone Wanderer is wearing. He will have this to say if we are wearing a Vault 101 jumpsuit.
Oh, look, another one of your pampered Vault assholes. Look here, Vault asshole. I don't like you. Stay clear of me and we'll have no trouble.
And if we wear something different, he will change his speech to call the Lone Wanderer a Wastelander.
Ah, look, another one of you wasteland assholes. Look here, asshole. I don't like you. Stay clear of me and we'll have no trouble.
After we recruit Jericho, if we move a pack of cigarettes to his inventory, he will now smoke them for his idle animation, pretty much chain smoking each cigarette until you hit the road again. If we have Jericho in our party when we nuke Megaton and then fire him so he returns to the ruins, he will have some dialogue about the town being destroyed and a comment about growing a fourth arm.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Boo-hoo, Megaton blew up. These fuckers deserve what they got. Now, can we get out of here? Or should I just keep waiting next to this stinking hole? Thank Christ. I thought I was gonna grow a fourth arm sitting next to all this fucking radiation.
In the Point Lookout DLC for Fallout 3, the Lone Wanderer washes up on the shore of a mysterious swampy island and is thrust into a generational war between a ghoul named Desmond and the island's prodigal son, Professor Calvert. Calvert is now sustained by an advanced biomed gel with his brain kept alive under the famous Point Lookout lighthouse. Due to the nature of the liquid he rests in, Calvert has seemed to develop psychic powers, harboring the ability to speak to people telepathically. During the quest, Thought Control, Desmond gives the Lone Wanderer a cogwave jammer to stop the professor's influence, and we see this talent firsthand, as Calvert will begin to speak to us in our mind and try to sway the player to his way of thinking. Bethesda uses a nifty trick to pull this off in-game, and we can notice signs of it when around the Ferris wheel. Players may see a friendly NPC tick on their compass when in the area that doesn't seem to be visible by normal means. This is because it belongs to the human version of Calvert that the developers placed inside a building to allow the player to hear his dialogue. If we no-clip inside the nearby Cup of Joe Cafe, we can find a Pulowski preservation shelter that cannot be opened. No-clipping inside, we can find an invisible NPC known only as The Brain. This NPC cannot be spoken to directly or pickpocketed, and killing him will only result in the NPC reviving nearly instantly. This is just another cool trick Bethesda uses to make the magic we see on our screens happen. It's common for developers to use hidden maneuvers to make our favorite games more fun and immersive, and this is a perfect example of how to do it. With the Broken Steel DLC, we can meet Brother Gerard at the Holy Light Monastery after dealing with Project Purity. Gerard is the first officer of the Apostles of the Eternal Light, which is a small group with more extreme views from the Children of Adam. If the Lone Wanderer waits to deal with the bomb in Megaton, we can inform Gerard of our plan to blow it up.
Oh, is that truly possible? Yes, that would purge all of Megaton in Adam's holy fire. I shall pray for your success.
Once we set off the bomb, if we return to Megaton, we can see the Holy Light Monastery leader, Mother Curry III, has turned into a feral ghoul reaver. Once she is dealt with, we can find a now ghoulified Brother Gerard who will pray at the town's ruins, basking in the light of Adam.
We came to Megaton to preach of the eternal glow. I saw Adam's holy light. I touched Adam himself. I felt his warm embrace. Mother Curie, she changed. I changed too, but I'm still myself. Poor Mother Curie. She saw the face of Adam, and it drove her mad. I don't know what to do. I think I'll stay here. Pray to Adam. Pray for his guidance. For he has made me of the eternal, the undying. I am his now.
In the Fallout 3 DLC, The Pit, we are thrust into the broken world of Pittsburgh after the devastating events of the Great War. What is left is a hellish radioactive shell of what once was. One of the most interesting sights in the pit is the twisted sculpture of a human in front of Haven. With fire exploding around it and the looming tower behind the artwork, it really sets the scene for the vibe that the pit has to offer. Nate Perkapile, the lead artist for the DLC, has recently shed some light on the inspiration for the sculpture. Nate has cited that the statue was inspired by artwork he saw at Burning Man, the annual festival in Nevada's Black Rock Desert. The following year, Nate would return to the Burning Man festival and battle Fallout 3's art director, Istvan, in the Thunderdome. This whole trip is referenced in Fallout 4 as well on a cover of Live and Love, where the developers are represented in the art. In Fallout 3, we can come across many different types of settlements. The human spirit remains in the wasteland, and we can interact with the people who call the waste home. One of the most welcoming towns in the capital wasteland is Andale. The people here seem to have open arms for the Lone Wanderer, and that is what makes the location so unnerving on first arrival. Why is there such an idyllic suburb in the middle of the wasteland? The people of Andale have a secret, which explains why no visitors stay for very long. They are a community of cannibals, which we can discover by searching the shed in town. Once we leave the shed though, a hostile Jack Smith will accost the Lone Wanderer, and if we have the cannibal perk, we can instantly pass a speech check with Jack, avoiding combat.
Hey there, stranger. I got something I want to talk to you about. I couldn't help but notice that you were poking around in Bill's shed. So, did you find what you were looking for in there? You're right, it sure would have. You know, you're a breath of fresh air. Every time someone discovers our little secret, we have to hear about it. It's always, "Oh, how can you do this?" Or, "You're such terrible people," or, "Please not me, I have a kid in Rivet City." Well, I have kids too. Family first, that's the way it works in Andale from the day that the first 4 families decided to stay here. You're not bad, stranger. Stop on by anytime and ask Linda for one of her special meat pies.
One of the first settlements you will more than likely come across is Megaton. Built from old airplanes and inhabited by some of the nicest folks in the capital wasteland, Megaton acts as a perfect place to start our journey. One of the people we can meet in Megaton is Moira Brown. When we arrive in town, she is working on a book to help people have a better chance of surviving the wasteland. We can help her write this Wasteland Survival Guide, and we are rewarded throughout the quest pretty well by Moira. Still, Fallout 3 will also reward players who can't be bothered with this task, as if we convince Moira that she shouldn't continue her work on the Wasteland Survival Guide, we will be rewarded with the Dream Crusher perk. This perk will reduce the chance of an enemy critically hitting the Lone Wanderer by 50%, which can make it kind of useful as we travel later into Fallout 3, though doing this will result in negative karma. However, most players do not see this perk, as many will take the quest from Moira and complete the book, or simply ignore her while doing other things in the Capital Wasteland. Going this route will see Moira's repair skill rise, and we still get a discounted Craterside supply, but her dream of writing a book that could save hundreds of lives will be crushed. We can come across a myriad of factions that each have their own agenda. While some seem to want to clean up the wasteland, others seem more intent on controlling resources or causing chaos. One group of people that we can meet are the children that call Little Lamplight home. This self-governing cluster of kids uses the safety of caverns until they reach the age of 18, when they are exiled to Big Town. If we visit Lamplight and then go talk to another faction of the wasteland, the Slavers of Paradise Falls, we can get an unmarked quest called The Kidnapper, which sees the Lone Wanderer tell Eulogy Jones that he should be collecting children from Little Lamplight to sell as enslaved people. Jones recommends finding the youngest, most naive child and luring them outside so one of the slavers can take them back to Paradise Falls. This leads us to Bumble. If we pass a speech check with the girl, we can convince her to go on an adventure, which leads to her being captured.
Why, hello, little girl. What a lovely dress you have.
Thank you, miss. We're going on an adventure.
You bet we are. Are you ready to go on the Adventure Express?
Oh boy, let's go now. Can we please?
Absolutely. In fact, I want you to have this friendship necklace. It's good luck. Wear it, and you'll never get lost.
Ow, it's all scratchy.
Don't fuss, my little girl. You'll get used to it.
Well, okay. I can't wait to tell Lucy about this adventure.
I'm sure she'll be so proud of you. Now we've got a big day ahead of us, so let's get going.
Returning to Jones will reward us with the Boogeyman's hood. While it looks identical to the Raider Wastehound helmet, it has a bit higher damage resistance. Just don't think about what it took to get this appropriately named headwear.
I did indeed, and she was well worth the effort. I found her a nice, loving home right away. It's so nice to be able to help people who need people, isn't it? It just warms the heart. But speaking of life's little rewards, here's yours. It doesn't look like much, but this helmet's reinforced like crazy. You'll find a use for it.
We explored the Capital Wasteland in one of the best adventures the series offers. The Washington, D.C. area is a fantastic choice for the Fallout setting, and Fallout 3 has many things to find during our time in its world. Even before we leave Vault 101, while we are growing up, we can find a ton of interesting and unique bits that we won't see anywhere else in the game. This starts as early as when we first gain control of the Lone Wanderer as a toddler. Typically, we can't see our character in the third person during this time, as there are no toddler models in the game. Due to this, Bethesda uses a trick that we can clearly see by hacking the camera in this section of the game, where the Lone Wanderer is scaled down to give the illusion of being a child. When pushing the activate button while in this part of the game, the Lone Wanderer will make baby talk noises. These were provided by studio head Todd Howard's son, Jake, on his first birthday. A lovely time capsule for this legendary game developer.
Dada. 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 Baba. Dada.
We can pick up a toy and start moving it around. Doing so will complete a hidden objective. Still, the toy box itself has a unique mark on the side that we do not find anywhere else in the game. The fun doesn't stop once we are at our 10th birthday party either. Speaking with Old Lady Palmer will add a sweet roll to our inventory. This is perhaps one of the rarest food items in the game, as this is the only place that we can find the dessert in Fallout 3. As far as I can tell, there is no way to keep the sweet roll past this part of the game, as when the quest is complete and we move on to the goat exam, the inventory is wiped and there's no container to place it in for later, so make sure to enjoy it now. Sneaking up the stairs, we can hear the Overseer talking negatively with Officer Kendall, something I've covered in a past video. We can also pickpocket Kendall for 2 stim packs, which for some reason doesn't affect karma.
High velocity tools is essential to survival.
The Capital Wasteland seems to have something neat around almost every corner, and we can see one of the more interesting areas around the north end of the map. Oasis is a lush wonderland that sticks out like a sore thumb in the wasteland, as does the settlement's resident god figure, Harold. The FEV Ghoul hybrid has come a long way from the West Coast and simply wants to die by the time we meet him in Fallout 3. Of course, we can help Harold with his wish, as many options are given to finish the quest he gives us. Still, one hidden option is not only the easiest way to get bad karma, but it can also be the most fun. If we have a flamer or similar weapon in our inventory, note that not all flame weapons will work when burning Harold, still, when we have one that does, we can light him ablaze, bringing him to his goal of death immediately, which is accompanied by some terrible screams from the ghoul. What some players may have missed is that when we come back to Harold after doing this, his character model will have changed to a charred, burnt, and twisted version of his former self. Just some more great attention to detail that Bethesda added to Fallout 3. The Lone Wanderer can find a ton of ways to boost their skills and stats. While most of this happens while leveling up, we can find some perks and upgrades by doing quests. Rivet City is one of, if not the biggest, settlement in the capital wasteland. Inside the Rusty Tanker, we can talk to several people who are looking for help, one of which is a stranger from a strange land, Dr. Zimmer, who is from the Commonwealth, more precisely, the Institute. Zimmer is looking for an escaped android and will give the replicated man quest to the player. Keep in mind, the quest will be spoiled past this point in the video. The clues we find will lead us to Pinkerton, a doctor held up inside the bottom of the ship, who will reveal to the Lone Wanderer that the android Zimmer is looking for is Harkness, the security lead for Rivet City. At this point, we come to a crossroads. We can tell Harkness about his robot past or turn him into Zimmer, and it's when we do the latter that we are rewarded with a perk that some may think is worth the sense happiness, Wired Reflexes. This perk will increase your VATS hit chance by 10% across the board, thanks to an implant offered by Zimmer. Most people I have talked to usually side with Harkness and have never acquired the Wired Reflexes perk. Still, it can be quite good, regardless of how evil it is to obtain it. One of the vaults you will have to go through on your way to finding your dad is Vault 112. Most vaults are hard to find, but 112 isn't listed in any Vault Tech terminals and is cleverly hidden under Smith Casey's garage. Inside, we will be confronted by a Robobrain and asked to put on a Vault 112 jumpsuit before taking a seat in one of the Tranquility Loungers. Unlike most NPCs in Fallout 3, if we attack the Robobrains, they will not become hostile. The robots here in the vault are marked as essential, so they will only be knocked unconscious in battle. While speaking with the robot is the easiest way to obtain a Vault 112 jumpsuit, it's not the only place we can find them, as if we head to the clinic that overlooks the loungers, we can discover 2 more resting on a table. Obviously, we don't see anything stacked up on this table save for a globe and a few clipboards. Still, if the Lone Wanderer approaches the area, we will see that 2 Vault jumpsuits are resting here. For some reason, they do not visibly appear for the player, but we can see the item description as we highlight them. Strangely enough, if we add these suits to our inventory and then drop them, they will now be visible to the player in the game world. It's hard to say what causes this to happen, but I cannot think of a better example of a hidden item in a Fallout game than objects we literally can't see. One of the most interesting locations we can come across in the Capital Wasteland is the Museum of History. Inside, we can find the Underworld, a safe haven for ghouls and a nice place to take a break from the horrors of post-war DC. We can find Carol here. She runs a restaurant and hotel, but I want to focus on what she has behind the counter today. Resting on the floor, next to where Carol stands most of the day to greet customers, we can find the smallest safe I've seen in Fallout 3. Inside, I found a few bottle caps for my troubles. Still, finding ridiculously sized objects is always fun in the world of Fallout, especially when we can make a few caps in the process. There is no shortage of junk to find lying around. The post-war DC area is filled to the brim with relics lost to time and items weathered for decades. One of the less common things to find out in the wasteland are the toasters littered about in various areas. Most of the time, we can find 1 or 2 lying around, if there are any at all. Every toaster you find out in the Capital Wasteland will show its age, all of them except for the one that we can find in Vault 101's cafeteria. This is a pre-war model and the only one placed in the world of Fallout 3. However, this isn't the only way to obtain pre-war toasters, as we can find them on rare occasions for sale at Boutique Le Chic in Tenpenny Tower. We can also buy them from Crazy Wolfgang if we have thoroughly invested in his caravan. This makes the pre-war toaster not only the rarest toaster in the game, but one of the rarest items in Fallout 3 overall. Of course, this is a must-have for rare item collectors and a perfect decoration for your player home. In the Pit DLC for Fallout 3, we come to a mill in the middle of the city. This is where the Pit slaves work and fight for their freedom in the Thunderdome. The working conditions are terrible, even by post-apocalyptic standards, and the people working in the area are visibly sick. A scene plays out inside the mill that shows how brutal the Pit Raiders can be. We find a person lying down, groaning, seemingly near death, when one of the raiders come by.
What the? You there! What are you doing? Get back to work! Nap time's over! Get up! Get up, goddammit! Fine, have your little break. But if you're not tossing coal when I get back, you're dead!
We can take the Contract Killer perk. This will give us a note to head to the scrapyard to meet about a new business venture with Littlehorn and Associates, selling the ears of Good Karma NPCs to Daniel Littlehorn. When we arrive at the office, it has a weird vibe. 4 people sit at desks typing on typewriters, and when we come through the door, everyone inside makes eerie eye contact with us. Speaking with Daniel, we can learn about what he is proposing, but what's more interesting is what this all refers to. The biblical story of the Book of Daniel. The first hint is in the leader's name, Daniel Littlehorn. In the Book of Daniel, the Antichrist is foreshadowed by the Littlehorn, represented by Antiochus Epiphanes IV. The secretaries act odd here as well. Some players believe they are here to represent the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. When we kill one of the busybodies, instead of turning hostile, the others will make comments like,
"Better him than me."
The centerpiece of this reference is the artwork that rests above Daniel. It depicts Dante and Virgil in hell from the famous Divine Comedy. The painting is by William Bouguereau, and it sets the scene beautifully for the rest of the references here. It just goes to show that people aren't always what they seem in the Fallout universe. While Daniel's job is unquestionably evil, some may not notice the signs that point to a far more profound truth about the man who buys ears. One of the locations we can stumble upon right out of Vault 101 is Springvale, a once lovely little slice of suburbia now lying in ashes. Around town, we can find mailboxes that have letters from Vault Tech, as many of the residents here applied for entry into Vault 101. The first we can see is a rejection letter that reads, "Dear Safety Conscious Citizen, we are writing to inform you that your family was not selected for inclusion in your chosen Vault Tech facility. Your deposit has been retained and your application added to a waiting list for your preferred vault. In the interest of your family's security in the event of a minor nuclear event, please consider relocating to one of these areas where Vault Tech facilities are available without a waiting list. For a full list of Vault Tech facilities with available accommodations in exciting locales such as Oklahoma and newly annexed Canada, contact your local Vault Tech representative. Vault Tech wishes you and your family the best of luck in the uncertain future. Best regards, Vault Tech, Public Relations Department, Washington, D.C. The letter mentions Oklahoma as a possible relocation spot, so I reached out to the person who wrote these letters in-game, lead level designer of Fallout 3, Joel Burgess, and asked about the connection. No reason that I can recall, but I have a guess. Before I relocated to the DC area, I lived in Dallas, Texas, and knew some Oklahomans. This intersected with a piece of real-world information that I came across in doing some general research during Fallout 3. According to some, Oklahoma would be a prime target in a global nuclear exchange due to infrastructure and defense targets there. Along with being an interesting counter to the assumption of coastal cities as prime targets, it was an odd piece of local pride for some OK residents. So it's likely I was thinking of this when I decided to mention Oklahoma in those letters. But again, that's just trying to crawl back into my circa 2007 brain when I'd had written those. No bigger lore there, but I always liked implying a wider world beyond the coasts. More interestingly, we can find an acceptance letter for the Gomez family. This would lead to Freddy Gomez being in the vault during the events of Fallout 3, and it reads, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Gomez, congratulations on your family's recent inclusion in the Vault 101 community. You will find outlined in your application materials a full review of rules and procedures relating to preparing for shelter in a Vault-Tec facility, but we will outline a few key points here. Vault-Tec provides all clothing, bedding, and accommodations for residents. Personal belongings must be reviewed and approved by an authorized Vault-Tec hermetics technician before such belongings can be delivered to your reserved quarters within the vault. In the event of an emergency entrance to the vault, no personal belongings will be permitted beyond the main door of the facility. All vault residents must attend an orientation seminar. If you did not attend such a seminar as part of the application process, you must make an appointment with your Vault-Tec representative. In the event of a vault activation, whether actual or drill, Vault-Tec will sound a siren audible in the immediate vicinity of the vault facility entrance, and residents will be contacted via holotape message at the phone number provided in their resident profile records. Please report promptly to Vault 101 to await admittance and processing upon such a notification. Vault-Tec looks forward to having you and your family as valued residents. Be sure to present this letter to your Vault-Tec representative to receive your special commemorative Vault Boy bobblehead toy. Sincerely, Vault-Tec, Department of Public Relations, Washington, D.C. The Fallout series has perfected long-term storytelling, and this is just another excellent example of lore we can find littered around places that are easily overlooked. The story of Fallout New Vegas follows the courier after they get shot in the head by Benny Gecko while en route to deliver the platinum chip to Mr. House. If the player chooses to be female and sleeps with Benny, they will be given a love note that may imply a hidden foot fetish that Benny has. The note, called "Thanks Baby," reads as follows. "Pussycat, thanks for showing this cat the best hey he's ever. Talk about platinum in the sack, toots. Where'd you learn that 18-karat trick with the heels of your feet? You didn't just make my toes curl, they popped off and rolled under the bed. I wish I could stay for another round, but this gent's got places to be, things to do. You showing up has forced my hand, baby. The time to act is now. I won't be around for a while, but if everything works out right, you and me are a date, got it? Wouldn't miss it for all the caps in Vegas. Now don't get clingy and try following me. Ciao, Benny." Just outside the border of New Vegas and Freeside, in front of Camp McCarran, we can find the fabulous New Vegas sign. Adorned in lights, the sign welcomes or warns worried travelers that they are entering New Vegas proper. It would seem someone left a tiny bit of positivity in the message, as we can find a small smiley face drawn inside the O of welcome, a terrific greeting to a beautiful city. Just southeast of Horowitz Farm lies a house that kind of breaks the norm. This house is open, meaning that there's no load screen required when going in and out. I have played a lot of Fallout New Vegas, and this is the only house fully built inside that seems to be this way. Of course, if you have found others, please let me know in the comments. Guarded by two fiends, the house is a nice resting area for anyone who can clear them out. While there are ruins throughout the Mojave that have a similar feel, I haven't found a complete house that is just open in the wasteland like this. You will likely acquire the quest Come Fly With Me. In this side quest, we have to help Jason Bright and his followers get their rockets to working order to travel to the far beyond. They wish to leave the Mojave due to the ghoul bigotry in the area. Most ferals being shot on sight makes the group uneasy. Due to the use of rockets and the vague name of the far beyond location, many people just assumed that the Bright Brotherhood was headed to outer space in search of another planet altogether, but this is not true. This is proven by the fact that in some endings, parts of the religious group make their way back to the Mojave to rebuild and help settlers after the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, shown in slides walking across the wasteland. The more likely destination for Jason and his bunch is Dayglow, a town known for its large population and acceptance of ghouls, as well as its high residual radiation levels. If your sneak skill in Fallout New Vegas is over 60, you will be able to sneak up on Ghost and get this unique bit of dialogue.
Didn't even hear you come up the ramp. You don't broadcast your movements. I like that. You a courier? If so, this might be your lucky day. If you don't mind walking a bit. And your eyes are good.
Northwest of the 188 Trading Post lies the Followers Outpost, which, as the name would imply, is an outpost for the followers of the Apocalypse in Fallout New Vegas. On the outside, this looks like any standard quaint railway tower, but on the inside, we can see that the followers really made use of their space. The ceiling is much higher than the outside would lead you to believe. The overall room available is far more than what is represented by the tower itself. This is probably more common than we think, so if you know of any more buildings like this, hit the comments and let everyone know. Do the boomers at Nellis fire on every NPC that enters their territory, or is it just Janet and the courier that are victims to their artillery shots? Well, the answer is they absolutely do, but they seem to show mercy to NCR veteran rangers. The small flies that you can find swarming around various corpses in Fallout New Vegas are actually low-poly tiny bloat flies. This is just another small detail that I think makes the Fallout series even better when you look at it as a whole. While in New Vegas, if you visit Vault 22 and you go inside Sarah's room, you will be able to see a portrait of James and Catherine from Fallout 3, the Lone Wanderer's parents. Now this is either a Fallout 3 Easter egg for some reason, because of the Vault-Tec connection, or this is just a photo reuse asset situation. Either way, it is an interesting discussion piece. At the Tops Casino in New Vegas, we can talk to Tommy Torini inside the Aces Theater. He will ask the courier to recruit acts for the casino. The quest will lead us to the comedians Billy Knight and Hadrian, and the musicians Bruce Isaac and the Lonesome Drifter. While recruiting the boys, we can see that the marquee for the Tops is starting to fill up with these names. An excellent small detail, but it also offers a hint at a bigger reward for completing the quest. We can watch these acts once they've settled at the Aces Theater.
I told my wife, she's good looking for a ghoul. It's just too bad she's not a ghoul. Ay, ay, ay.
The most interesting of which is the Lonesome Drifter, who will play reimagined folk songs that will fit into the Fallout universe, such as singing Streets of New Reno based on Streets of Laredo, which was first published in 1910 in John Lomax's Cowboy Songs and Other Frontier Ballads, but was made famous by Marty Robbins. These songs were recorded by Fallout New Vegas lead Joshua Sawyer.
As I walked out in the streets of New Reno, as I walked out in New Reno one day, I spied a young cowboy all wrapped in white linen. Wrapped in white linen and cold as the clay.
If you manage to get the Sheriff's Duster in Fallout New Vegas, you'll notice that it's the same Sheriff's Duster that Lucas Sims had in Fallout 3, down to the Sheriff's Star, which even says Megaton. Now, this could be a Fallout 3 reference, but that's highly unlikely. Odds are it's just an oversight and a reused asset.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
When testing Fallout New Vegas, Obsidian used a test cell NPC named Testicles the Debug Centurion. We can spawn him using console commands, and when speaking to him, we can change many things with the save file like quest outcomes, reputation levels, and even spawn Rex as a companion. Interestingly, the same model is used for Ron the Narrator, who can also be seen using console commands by spawning him in or turning on player controls during the ending slideshow. Ron the Narrator acts as an NPC in-game in place of Ron Perlman's VA lines. Everyone who has played Fallout New Vegas knows that gambling is a fun feature to be found at the casinos on the Strip. In fact, there is even an achievement for reaching the max winnings at all 3 of the major casinos in New Vegas proper. From what I have seen, many people seem to be unaware that you can gamble and get banned from lesser venues. While most people know that the Atomic Wrangler hosts games, it's when we come to the Vicky and Vance Casino in Prim that most players seem to be in the dark. This is likely because of how long of a process it is for the Vicky and Vance to open this feature to the courier. First, one would have to clear Prim of the convicts. Then, finishing the quest My Kind of Town would be a great next step. After a few days in-game, a gang of NCR deserters will show up as an encounter in the casino. After dispatching them, you would still have to pass another few days in-game before Vicky and Vance start to take your business. Due to this long process of revisiting Prim, most players never see that you can gamble here, as usually people stop going back to Prim after My Kind of Town is complete. So get out there and make that bread. We meet Ringo. In one of the first quests that we receive in-game, we are tasked with helping either Goodsprings or the Powder Gangers in a dispute over Ringo. It seems the Powder Gangers from the NCRCF were charging tolls for caravans along the I-15. When they approached Ringo, instead of paying the fee, he tried to shoot his way out of the robbery. He even managed to take down a Powder Ganger or two on his way out. He made his escape to Goodsprings and held out for about a week before we meet him, biding his time before the inevitable shitstorm coming his way as Joe Cobb seeks revenge for his fallen faction mates. One small detail that gets overlooked is the fact that we can find Ringo's caravan just down the road from Goodsprings, right outside Gene Skydiving and the NCRCF. These Crimson Caravan remains are all that is left of Ringo's group after the attack. While the site is nearly picked clean, there is still some good stuff to find here. When visiting the Strip, we can find the Ultralux Casino, considered one of the fanciest establishments in the entire wasteland. However, very few people notice the note camouflaged by the sidewalk texture just outside the venue. The letter entitled Fine Dining reads as follows. These past few years, the very idea of fine dining has seemed beyond our grasp. Indeed, where does one even begin to look for something artfully prepared and beautifully presented by a world-class chef? Well, fellow epicures, I have found the one place left on this godforsaken earth with real food. I present to you the Ultralux. Ignore the rabble on the street, the petty farmers and the everyman types rubbing their pitiful few caps together in an attempt to elevate themselves to some semblance of class. Ignore the filthy, disease-ridden prostitutes of the Gomorrah, whoring themselves to anyone with coin. Walk briskly to the fabulous Ultralux, the only building in New Vegas worth your attention. You'll know it when you see it. Enter the doors of their restaurant, the Gourmand, and speak with the lovely Marjorie. She'll arrange for your care. Dally not, for reservations must be made as early as possible. A sumptuous feast awaits you, dear friends. Knowing what we do about the White Glove Society, this note actually gives a great introduction to their faction before we even step through the door. Inside Sloan, we can meet Snuffles, the mole rat with the busted leg. But we will be focusing on a fun fact about a different part of his body in this video. It has always been a fun little factoid that Snuffles actually has a higher intelligence stat than Caesar, with Snuffles the mole rat maintaining a solid 5 intelligence, and the infamous leader of Caesar's Legion holding firm at 4 for the stat. Some would argue this is because Caesar has a brain tumor. I think it's just because Snuffles is a genius. At the Ultralux Casino, we can get the Beyond the Beef quest. During this quest, we will learn that the White Glove Society has kidnapped Ted Gunderson, a wealthy Brahmin baron's son. Through the course of events, we will learn that the White Gloves used to be cannibals. Though they claim not to partake in this dark act anymore, we find out that's not the case with a bit of speechcraft or by having the cannibal perk ourselves, which leads to why we're talking about them in the first place. During a recent stream, many audience members claimed they did not know that you can replace Ted Gunderson with one of your human companions, like Boone, which is what I like to call making Boone burgers.
Ted Gunderson is his name. It would be simplest if we could convince him this was all an unfortunate misunderstanding. But if he won't listen, we can't very well let him go. He'll have to be slaughtered and served. Then we wouldn't need the replacement. But you would need to deal with his father, Heck. Perhaps if you could smear some of Ted's blood around his father's hotel room, you could frame him. Perhaps a little rugged, a little gamey, but he's in good shape and looks healthy. Very well. If you're able to convince young Mr. Gunderson to return to his father, replace him in the freezer with your friend and we'll have a deal.
Once you confess to Mortimer that you are a cannibal, all you have to do is lock Boone in the freezer and return Ted to his father. After the reunion, we can report back to Mortimer, who will invite you to dinner, where he informs the rest of the society about what he just served. You are dug out of a shallow grave by Victor and treated by Doc Mitchell in Goodsprings. Doc will have you go through a few different tutorials as you build your character, but have you ever noticed the hidden one involving the Brahmin skull? Walking over to the fireplace and using the grab command, pushing in the right stick on consoles and the Z key on PC will issue the prompt for this cut part of the tutorial. This is a small detail that is easy to miss for both new and veteran players of New Vegas, as most would see you can't loot it and move on. Fallout New Vegas follows the events of the Mojave after the courier is shot and left for dead in Goodsprings. The bulk of the game is about deciding the fate of the Mojave by taking one of 4 paths. The Courier can side with major factions during the upcoming battle at Hoover Dam, such as the NCR and the Legion, or they can fulfill the dreams of Mr. House by securing New Vegas under his guise. The possibility of taking matters into their own hands even exists through Yes Man. Some New Vegas players may not know that there is a hidden ending buried under a few requirements that sees the Courier and Father Elijah take the Mojave. Before starting the Dead Money DLC, this can happen if the Courier is vilified by the NCR and has recruited Veronica as a companion. Of course, making sure to ask her all about Father Elijah.
I would say he was my tutor, but that doesn't cover it. After my parents passed, he looked after me. The whole Brotherhood brought me up, really, but he made sure of it. I never had a grandfather, not that I knew anyway, but Elijah was in some ways what I'd imagine a grandfather to be.
Now, you would have to take on the task of going through the Dead Money DLC. It doesn't matter who lives or dies by the end. Once you're at the Sierra Madre Vault, talk to Elijah about Veronica.
Veronica? She survived Helios? She would. Resourceful.
Elijah will then express his desire for the Mojave, and since we're vilified by the NCR, we can agree with him. Now, we get the most hidden ending slide in New Vegas.
Perhaps I was too quick to put a collar on a potential ally. Very well. I'll come down and show you what the Sierra Madre has in store.
In the years that followed, the legend of the Sierra Madre faded, and there were no new visitors to the city. Years later, when a mysterious blood-red cloud began to roll across the Mojave, then west toward the Republic, no one knew where it had come from. Only that it brought death in its wake. Attempts to find the source of the toxic cloud failed. The Mojave was cut off. Through the cloud, lights were seen from Helios 1. There were stories of ghosts immune to gunfire who struck down anyone they saw with rays of light. The last chapter of the Mojave came when a modified Repcon rocket struck Hoover Dam, releasing a blood-red cloud, killing all stationed there. All attempts to penetrate the cloud and retake the dam failed, and both the NCR and Legion finally turned away from it, citing the place as cursed. Only 2 remained alive in the depths of the cloud at the Sierra Madre, waiting for their new world to begin again.
If you have the Wild Wasteland trait, you can find this group of aliens to the north of the city. While most players go in blasting, if you remain hidden and take out just the alien captain, the other 2 aliens will remain non-hostile to the player. It's always nice to have some friends in the Mojave, especially when they're from out of this world. While playing Fallout New Vegas, you may hear some crazy sounds that you can't quite place. These electronic, static-filled noises sometimes sound like a distorted scream. They often confused me through my playthroughs, but recently I've discovered the source of these noises. The first one is easy to identify, a glitchy-sounding slide guitar track. We can track this down to the Hawaiian hula girl found in many places throughout the wasteland. It's a shame we can't collect these, as it'd be fun to hoard all the hula girls in the game. The second noise that escaped me for quite some time actually comes from a pretty obvious source. The distorted scream, or roar, is generated by the dino toys that litter the Mojave. For years I thought my game was haunted when I would hear this dino noise until I finally figured out where it was coming from. Good to know it wasn't just some spooky glitch. In the Fallout series, there's a lot of things to do. The game worlds are filled with side quests and interesting characters that can easily take hundreds of hours of your time. One of the often overlooked activities that players can do in most Fallout games is a pastime that goes back generations. I am of course talking about cow tipping, or Brahmin tipping for the post-war folks. In the original Fallout, this act was done by using beer on the Brahmin, getting them drunk, causing them to tip over. A lot of players miss this because very few would think to use beer on a Brahmin. In Fallout 2, this was simplified with the introduction of the push command. Usually this action would move human NPCs out of the player's way. Still, when used on a Brahmin, it tips them over, keeping the tradition alive. In Fallout Tactics, your squad can come across a special encounter that hosts a large area of fenced-in Brahmin. It even includes a sign that says, "Do not tip the Brahmin." If the warrior or any other squad members interact with the Brahmin, it will cause them to tip over. Plenty of cows for the tipping here. As the Fallout series entered the first-person era with Bethesda, this tradition came with it. If you are crouched next to a Brahmin in Fallout 3, you can tip them over with a great push animation, essentially making the cows go ragdoll. which can be great fun. This carries over to New Vegas as well, where the same tactics can be used on the Brahmin of the Mojave. This only works on normal Brahmin, so you won't be pushing any pack Brahmin down during caravan runs. This feature was mysteriously left out of Fallout 4, though there are mods that claim to add the cow tipping tradition into the game. Regardless, this has to be the most underrated pastime in the Fallout series. If you find yourself inside the Lucky 38 suite, you can grab one of the rarest drinks in the whole game. For those of us who leave the room the way it is and don't think twice about the various items strewn about, we likely miss this one-of-a-kind consumable altogether. Nestled next to a ham radio and its much more common and visibly identical counterpart, a bottle of scotch, we can find this Jake juice, the only item of its kind in Fallout New Vegas. According to the wiki, it's named this way to reflect a Jamaican ginger extract known as Jake. This medicine was used in Prohibition times and often held 80% of its weight as ethanol. So, in reality, this Jake juice would knock your dick in the dirt faster than most things you could find in New Vegas. In game though, it's identical to scotch. I think it's best to leave it just where it is due to its rarity, an excellent conversation piece for Cass. Just west of Old Lady Gibson's scrapyard, we can find an unmarked location called Gibson's Shack. Typically, players would visit this shack during Veronica's quest due to the terminal that's inside. We are looking at a different item found in this shack today, as pinned to the wall with a machete is a severed finger, the only finger we can find in Fallout New Vegas to be precise. In Fallout 3, we could find these on evil characters with the Lawbringer perk, turning them into Sonora Crews at Regulator HQ for a few caps and a karma boost. New Vegas does not have this system, so this is the only place we can find this finger. I like to look at it as Obsidian hinting that an evil character was killed here. Still, more than likely, it was whoever the skeleton belonged to on the bed, probably caught off guard by raiders who ransacked the place. Or maybe, just maybe, there's a little more to Old Lady Gibson than meets the eye. Still, this finger is one more unique item that you can add to your collection in Fallout New Vegas. We can come across all kinds of bugs in our travels. Obsidian added a small detail that I really enjoy, and I have noticed that some people on my live streams do not seem to know about it. When we come across the smallest variant of the giant mantis nymph in New Vegas, because of their size, we can simply walk over them, thus stepping on them and killing the bug instantly. We can find a gang of these creepy crawlies inside the Nevada Highway Patrol building, a great place to brush up on the Bug Stomper challenge. Of course, we wouldn't get away with this with the larger variety of mantis that inhabits the Mojave and Zion. A group large enough could take over places like Camp McCurran or the Strip. The mantis might be the most varied bug in the Fallout series, coming in so many different shapes and sizes. So, if you really don't like my videos, you can go out and stomp on small mantids in the Mojave to take out your frustrations. You can find many slabs of meat. Brahmin steak, dog meat, and even human flesh are just some of the different kinds you may encounter when out in the Mojave. One stands out quite a bit due to rarity, and that is the doggy treat item that can only be found in two known places in Fallout New Vegas. The first place we are looking at is pretty close to where the courier starts in Good Springs, right outside the Yangtze Memorial in an unmarked abandoned shack. This rundown old shack can actually act as a player home. It's safe to throw your items on the ground or store them in any container you can find inside. More relevant to this video, we can find one of the doggy treats here on the floor. The other doggy treat is a bit further away, at Big Mountain. We can find it in the X-13 research facility. This is where we would get the Stealth Suit Mark II armor. There are a lot of dog-heavy themes here, including a Night Stalker haven. This is why it makes perfect sense that we find a doggy treat in one of the dog bowls here. This makes the item a bit rarer, in my opinion, as the first one we can find is laying in a shack that most players would likely never see, and the only other doggy treat in the game is guarded by a group of Night Stalkers in the basement of a Big Mountain facility. This has to be one of the rarest items in Fallout New Vegas. Too bad you can't give them to Rex or any other dogs, but they will act as a good conversation piece.
Howdy, partner! Might I say you're looking fit as a fiddle?
In Fallout New Vegas, we meet Victor, the lovable cowboy-themed Securitron that resides in Good Springs. I want to talk about a couple of things that it seems some players miss due to the way the game is laid out. Victor digs the courier out of their shallow grave, and we wake up in Doc's bed. After leaving Doc Mitchell's house, he's the first NPC we come across, so naturally, he is usually the first person we talk to outside of the dock. During the first real quest that shows itself to us, Ghost Town Gunfight, we are tasked with mustering up as many townsfolk as possible for the upcoming raid from the Powder Gangers. Everyone involved with the quest is marked except for Victor himself. The first bit of unique dialogue happens here, where we can recruit Victor for the battle.
Trouble with rustlers, huh? Count me in, partner. Those varmints will be running home with their tails between their legs soon enough.
Victor will no-show the fight, so catching up with him after, we can use a science skill check to reveal that an override was issued remotely in his programming.
Howdy, partner.
So when do the rustlers show up?
Really? I must have dozed off. Although that's never happened before. All right, but put everything back the way you found it. Override? That can't be right. Probably just a malfunctioning tube somewhere. I truly am sorry I couldn't help you, partner. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Now, the other bit of Victor's unique dialogue comes from not speaking to him until you hit New Vegas, where he will give you a fabulous introduction.
Howdy, partner. You come for a piece, haven't you? Welcome to New Vegas. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Securitron that dug you up in the bone orchard outside Good Springs. I thought you'd gone up the flume, but that Doc Mitchell knows his trade. It's good to see you up and around, right as a trivet. Consider me your personal welcome wagon. Now hear this. The head honcho of New Vegas, Mr. House, is itching to make your acquaintance. Just head for the Lucky 38. It's the big old tower shaped like a roulette spinner. Yeehaw, partner. That's the spirit. He'll be waiting for you.
I love the attention to things like this in New Vegas. It's quite the reward for players that don't really follow the beaten path. Most everyone who has played Fallout New Vegas is undoubtedly familiar with Yes Man, the agreeable AI that Benny planned to take over the Strip with. In-game, we see a smiling face on the monitor to represent this fan favorite, but there were more faces planned for Yes Man, and they don't seem nearly as cheery as his final form. These two faces can be found in the New Vegas game files, showing Yes Man with different expressions. I guess these would be used when saying something that Yes Man doesn't like, or attacking the Securitron he embodies. Perhaps showing on the Lucky 38 monitor if the courier was to somehow betray the AI. These were likely left out due to Yes Man's personality. He is supposed to always agree and be happy with whatever choice you make, and these expressions contrast to that. Only the devs of New Vegas genuinely know what these were going to be used for, but I would love to hear what your ideas are in the comments below. In Fallout 3, we can come across the Temple of the Union, a camp of escaped slaves that want to create a safe haven at the Lincoln Memorial. They will task the Lone Wanderer with helping them secure and restore the site, which includes putting the head back on the statue of Lincoln himself. Though, in Fallout New Vegas, we can find Lady Jane when gathering bounties for the Garretts. Jane will point us to the Brockflower Cave to recover her pack Brahmin. Once inside the cave, we can see a pretty surprising item tied to the Brahmin. Lincoln's head. There's no information at all on why this appears in New Vegas this way. Fallout New Vegas takes place 4 years after Fallout 3, so it's hard to think that this is the same head from the Capital Wasteland, primarily since the Temple of Union used it to repair the memorial. What do you think the reason for this Lincoln cameo is? Let me know in the comments below. The big dust-up between the NCR and the Legion happens at Hoover Dam. If you don't align with Caesar, one of your final tasks will be to confront Legate Lanius at his camp. You can get some unique dialogue here if you change into Legion armor and disguise yourself as a member of the faction. Not only will the Legion not attack you, but Lanius will have this to say.
And who is this before me in the colors of the Legion? An envoy, dressed as an insult to all that carry out Kaisar's will.
I love when games do this. Changing the encounter based on small things like what you are wearing is such a great touch. Suppose you manage to make it to the fort in Fallout New Vegas before going to the Strip and speaking to Mr. House inside the Lucky 38. If that's the case, he will have a few unique dialogue lines reflecting that you blew him off.
Quite an honor you spurned, my invite. You would be the first person to set foot inside the Lucky 38 in over 200 years. But you still wound up here, right where I wanted you. I knew I could rely on Caesar to return the platinum chip to you. But that's not going to happen, because you're going to work for me.
We can come across The One, an undetonated nuclear bomb in the middle of the desert. The thing I want to talk about is the branding on the side of this particular doomsday device. Looking closely, we can see what looks like a simplified, low quality, or even modified Vault-Tec logo. While this encounter requires the Wild Wasteland perk and thus shouldn't necessarily be taken as canon, it's still interesting to see this on the side of the bomb. It has been a long time theory that Vault-Tec, in hand with the Enclave, kicked off the Great War to get their missions in motion. This was to be confirmed in the cancelled Fallout movie, where it would have been revealed that Vault-Tec launched the first strike. While the placement of this bomb can be easily explained with the Wild Wasteland perk, the bomb's design doesn't have to be held to those same standards. I like to think that this is the one that started the war, hence the name of the encounter. That is why it's branded with a logo resembling Vault-Tec, perhaps a nuclear division we haven't even seen. The quest There Stands the Grass will send you to Vault 22. Before heading out, you can hear about a scientist named Keeley who's been doing work there. After speaking to Keeley, we learn that spores in the air are behind the wild plant life surrounding Vault 22. We can see these spores under Keeley's UV light on level 2 of the vault. After helping her purge the area, we can see that the spores are no longer in the air if we come back to the light. A terrific small detail most players would likely miss that adds to the immersion of Fallout New Vegas. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Dead Money, the courier heads to the Sierra Madre Casino after following a radio signal. Once there, we learn quite a bit about the area and the people who inhabited it. This whole place was built to protect a woman named Vera Keyes from the war. Her voice fills the hallowed resort and holograms of the starlit litter the area. We can find her final resting place next to the elevator that leads to the vault. The man who built all of this can be found as well. After learning Vera planned on robbing the casino with Dean Domino, Sinclair planned on locking her away with her own greed. Still, once he found out that Dean was blackmailing Vera, he tried to roll his plan back. This is why we can find a holotape that has been ripped out of the vault terminal. And not too far away, we can see the founder's remains in Sinclair's bag. Just an excellent little detail that ties the whole story together. One of the factions we can interact with is the Great Khans. If you establish a good relationship with them and then travel to Nelson, you can kick off a line of events that can make you the absolute leader of the tribe. Speaking with Dead Sea, we can get a quest to attack Camp Forlorn Hope. All we have to do is take out all the officers at the camp and return to Dead Sea. Once that is completed, we have to head to Red Rock Canyon. Speaking with Papa Khan, he will be so impressed with what we did that he will name the courier his heir in the Khans, making you next in line for leadership. Now all we have to do is take out Papa Khan silently, and the tribe is ours. Speaking with Regis, we can even decide the future of the Great Khans. There is an option to fight everyone, sending them to fight it out against both factions at the dam if we so wish. This is another way to quickly get the Khans to side with the NCR as well.
Well, that's the end of that.
In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Lonesome Road, there is an item that many people miss entirely, mainly because it looks like an object we usually wouldn't be able to loot. The Roughing It bedroll is perhaps one of the best items in the game. They can also fetch a pretty penny when doing some merchant runs, as you only need one bedroll and there are 3 throughout the Divide. The first one we can find is above the entrance to the Hopeville silo, nestled between a car and a hard place. The second one we can locate is at the Ruined Highway interchange, leaning against a median. Then, third and finally, we can find one in a makeshift stone hut around the Ashton Silo control station. These bedrolls will allow you to sleep pretty much anywhere you want, meaning you can heal yourself and get some rest around Lonesome Road, which helps out quite a bit. All you have to do is select it in your Pip-Boy and catch some Z's. Not something you want to leave behind the next time you visit the Divide. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Lonesome Road, we travel to the Divide and learn a lot about ourselves along the way. One thing about Lonesome Road that gets overlooked quite often is the fact that Ulysses, the courier we meet here, watches us from the jump. In at least 2 locations, we can see this for ourselves. Though I have heard rumors of other places to spot Ulysses, these are the 2 I can confirm. First, we can see Ulysses while heading towards the Crow's Nest. He will be overlooking the broken highway and staring a hole through us while doing so. The second time we can see him is by the Sunstone Tower. After he speaks through Eddie, we can see him walking off in the distance. This is an incredibly cool small detail that really drives the character of Ulysses home. If you know for sure of any other places we can spot him, let me know on Discord in the video suggestions with a screenshot or something like that, and I will update the video. As far as I know, these are the only 2 locations to see him. If you use console commands to warp to the Lucky 38 penthouse before visiting New Vegas proper, you can come across a somewhat surprising sight. We will find an empty penthouse filled with liminality. The only person here is an eerie human NPC version of Mr. House. He looks nothing like he should. He uses a generic male voice and has pretty much no dialogue.
What do you need? Bye.
One could say this is just a placeholder for Mr. House, but even that doesn't really make sense to me. What would be the purpose? We would never see this in game, so unless New Vegas needs to mark Mr. House as being in the Lucky 38 indefinitely, the whole thing comes off as spooky at the very least. The devs did a lot to ensure people were discouraged from mad dashing to the shiny beacon that is the Strip. This is why when heading through Sloan, Chomps will stop you and have this to say.
Hold up. There are death claws all over the damn place north of here. I'd turn back if I were you. If you want to get to New Vegas, you're better off heading east from Prim and then looping north. It's a heck of a lot safer.
If we come from the north, however, Chomps will have some unique dialogue and be impressed with the courier.
Can't believe anyone actually made it through from the north, what with all the death claws at the quarry. You returning from New Vegas? They moved into the quarry after the powder gangers came through and made off with most of our dynamite. We shut the quarry down while we waited for the NCR to get us some more blasting sticks, but now the death claws have shown up. The NCR's a no-show, and my men and I have got nothing to do but sit on our asses all day. It's damn frustrating.
We can meet Old Lady Gibson. She is a scavenger of the Mojave and has been most of her life. She will mention that her favorite piece is the O she got from the RepCon sign, and we can actually see where she got it in game. Heading to the RepCon test site, if we look at the sign, we can see the O is missing, and this is the place Gibson got her seat from. The Fallout series is filled with small details like this, and it makes the game worlds feel that much more alive. You will meet the boomers at Nellis Air Force Base. Their primary focus at the moment is raising the Lady in the Water, a crashed B-29 bomber that is on the surface of Lake Mead. Going through the quest Volare, we'll see the courier use inflation devices to raise it from the lake, and Loyal will state that the boomers are sending robots to clean up the parts. As we can see beforehand, the boomers already have a bomber in their hangar, but this one was found in the old museum and they can only use it for parts. The one in Lake Mead is pretty much entirely intact. After some time in game, we can see the boomers repairing the plane to complete working order, something a lot of people miss because very few come back to Nellis after helping the boomers. Another small detail that doesn't have to be in the game, but makes the world have that much more depth. You gotta love things like this. We can come across a disgruntled bounty hunter named Little Buster. He will be punching his cares away at Camp McCarran with his unique unarmed weapon, the Cram Opener.
Hey, yeah. Next time you see me, maybe I'll be rolling in a shitload of caps, right?
Nothing is stopping you from killing him and taking it now, but if we complete the quest 3-card bounty and take out the fiends listed, Little Buster will be gone from the area. Turns out, the next time we see him, he isn't rolling in caps, he's actually dead outside the old Mormon fort, laying on the train tracks. Of course, we can loot the Cram Opener from him here, but some may miss this opportunity because it's such a poorly trafficked area. Regardless, it's nice that Obsidian tied his little story together, even if it didn't turn out so well. You can encounter quite a unique home if you travel to the northern part of the map. Brooks Tumbleweed Ranch takes its name quite seriously, as inside we can find the tumbleweeds that call this place home, one in the living room and one in the bedroom, seemingly taking a nap. Interestingly, the items in the shack are owned, likely implying that the tumbleweeds own the property, though outside there is one living creature to find. Amongst the free-range tumbleweeds, we can find a Nightkin that will turn off his stealth boy when we get close.
You want to buy Windbrahmin? Right here. Where did you come from? Tumble... whats? Crazy with low prices on Windbrahmin. You buy one. All. They are very good, Windbrahmin. All caps. Ha ha, stupid human.
Obviously, this is a bad deal and we can kill him and take our caps back after the deed is done. If you refuse the offer, it will lead to him being hostile anyway, so this is the best way for it to pan out. This is a fun location to find and, to me, shows signs of the classic Fallout humor. If you travel to Camp McCarran, the courier can speak to Private Christina Morales inside the concourse here. Doing so will reveal that she has recently lost her husband, an NCR ranger, during a firefight with the fiends. This starts a semi-unmarked quest to retrieve the body of Esteban Morales. I say semi-unmarked because the quest itself is considered unmarked, but we get a map marker to see where Esteban wound up. An NCR trooper will stop and warn us about the fiends on our way up to the scene. Seems Esteban is in between a group of buildings, and the raiders have the area surrounded. We can find Ranger Jackson's body here as well. Nothing happens if we recover him though. Picking off the fiends, we can bring the fallen trooper to his brothers in arms, and they will promise to send him back to California.
I don't believe it. Who the hell are you, man? How did you just walk right up and pull him out of there? Oh, bullshit. What anybody else would have done is get their asses killed. You're leading some kind of charmed life. We'll make sure Ranger Morales' body gets sent back home. You don't have to, pick him up on your shoulder and haul him to California. Even though I believe you would if you had to. You should go tell Private Morales the news. I know she'll be relieved.
Though the dialogue will change if we take an extreme amount of damage during the mission.
Oh my god, are you okay? You've got to get to a medic. Doc Kemp can patch you up back at base. How could you sacrifice your body like that? You never even met him. If the NCR doesn't have a medal for this, they should make one up.
Returning to Christina puts her at ease, and the whole quest just feels nice to do. This is pretty easily missable, as one could not visit the concourse at all in a playthrough, let alone talk to Morales. It is undoubtedly one of the saddest quests in New Vegas. There are weapons you can only get with console commands. Being on PC certainly has its perks. Regardless of standard cut content you can find this way, we can also come across some absolutely ridiculous guns that can be a lot of fun when you're stomping around the Mojave. First, we are looking at the Federator, a debug automatic Gauss rifle that can be found in the TKs-Mantis cell, or by using console commands to spawn it into your inventory. This Gauss rifle has infinite ammo and fires automatically, making it just a killing machine. No matter what's in front of you, it's game over. But the same can be said for the other two. Like the debug mega pistol. You can get this by using console commands to spawn it into the game world, and it looks and functions just like a regular 9mm pistol. The big difference is the insane amount of damage it does. You're gonna be one-shotting anything with this pistol, period. Finally, for the laser buffs out there, the disintegrator. This, much like the previous guns, looks just like its in-game counterpart, the laser rifle. Still, it does one-hit damage to anything, disintegrating it on contact. These guns are all just really fun to mess around with, and it's nice that we still have access to them in the final version of Fallout New Vegas. While in Freeside, you may see a kid or group of kids chasing a giant rat around the old Mormon fort. To some, it may just look like a fun game that the children do to stay busy, but the truth is a bit darker than that. These kids are chasing their dinner, and if they don't catch it, they likely won't eat. Freeside is a rough area with a lot of poor and downtrodden people. The good news is, we can kill the rat and secure dinner for the kids. After taking care of the rat, we can even see the kids eat it sometimes.
Thanks, mister.
While in the town of Novak, we can visit the Dino Bike gift shop inside the giant T-Rex. Behind a locked door, we can find a ton of Dinky the T-Rex souvenirs, that gun, and more importantly for this video, toy rockets. Most people make a habit of grabbing these toys before doing the Come Fly With Me quest, which sees us use them as rocket fuel. They do have another use in New Vegas though, and it will take us to Nellis Air Force Base. The boomers that inhabit this base are not used to outsiders and have little to no trading with the Mojave. Pearl, their leader, will request you get on the good side of the tribe, and these rockets can help with that in a great way. We can find mini boomers, the children of the tribe, running around, playing, going to school, and pretty much doing anything else you would expect a kid to do in the post-apocalypse. If you have a charisma 7 or higher, the courier will get unique dialogue options. Each kid has some type of game they are playing, seemingly based on skill magazines, and if you have some of these rocket toys in your inventory, the courier will be able to gift them to a lot of the mini boomers. Most people likely miss this, as charisma is widely considered a dump stat in Fallout New Vegas, leading many to set it to 1 and use the points on other parts of their build. Regardless, if you have the stats, it makes dealing with the boomers that much easier. we can find Vault 34, protected by hordes of golden geckos and mass amounts of toxic waste that seep radiation into anything nearby. Not to mention, once inside, we have the crazed vault dwellers turned ghoul and the copious levels of water that have plunged a lot of the vault into murky darkness. It's a hellscape. The NCR can point us towards this vault with the Hard Luck Blues quest, but you might want to enter the surrounding cave away from the group of geckos. If the courier comes from the north of this area, a top entrance can be found. I've seen people avoid the hole thinking it would lead to instant death, but that is not the case. It just acts as a small shortcut to the vault that allows you to skip some geckos if you want. New Vegas has a ton of alternate entrances and exits, so if you know of any the viewers might not know about, drop a comment on the video to let us know. While at Boulder City, we can find quite a few clues about the previous Battle of Hoover Dam and the standoff that happened here. On the top floor of a building here that is brought to our attention by a trail of skeletons, we can find the remains of Ranger Teresa Lutz, and next to her is a holotape that reads, "We're cut off from the rest of the platoon, and there are legionaries all over the place. There's no chance that we can get out of here before they blow the town, so we're going to hold out against them as long as we can. If anyone gets this, I'd like to make sure that Private Jeffrey Hoy and Corporal Marcus Christensen are commended for their valor and sacrifice. Both have upheld the ideals and honor of the New California Republic with distinction. Ranger Teresa Lutz out." We can find the names of Marcus Christensen, Jeffrey Hoy, and Teresa Lutz on the war memorial outside. And Private Kowalski even sheds some more light on the events that took place.
You here to pay your respects too? It commemorates the Battle of Hoover Dam. The Rangers lured the best of Caesar's Legion into Boulder City and blew the whole town up. The NCR still lost a bunch of troops in the fighting though. My older brother sacrificed himself so they could evacuate some of the wounded.
More remnants of the battle lie around the area, skeletons of the Legion group that came into Boulder City and the NCR soldiers that defended it. It is a charming yet solemn, small detail that tells a lot about the history of the area and the two most prominent factions that inhabit it. You can find Astor patrolling with a group of troopers at Camp Searchlight. If you have been to Cottonwood Cove, you can reveal this to him. He explains that the NCR is keeping an eye on that place. Still, he very clearly has his hands full with the Searchlight area, it having just been hit by a chemical attack from the Legion and all. Astor will tell the courier to get some intel from the camp and plant a bug on the Legion's radio. This can be quickly done with a bit of sneaking, and we can return to Astor with all the information we found out about Cottonwood. This is when Astor will say he wants someone to take out the camp for good. Killing every legionary in the area would be a good start, still it doesn't stop them from reforming later, which would indeed happen. Luckily, there is a way to prevent Cottonwood from hosting Legion or anyone else ever again. On Cottonwood Overlook, we can find this truck teetering off the edge, door facing the camp. We can open this hatch during the quest and let all of the toxic waste barrels fall into the settlement, killing every Legion guard who gets close.
Let's hear it. What? How did you pull it off? That's exactly what we needed to put a cork in that camp. The Legion won't be moving through there anytime soon. Fitting that the camp was taken care of in a way similar to Searchlight. Thank you for taking care of that place for us.
One of the best parts of doing the quest an eye for an eye this way is how the devs handled going to the fort afterwards. If you still wanted to play a Legion run after this, you could, so they give Lucullus a radiation suit to protect him from the barrels. A good tactic indeed, but this also comes with some unique dialogue.
I warned them about that truck weeks ago. Always be prepared for any hazardous radiation, I said. Those headstrong fools should have listened. Are you ready to head upriver?
This is just another excellent example of New Vegas giving the player creative options to finish their goals. And if you have a favorite alternate way to complete any Fallout quest, make sure to tell me about them in the comments below. I have seen a lot of comments on my channel and discussion elsewhere about what happens if you take out Vulpes before you get to Nipton or before you hit the Tops Casino. Both locations have a spawn point for Vulpes in which he will engage the player. In Nipton, Gaben will show up in his place and offer pretty much an identical speech.
Don't worry, I won't have you lashed to a cross like the rest of these degenerates. It's useful that you happen by. I want you to witness the fate of Nipton, to memorize every detail. And then, when you move on, well, I'd like you to move west towards the Mojave outpost, to let the profligates there know about the little sermon I prepared for them here. I am Gaben, of Caesar's Legion. I serve my master as the one of his Frumentari. We Frumentari are soldiers of a different stripe, capable in battle, but skilled as infiltrators and agents as well.
At the tops, Illyrio shows up and gives us basically the same rundown, though he will mention the death of Vulpes.
The eyes of the mighty Caesar are upon you. He admires your accomplishments and bestows upon you the exceptional gift of his mark. Your crimes against the Legion, including the death of the fearless Vulpes Inculta, are hereby forgiven. Caesar will not extend this mercy again. My lord requires your presence at his camp at Fortification Hill. His mark will guarantee your safe conduct through our lands. Incidentally, it will interest you to know that the man you seek has fled the Strip, and is likely making haste for Caesar's camp as we speak.
If you head to the tops and confront Benny, Vulpes will engage you as you leave, giving you the mark of Caesar. If you do this before you go to Nipton, Vulpes will have some unique dialogue.
Oh, I don't know if you recognized me from the Strip when I handed you the mark of Caesar. I wasn't wearing a dog's head at the time. Don't worry, I won't have you lashed to a cross like the rest of these degenerates. It's useful that you happened by. I want you to witness the fate of the town of Nipton, to memorize every detail. And then, when you move on, I want you to teach everyone you meet the lesson that Caesar's Legion taught here. Especially any NCR troops you run across.
We can come across many small details and exciting discoveries that really tie the game world together. One such location is the unmarked Deathclaw Promontory on the east side of the river, across from a prospector's camp. Here, we can find all of the Deathclaws New Vegas has been hiding from us, and if you thought Quarry Junction was rough, this place is like the hard mode version of that area. No place to hide mixed with tight valleys make this peninsula a literal death trap. But if you can manage the Deathclaws, there is quite the reward waiting for you. We can find 2 prospectors here, each wearing power armor, with one wearing quite possibly the best and rarest in the game. The Enclave Remnant's power armor can be looted, and if you have the power armor training perk, it's yours to wear. With the OP jury rigging perk, you can even repair this armor with the T51B you find here, but now we have to find the helmet to make this complete. That journey will bring us to Silver Peak Mine, which lies on the road to Jacobstown and is pretty close to the Remnant's bunker itself. This place is no walk in the park either, as the mine is dark and filled with the shadows and noises of Cazadores, which will make short work of any explorer foolish enough to breach the entrance. After working our way through the flying killing machines, we can find an unlocked gate that will have the helmet we are looking for lying next to the skeleton of an assumed Enclave member who spent their last days here. Looting it, we can use jury rigging again to repair the helmet with the T51B piece that we found at the promontory. And now, we are rocking the best armor in the game, at least in my opinion. This is not the only way to get this armor set in the game either, but it certainly is the fastest, as Arcade's quest can take quite some time, and the Remnants will only really have this towards the end game. An interesting fact about the Enclave Remnants armor is that game director Joshua Sawyer had planned to make every NPC in the game hostile to the player if they were wearing this, taking from the Fallout 2 story of the Enclave being vilified by most everyone in the area. I imagine this would involve people being surprised to see a set of this armor out in the wild. This was cut and changed because Sawyer believed it took away from the player's experience in game, and I can see why. But it would be a fun trade-off. Either way, to me, this is the most iconic armor in the Fallout series, being modeled after the advanced power armor from Fallout 2. Not only is it great to see it in Fallout New Vegas, but it's a must-have for item collectors in any playthrough. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Lonesome Road, we can find an extremely rare item. In fact, this is the only time that we can find this at all. After exiting the Hopeville silo, if we head to the back of the Solitaire gas station, we have a 1 in 10 chance of a Nuka-Cola Quantum spawning in this crate. If you miss it, you miss it. You would have to reload a save before you leave the silo in order to reroll the contents of this crate. This is the only Nuka-Cola Quantum in the entire game, so if you're a collector of rare items, this will be a must grab for you on every playthrough. We can find Jacobstown, a quaint little settlement outside of downtown Vegas, inhabited by Marcus and his super mutant family. On the outskirts of town, we can find Charleston Cave. This cave is a nightmare, filled to the brim with Night Stalker and enough twists and turns to get most people lost fast. Deep in the flooded chambers at the bottom of the cavern, we can find something that many explorers miss. Most people are here for the quest Guess Who I Saw Today and might have missed it altogether, due to the confusing tunnels here. This bunker lies hidden in one of the corners of the underchambers and is both a nice find and a disturbing one. The shelter looks sturdy and has held up well for over 200 years, and we can find some ammo, purified water, and some first aid chems on the rack. There's even a bed on the floor. We can also find an audio log that seems to be from the person using this bunker from around the time the bombs dropped, and it has some disturbing overtones to say the least.
So the Reds finally hit us, just like I always said they would. Vegas is still there as far as I know, but that probably won't last long. Didn't get accepted into one of the vaults, so I did the next best thing and had this place built. Got massive debts, but who cares now? That's every man for himself now. Had to take care of the Paulson boy since he knew about this place. These supplies are for me and nobody else. There's a woman and her daughter up in one of the rooms of the lodge. Might go pay him a visit tomorrow. The man's got needs.
There are a few ways that we can confront Benny. It's safe to say that the majority of players will simply walk up to the checkered Lothario and speak to him on sight, so some may find any alternatives to this as a surprise. First, talking to Swank and either giving him some evidence like Benny's lighter and cigarette butts or passing a few speech checks will see the courier get their weapons returned inside the casino. Swank even informs us that he will tell the staff to look the other way about us carrying heat. This can lead to the courier confronting Benny in his own room, which will grant some different dialogue options and choices when it comes to dealing with him once and for all.
What in the goddamn? You? How could you be... Oh, Swank, you finky bastard. You got a crazy drop on me, baby, but you don't want to kill me. We should be working together.
Still, if we talk to Benny on the main casino floor and meet him in the presidential suite after passing his speech check, we will be allowed to forgive him. Let's take him out after making this choice. We get a rather unique set of circumstances to see an area that will not be open during any other part of the game. When Benny starts to leave, New Vegas sees this as him fleeing, as he will be making his way to the fort after this and ultimately will get captured by the Legion. Because of this code in the game files, the elevator door to Benny's secret escape tunnel will be unlocked to allow him to use it to make his way into the Legion's loving embrace. By killing him before he leaves the presidential suite, he never reaches the door, which is coded to remain unlocked during this script until Benny passes through this door, which will immediately relock and require a key that doesn't exist to open it. So by doing this, we have the only way to see and visit this tunnel without console commands or any special tricks. This means this is the only way on Xbox and PlayStation to go to this location. The tunnel is pretty bare as it really was never supposed to be seen, likely cut with the myriad of other things that lie on the cutting room floor for New Vegas. Still, this is a small detail that many people will likely miss as the drive to kill Benny in other ways is strong, and the game encourages us to follow a different path. While in Freeside, we can come across Rotface, a panhandling ghoul outside of Mick and Rouse that will offer tips and info on the surrounding area for the price of 1 cap. After exhausting all of Rotface's dialogue, if we wait a few days and come back to Freeside, he will be wearing a fancy new hat, which interestingly belongs to Eulogy Jones from Paradise Falls in Fallout 3. This doesn't seem to be a coincidence either, as the hat does not appear in Fallout 3, just here in New Vegas, so who knows how it got here. Diving deeper, we can find that this was part of a larger quest involving Rotface that would see the ghoul raise his prices each time you tipped him enough, going from 1 cap to 10 and from 10 caps to 100. This could lead to Rotface wearing Eulogy's entire outfit. There is a mod that restores this content, but the clothes are renamed to reflect Rotface. If this was how it was supposed to appear, then perhaps it may not be the clothes of the Paradise Falls head honcho. Still, the hat is a new item. It wasn't in Fallout 3, and when we have no mods affecting it, the name shows as Eulogy Jones's hat. Either way, Rotface is a likable character that deserves a new hat, so make sure to pay him a visit on your next playthrough. After you have made a name for yourself and got some levels under your belt, while walking around Freeside, you may get stopped by a thug. Now, Freeside thugs aren't anything rare or unique, but this one seems to have a change of demeanor once they recognize you, and it makes for a pretty funny encounter.
Give me all your cap! Whoa! I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Please don't hurt me. I've got a wife and kids and pets and stuff.
We can find a broken howitzer cannon when doing a Legion run. If we talk to Lucius, we can get a quest to fix this bad boy, leading us to the Boomers. We will want them to help us, so becoming friends with the group is a good idea. After the questing at Nellis, we can grab a firing mechanism to fix the cannon at the fort, which will then aid the Legion in the battle at Hoover Dam. Speaking of big guns that can be used that people miss, as suggested by Craftwork on the Discord server, we can go to the X7A left field artillery and fire the giant gun at the Boomtown target zone. Just some fun small details that people can easily miss. In Fallout 3, traveling through the Jury Street Metro, we can find the Jury Street tunnels. This acts as the operating station for Ryan Brigg, a scientist acting as a raider who has been making jerky from mole rat meat and wonder glue. According to his terminal here, it makes the meat far more desirable. He has big plans to sell it around the capital wasteland too. Unfortunately, Ryan is hostile to the Lone Wanderer, and we don't get to see his mission realized. But we can still use his meat box to craft our own Mole Rat Wonder Meat if we have the ingredients needed. Strangely, we can find one singular piece of Mole Rat Wonder Meat in Fallout New Vegas. The journey will take us to Cannibal Johnson's cave. Inside, next to a knife by the fire, we can find the ultra-rare slab of meat. Pun very much intended. Who knows how it found its way inside Johnson's Haven? Perhaps the old-timer figured out the recipe for himself. Regardless of how it got here, rare item hunters should be making this a required stop in any of their playthroughs. Deep in the belly of Hoover Dam, we can find the offices. Various staff mill about the area looking for something to do. But behind the door marked with a radiation warning, we can find a nice treat in this otherwise dull workplace. Upon first inspection, nothing seems special about this room. Just some toxic waste barrels and large storage crates. Still, to the left of the entrance, if we search the wooden boxes, we can find the only 2 sets of Chinese stealth armor that exists in the game, besides the decommissioned one in Old World Blues, likely used to create the American Stealth Suit Mark II. These suits are an older model than the ones found in Fallout 3 and around the Anchorage simulation, and they do not produce an invisibility cloak, which could hint that they are tied to the cancelled Fallout 3 project known as Van Buren, which would have seen Chinese infiltrators sealed inside a sublevel of the dam. These suits could have belonged to them, but Van Buren is non-canon, so we can only assume. Still, these suits are a perfect find for rare item collectors, and they will likely be missed entirely by most people due to how tucked away they are. If we go to the King's School of Impersonation, we can find a few rare items we can't find anywhere else. Inside one of the rooms in the school, we can find a beer pong table. Seems some traditions never die. We can also see 3 ping pong balls, an item that is located entirely in this room. Not much about these balls is interesting, but much like Soviet said on the Discord, these are a must-have display item for any rare item collector. We can travel to Red Rock Canyon and meet the Great Khans. 2 of these Khans, Jack and Diane, will have a quest for the courier running various packages around the Mojave and allowing us to teach Jack some recipes if we pass the proper dialogue checks. The Khan's reward for doing this bit of work is quite a practical unarmed attack called the Khan Trick. With all of the grace of a spry Dale Gribble, the courier will now be able to reach down and throw a handful of dirt at their enemies. This is supposed to only work when you are on dirt and sand, but when it does work, it can be one of the best attacks you can learn in New Vegas, as any of the unarmed weapon effects transfer to the dirt, so it can be pretty devastating. Not to mention the absurdity of groups of people falling to pocket sand. One of the most devastated areas we can come across is Camp Searchlight. The site is ground zero from a nuclear attack perpetrated by the Legion to the NCR troops stationed here. One such trooper is Private Kyle Edwards, who has ghoulified and taken up hiding inside one of the open houses in Searchlight. Speaking with him, we can find out why he is scared to leave.
Rad scorpions. Fuckers creep the hell out of me. I'm not going outside while they're still crawling around.
This starts an unmarked quest called Arachnophobia. We need to take out the 3 giant rad scorpions that will spawn outside the door once we talk to Edwards. When the smoke has cleared from that nonsense, we have a few possibilities on where to send the ghoul soldier. Edwards could join Aster, explore the wasteland, or my personal favorite, take up shop at Ranger Station Echo. The NCR camp has plenty of other ghoul soldiers, and to me, it seems like the best place for Edwards to realize that he will be just fine in the NCR. Ranger Station Echo has some background radiation that makes it more accessible for ghouls. This could be due to the craters we see outside, which most people attribute to dropping atomic bombs, which makes sense due to the subject of the Fallout series. Still, I have always thought that they were meteorite craters, though they are a tad smaller than what you would expect for that. Craters left by meteorites often have the same pattern, with a large hole surrounded by a couple of smaller ones. Whatever the case may be, this, to me, seems like a perfect home for Private Edwards, and it sure beats the hell out of being stuck in Searchlight. So we can go to Sunny Smiles and Good Springs for a nice rundown of life in the Mojave. During this, a few opportunities for unique dialogue will show up. First, the Good Springs settler being attacked by geckos will raise our rep with the town and gift us water after saving her. This is a nice little boost to have so early in the game, especially if you plan on helping Ringo.
Holy moly. If you hadn't come here like you done, I'd be a goner for sure. I came up here to draw water, but here, you should have what I got. You look thirsty.
As for the topic of the video, if Sunny's dog Cheyenne dies in combat, we will receive some understandable unique dialogue from her.
Confound it, Cheyenne. Why'd you have to go running in like that? You were supposed to stay. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to see me like this. I'm not gonna be very good company right now. I did have another thing to teach, but I'll understand if you'd rather I just pay you so you could be on your way. Okay. Well, good luck to you. I'm heading back to the Prospector. I could use a drink about now.
We will meet the Happy Trails caravan when it's time to head to Zion. Based on how we interacted with Alice McLafferty from the Crimson Caravan, Happy Trails leader Jed Masterson will have different dialogue, thanking the courier for getting rid of his competition if you take her out, or being starstruck by seeing Alice's bread and butter walk through the door if you've helped the Crimson Caravan.
Howdy, friend. Heard my little broadcast, did you? Yeah, you look the type. Hang on. Ain't you the one that wiped out the Crimson Caravan's Vegas branch not too long ago? Ought to thank you for that. Knocking McLafferty out of the running gives Happy Trails a market to expand into. Howdy, friend. Heard my little broadcast, did you? Yeah, you look the type. Wait a minute, I recognize you. Yeah, you're Alice McLafferty's rising star, ain't you? You sure you want to be here? McLafferty's non-competes are pretty rigid.
Back at Jack and Diane's drug lab in Red Rock Canyon, we can find a few trailers that the two use for their daily activities. One of these mobile homes has a table that has an interesting rare item on it that we can only find here at the Khan's camp. This flower is highly suspect. Our first most significant and only indicator is the quotations around the item name when we see it in game. There are only 3 bags of this stuff in Fallout New Vegas, and all of them are right here. These sacks of powder are likely being implied to be narcotics of some kind. Most people can probably make their best guess as to what they think it would be exactly. This white stuff is one of the rarest items in the game though, so making sure to steal all 3 off the table is a must for item hoarders. One of the most popular drinks around the Mojave is Sunset Sarsaparilla. Of course, we can find the headquarters for this tasty creation just outside of Vegas, but many people may miss a small but rare object while we're here. We can find a very hard locked door on the first floor. This was the office of Sunset Sarsaparilla VP of Tech, Marcus Brody, and inside we can find what we are looking for, a miniature empty Sunset bottle. This is just a nice little find that may be worth picking up to decorate your room later if you find yourself in the area. We are all familiar with Helios 1. The power plant is one of the most sought after landmarks in the Mojave. When doing the lucky old sun quest, we have a few options that will change the future of fan favorite, Fantastic. Suppose we follow the NCR's plan, sending the power to the Strip in McCarran. In that case, Fantastic will get a promotion to Hoover Dam, claiming to be in charge of the whole shebang.
Well, look who it is! Fantastic's little helper, all grown up, following in his master's footsteps. What's it look like, man? I'm fucking king of the NCR. Caesar's Legion has Caesar, the NCR's got Fantastic. It's Fantastic's NCR now. This whole war's about power, man. Caesar wants it, NCR wants it. Fantastic's got it. After I fixed Helios 1 and basically saved the NCR from the dumb shits who run it, I got myself a little promotion. Now I run the whole shebang.
Still, if we arm Archimedes 1 and wipe out the NCR, returning a few days later, we will see the Legion has taken Helios. Due to this, Fantastic will be donned in Legion gear and spouting his pride for a job well done.
Hey man, when in Rome. Man, I don't even know. It's crazy. Shh, you feel that? That's the winds of change, baby, and Fantastic's riding them with his magical angel wings. They saw the shit I did for the NCR, how I carried them on my back, brought the fire to the heathens. I wasn't gonna help them, but they begged. Well, somebody begged. Couldn't say who for sure. It's all a blur, you know? Chems, man. What a trip. I'm working on some top secret shit I can't even tell you about. It's so mind-blowing. But here's a little taste. You know how you can only collect sunlight during the day? Well, what if you could make it daytime all the time? Crazy, right? Or is it? I'm gonna find somebody smart and ask him that question, see what he says. It'll be fucking intense. Adios, amigo.
One of the first things you will deal with is the Goodsprings tutorial, which ends with a quest that sees you either protect the town from powder gangers or help the gang take the settlement. One thing many people don't do is take out Joe Cobb before anything is said and done. In fact, it's looked down upon by the townsfolk to do so. But if we do, we will get this unique, nervous dialogue from Ringo.
Thanks, I guess. Cobb wasn't the problem, though. I could have handled him if he ever found me. Cobb's friends are the bigger problem. And when he doesn't get back, they'll be coming here for blood. There's no way I can fight them all. I'm gonna lay low for as long as I can, assuming the town doesn't throw me to the wolves. I've got no chance against the gang on my own.
There will be multiple times you can come across these Mojave Express containers, and they can be used to ship different items to each location they appear at. In total, there are 5 throughout the Mojave, located outside the general store in Good Springs, inside the Nash residence in Prim, next to the door in the Dino Delight Motel in Novak, right outside the Old Mormon Fort in Freeside, and inside the LVB station on the New Vegas Strip. Most people I have talked to ignore these drop boxes entirely, but they can be of some use. If you're planning a route to sell some items or take them back to your player home, you could send thousands of pounds of gear to any of these boxes and pick it all up whenever you want. These mail drops don't mimic traditional containers though, so you won't be able to just store items in the one that you're currently interacting with. Still, you can send some items off to another drop spot and everything will remain there until it's picked up, so these are underrated as a stash for items. While often overlooked, this is an excellent feature in Fallout New Vegas that ties nicely into the story of the courier. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Lonesome Road, we find ourselves in the ravages of the Divide. The adventure will take us through blown-out buildings and forgotten caverns containing many small details and secrets. My all-time favorite example of this is the fossilized dog we can find in the Cave of Abaddon. Marked with Ulysses' Old World symbol, we can find a small opening in the cave wall. Seymour will be waiting for you on a file cabinet in the back if you happen to have the Wild Wasteland perk. The dog acts as a miscellaneous item and has no weight or value, unless you're a Futurama fan. Seymour is a direct reference to the saddest episode, at least in my opinion, of Futurama, the 7th episode of the 4th season, Jurassic Bark. In this episode, we meet Fry's long-lost dog, which Fry assumed had just died of old age after moving on when he had been frozen for 1,000 years. It turns out, Seymour never moved on and just waited for Fry until his eventual death. Seymour is a must-grab for me in all of my playthroughs, and I like to think about his various adventures before showing up in New York by the year 3000. Clearly, this episode has touched a lot of people, and it's always great to see a Futurama reference. We can travel to Bitter Springs. This location saw quite the tragedy when the NCR flushed the cons out and executed the civilians that started to flee, including the sick, elderly, and children. The state of affairs when we arrive in Bitter Springs is terrible. As Gillies will explain, this is shown to us by the NCR flag flying upside down.
It's a distress call. This camp is in bad shape, and if we don't get relief soon, I don't know what will happen.
We can help turn the camp's fate quite a bit, and this becomes even easier with Arcade in the party, who can teach the doctor here at the base a thing or two.
Hey, if you can help, I'll take whatever I can get. Doctor's bags would be a huge help, but what I really need are medical texts. I'm not trained to deal with major psychological trauma, and we've got a lot of kids in this camp. Yeah? Hey, sure, that would be fantastic. Thank you, that was very helpful. I don't think I'll need those books after all.
After we have completed the quest, No Not Much, the flag will be fixed, flying right side up, showcasing that the hardship of the camp has been conquered. Small details like this really do it for me, and Obsidian didn't have to include this change. Still, it makes you feel like you really helped out the NCR and adds that much more immersion into Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas held the record for most dialogue recorded in a video game at the time of release. That's quite the feat. Judging how much unique dialogue we find in the game, it's not hard to believe. Some of these interactions can be found by pointing your gun at various companions that you can recruit in your adventures around the Mojave.
How about I aim my gun at you for a while, see how you like it?
Why do we always hurt the ones we care about the most?
I assure you, you look extremely virile. Now, would you mind pointing that somewhere else? Thanks.
Don't like no one drawing a bead on me.
Leo doesn't like that, dearie. You should stop.
You,
You want to point that someplace else, boss? I got enough holes in me.
We can find a ton of items that do not really serve much more of a purpose other than just being a good find, and the King's School of Impersonation hosts a good chunk of these. We can find a small putting setup on the second floor complete with a 9-iron and golf balls. Usually we wouldn't think too much about this, just a cute little environmental story being told, but these golf balls are actually quite rare, this being one of only 2 locations they can be found. The other spot we can find these is the X8 Research Center's Institutional Test Facility, a school set built to host different tests we can find in the Big Mountain Complex. The golf balls we find here seem to be a bit larger than they should be, which is quite interesting. Regardless, these are the only places we can find these balls, with a total of 7 being present in the game. You never know when half a dozen golf balls will come in handy, and you will be prepared. We meet Boone, a grizzled NCR vet who has seen his fair share of action. This, combined with the loss of his wife, Carla, has made him about as cold as you can be in the Mojave. The NCR has a policy that in the event their personnel die in action, they must have a letter to be passed on to their friends, family, or loved ones. Craig Boone is no different, and if he does die after being recruited as a companion, we can find the letter "For Carla" on his body. It reads, "Carla, if you're reading this, then you know. Sorry. Wanted to make it back home to you. The pension won't be much, but it should help you and the baby get by. Want you to remarry when you meet the right person. Don't want you to have to be on your own. Not sure the right way to say how I feel about you. Think you know already though. Always seemed like you knew what I meant, maybe better than I did. Wish I was there with you now. There are things I couldn't tell you. Tried. Whatever you learn over time about my service in the NCR, hope you can forgive me. Lastly, know you were against it, but if it's a girl, want her to be named after her mother. Know it's playing dirty to win the argument this way, but too bad. It's worth it. Craig." After being dug out of a shallow grave, we will meet Doc Mitchell, the Good Springstown doctor. Mitchell will guide us through character creation while offering some delightful banter along the way. When it comes time for the Vitomatic Vigor Tester, Doc Mitchell has a ton of dialogue that can be triggered by going extremely high or terrifyingly low on each special stat.
That's some serious atrophy, even for someone who's been in bed a while. It's a wonder you can move at all. Surprised anybody'd want to tangle with you. Heck, you could go Deathclaw hunting with a switch. Now, I ain't no optometrist, but maybe we should fit you for some glasses while you're here. Nothing gets by you, huh? Could've used you when I lost my keys last month. I just don't get it. A stiff breeze would tear you in two, but a couple of bullets and you're right as rain. I guess that explains how you're still alive. You're built solid as an oak. Huh. Must be some frontal lobe damage. Good to see them bullets didn't affect your charm none. Sorry, son. I fixed up your head as best I knew how. I guess I missed a spot. Look at that. Maybe them bullets done your brain some good. Don't have all your coordination back yet, looks like. You should think about doing some rehab. Most patients don't get out of bed after being shot and then move like they was in perfect control. You're unusual, I'll say that. Now that don't make a lick of sense. Seems to me you're the luckiest son of a gun in New Vegas. With luck like yours, I'm surprised them bullets didn't just turn right around and climb back into the gun. Yeah, that's a pretty standard score there, but after what you've been through, I'd say that's great news.
Doc Mitchell will also have different items to give out depending on your build, like the boxing gloves for unarmed characters. Fallout New Vegas never ceases to impress me with how much detail it has packed into such a great game. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Old World Blues, we find ourselves at the mercy of mad scientists turned post-apocalyptic robots in the Big Mountain facility. Dr. Klein and his group of wayward floating brethren have removed your spine, heart, and most importantly to this video, your brain. Because of this, we actually get some dialogue with what is essentially ourselves during the endgame of the DLC. One of the first things people notice about this brain is the voice. Many people relate it to the sound of Stewie Griffin from Family Guy. This is no coincidence, as the voice actor, Sunil Malhotra, confirmed he based the character on the Family Guy star.
Well, well, look who finally dragged themselves in out of the wasteland. And where have we been, Crawling through pits of radioactive muck again?
If you are playing a female character, the voice will remain the same, but our brain does have an explanation for this.
Ah, well, as to that, you'd be surprised how hard a feminine-sounding voice modulator is to find in the Forbidden Zone. It's not as though brain-sustaining life support tanks grow on trees. I had to take what I could get.
It also seems our brain has picked up some tunes on the various ventures around the wasteland, as we can hear it hum the Begin Again song from the Dead Money DLC, which regularly plays on the mysterious broadcast around Big MT.
Begin again in the night. Let's sway again tonight.
We can find many different nuclear-powered bugs and creatures. One of the best among them are the mantis that we can find in various spots around the Mojave. If you happen to find some mantis, make sure to look for their eggs. If we shoot them, it will break the clutch and release the baby mantids into the world. If you aren't doing this in every playthrough, you are doing mankind a great disservice. If you decide to go with the Legion, after a few quests, Caesar will need to lie down after his head starts to hurt. This will prompt him to retire to his bed, but you can still talk to him during this state.
God damn it, go away! Come back when I've had some sleep. Disturb me again and I'll have you killed.
This threat is not an empty one, as if we wake Caesar up one more time, he will turn the entire Legion army against us, no matter how good of a reputation we've built up. I'm sure we have all felt like doing something like this once in our life after being woken up, but Caesar just has the resources to make it happen.
I warned you not to bother me! Praetorians, kill this asshole! Another kill to my name!
You like that?
We can see the NCR salvaged some planks from this location and painted the blank backside to make the Ranger Station Charlie sign. This actually paints a detailed story that the devs certainly didn't have to put the work into, as many people will likely miss it. At the bottom of the mismatched planks, we can see it says Trailer Park Pines. This was the name of the location pre-war. As we can see, the NCR used these trailers to build a nice ranger fort outside of Novak. This is just the kind of little attention to detail that really staples the Fallout series. Something so hidden and obscure, easily missed, but it tells such a simple story, giving us that much more immersion into this great game world. Once you gain the favor of Caesar's Legion, you will be offered the key to a safe house for the faction. This humble abode has a nice Legion flag on the wall, an entertainment area, and a few beds to choose from, with various gear on each of them. One of these beds holds a unique item that any courier will want to grab for their journey, the Lucky Shades. These sunglasses will grant the player +1 luck and look pretty good while doing it. While these shades aren't in the best condition when we find them, they can be easily repaired with other glasses, so make sure this is one of your stops before you hit the casinos on the Strip. Near the Nipton rest stop and past the plane crash, we can find a location many players miss during their playthroughs, the Scorpion Burrow. Up top, we can find a bunch of rad scorpions, and below it's not much different. Among those in the burrow itself, we can find a rad scorpion queen. This is one of two locations where we can find a queen, the other being the Searchlight Fire Station. After dealing with the Queen, we can find a few poor souls that couldn't stand the Scorpions down here. Some, like a prospector with good loot, and others with strange loot like a wastelander with some Sierra Madre chips. The Fallout series is filled with hidden locations that lie just off the beaten path. This easily missable nest of hellbugs is an excellent example of how some of them can be hiding in plain sight. When you find yourself on the Strip, it is easy to get distracted by the many neon-soaked temples of debauchery that can be found here. One thing a lot of people overlook, perhaps because of these temptations pulling them every which way, is the magazine vending machines that occupy the center block of the Strip. Understandably, a courier walking through the hustle and bustle of New Vegas could be forgiven for thinking that these were merely static set pieces, but that isn't the case. Suppose we approach a set of vending machines. In that case, we can get a random skill magazine from each one by activating it, totaling 9 in the entire game, all entirely located on the New Vegas Strip. These machines are a one-time use thing though, so we won't be spamming it to get a vast collection of skill magazines. Still, it is nice to get what you can in the Fallout series, and you can always find a use for these magazines, even if it's just making a few caps off of them. Just outside of Novak, we can find Gibson's scrapyard, along with the owner, Old Lady Gibson. Gibson has become a fan favorite over the years, and her services are often used to sell off the copious amount of junk found in the Mojave. If the courier was to take Old Lady Gibson out for some reason though, they would find quite the nice reward waiting for them, as we can loot a unique sawed-off shotgun called Big Boomer from her person. This gun has a one-of-a-kind design with the words Big Boomer emblazoned on the grip, and the shotgun has more damage than its standard counterparts. It's actually a pretty decent weapon to use. We can also find some in-game files that show an unused texture for the Big Boomer, making it look more similar to Fallout 3's sawed-off shotguns. Whatever the case, many people don't kill Old Lady Gibson to grab this piece, but this is the wasteland. You will need all the help you're gonna get. Just on the cusp of the radiated Mesquite Mountains crater, we can find an overlooked, interesting two-story shack simply called Hell's Motel. One of the most noticeable things about this house on the edge of the crater is that we don't experience any radiation exposure on the inside, which is in contrast to the high amounts we receive just on the outside of the shack. Oh, and there's a dead ghoul on the ground. This is Dr. Rotson, and I assume he was killed by the crazed Mr. Handy here, which is a shame. We can see that Rotson was quite set up in his tiny home. Being a ghoul, the radiation and ferals outside would not pose a problem. He has a personal fungus farm outside and a distillery in the kitchen. This guy was set up for wasteland living. Around the house, we can find a few things like a star bottle cap, a weapon repair kit, and even a copy of the DC Journal of Internal Medicine. Inside the fridge, we can find some random irradiated food or drink, which is cool because this can create some ultra rare items that you won't find anywhere else, except for like maybe Searchlight. Still, looting the doctor himself has a strange occurrence. When picking up the Wasteland Surgeon outfit and equipping it, and then moving to the effects tab, we can see it lists as Dr. Barrow's lab coat, who only appears in Fallout 3. This is likely because New Vegas was essentially built using a lot of assets from Fallout 3, per Bethesda, which would then be edited or changed to fit the Mojave, as we can still find a ton of unused items from Fallout 3 in the game files for New Vegas. Hell's Motel may be a bit off the beaten path, but it's a fun stop during your journeys through the Mojave. One of the more striking locations that we can find is the Searchlight area. Searchlight proper was victim to a chemical attack from the Legion, which has decimated the NCR in the small city. One of the more exciting things we can find is at the fire station, lying between the two parked fire trucks. The training dummy looks like a dead NPC. In fact, I'm not entirely sure it's not, since we can use the cannibal perk on it and even resurrect him. Most people believe this to be a pre-war model used to train the firefighters in the area. But who's to say it's not just a dead NPC named Training Dummy that managed to get caught up in the attack at Searchlight? Either way, the damn thing has always creeped me out, but make sure to pay our boy a visit during your next playthrough. One of the casinos we can visit is the Tops. This is where Benny and his chairman can be found, so I'm sure most, if not all of you watching this video have been here at some point during your playthroughs. One area that many people miss due to no real quest objectives or loot being present is the rooftop courtyard that houses a swimming pool, found by going through the equally less traveled diner or by going around the back of the main casino floor. This lush paradise is the perfect spot to relax after dealing with Benny or just after a long day of patrolling the Mojave. Still, many people miss this location entirely, and being tucked away out of the main loop doesn't help this much either. Make sure to get some sun and take a dip the next time you find yourself at the tops. Even a post-apocalyptic courier needs their break too. When we reach the fort, the base of the Legion, we can meet many interesting characters. One of the more easily missed NPCs is Melody, an enslaved child inside the Brahmin pen. Understandably, Melody isn't too open to talking to the courier at first. Still, if we pass some checks in the conversation, she will confide in us that she is missing one of her only comforts, Sergeant Teddy. Talking to Anthony, we can fight a few of his dogs in the arena for the bear, or we could simply pass a 50 barter check. The animal friend perk works here as well, though Anthony will be disappointed. Now that we have Sergeant Teddy, we have a couple of choices. We can either give the bear to Melody, passing the quest and gaining karma, or, as is the topic of the video, do the meanest thing possible in Fallout New Vegas. In somewhat of a callback to Fallout 2, where the Chosen One could destroy Mr. Nixon doll found outside Vault City, the courier can tear apart the stuffed bear in front of Melody. This, of course, will result in negative karma, but a boost in Legion reputation. 100% worth it every playthrough.
I don't want to talk to you. I hate you.
You may stumble across a pretty curious sight when north of Good Springs. Chance's map, a crude depiction of the Mojave carved into the ground itself, could be something you have passed by. Sure, it's a marked location and the game will tell you that it's there, but after investigating it and taking the items you might want, the map doesn't seem to really hold much more of a purpose. To me, Chance's map is a memory, a celebration of one of the most disturbed Great Khans and his madness that led to his demise. We learn a bit more about Chance and the map in the All Roads graphic novel, which documents the lead up to Benny ambushing the courier. We see that Chance carved this map with his knife, which he later used to slaughter a whole gang of fiends at the nearby tribal village. After the battle, Chance would lose his life, and the clans would carry on with Benny without him. All of these things are hinted at in-game as the tribal village, now infested with Cazadores, sits at the bottom of an overlook that holds Chance's grave. Plundering the site will lead to finding Chance's knife, the blood of fiends still stained on the blade. So, while some locations may just seem like a quirky post-apocalyptic set piece, remember that even the smallest places can have some of the biggest stories. In the remains of Boulder City, we can find the Bighorn Saloon. The owner, Ike, sits behind the bar, hopeful of getting even one customer these days. NCR troopers that occupy the area are discouraged from going to Ike's saloon, so if the courier wears NCR gear when speaking with him, we can get some unique dialogue that puts this into perspective.
Hello. Howdy, trooper. I thought the Bighorn was off limits to you guys, but who am I to complain? Customer's a customer. The workers here don't much like the military. After too many fights and broken noses, the NCR doesn't allow troops to spend time here. That doesn't stop a few people like yourself, of course. Don't worry, I won't say a word.
We can find many unique items tucked away in the Mojave. Some have a practical use, and others you might just pick up because you feel it fits your personality. Even in terrible hellscapes like Black Mountain, filled with aggressive super mutants, large amounts of radiation, and Tabitha, the voice of Black Mountain Radio, even here we can find a unique item that rare item collectors will want for their home display. Inside the broadcast building, set up by a stand by some equipment, is the sheet music book. While this item has no use in-game and a value of 100, it is still the only sheet music book we can find in New Vegas, meaning that anyone who has a connection with music or just one-of-a-kind finds will want to add this to their inventory. While in Freeside, we can come across Mick and Ralph's, a humble store on the edge of town that deals with guns and general items. Mick and Ralph know how to deal and are pretty in tune with the rest of Freeside, so they are an excellent place to go to get some things moving when in the area. If we speak to Mick, we can find out that the Omertas in Gomorrah on the Strip have no longer been buying weapons from the store, which is hurting business. So Mick asks you to keep an eye out, which can lead to one of the best rewards in the game, especially for unique item hunters. This will involve starting the How Little We Know quest, and the easiest way to favor Mick and Ralph here is to just side with Big Sal and Nero over Cachino and help the bosses with their plans. Afterward, we can convince Big Sal to start buying from Mick and Ralph again. When we return to the store, Mick will be happy to hear the news about the Omertas and offer us a new and improved Pip-Boy. The Pimp-Boy 3 Billion. It's a pimped out version of the wrist device with a fancy coat of gold paint and shiny studs throughout the body. This is the only place we can get the Pimp Boy, and it is the only one we can find anywhere in the Fallout series, making this quite possibly one of the rarest items available, especially since the quest can be buggy, locking players out if they don't follow specific paths to a T. If for some reason you wanted the old model of Pip-Boy back around your wrist, all you would have to do is talk to Mick again to switch the device. Personally, I feel there is no better way to show off your wealth in the Mojave than wearing this beautiful piece during the rest of your playthrough. One of the most ignored areas in the Mojave are the sewers that run underground across the Vegas area. Home to giant rats, ghouls, and aggressive humans, it makes sense so many people avoid the dank underbelly of the city. This doesn't mean that good things can't be found in the sewers, as if we locate Luke here in the central area, we can find a key known as Luke's Find. This key can also be found here in the East Central sewers on Jill. The key will open the door to the sealed sewers, which leads to a chamber guarded by a large group of ghouls, but lying amongst them is a prospector that has exactly what we are looking for. The Humble Cudgel is a unique lead pipe with a decent damage boost. The pipe is in much better condition than its standard counterpart, and it features a T-split that almost mimics a hammer. The best part of this unique pipe is the special attack that comes with it, called Lights Out. You can perform this move by moving forward and doing a power attack, or by choosing it in VATS. This will do 125% damage and has amazing results, so the Cudgel is a must-have for any melee builds. We can come across the Sunset Sarsaparilla headquarters. Guarded by Ol Festus and a few Protectrons, this location acted as a bottling plant and operating facility for the pre-war drink. Still, after all these years, a beloved employee remains. Inside the maintenance closet, we can find Mr. Janitor. This Mr. Handy model was used to clean the building before the Great War, and he is still in remarkable condition. Hacking the average locked terminal on the other side of the room will allow us to start Mr. Janitor's routine. This can be quite rewarding for people who have the patience to let him finish his job. The robot will begin making rounds through the Sunset Sarsaparilla HQ, visiting rooms and cleaning up all that he can find. After his route is finished, he will stop at a garbage can and empty all he collected, wishing farewell to the rubbish. This being a bottling plant, most of what Mr. Janitor has picked up consists of caps, the currency of the wasteland. He will deposit a random amount of caps into the trash can. Still, the number is usually decently high, so this is a great way to get a nice boost when you make it to this area, and Mr. Janitor is happy to do the heavy lifting for you. Freeside is by far one of the most active areas. Being the gateway to Vegas, the area is home to many thugs and con artists, so naturally people new to the city may want an escort through the rougher parts of town. One bodyguard that hangs around the north gate of Freeside has caught the attention of the Kings due to how many repeat customers he gets. The King will have the courier investigate this. Still, there are ways we can disappoint the Elvis impersonator when dealing with Oris. First, if we take out Oris before speaking to the King, we can get some unique dialogue from the less than thrilled leader.
So, it went down like that, huh? I guess it can't be helped now. Even though you lack subtlety, you've shown me you can get the job done. So maybe you can help me with something more important.
Suppose we take the quest and hire Oris the way the King wants us to. In that case, we can ignore the bodyguard's instructions about the group of thugs, which leads to some unique dialogue from Oris.
Howdy. Impressive work fighting off Benny's thugs. I guess they weren't harmless after all. I'm not often mistaken, you know. I know I wouldn't have survived that. Well, here we are. No worse for wear, are you? I trust that if you need to cross Freeside again, you'll know who to hire.
Afterward, the King will be upset that we didn't find anything wrong with Oris and send us back out to hire him again, this time without covering the charge.
What do you have for me? Oh, he did he? Well, that just ain't good enough. Get back out there and hire him again. Hire him 100 times if that's what it takes. And before you ask, I'm not gonna cover the cost this time. It's bad enough I'm giving the man more business.
One of the most happening spots is the Strip, which houses the major casinos we can visit and gamble at. One thing some players miss is the delightful audio Easter egg that plays from the slot machines. When you increase your bet at one of the machines, the bass notes to a familiar tune will play. The melody is from the main menu music of Fallout 3 and has been used in most Fallout games since. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Dead Money, we end up at the Sierra Madre Casino and Resort, a place both filled with treasures and death. Still, it's home to a few rare items that can only be found within its resort walls. The Casa Madrid kitchen area holds one of these items, the pre-war steak, a cut of beef that has been preserved since before the Great War. A random amount of steaks will show up in the meat lockers in this area. Taking a look at them in our inventory, they don't quite live up to a good old Brahmin steak and even cause a -1 endurance debuff. Regardless, rare item collectors like myself, pun very much intended, will want to grab this meat anytime they play through Dead Money, only to leave it in the fridge of our player home, never to be seen again. While at Camp McCarran, we can find many things to get up to that will bolster our rep with the NCR. One overlooked NPC is Corporal William Farber, located in the mess hall inside the concourse at the pre-war airport. Helping him out will boost morale for the NCR through better meals, and we will be able to buy quite a nice bit of fresh food and water from Farber directly as well. We learn that he needs the food processor fixed, some spice to perk up the spirits, and a steady meat delivery. While there are a few ways to get these things done, you can pass a repair check for the food processor and speak with the Crimson Caravan to get a good meat run going with higher speech and barter. The only thing left is a little something to perk up the troops. This will take us to the infamous Vault 22, where we can find this food additive in the food processing area. Bringing this back to Farber will complete his unmarked quest and open an excellent selection in his inventory, which is well worth it every time you are going for an NCR run. We can come across Lily Bowen, a delightful nightkin in Jacobstown that can be recruited as a companion. New Vegas is praised for the overabundance of spoken dialogue it has, and we can hear a rare line from Lily if we take her to Black Mountain. After speaking with Neil and getting the quest Crazy Crazy Crazy, if we have Lily with us when we meet with Tabitha, we can hear this unique dialogue regardless of how it all pans out.
Tabitha, you naughty, naughty girl. Leo remembers what you did.
We find Alpha Team from NCR's first recon at Camp McCarran. One of the more memorable group members is Corporal Betsy, a tough-talking sniper who has this to say if a male courier asks for a date.
Never seen you around before. What do you want? Yeah, right. You're sniffing up the wrong skirt. Try me again when you're tall, blonde, and female.
However, if we approach Betsy as a female, she has some somewhat spicy dialogue to share with us.
Girl, you are some grade A poon. Anybody ever tell you that? Trust me, the alpha males are overrated. Plenty of them in the army. All they're good for is killing each other and taking smelly shits. Yeah, so what? I could take a bullet in the skull tomorrow. I haven't got time to take it slow and subtle. I see somebody I like, I go ahead and tell her. That's about the only thing that the horn dog males get right.
At Black Mountain, we find the prison building, which holds Raoul, a possible companion for the courier. Just outside his room, we can see this toy car, which at first glance doesn't seem like anything special. If we look through the terminal on the same table, we can see some logs from the ghoul prisoner that shed some light on this car. It belonged to a nightkin named Cuddles, who was very persistent to Raoul about getting it fixed, going as far as to bring gas to help with the project, a significant feat in the Fallout universe. Raoul was either not interested in the project or couldn't fix the toy, which led to Cuddles attacking the ghoul and Tabitha killing the nightkin to save the only mechanic she had access to. After reading through these entries, the toy car will now be renamed Cuddles Toy Car, making it quite the unique item for hunters like myself. But that isn't the only one we can find. At the Long 15, we can find another Cuddles Toy Car, next to a standard variant. These are out of reach by normal means and would require no clipping to collect them, so we can count the one found at Black Mountain as a unique item. One man's failed project is another man's treasure. Fallout New Vegas is renowned for player choice and spoken dialogue, with many lines hidden behind certain stat and skill checks. We can find one in Freeside that some players may miss due to the low intelligence required and because it's interlaced with Veronica's companion quest. We will need to speak to this vagrant to find the rangefinder Veronica is looking for. Typically, the NPC will mutter incoherently and not make much sense, even when you open his dialogue.
Huh? Kids run by sometimes.
With a low intelligence character, we can find some unique dialogue here. The Vagrant will now be speaking very well and with an enhanced vocabulary.
Friend, not a few minutes ago I chanced upon a pair of destitute orphans grappling over just such an item. If you cover the area methodically, I'm quite certain you'll happen upon them with only the most insubstantial of delays. Be well, and do try and avoid the tragic path of the sot that led me to my present infirmities and spiritual woes. Fare thee well.
This is likely a callback to Fallout 2, where a low intelligence chosen one could get similar dialogue once they meet Tor and help the tribal guard his Brahmin from rad scorpion attacks. The dialogue will change to show that these two smooth brains can understand each other much more than someone with average or above average intelligence. This is peak Fallout humor, and moving forward with the series, I would love to see more dialogue changes based on intelligence stats. We can find many great armor sets. However, one set to be used in Fallout 3 still exists in the game files, and it is a shame we aren't able to properly obtain it in New Vegas. The Enclave Shock Trooper armor looks identical to the Enclave Power armor that we see in Fallout 3, but can take more hits before it breaks, and the helmet has lower DR than its in-game counterpart. This would have been cool to find in New Vegas as a callback to Fallout 3. With the Enclave remnant still around, it could have been in the bunker, perhaps being studied by the West Coast chapter of this faction. I believe the advanced power armor, known as the Remnant's armor in New Vegas, is far superior, and I'm glad that we have it in a more modern Fallout game, but this would have been an excellent addition to the power armor sets that we can find in the Mojave. One of the factions we have to deal with is the Brotherhood of Steel, a now hermit group living in Hidden Valley. After helping the underground dwellers significantly, we will have the option to join the faction outright, which offers the power armor training perk, allowing the courier to wear power armor. This isn't the only place we can get this perk though. If we have done work with the Enclave remnants, they will offer the same reward. This lets us know how to use power armor before getting the training from Elder McNamara, who will be pretty surprised about an outsider having this know-how.
Would you like to tell me where you learned such a thing? No, don't bother. A person as well-traveled as yourself is bound to pick up all kinds of skills, I suppose. Luckily, that's not all I have for you. I've also given the order that all of our equipment be made available to you, not just the more mundane arms. You're a member of the Brotherhood now, and your gear should reflect that. Lastly, you will be allowed to come and go as you please. You've done so much for us that to do otherwise would be a crime. I just ask that you keep the Brotherhood's interests at heart in all your dealings. Remember that you will always have a home here.
This doesn't give us the option to tell the Brotherhood about the Enclave forces that still remain. Still, it is a cool, unique dialogue that can be triggered. Not all power armor in New Vegas requires this training though, as we can see with the NCR. We can find NCR salvaged power armor on heavy troopers. Even in the Ranger's safe house, these armor sets do not require this perk because they no longer count as powered armor after being salvaged by the NCR. With the jury rigging perk, we can even repair these with sets of heavy armor that are more common, like metal armor. Some lost souls that we find in the Mojave can join the courier on their wasteland adventures, like Veronica, a Brotherhood scribe with quite a storied history, and while she has an in-depth companion quest, I find her personal goal much more charming. If the courier asks Veronica what she wants, the scribe will start gushing about pre-war dresses.
I want a dress. Yeah, a good one. Something elegant and classy, you know? But still stylish. Something that's eye-catching and sexy, but also says, don't fuck with me. I keep hoping I'll come across some old-world designer gown when I'm scavenging, but it never happens. Maybe I should move back to California. Hey, you try getting a date wearing scribe robes. Might as well be wearing sweatpants. I just like them, you know? They make you feel like a woman. Those ladies before the war, they knew what they were doing.
This starts the unmarked quest, You Make Me Feel Like a Woman, that involves finding a suitable dress for Veronica and placing it in her inventory. A few clothing items count for the quest, even Viraki's gown from Dead Money. However, I only got Veronica to engage the final part of the quest with the formal wear. Once we place it in her inventory, Veronica will be beyond excited about the new fit and teach the courier the Scribe Counter Unarmed perk, allowing a decent counterattack after blocking in combat.
For me? Do you mean it? No, it's too much. Well, okay, but it's too much. Oh, it's perfect. Thank you. I wish I had something to give you. Wait, what about punching? That's the gift that keeps on giving. I could work on your punching with you, if you like. Show you how to counter like a scribe. All right, put him up. Let's see what you got.
The perk is a great reward, but nothing beats how genuinely excited Veronica gets just to have a lovely dress to wear when she's roaming around the Mojave. The Honest Hearts DLC will take us to Zion and introduce the conflict between the tribes that call the area home. We will also meet one of the most memorable characters in New Vegas, Joshua Graham. The burned man spends his time reading the Bible and preparing guns for his tribe. The courier will have the option to side with Graham at the close of the DLC, which sees the courier and Joshua mow through hostile tribals to secure Zion. Suppose the player asks Joshua Graham to use melee combat in this sequence. In that case, he will start using his trademark 45, a light shining in darkness, as a melee weapon, smacking enemies with the butt of the gun. This is an actual in-game item called Joshua's Pistol Whippin' 45. Through standard gameplay, the player can never obtain this weapon. Still on PC, we can add it to our inventory with the use of console commands. The Lights Out special attack does tremendous damage to anything in front of you when using this weapon. While it may not be the strongest melee weapon in the game, it is by far one of the most satisfying to use. The area around Vegas proper can be quite dangerous. Raiders, fiends, and various traps await any courier venturing off the beaten path. Just outside the Monte Carlo Suites, we can find one of the rarest explosive traps in New Vegas. On the road next to the suites, this house has a mailbox unlike any other we can find in the Mojave. Notice the telltale spinning antenna protruding from the back. This, to my knowledge, is the only mailbox trap in New Vegas. If the courier gets too close, it will explode unless the proper skills are applied to disarm it. These types of mailbox traps were found in a few places in Fallout 3, but it is not something we see in New Vegas outside of this location. But if you have found any others, let me know in the comments below. In Fallout New Vegas, the first location the courier will land is Good Springs. Typically, the player would talk to the people around town and find out what they can do to help them start their Mojave journey. The settlement has a ton of skill checks, making it a fun way to test your early build in the game, but we can have some fun if we are more prepared. One of the things that can be easily overlooked in this area is a chemistry set inside Doc Mitchell's house that can be interacted with. If the courier has a high enough science skill, various chems or a handful of stimpaks can be crafted, which is an excellent boost at any point in Fallout New Vegas. Inside the Good Springs store, Chet runs a tight ship. He is perhaps the least interested in getting into a gunfight with the Powder Gangers. Of course, there is a skill check to convince the shopkeep, but if you happen to have Chet's suggested amount of caps on you, you can offer that to him as well. New Vegas is filled with small details and alternate ways to approach quests like this, making it fun and interesting to try new ways to handle things in each playthrough.
Now just hold on. I never voted to take on the Powder Gangers. That's a 1,000 cap investment you're talking about. That's more like it. The people can pick up their extra ammo and leather armor when they're ready. Was there anything else?
The main quest ultimately leads to the second Battle of Hoover Dam, with the main factions involved being the NCR and Caesar's Legion. Once this battle is complete, the story of New Vegas ends as well, and so does the gameplay, but this wasn't always going to be the case. Fallout New Vegas, at one point, had planned for the player to continue playing after the Battle of Hoover Dam. This is proved by the cut lines of dialogue that we can find in the game files. These bits reveal a bit of what the game world would have been like after the main faction's victory, and make us wonder what the scope of New Vegas would have been if a post-game section had been included.
With the Legion defeated, things are great now.
All those NCR troops should see me to celebrate. Come one, come all. I'm not letting the Legion make me a slave. Even I have standards.
Intense fighting erupted on Hoover Dam as tensions between NCR and Caesar's Legion boiled over. Reports indicate that NCR forces emerged victorious and the Legion scattered amidst the defeat of its most feared military leader. Preliminary word is that Caesar's Legion has taken control of the dam and that the NCR presence in Nevada is severely crippled. While it initially appeared to be an NCR victory, we're receiving word that our own Mr. House may have been the one to secure the dam for himself. But in a shocking turn of events, the dam has been rendered useless, and both sides have taken heavy casualties. Neither faction appears to have won. But in a shocking turn of events, an army of Securitrons has seized control of the dam, preventing both sides from claiming it. Now, sources of the dam are telling us that the involvement of one key person appears to have heavily influenced the outcome.
Welcome to Vegas, capital of the sixth state of the new California Republic. True to Kaiser.
In Fallout 3, the decimated capital wasteland hosts many things to discover. Broken streets, shattered buildings, but every once in a while, something in the waste can still function the way it used to. The fire hydrants that stand guard on the once busy suburban sidewalks fit this bill perfectly. As in Fallout 3, these hydrants can be activated, which will cause the lone wanderer to drink from them, a task that doesn't make much sense considering what is needed to produce water from one of the pre-war devices. You would need a wrench or something similar and a working water supply. But this is a video game, so it can be overlooked as a fun source of HP at the cost of some rad levels. New Vegas, however, isn't buying into this idea. If we try to drink from the hydrants we find in the Mojave, the option will no longer be there. It's hard to say why the devs ultimately decided to cut this feature. Still, it could have been what I mentioned before, that the interaction just didn't make a whole lot of sense. So while you may be used to the flowing water of the capital hydrants, be wary in the Mojave. If you want a quick drink, a toilet would likely be a stronger candidate. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Old World Blues, the courier is thrust into a sci-fi fever dream and dropped into the Big Empty. There are plenty of dangers to find and treasures to uncover on Big Mountain, but today we will be looking at the indoor ghost town that is Higgs Village. These houses were the homes of the think tank, but now act as shells of the past, giving us glimpses into each of the executives' personalities. Outside, the centerpiece of this cul-de-sac stands tall. This large fountain ties the whole neighborhood together, but there is a way to make it run again. Heading to the X-17 meteorological station, we can find this scale model of Higgs Village, complete with fountain. Jumping onto the terminal in the same room as the snow globe will allow us to start the weather test. This will cause rain to fall on the model houses and reveal a soggy duffel bag with some random loot. If we return to Higgs Village, we can see that the fountain is back in working order after doing this, even forming a pool at the base. Many may have overlooked this tremendous small detail by not revisiting Higgs Village. Still, the fountain ties the scene together perfectly, and it makes for a nice stop during your wasteland travels. One of the most underutilized areas is the underwater landscape around the Mojave. While we see fish and nice-looking aquatic plants, we can't find a whole lot in the form of treasures while in the depths of the water. Around the area next to the scavenger platform, we can find something interesting and a little reward for diving couriers. We see a crashed Sunset Sarsaparilla truck. Inside, we see it was carrying a sizable load of the drinks. While we can find 3-star bottle caps down here, the more interesting fact to me is that the Sunset bottles are unique to this area. These are the only empty bottles that will sink, presumably to set up the scene for the truck. Carrying one of the bottles out of the water, we can throw it back in to see it slowly sink to the bottom. In contrast, it will float on the surface if we do the same with a typical empty Sunset Sarsaparilla bottle. This is just a tiny detail that I find very interesting, and for people looking for special items in the game, this sunken truck has quite a bit to offer. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Dead Money, the courier is brought to the Sierra Madre Resort and Casino, fitted with a bomb collar, and forced to work with a pack of characters in order to make a grand escape. Plenty of things stand in our way: the ghost people who call the area home, various traps, and a thick poisonous cloud that can drop even the strongest wastelander in seconds. Still, one item waits for us at the Sierra Madre, an item that has no real use and is out of the player's way just enough to go widely unnoticed by those who aren't looking for it: the embalming fluid. The only 4 jars of this substance in the game can be found in Salida del Sol North, at the Campanas del Sol. This room clearly acted as a morgue and chapel pre-war, and these jars are a reminder of the good old days. Embalming fluid prevents decomposition in bodies post-death in the real world. As for Fallout New Vegas, the substance has no use. It's not used in any quests, nor can it be crafted into anything. Seemingly, the jars were placed here for the ambience and to further identify the room. Whatever the case may be, rare item hunters will want to go out of their way to collect this 4-of-a-kind find. Just don't think about what it'll cost you to get to the Sierra Madre in the first place. My favorite of the minor factions that we can meet are the Kings. As a lifelong fan of Elvis Presley, it was a joy to see a faction dedicated to his character and memory in the game. If we go to the King's School of Impersonation, we can find a few unique things. Some I have covered in past videos. Still, if we talk to the resident hairdresser for this group of cats, we can obtain one of the most easily missable melee weapons in Fallout New Vegas. On the first floor of the school, we can find Sergio. Sergio cuts hair for the group and is highly recommended by the king himself if the courier earns their spot with the faction. However, the gang will not turn hostile if we take matters into our own hands and attack the barber. This is the fastest and easiest way to get Figaro, the unique switchblade. While the blade itself is beautiful, it's certainly not the best weapon you will find in New Vegas, but it is often missed due to a bug within the game. On consoles, where many people enjoy the Fallout series, Sergio often doesn't spawn. Since console commands are exclusive to PC, it will lead to Figaro being impossible to obtain. So if you are a unique item hunter and you're looking for a great knife to go with your new greaser look in the wasteland, make sure to stop by the Kings and pay Sergio a visit. We can visit the various casinos on the strip for some much needed rest and relaxation. One casino houses the man who shot the courier in Goodsprings and left them for dead, Benny. His tribe runs the Tops Casino. While most people will want to handle things as soon as they see Benny, this can be difficult due to the casino confiscating any weapons they find upon entering. We can still get access to our guns though, and doing so will prompt Benny to say some unique dialogue. Once inside the Tops, if we head up to the locker where the weapons are stored, we can sneak our way past the cashier. We can lockpick the container and get all of our weapons back. Now going to Benny, we can tell him what we are up to for some humorous reactions.
What in the goddamn? Let's keep this in the groove, hey? Smooth moves like smooth little babies. You want a reason? How about 4? They're called bodyguards, and every one of them is packing. Me too, so baby makes 5. Add to that, every chairman in this joint is armed, and not with some holdout pea shooter like maybe you smuggled through security. Anything I needed to worry about, baby, got confiscated at the door. You're bluffing, baby. Except maybe you're not. Sweet little caper getting your weapons back, but let cooler heads prevail, hey? No need for violence. We got a problem, boys. Whoa!
One of the main factors of the game is how you interact with the various factions that call the Mojave home. When it comes to the two most influential groups, Caesar's Legion and the New California Republic, or NCR, the courier's relationship with them can impact their adventure through New Vegas quite a bit. A positive rep with the NCR can be more rewarding as the group controls large portions of the main map and we run into them more often through a typical playthrough. One thing that changes based on faction rep is the dialogue options we have with major players of the group, many of which could be easily missed in the early game places like the Mojave Outpost. Going there idolized by the NCR will net quite a few unique responses, but this carries through to the other NCR locations around the map as well.
Maybe Jackson got some additional soldiers after all. Didn't take you for a trooper at first. You seem a little livelier than most. Alright, if you're here to assist, good. That's what I want to hear.
Caravan, citizen, pilgrim, or... reinforcements? About time we got some more hands around here. Just need something for the logbook, keeping tabs on traffic throughout the outpost. Although mostly just in, not out these days. Well, about time we got a soldier, and not a recruit. You look like you've seen some action. I need to get the caravans moving again. That means clearing a path north. There's too much crawling the asphalt up the road to allow it.
I didn't expect someone as famous as you to be here. Please tell me you're here to help.
We can explore the Mojave Wasteland to our heart's content. While the surface has plenty of things to worry about, there is a sub-level in the New Vegas area as well. The sewers that run under the city are home to large groups of people looking to stay safe from the all too apparent dangers that lurk above ground. They are also home to Red Lucy and the Thorn, an arena of sorts that sees the mutated creatures of the post-war battle it out for the enjoyment of the spectators. The courier can even jump into the fights themselves, earning respect and some caps for their troubles. Red Lucy doesn't have an unlimited supply of creatures though. In order to maintain them, she has to gather eggs from topside every so often, and the courier can get the quest Bleed Me Dry from Lucy, which will target increasingly more difficult to obtain egg piles. Once the courier has finished this task, Red Lucy will be impressed and take you up on the offer of going somewhere more private, her chambers. Now that we are inside, we can see this light switch, the same one Lucy turns on before she gets more comfortable. This is a mood light switch. When turning it on, red light will coat the bed, and soft music starts playing through the speakers in the room. This is a great attention to detail that really builds on Lucy's character, as she has a very strong sexual and physical energy. So seeing that she has such a smooth setup for when things get intimate makes complete sense. Now, if only we could set something like this up in the Lucky 38 suite. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Lonesome Road, the courier is regularly beckoned by Ulysses, who holds quite the grudge against us throughout our Mojave adventure. In the middle of the high road, many people know about the advanced riot gear perched high in the crow's nest, being worn by a dead ghoul NCR riot control officer. The great thing about this armor set is that it can be used to repair an even better outfit later on in the Divide. We can find another dead ghoul NCR riot control officer on the top floor of the 3rd Street Municipal Building, except this one is donned with the Elite Riot Gear version of this great armor, making it significantly better than the previous set that we found. What's truly fantastic about both of these armors is that they are faction neutral. This means that if you don't feel quite right about putting on an NCR uniform, but still can't deny how amazingly awesome the riot gear is, you can still throw it on and look your best throughout the rest of the Mojave. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Lonesome Road, we come to the Divide, a war-torn hellscape, ground zero to multiple nuclear strikes. Crumbling highways and destroyed buildings litter the area, but so do marked men and Deathclaws, one of the roughest spots in the game. We can find caves and valleys hiding even more dangers through the rubble, one of which hides quite possibly one of the strongest Deathclaws in Fallout New Vegas. Entering the cave will trigger a collapse in the entrance, trapping you with the beast, with a pretty likely outcome for those who are not prepared. However, if we come a bit prepared, this is possibly the easiest encounter with a Deathclaw in any Fallout game. Shooting a flare at Rar will cause him to flee, as he is scared of the fire. At this point, Rar will hide under the undetonated nuke that sits in the cave. Activating it with the laser detonator will cause the rocks to fall onto the Deathclaw, killing him instantly. This is a great trick to employ that makes the fight way more manageable, and it's a terrific attention to detail from the developers. It's always cool to be able to use the environment in fights, and this is a great example. We can find many different items that have somehow stayed around after 200 years of a post-nuclear apocalypse. Some, of course, are more interesting than others, but the fact that we see anything intact from before the war is pretty impressive. One of the things I was surprised to see the most was that a couple of musical instruments had survived out in the wastes. We can find a small number of harmonicas in our travels, and it makes sense that these still litter the area. While they are rare, they still appear enough to have a decently sized collection of mouth harps. However, only one other instrument appears in Fallout New Vegas, and it is far more rare: the acoustic guitar. The courier can only obtain 3 of these throughout the game, and 2 of those require stealing from a well-liked NPC. We can take the first one from the stump the Lonesome Drifter sits on. After doing so, if we complete his part of the talent pool quest by recruiting the Drifter as an act, a second acoustic guitar will spawn in his inventory. We can pickpocket this from him with good enough sneak, bringing our count to 2. Finally, in the Sierra Madre Villa, we can find the only other acoustic guitar in the game, across the street from the police station, next to a music stand. These are the only 3 guitars we can collect from the entirety of Fallout New Vegas, and I love collecting them. It's worth noting that these musical instruments serve no actual purpose, as we can't play them, and that there is some writing on the bottom of the guitar. I can't really make it out myself, so I would love to know what your theories are on what the text says in the comments below. We see firsthand the battle between the Legion and the NCR. Many different towns and locations are affected by this, and one of the most notable is Nelson. The town of Nelson has been overrun by the Legion, who have NCR troopers displayed on crosses in the center of the settlement. Ranger Milo is one of the NPCs that we can meet just outside on the road leading to the site. Milo has a few unique interactions that are worth mentioning. For example, Ranger Milo is one of the only NPCs that the courier tells their name to, which will prompt an NCR reputation check, changing Milo's dialogue depending on the relationship with the faction.
My apologies, but that name and face ain't ringing the old school bell upstairs. Afraid I can't let you through until the situation is resolved. Fair enough. It's not like any of the troopers around here are jumping up to volunteer. Oh, heck, I've heard of you. Supposed to be a regular hero or something, ain't that right? But maybe you're a little too reputable to get involved in some dirty work for the Republic. Well, I'll be damned. Looks like you've got some dirt in you after all.
Ranger Milo will mention that some Legion snakes have taken control of Nelson. A courier with intelligence under 4 will not understand his metaphoric speaking, leading to some humorous, unique dialogue.
Hold up there. This area is locked down by the NCR military until we can dislodge some Legion snakes from Nelson. You're one of them special folks, ain't you? They ain't real snakes, see? They're Legion soldiers. I just called them snakes because they're low down and sneaky. Like a snake. Anyway, we always have trouble with Legion around here. This time, they jumped to camp in Nelson while the troopers were setting up. Captured a bunch of gear and took the town. Couple of troopers, too. Got them crucified down near the center of town.
Finally, the Ranger will joke with the courier about having a couple of dozen hits of Psycho to boost the troops. Suppose we call his bluff and actually have that much Psycho in our inventory. In that case, Milo will have more unique dialogue for this.
Well, I'll be damned. Looks like you've got some dirt in you after all. If you had a few dozen doses of Psycho on you, maybe we could pep those weepy troopers into charging down into Nelson and taking back the camp. But since that's not likely, you could help me take out the Legion's trooper hostages. All right. I have to admit I wasn't expecting you to say that. I was just joking, but if it makes you feel any better, I'm impressed. So anyway, how about those hostages?
Ranger Milo has a lot of character-specific dialogues and interactions. It really shows the amount of care and attention to detail that was applied when Fallout New Vegas was in development. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Old World Blues, we can find one of the best Fallout experiences to date. The level of science fiction and mystery in the Big Empty provides for an excellent adventure that is sure to surprise and delight any couriers who find themselves in the area. On the western outskirts of the map, amongst the Hexcrete Archipelago, we can find the Z-38 Lightwave Dynamics Research Building. Inside, we see that this facility was used by scientists taking orders from Fred Sinclair, who was responsible for building the Sierra Madre. A terminal resting on the ground floor goes over the various frustrations that the team had with living up to Sinclair's expectations. And seemingly for reference, when they were designing the Vera Keys hologram, we can find a movie poster featuring the Starlet hanging on the wall and a small framed portrait on the table across the room. The hardest thing to miss here is the giant blue beam that seems to be projected from both the floor and the ceiling. This was used to create and sculpt the holograms that the scientists were working on. Stepping into this light will cause the courier to faint for 12 hours, making this a great way to pass the time when needed in Old World Blues. There's a valence radii accentuator in the center of the beam that we can pick up once we regain control of the courier. Overall, something like this that adds more lore to another DLC is really nice to see. It shows that connections exist all over the Mojave and beyond, and that there is plenty of attention to detail in Fallout New Vegas. We assume the role of the courier and go out to look for the man who wronged us in Goodsprings. Before we get to that task, we have to build our character, and we can get quite the boost if we play our cards right. When selecting perks, you should pick Skilled and Wild Wasteland. Skilled because we need it for the boost, and in my opinion it's the best perk, and Wild Wasteland because you should always use Wild Wasteland. The Skilled perk will boost all of your skills by 5 points. After this, we want to walk away from Goodsprings until prompted to finalize our build. Now we go back into the character creation process, and when we get to the perks, select Skilled again. And we will see it has stacked, giving us a total of 10 points in every skill, making the first Goodspring quest a breeze. Also, the negative XP does not stack. This can be repeated with the auto dock in Old World Blues as well, which will make a total of 15 skill points when everything is said and done. Most people just confirm their character and move on, missing this boost altogether, but it can really help out, especially so early in the game. One of the biggest rivalries is between the New California Republic and the Great Khans. This isn't the first time the two groups have had troubles, as their origins even go back to the same vault, at least with the standard Khans from the area around the hub. This beef has carried on for over 120 years and likely will never stop. We can see a skirmish between the two groups in Boulder City. The battle seems to be at a standstill, but the courier can offer to negotiate to end things peacefully. Once inside, we can find Jessup, one of the cons Benny hired for his ambush of the courier. But we can also find McMurphy, who was along for the ride as well, but he has seen better days. We can see McMurphy is in the introduction cutscene that shows Benny shooting the courier, and is featured in the All Roads graphic novel during his time with Benny and the group. While this is an excellent piece of lore and further drives home the animosity between the NCR and the cons, that isn't the most interesting bit about this encounter. If you're running Fallout New Vegas on PC, you can enter the console and resurrect McMurphy. The Great Khan will have 0 hit points, so using the console again to make sure no one is hostile is a great idea. We can see what McMurphy's plan is once he is back among the living. He will return to the Goodsprings Cemetery, standing ominously at the courier's shallow grave. This is just an intriguing thing to trigger in the game and is likely left over from the in-game cut intro that would have had this NPC standing in this exact spot. Whatever the case is, this is far better than lying dead on a moldy mattress, so I am sure McMurphy appreciates it. The courier can encounter a variety of different things, from roving gangs to giant sinkholes and everything in between. One of the more disgusting encounters is the wrecked highwayman just outside of Novak. The subject of many a rumor, this car crash site clearly pays homage to Fallout 2 somehow, but how deep does the reference go? Is this the car of the fabled Chosen One? Does it imply that someone like Nobark could be that very tribal? Well, not quite. This encounter references one that we could have found in Van Buren, where we would see the Chosen One's car filled with microfusion cells and a tanker fob, the latter used to drive the PMV Valdez to the oil rig to confront the Enclave. So here we are in New Vegas, where we can find the trunk sticking out of a sinkhole. The reason we see the highwayman in this state and hear the familiar gold slouch track when approaching it is because it's referencing a glitch that would happen in Fallout 2 where the trunk would just disappear. I asked Fallout New Vegas developer Chris Avalon directly about this encounter and he had this to say. It's just for fun. But that would have been a good idea. We did have a plan for a special encounter in Van Buren where you could find the Corvega's trunk, since it could, go missing. But alas. When asked if it was implied that Nobark was the Chosen One, he replied, nah, as amusing as it is to consider, Nobark wasn't the Chosen One. While this does put some rumors to rest about the location, it's still great to see any type of throwback to the classic Fallout games, and the wrecked highwayman is one of the best. There are plenty of valleys, dry lakes, and caves just waiting for explorers to find the treasures they hide. The Mojave Wasteland, though vast and open, still has a host of things to find for those who catch the wanderlust. Inside the stunning Fire Root Cavern, there is one rare item that many people miss because of the fearsome lizards that guard the cave, and the clever hiding spot from whoever left it. Among the overgrown plants and guarded by the legendary fire gecko, we can find the only evil gnome that Fallout New Vegas offers. While the standard gnomes look how we would expect, this figure is wearing black-rimmed glasses and has a more elaborate beard with darker hair. This is a reference to Scott Everts, the lead world builder of New Vegas, as in the game files, the gnome is referred to as Scott E. Gnome and bears a resemblance to the man himself. Fallout as a series has never been shy about self-referencing and having fun with the developers, and this gnome is a great way to show love for one of the leads of New Vegas, so make sure to give Scott a good home the next time you are scavenging around Fire Root Cavern. We can meet the people of the Mojave. While not all of them are the friendly type, one of the most beloved can be found as soon as we start our journey. Doc Mitchell is the resident medicine man of Goodsprings, and he spends his time patching people up and tending to his home. Though times seem good for Mitch now, that wasn't always the case, and if we do some traveling, we can piece together his story. Doc Mitchell is from Vault 21, and if we visit the vault on the Strip and speak with Sarah, we can get a bit more info about the Goodsprings doctor.
Mitch? You mean Molebutt? I hadn't thought about that name in a long time. I was just a child and he had a big mole in his rear bumper. You understand, kids and all that. Everyone knows about each other in a vault. There's no other way. I hope Mitch is doing well.
If we head back to Doc Mitchell after speaking with Sarah, we can ask him about being from Vault 21. He will then reveal the saddest part of his story.
Yep, he sure did. Wanted himself a hotel, and to make sure once he made the change there'd never be any going back. We didn't get a say. I don't know how you'd argue with a fella like that anyways, everywhere and nowhere all at once. So, just like that, we was all homeless. Went our separate ways, and that was all she wrote. Eventually, we made our way out here, but, when folks spend their lives in isolation, sometimes that ain't the best of things for learning to fight off germs. We was going to California, but Good Springs was as far as we got. After she passed, wasn't no reason to keep going. I stayed so I could keep close to her.
The Mojave is filled with cruel raiders, vicious creatures, and superb locations that can turn any courier into a hardened warrior in no time. Amongst everything we can find, many valuable items wait to be taken, and some of the most expensive we don't even have the option to sell. The item with the most value in all of Fallout New Vegas is the disassembled weapons shipment guarded by the Fiends, which holds a value of 5,000. This is only used in a quest, but I thought it was worth mentioning in this video. Two stand out when it comes to the most valuable non-quest items. The first is virtually unobtainable due to being cut from the final game, the Mantis Scythe schematics. With a value of 800, they stand at the top of the most valuable miscellaneous items in the game. Well, in this case, cut from the game. Using console commands, we can spawn the schematics. Still, they will be added as a Deathclaw Gauntlet resource note instead of their original purpose, which was to allow the courier to craft the Mantis Gauntlet. Regarding non-quest miscellaneous items in Fallout New Vegas, the most valuable one we can find can't even be sold for its cap value. Cook's Fiend Stew Recipe. With a value of 400, this is the most expensive item in the game, not counting weapons and armor, of course. The item immediately gets added as a note to our Pip-Boy, preventing us from selling it. While Cook is known for his skill in the kitchen, after defeating the raider boss, we can harness this power for ourselves. Nothing beats a good stew, even if it's over 100 degrees in the post-war Mojave. There are plenty of apparel options to suit your needs throughout the Mojave and beyond. From basic clothing to the heaviest of armors, you are sure to find something to fit the type of courier you would like to play as. All clothing is not created equally though, and some can fetch quite the price from vendors, which led me to look for the most valuable clothes we can find in the game. In regards to non-armor clothing, the search brings us to Big Mountain, where the events of the Old World Blues DLC take place. And for the most valuable clothes, we have to look at the most valuable doctor on site, Dr. Mobius. Inside the Forbidden Dome, we can find a chest that holds Dr. Mobius's scrubs. With a value of 7,500, this stands as the most expensive clothing item in Fallout New Vegas. Aside from the value, the scrubs will boost intelligence by 2, charisma by 1, and science by 15. They also host the highest damage threshold of all traditional clothing. We can find the unique unarmed weapon, Dr. Mobius's glove, as well, and pairing these items with some glasses that can be found behind an average locked door in the think tank, lying on the floor of the room, that also belong to Mobius, we will complete the Mobius Strip Challenge for a bit of XP. This whole outfit will fetch a high price from vendors if caps are what you are after, but the fact that the entire ensemble is composed of unique items may just cause you to store it in your closet. Either way, this is an outfit everyone will want to grab on the way out of Big Mountain. There are rare items scattered throughout the Mojave just waiting for a courier to get their hands on them. The desert wasteland is deceptively sneaky when it comes to its treasures. Still, those with an eagle eye can spot the diamonds in the rough. One of the biggest treasure coves is the Devil's Throat, a dark nickname for a radiated hole in the ground crawling with centaurs. Inside the radioactive pit, we can find a truck, and inside the trailer, we can find a dead prospector with one of the rarest hats in the game, the Party Hat. We can also find the unique minigun, the CZ-57 Avenger, one of the best weapons in New Vegas, lying next to the unlucky Explorer. While the Party Hat doesn't offer much in the way of boosts or armor, the rarity of the item itself could drive a person to collect it, as this is the only party hat that can be found in the game. We can find around 10 similar hats at the RepCon test site. Still, these are the destroyed variant of the object and are not the same and cannot even be repaired with the intact party hat. Hiding something as silly as a party hat in one of the most dangerous areas of the game, right next to one of the best weapons that can be found, is the type of thing that makes me love Fallout. The hat acts as a reward itself due to its rarity, so you get a fun trinket for exploring along with finding the Avenger. Make sure to stop by the Devil's Throat to get this hat so you can properly celebrate your new minigun. The Mojave is great at hiding fun things to collect, and the various one-of-a-kind weapons are just the tip of the iceberg. At Mick and Ralph's, we can find a few of these, but one has a bit more going on than meets the eye. When speaking to Mick, we can buy the Nuka Breaker, a unique melee weapon made from an old Nuka-Cola sign. This is a nod to the fan-created web series Nuka Break. Ironically enough, the creators of the series saw an early screenshot of the sign from an advertisement for the GRA DLC and put it in their show. This means that the devs of New Vegas, some of which appeared in Nuka Break, liked the show so much they paid homage to it with this weapon. Still, before it was added to the game proper, the creative minds behind the Nuka Break series added the same sign to the show, eventually having it used in battle. It's great to see the Fallout developers adding references to fan-created media. It makes the community feel awesome to be a part of, and the Nuka Break show is one of the best Fallout stories out there. I highly recommend watching it if you haven't already. We can meet a variety of creatures that call the Mojave home. From fierce cazadores to lowly radroaches, the wasteland has no shortage of hostile monsters for the courier to find. One of the most common Mojave animals is the gecko. While it comes in many colors and sizes, these monster lizards should not be taken lightly if discovered in your adventures. One thing that some players miss, due to the geckos being hostile and the scarcity of water in the desert, is the fact that these mutated reptiles actually have a unique swimming animation. Like most creatures in Fallout New Vegas, the gecko will float in water when found in wet areas, but if the liquid is deep enough, we can see the geckos use this animation to become more hydrodynamic. This is not only a cute animation, but it is pretty accurate to how lizards swim in the real world, adding a bit of fun realism to the otherwise larger-than-life specimen. While rare, it is possible to catch geckos in Fallout New Vegas going for a swim, but keep your distance, as they won't be relaxing for long if the courier decides to join them for a dip in the pool. New Vegas is a city of vice and prosperity for those who seek either. With such a place, it has left a lasting influence on the groups and individuals that call the area home. One casino in particular has quite the shroud of mystery around it, the Ultralux. The residents, the White Glove Society, who wear masks to protect this mystery, have a strange appetite, and even stranger things lie around the resort. Inside the kitchen of the Gourmand, we can find a few mysterious items that do not seem to have any use in-game. The infected Brahmin meat. This meat is unique because if we pick it up and add it to our inventory, it will be filed under miscellaneous items instead of aid. This means we cannot consume this meat, and with its low value and high weight, rare item hunters will want to store it away as a trophy instead of selling it. The infected Brahmin meat was going to be used in a quest that would see the courier using it in a stew for legionaries at the fort. This meat could have been added to the mongrels' dog bowls as well, but these quests were cut from the final game. This would explain why the meat appears in our inventory as miscellaneous items rather than aid like most food in game. So if you are a fan of rare items and cut quests, these 6 slabs of Brahmin meat will act as a perfect trophy in your player home. The courier makes the long journey through the Mojave, meeting the wonderful people that call the desert home. From the factions to the mutants, we have a chance to make an impact with the various choices that present themselves on our way to Hoover Dam. One of the choices we can make is taking the Wild Wasteland perk. This adds a lot of content that would have otherwise been left out and can make the trip through New Vegas quite a bit of fun. Suppose you have this perk and finish the Battle of Hoover Dam. In that case, when the credits begin to roll, the Wild Wasteland perk will add fun tidbits from the developers from the standard text that we see. Things like nicknames and funny quotes will start to appear, and it gives us a bit of insight into the humor of the team that made New Vegas. Another interesting note about the credits is that the Dead Money DLC is listed as Dead Monkey, which isn't just for the Wild Wasteland credits. This appears normally as well. While some would write this off as a typo, the DLC is listed often and each time this error occurs. I genuinely believe that you do not get the real New Vegas experience without the Wild Wasteland perk. The wacky encounters and Easter eggs that show up with the perk are worth far more than some of the items that become unobtainable when the perk is active. The Mojave is just a more exciting place with the Wild Wasteland. Many of the groups and factions wear identifying outfits. These clothes are suitable for showing friends that they belong or showing enemies that they never should have come here. While larger groups like Caesar's Legion and the NCR may seem like the obvious choice for would-be cosplayers, smaller groups like the Powder Gangers offer the same scenario. If we manage to get our hands on their garb, people around the Mojave will think we're a part of the group. We can use this to get some unique dialogue out of Deputy Beagle, who's being held captive at the Bison Stephen Prim. He will have this to say if we approach him wearing a Powder Ganger outfit.
I told you Powder Ganger's everything I know. Please don't hit me anymore. Well, look at that. You weren't a Powder Ganger after all. I'd suggest against wearing that outfit around the townsfolk. You may get shot by accident. I don't suppose you came here to rescue me?
One of the factions we can meet is the Boomers. The group originated from Vault 34 and now roams the site of Nellis Air Force Base. With giant howitzers and impressive weaponry, the Boomers live in relative safety inside their gated community. After speaking to Pearl, the de facto leader of the faction, the courier will be tasked with helping the other group members around Nellis. Depending on your build, some quests may be easier than others. The base needs help clearing out some ants, fixing solar arrays, and you can even earn brownie points by listening to the history of the tribe. One of the boomers we can meet is Dr. Argyle, who has a few patients in his clinic that desperately need medical attention, which the good doctor doesn't seem to be able to provide. Typically, with the right skills, the courier could perform the operations and help the boomers. Still, if we attempt this with low intelligence, we will get a unique option, and Argyle will comment on the courier's dumb luck.
I have 3 patients here who were gravely injured fighting those giant ants in the generator building a few days ago. I've stabilized their wounds, but they're in bad shape. Do you have medical training? Well, I don't know, actually. I suppose it's possible. You should take a look. Now I know what they mean by dumb luck.
One of the companions we can recruit is Lily Bowen, a grandma turned nightkin who spends her time at Jacobstown. While Lily always seems to have something to say about the NPCs we meet and the scenarios that we are in, we can get some unique dialogue by bringing her to a few places. We get these voice lines by taking Lily to a vault, the Strip, Novak, Black Mountain, and the bombed out town outside Nellis, which seems to trigger quite a different response from the nightkin.
My, this reminds me of when I was a girl. Right over there, where your grandpa and I had our first kiss. All these lights fancy. Ooh, look, Pumpkin, a dinosaur. Do you want to ride the dinosaur? I wonder if Marcus knows about this place. Loud! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1. Time for medicine.
One of the locations we can visit is the Old Mormon Fort in Freeside. This is home to the followers of the Apocalypse and the regional administrator, Julie Farkas. Julie helps the area of Freeside the best she can, and this includes the courier, as she will treat our wounds and sell what medical supplies she has. If the courier asks for help with very low health, we will get some unique dialogue from the doctor.
Okay, what level of care do you require? I'm amazed you managed to limp here with your legs like that. I didn't think red, purple, and swollen was your natural eye color. I can fix that right up. How have you been using the bathroom with your arms that messed up? Oh, forget I asked. Oof. You might want to brace yourself. This might get a bit painful. This should help with the pain.
Evening. One of the best shops you can visit is Mick and Ralph's. The two have a great setup in Freeside, but if players keep their eyes open, we can find some things that may hint at the duo's past. Leaning against one of the walls are posters for the Super Duper Mart, which we do not see in Fallout New Vegas as a location. Still, in Fallout 3, the Lone Wanderer was tasked to explore one of the supermarkets for the Wasteland Survival Guide. This pairs well with a poster that we can find upstairs above a desk advertising the Museum of Technology, another primary location from Fallout 3, with a nuanced picture of the Virgo 2 lunar lander. Both of these posters were in Fallout 3, and it's interesting that we would find them here, as typically, Fallout developers leave things like this as clues. The final oddity that we can find here at Mick and Ralph's hangs above the register. We can see a bundle of those creepy dolls that the swamp folk like in Point Lookout. Perhaps whoever designed the store just thought that these items would tie the room together, using things they found fitting in the game's files, though it is likely that these curiosities were put here to hint at Mick and Ralph being from the East Coast themselves, or having a lot of business from someone who was. Either way, this is an interesting find for anyone in the Freeside area. One of the locations we can visit is Jacobstown, a city of super mutants that revolves around the Jacobstown Lodge. Inside the lodge, we can find a few things that can only be found here, like the Mount Charleston snow globe for example. But we can find an old pre-war game in the lodge that can't be found anywhere else in the Mojave. Upstairs, in one of the bedrooms available for guests of the resort, we can find an old pinball machine. This is the only pinball machine that exists in Fallout New Vegas, and because of that, it's worth a stop for people who like to check out rare items and objects. We can find a thieves' ransom of different plants and animals out in the Mojave, just waiting for the courier to harvest their resources. One thing I didn't learn until after a long time with the game is that one of the most common plants in the Mojave is also one of the most addictive, the coyote tobacco plant. I ran a poll on Twitter to see how many players knew about the tobacco addiction that can occur in Fallout New Vegas, and it seems I wasn't alone in missing this little tidbit. Make sure to follow me on Twitter as well for more polls like this and daily Fallout factoids. We can find a ton of these plants around the Mojave, and eating the coyote tobacco chew will increase our perception and agility by 1 for 4 minutes. Eat enough of these plants though, and the courier will become addicted to tobacco, draining the charisma and perception stat by 1 until cured. While cigarettes exist in the world of Fallout and we can collect them in mass, New Vegas doesn't allow players to use them as consumables, making the coyote tobacco chew the only way we can consume the plant, besides when crafting black coffee, which does not cause addiction in game. So keep this in mind when looking for a little perk up in the desert. The withdrawal may not be worth it. The places we visit leave a lasting impression on any courier wandering the Mojave. The vast deserts offer many locations for us to see and explore. Still, some have been cut from the game, even though we can still reach these destinations with console commands. One such place is a Vault-Tec Vault, number 74. The strange thing about this vault is that we can first see the files for it in Fallout 3's GECK tutorial, while only being able to visit the vault in Fallout New Vegas. When we arrive at Vault 74, one of the first things that will catch your eye is that the door says 108. This is likely because the devs had no reason to update the door, as the vault ultimately would not make it into the final game. We still get a quest called Exploring Vault 74. This will require us to enter the vault and make our way through the mainly empty corridors and various raiders patrolling the inside until finally reaching the Overseer's office. Picking up a lone holotape in the office will complete the quest, and the log reads, Data log number 101478. The vault has been breached. There was not enough power to level 5. God have mercy on our souls. This is an interesting find, as it's fun to speculate what could have been going on in this vault that seemingly was overrun by raiders before the courier shows up. What do you think could have been the plan for Vault 74? Is there anything fun you can think to do with this vault? If so, let me know down in the comments below. Doc Mitchell's house is the first place we gain control of the courier. The good doctor has spent the last couple of days nursing us back to health, and he will get players ready for the upcoming adventure in the Mojave. One of the most noticeable things about Bethesda games is the Gamebryo engine, now known as the Creation Engine. Fallout New Vegas was developed by Obsidian using this game engine. Because of this, we can find a lot of dev tricks that we see in other Bethesda games. We can find one here in Doc Mitchell's house. If we no-clip through the roof and locate this note, we can see that it's a placeholder for the hardcore mode explanation. This typically pops up as we leave the house while talking to Mitchell on the way out, but we can also trigger it this way. This is placed here because the Gamebryo engine needs a reference point for the dialogue on screen, so the developers hide it outside of the map to keep everything tidy. One of the first settlements the courier will likely come across is Prim. The NCR has a camp right outside, but can't seem to keep order now that a group of convicts has taken the town, forcing the citizens into hiding. The convicts have mostly taken control of the Bison Steve, a multi-story casino with a decrepit roller coaster surrounding it. Still, inside, we can find something the developers left behind that might leave you scratching your head. One way to visit each casino floor is by fixing the elevator, so couriers with high enough repair skills can use this shortcut when dealing with the convicts. This isn't the only button we can find, as if we no-clip through the ceiling, we can see another elevator switch suspended in the void. Interacting with it will prompt us to repair it, but it never fixes the button. This is likely just a leftover placeholder for the original prompt of the elevator, or perhaps even a reference to the top floor, which can be visited through the elevator. Whatever the case, this is still a cool find for people who like to look outside of the playable map for hidden gems, something that the Fallout games are no stranger to. Coming to the Strip can be a big moment. The lights and sounds can be a lot to take in. The New Vegas Strip is filled with people to meet and quests to do, one of which brings us to the Aces Theater in the Tops Casino. Speaking with Tommy Tarini, we can get the Talent Pool quest, which sees the courier gather up acts for performances the casino provides. One of the acts that we can meet is Hadrian, a ghoul that performs stand-up comedy at the Atomic Wrangler. Once the quest is complete, we can return to the Aces Theater to watch the various performances of the people we recruited for Tommy, including Hadrian's, who will have some unique dialogue based on the courier's special stats. The ghoul will make remarks based on how low or high each stat is, with each attribute having 2 bits of commentary according to its rank, making for some funny personalized jokes during his show.
Somebody told me the other day you were bright. I wasn't sure if you meant smart or radioactive. Buddy, you look tough enough to drink a pint of glowing water. Why don't you do us all a favor and try it? This guy right here, he's got an angel looking over his shoulder. If I were him, I'd get a restraining order. Hey, look at this guy. I didn't know they let Brahmin into this joint. My friend, you've got style, grace, and charm. The style of a feral ghoul, the grace of a super mutant, and the charm of a Deathclaw.
Choosing a perk when leveling up can be a tough decision. Sometimes people may want to check out something new or find the best boost for their current build. One perk everyone will want to avoid is added with the Dead Money DLC. At first glance, it doesn't seem that bad. Still, due to an error in coding, it should be skipped by every player of New Vegas. The In Shining Armor perk, promising to give the player a +5 damage threshold against energy weapons while wearing any metal armor, and an additional +2 DT when wearing reflective eyewear. This may seem great for fans of metal armor, but in reality, this perk does nothing at all. When the game checks to see what weapon type should be boosted, it gets the term energy as a reply. The problem is, Fallout New Vegas uses the phrase energy weapons instead, meaning that the game has no way to add the damage threshold correctly, completely breaking the perk. So while you may be struggling with what perk to pick the next time you level up in New Vegas, skipping this one is not only recommended, it's required. Many factions are waiting to meet the courier in the Mojave, from squabbling tribes to organized military outfits and everything in between. The desert is filled with groups that can be visited by the courier. Throughout our journey, the gangs of the Mojave will take notice of our actions, which will reward the player with reputation titles within the factions, one of which is Wild Child. This occurs when the courier has enough fame points with a group to be idolized, but also enough infamy points to be vilified as well. Suppose we have this reputation with the NCR by the time we work for the Crimson Caravan. In that case, we can get some unique dialogue during one of the quests that wouldn't be there otherwise. Alice McLafferty will ask the courier to convince a problematic employee, Henry Jameson, to resign from his position as CEO of the Crimson Caravan Mojave branch. As an NCR wild child, we can confide in Henry our true intentions with the NCR and give him some advice. New Vegas is filled with dialogue, and it's always fun to find the hidden speech lines throughout our quest that take a particular skill or experience in game to show up.
How's it going?
Shove off, you're making my luck turn bad. Fuck no! No matter what that old bitch McLafferty says, my dad said I could be in charge of the New Vegas branch. Besides, I got into a little money trouble with the Omertas. If I quit the Crimson Caravan, how am I supposed to get the money to gamble? Yeah, alright. If McLafferty complains long enough, my folks might haul me back to California just to shut her up. Tell the old hag I'm gone.
There are a ton of raider gangs that will try and accost the courier at any chance they get. The Fiends, the Vipers, and the Jackals are just a few of the groups of riffraff that you will likely find roaming the Mojave, and they can cause quite a bit of trouble. However, there is one NPC that we can find in the game that shares no allegiance to these groups as far as we can tell, and her body can be found on the overpass by Novak. Simply called Raider, she is the only NPC in the game to have this name. While we see a bunch of raiders in Fallout 3, by the time we hit New Vegas, all of them are named after the faction they belong to, like the 3 I previously mentioned. Presumably, this raider was heading towards Novak, and either Boone or Manny took her out before she was a problem. This is an excellent piece of environmental storytelling and an exciting find for people into rare encounters. One of the unmarked locations we can come across is a rundown old neon sign shop known as Zaps. It's one of the harder to miss locations in South Vegas, as a bunch of unique objects are placed around the building. One of the objects is misidentified in the Fallout New Vegas game guide as being the same feat as the Tallboy statue in Paradise Falls. Looking at the model from Fallout 3, we can see that the feet are not the same color, not in the same pose, and are seemingly not the same model as the feet we see behind Zaps in New Vegas. If these somehow are the same feet that we see on the Tallboy statue, then Obsidian did an incredible job of changing it completely. This is just the beginning, as when we come inside, we will see Duke. This fiend boss stands at the top of the staircase, guarding the administration room and taking pot shots at the various mines and extinguishers that are littering the area. Duke is one of the only fiends not wearing traditional faction armor. While he is a named NPC, he has no interaction with the player character outside of being hostile. The most interesting thing about Duke is that he is one of only 5 characters in New Vegas to be flagged with a very evil karma rating. Past Duke and inside the room that he's guarding, we can find a couple of Nuka-Cola quartz. Still, more interestingly, we can find an upside down first aid kit on the wall here, its latches facing upwards. Moving to the terminal, we can see that it refers to this location as McMurray's Neon Sign Designs. This could be a former name of the business or just an oversight on the developer's end, but it's curious nonetheless. Places like this can be found all over the Mojave, with bizarre things to discover and hidden gems to collect. Zap's Neon Signs stands out due to the many odd things that we can find in such a small area. One of the locations we can stumble across on the Strip is Vault 21, or what it has become now. Before the war, the vault was hidden under the Strip and actually managed to keep the dwellers safe, functioning as it should and using gambling as a problem solver throughout its existence. It wasn't until Mr. House used his influence to change the location to an attraction post-war that we would see the building we see today, its neon sign fitting perfectly into the New Vegas skyline. This does cause some conflict with the snow globe that represents the Strip, as we can assume these trinkets were made pre-war, as House has been collecting them for that long. Strangely, we see the Vault 21 sign in the depiction of the globe. Obviously, the developers wanted to make the snow globe look like the Strip we see in the game, and the sign is perfect for the silhouette. Still, this does conflict with the story we hear about Vault 21. Perhaps the Strip's snow globe was made post-war by a handy wastelander. Whatever the case, these little worlds are the perfect collectible for a Fallout game, and Vault-Tec hit a home run with these promotional items. If we head to Camp Searchlight, we can find a church to the southeast. The area is heavily radiated due to the Legion attack, and most of the living beings that we see here are ghouls, though if we have the Wild Wasteland trait, we can get our hands on some of the best explosives in the game. We can enter the basement of this church, where some golden geckos will be waiting for us. Still, after dealing with them, we will see the Wild Wasteland notification when coming to the table at the center of the room. Sitting on the table, we can see a box with 3 grenades inside, all with white crosses on them, and a message painted on another box that says, Holy Hand Grenades, pull pin and count to 5, with the number 5 crossed out and a 3 written next to it. These grenades pack quite the punch, having the highest DPS out of all explosives in Fallout New Vegas. When thrown, after a short wait time, what amounts to a miniature atomic blast destroys every enemy in the area and will damage an unprepared courier as well. Interestingly enough, the grenades lose their trademark white cross when they are thrown, but most people won't mind considering how much damage these mini nukes can do. This is a weapon the devs wanted to include in Fallout 2, but we wouldn't see them officially until New Vegas. Of course, the grenades are a reference to Monty Python and the Holy Grail, which features the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Fallout is filled with Monty Python Easter eggs, and this is one of the best. One of the unique weapons we can find is inside the Dinobite gift shop storage. Simply known as That Gun, it's a powerful 5.56 pistol, and, by a large margin, my favorite in the game. This isn't the first time we have seen the handgun in the Fallout series, which is why it has such a strange name, as most classic Fallout fans referred to the previous version of the weapon as That Gun. In the first Fallout game, we could receive the 223 pistol from a quest, but by the time we hit Fallout 2, the gun is no longer unique. This version of the weapon uses a different caliber of ammo, but the design remains the same. That is because these guns are based on Deckard's pistol in Blade Runner, making this not only one of the best handguns in the game, but one hell of a great movie reference as well. One of the perks we can pick as long as the courier is level 8 is Sneering Imperialist. This boosts damage against raiders, junkies, and tribals by 15% and increases our VAT's hit chance against them. This isn't the only thing the perk is good for, as occasionally we will see some unique dialogue, some of which we can find in the Honest Hearts DLC. The first time we sneer is when entering Angel Cave, where we get a new way to respond to the dead horses.
Hoi, Auslander Zuka Joshua Graham? Scheiß! Would kill you myself, but Joshua says no harm to visitors until harm done to us. Go, Auslander. Meet Joshua. We see how long you talk like that.
The most notable comes from the end of the DLC though. After we side with Joshua Graham and trek Zion with him, he will confront Salt Upon Wounds. With Sneering Imperialist, we can encourage the Burned Man to eliminate the White-Legged's leader.
You took advantage of us at New Canaan to drive us out. And like the dogs of Caesar you are, you followed us to Zion. And now you stand on holy ground, a temple to God's glory on earth. The only use for an animal in our temple is sacrifice. Kale wachene conserva o. You understand me, don't you? Don't you?
Outman. Kunaman mad. He kill all white legs. You talk. You stop. Baika cur. You devil.
There. That's it. It's finished. When they hear what happened here, the white men will crawl back to their great Salt Lake. If Caesar doesn't kill them, they'll wither and die like the cursed mongrels they are. Come, let's find Daniel. Tomorrow we'll be here soon, and there is still much work to be done.
One of the locations we can visit is Cerulean Robotics. The old shop is hidden away in a corner of Freeside and is home to everyone's favorite robot, Fisto. However, suppose you have the Wild Wasteland trait. In that case, this location becomes the scene of a pretty humorous encounter and a great reference. It all starts when we leave the building for the first time, where the courier will then be greeted by Maud and her gang.
Lucky what we have here, ladies. Another unsuspecting Ponce. Over here!
These three old ladies make up the Freeside gang, Maud's Muggers, and they are looking to make us the next victim in their crime spree. This encounter is bound to catch people off guard the first time they stumble upon it, and the ensuing battle is one of the funniest in New Vegas. This group is a reference to Hell's Grannies, a gang from a Monty Python sketch that parodied the Hell's Angels, so this reference goes pretty deep. Regardless, make sure to watch out for grandmas in spring dresses, because you may just end up with a rolling pin upside your head. When we reach the Big Empty, we can find many technological wonders that await the courier around nearly every corner. Still, there were a few things cut from the DLC for one reason or another that would have added some spice to the gameplay of Old World Blues. 2 rifles were cut from the final game that act quite differently than anything else we find in Fallout New Vegas. The first one we will be looking at is the Spider Rifle, which launches spider mines, as seen in Fallout 3, at our enemies. These little guys will run up to hostile NPCs and explode, causing some nice damage in the process. I consider this one the less interesting of the 2 rifles. The spider bots are a fun way to fight battles, but they are weak overall, though their explosion does handle business. The other cut gun based on arachnids is the Scorpion Rifle. This launches mini robo-scorpions into battle, much like we see with the spider mines. However, the scorpions are a bit stronger and will change between close range and laser attacks to fight hostiles. I understand completely why these rifles were cut from the final game. Still, it's always fun to see what could have been and take a look at the cutting room floor to see what the devs left behind. Though for some, who may not like creepy crawlies, it's probably good that these guns were cut. When we come to the Strip, we have a few big casinos that we can visit. Each of them checks with patrons at the door to make sure they don't bring any weapons inside the building. though with a little skill, we can sneak in quite a few past the guards. One guy that helps with this a bit by selling confirmed hideable weapons is Mr. Holdout, who leans against Gamora, waiting to push his wares on the various people that visit the strip. We can get a discount from Holdout if we have negative reputation with the strip. Still, we can impress him more and get a small bit of unique dialogue if the courier has the wild child reputation for the area.
Hey there, friend. A bit of advice. You look like you could use some protection. Lucky for you, I got what you need. My stock and trade? All kinds of easy-to-hide weapons for slipping into and out of casinos. They won't give you a second glance. It's an honor to have my wares used by such a wild badass. Cuts on the house, friend.
During the introduction video to the game, we see the New Vegas Strip. The difference here is that we see an earlier rendition of the strip, one without the gates that separate it into 3 sections. This was how the strip was originally going to look in New Vegas. Due to memory restrictions, the developers were forced to add the gates to keep the game stable. Today, over a decade after the release of New Vegas, newer computers can still have trouble opening up the strip like this, which speaks to the devs' reasoning for the split. Still, coming into New Vegas with everything opened up like this is a very nice touch. Seeing all the way down the road, you can really take in the scope of what post-war Vegas has to offer. What we got in the final game worked just fine. The solution to the memory issue felt lore-friendly and allowed us to travel the strip lag-free, while keeping the game stable. Looking back at the original design is neat, as we can see what could have been, and New Vegas as a city looks far more impressive. With the Old World Blues DLC installed, one of the traits we can pick while creating our character is Skilled. This grants +5 to all skills, but debuffs our gained experience by 10%. For me, the trade-off is far worth it as we gain experience completing quests and doing various other things. It just takes slightly longer to level up, especially the higher our level gets. Regardless, this trait becomes much more helpful when we take advantage of a bug at the beginning of the game. Traveling far enough away from Goodsprings will bring up a prompt asking if we want to change our character. It's here that we can get more bang for our buck. Going back through and remaking our character, when we come to the trait selection screen again, if we choose Skilled, it will double our skill boost, adding another 5 while the debuff remains the same. We can reapply this process in the Old World Blues DLC at the Syncs Auto Dock, bringing the total to 15 bonus points for every skill. And if that 10% debuff on experience is bugging you, it's here that if we remove the skilled trait, the bonus skill points remain while the debuff is removed. This makes the skilled trait likely one of the most overpowered choices in Fallout New Vegas when following this path. This is why every time I go to the Mojave, I pick Wild Wasteland and Skilled. The pair can't be beat. Out of all of the post-apocalyptic settlements that we come across in the Fallout universe, the Strip has got to be one of my top favorites. As soon as we enter, we are blasted with music and lights, people milling about, and giant functioning casinos on every corner. Though, when it comes to the tops, there is some interesting artwork that we can check out inside. The casino is no stranger to unique design. The entrance is beautiful and fantastic decor art can be seen everywhere. From molded ceiling lights to sculptures on the walls, the tops is a far cry from the wasteland outside the New Vegas border. One of the paintings we can find, in multiple locations, shows Tenpenny Tower. This, of course, is a place that we can visit and call home in Fallout 3. Still, we are 2,400 miles away from the capital wasteland during Fallout New Vegas, so seeing it pictured here can be a bit jarring. A man in a cowboy hat and duster can be seen in the picture, which I assume could possibly be Lucas Sims, though why he would be out of Megaton visiting Tenpenny Tower is a different question. This is not the only time we see odd art in New Vegas that seems to come from Fallout 3, but it is one of the only landmarks that we can find from the Capital Wasteland featured in the game. Now, when you go to the Tops Casino, you won't be able to unsee it. You're welcome. During the quest Oh My Papa, which will see the courier deciding the fate of the Great Khans, we can talk to Julie Farkas and hear her suggestions about the group. Julie will point us in the direction of Ezekiel, a member of the Followers of the Apocalypse who has studied the subject more than others. Only by doing this quest and speaking with Farkas can we unlock some unique dialogue that calls back to the first 2 Fallout games. When speaking to Ezekiel, he will tell us about how the Vault Dweller destroyed the Khans and that years later, they were wiped out again. which follows the quest we can do in Fallout and Fallout 2, as the Chosen One would wipe out the cons in Vault 15.
Oh my, yes, they're a fascinating tribe with a long and unfortunately tragic history. The original incarnation, much farther out west, was almost completely wiped out by one of those itinerant heroes so common in the post-war years. Then, of course, the new cons suffered a similar fate, some say at the hands of the same hero, though of course the dates are all wrong for that.
One of the most interesting characters, who is often overlooked, is Emily Ortal. She's from Arroyo, the starting location of Fallout 2, which raises its own questions. Still, she also has quite the story if the courier has the stats to get her to open up. We meet Emily outside the Lucky 38. She wants us to bug Mr. House's network to get a glimpse at the tech that has kept him alive for centuries. It's here that we get one of the best ways to ask for caps with a barter check.
Right. We just want to find out what sort of technology Mr. House has used to stay alive for all these years. It could be of great benefit to the people we try to help, many of whom suffer from hard-to-diagnose illnesses. Ah, I see. I suppose I can give you some medical supplies for your efforts. I assure you they will be worth plenty of caps.
That is not the end of the unique dialogue though, as we can get more information from Emily with an intelligence check or a speech check, respectively.
This is important enough to the followers that we scrape together the caps required for the credit check. And I'm staying at Vault 21, which is pretty cheap, for the strip anyway. After 2 tries, I think I've learned enough. I'm sure there's something more promising I could be helping the other followers with. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you about the first time. I'd rather not talk about it if you don't mind. True. Alright. The first try was a little less professional. Someone important on the strip had access to some of House's technology. Specifically, a Securitron. And more specifically, the someone was Benny. I know, he shot you in the head and everything. But this was a while ago. I knew he was sleazy, but I didn't realize he was so cold-blooded.
Still, one line of dialogue was hidden away in Fallout New Vegas due to a developer error. After returning to Emily post-quest, the courier would have the option to pass a perception check to find out that she had slept with Benny. By normal means, this dialogue does not appear in the game, as the developers accidentally coded the game to check Emily's perception and not the player's. On PC, we can use mods or console commands to make this line appear.
Ugh, so gross. It was bad enough that I didn't get any data out of the Securitron. This is why I didn't want to talk about it. It only happened once. I chalk it up to sleep deprivation and one atomic cocktail too many. I take it you're speaking from experience. You're right, though. He's gone now, so I'm not gonna let it bother me anymore. Thanks.
The courier can find plenty of food, drinks, and aid items to help them out in the dry Mojave heat. Anything from pre-war canned food to meat hunted from the local fauna, New Vegas has us covered at dinner time. However, if we spam these items in our inventory, it can lead to some funny, unexpected results. For example, suppose the courier has the NCR emergency radio in their possession. In that case, they can consume the radio after shoving an ungodly amount of chems into their body. This is likely a bug or glitch caused by the effects of using the aid item so quickly. Still, it leads to a tremendous visual that my friend Meme Headroom captured perfectly. When we travel to the Big Empty, there are plenty of sci-fi shenanigans to get up to. Like much of the Mojave, having the Wild Wasteland perk here adds some great spice to your playthrough, and there is one scene that we can find that calls back to a classic fable. At the construction site near the edge of the map, amongst the crystals protruding from the ground, we can find 7 intact garden gnomes, which are pretty rare outside this encounter. The gnomes have pickaxes and lanterns at their feet, and in the center of the group is a grave. This is one big reference to Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. The garden decorations are arranged to look as if they are mining, the same profession the dwarfs from the story have. The grave is likely here to represent Snow White, and inside all we can find is some random ammo. There is some good loot nearby though, as we can grab a Valence radioscintiator that sits on top of the crane. This is an interesting sight to come across as we are traveling around Big Mountain, and it offers rare item hunters a boost to an otherwise incredibly scarce item with the intact garden gnomes. It just leaves me wondering who is in the grave and what exactly happened to them. My favorite radio host of the series, Mr. New Vegas, hosts Radio New Vegas. The station features some of the best songs in the Fallout series and some excellent banter from Mr. New Vegas himself. Another one of my favorite things in Fallout New Vegas is the Wild Wasteland trait. Taking this when starting a playthrough is highly recommended by me, as it will litter your Fallout experience with the same kind of humor that can be found in the classic games. One of the things Wild Wasteland will do is add some unique lines to Mr. New Vegas. Some lines contain references to other media and pop culture, while others are just humorous ramblings.
You know, I tried to measure my charisma on a Vitomatic vigor tester once. The machine burst into flames. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mr. New Vegas. Thank you very, very much for listening. Stay classy, New Vegas. Mojave, mo problems. Am I right? Ask the comment. Big Saul said, quote, "The fuck you looking at? You wearing a wire, are you? I'll break your fucking kneecaps. Hey, get back here."
We can find a ton of things left over from the pre-war times. One of the biggest examples of this is the many destroyed cars that act as rusted over set pieces littering the Mojave. Usually, there is nothing special about these old world vehicles. They are broken down and we won't get a chance to get them in working order. Still, there is one truck that stands out amongst the rest. If we go just a bit south of the Big Mountain West Tunnel, we can find a military truck cut in half with a bunch of radioactive waste cargo. And taking a look at the license plate, we can see that it's from New Jersey, and it reads Rocket 88. This is the only plate in New Vegas from the Garden State, and it only appears with the Wild Wasteland trait activated. This is one big reference to the Ike Turner song Rocket 88, but even more so to the movie The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension, where the plate is featured on a vehicle that drives through a mountain. The courier finds themselves in a sticky situation at the Good Springs Cemetery with the Cons and Benny. Notice that Benny is smoking a cigarette. That is a crucial detail of this video. Once we are free to explore the Mojave, if we return to the cemetery where Victor found us, we can find 10 distinctive cigarette butts. Benny left these and then can be used to confront him when we meet Swank at the Tops Casino. Another item we can find through the Cons is Benny's lighter, which serves a similar purpose.
Huh. Well, yeah, okay, these are Benny's brand, and they ain't too common. You got anything else? Yeah, that looks like Benny's lighter, all right. Still, not exactly a ton of proof. Got anything else, kid?
We can get a few different kinds of explosive weapons. Grenades, launchers, and mines can be found all over the Mojave, and we can gather quite a collection during our adventures. New Vegas also has a bit of cut content, and one of the weapons that was cut from the Old World Blues DLC would have been pretty funny to use out in the wasteland. The meat mine is a weapon that functions exactly like a standard frag mine. The difference is that these explosives look like a steak that's just waiting to be devoured. This would have been used to defeat Gabe easier when scavenging through his lair. The giant dog would have been drawn to the meat, and the resulting explosion would weaken him. This was ultimately cut from the final game, but we can still get our hands on the meat mine with a mod. These mines would have brought some silly fun to the Mojave, so it's nice to see what could have been. among all the other junk and scrap that we can find lying around the wasteland, one item in particular seems utterly useless beyond being a set decoration, and we can find quite a few of them in the Mojave: the welding gun. We can find one of these in a house in Nipton. Still, they can be seen in most places you would expect them. Old garages and workshops throughout the wasteland are a perfect place to start looking. The strange thing about these welding guns is that the player cannot add them to their inventory, even though they are labeled on screen. While this is rare, other objects do have this trait. We can carry these tools around but can't pick them up. While this is strange, it could be that the welding guns were planned to aid in the repair of our weapons, though that is just speculation. These items were first introduced in the Fallout 3 DLC, The Pit, where we can see the Steelyard slaves using them for work around the city. In Fallout 3, these objects behave the same way, but we do see NPCs performing animations with the tools equipped. It could be that the welding gun's only purpose was to aid these animations, so adding the ability to add them to our inventory was not on the list of things to do. Then, with New Vegas, Obsidian used what they could to fill the Mojave out and make it feel more immersive, so adding these items as set pieces to tell environmental stories totally makes sense. Whatever the case may be, even with console commands, we cannot add these tools to our inventory, which can leave you wondering what they are for, considering the on-screen text name of the item. So we won't have an easy time trying to decorate our house with these, but the welding guns are interesting nonetheless. One of the locations we can visit is the Mojave Outpost, a quaint little checkpoint home to lost soldiers and caravans alike. Major Knight is posted here, and he takes note of everyone entering the outpost.
Caravan, citizen, pilgrim, or... Just need something for the logbook, keeping tabs on traffic throughout the outpost. Although mostly just in, not out these days.
Knight will offer repairs for a price, but with the confirmed bachelor perk and a little flirting, we can get some unique dialogue from the officer and free gear repairs up to 74%.
Oh, Knight. You must not be from around here. If so, doesn't do to get too friendly. This isn't the Republic. Oddly enough, Legion's a little more forgiving about friendships. Out here it's not as accepted. Not that I mind being friends, it's just being open about it in the outpost. Well, I have to work here. Now wait a minute, Republic's a sight better than other alternatives. Women are serving here after all, the rest, well, might take some time. And they're more accepting back west, like I said. In the meantime, if you need something repaired, let me know. I can sign the work order. As long as caps change hands, I can put them back in yours.
One of the factions we encounter is the Fiends, a group of dastardly raiders that want nothing more than violence and chems. They have taken up shop in Vault 3, and it's here that we can find an injured NCR ranger, Bryce Anders. Anders is on a mission to take out Motor Runner, the de facto leader of the Fiends, who is located behind a locked door. Ranger Anders has the key to this door, and it's critical to his mission. If we pickpocket the key from Anders, we get some unique dialogue from the Ranger that shows his desperation.
Is that right? And what sort of support exactly is it that you have to offer? I guess you're right. I won't be able to move fast, but I can more than hold my own in a firefight. God damn it! Is there nothing I can't fuck up here? I've lost the goddamn key. Well, this whole thing's improvised, and now we'll have to improvise some more and find another way through. I'll follow you down.
It's interesting to note that when doing this, we get a duplicate of the key, perhaps as a bug, as Anders would have given it to us had we not stolen it. Regardless, this shows that even NCR Rangers are only human and make mistakes, and they beat themselves up about it too. There are a ton of ways to get unique dialogue from the various NPCs we meet throughout the Mojave. Many of these speech options can be found by taking different perks, and when it comes to Cass, we can make her nervous while getting some humorous responses from her with the right ones. As a female character, if we take the Cherchez la Femme perk, this will open up some fun dialogue with Whiskey Rose, which opens up her character a little bit.
Well, I'm not one for soft living. Or soft men, let me tell you. I'm guessing neither are you. What? Oh. Damn, no offense meant. Sometimes I get so drunk, I don't care who I share a bed with, so that's fine with me. My point before is that you know the Mojave, and it's a hard place.
If we take the Black Widow perk, we have another option that sees the courier make a joke about male anatomy that Cass concurs with.
Well, I'm not one for soft living. Or soft men, let me tell you. I'm guessing neither are you. Well, don't let the soldiers drink too much, and I'd agree with you most time. Fucking whiskey dicks. My point before is that you know the Mojave, and it's a hard place.
Before we start, I want to explain that this is just a fun side effect of turning on God mode in the console of Fallout New Vegas on PC. I wouldn't count this as a way to beat dead money in a legit way, I just think it's interesting. In the Fallout New Vegas DLC Dead Money, the courier is suited with a bomb collar that beeps when it's about to explode. The explosion can be triggered by moving too far away from the Sierra Madre, or by electronic interference from the various speakers and radios that are in the area. However, one interesting thing that can happen here is if we turn on God mode. During this time, if we allow the collar to go off, the courier won't be damaged by the explosion at all, which is why they call it God mode. It gets interesting after the collar triggers, as now we won't hear any beeping and the bomb will not go off. Elijah says that if one goes off, the rest of them do as well, but this won't affect any NPCs with the collars either. So now, if we turn off God mode, we can explore Dead Money with no collar. This takes a ton of the suspense out of the DLC, and while the bomb is a constant stress during our adventures in the Sierra Madre, it's funny to note that the devs clearly added the bomb mechanic just to make life a little more difficult, as once it goes off and we survive, we can finish the DLC with no issue. Regardless, some people may want to experience Dead Money this way. Still, I personally think it's an interesting side effect of using God mode. Plus, it's not like everything else in the area isn't trying to kill you. We can visit the Boomers at Nellis Air Force Base. This hermit group has a lot going on, and one of the most mysterious projects they have, we do not even have access to. Inside the mess hall, we can find some VR pods. When asked about them, the Boomers will not allow the courier to use them, leaving the pods a mystery for every player that has come through Nellis. The VR stations are used as flight simulators. The Boomers train on these to be prepared for the day that they raise the crashed bomber out of Lake Mead and take to the skies. Still, the screens show a familiar image if we look closely at these pods. We can see Tranquility Lane, much like we could in Vault 112 in Fallout 3. This is very likely just a case of devs reusing assets like the VR pods and not changing the picture on the screen. Though it is fun to think about the Boomers having access to Tranquility Lane after the Lone Wanderer shut things down. Using the pods to get some peace from the ravaged war zone they live in sounds pretty nice, but I'm going with the reused asset theory on this one. We can find a lot of different ammo types, some large, some small, and some even have late 2000s memes on them. Suppose you come across a box of 22 LR ammo in New Vegas and look closely at the label. In that case, you may notice a crosshair fixed on a familiar face, the dramatic chipmunk. It seems whoever made this texture was either a fan of the meme or really hated it, as we see the prairie dog from the viral video is a target in this art. The meme originally came from a Japanese show called Hello Morning. During the episode, the hosts interact with a prairie dog, and he performs his famous bit. While traveling the Mojave, the courier can learn a lot about not only the surrounding area, but how to survive in it as well. One of the key tools to surviving this wasteland is combat, and going unarmed is always an option. If we get our unarmed skill to 50, we can start to unlock some fun attacks when inside vats, one of which can be pretty easily missed due to the requirements to see it in action. The stomp attack is only available after getting your unarmed skill to 50 and knocking your opponent to the ground. Once this happens, if we use vats on the downed enemy, we have the option to stomp them into the dirt. This attack went unnoticed by me for quite some time because anytime I knocked someone out, I would simply run up and spam attacks, not even thinking about vats. So when I finally saw it for myself when doing an unarmed run, it was a welcome addition to the arsenal. While traveling the outskirts of New Vegas, there are a ton of things to find and people to see on the desert highways that cover the Mojave. Sometimes, we can even find lost relics of the pre-war hiding in plain sight. When approaching the Nevada Highway Patrol Station, it's easy to get overwhelmed. The jackals have taken control of the property, and escaped NCR convicts litter the roads leading to the building. However, inside the patrol cars, we can find a nice little stash that's been waiting for over 2 centuries. These broken down police vehicles have certainly seen better days, but so has the person who lies in the back seat of the middle car. Here, we can find a skeleton of presumably a man, perhaps a criminal, or maybe even a detective, clutching a couple of suitcases. It seems to me this person may have been trying to find refuge when the bombs dropped, or could be hiding from things after the apocalypse. Whatever the case, we can find a stack of 20 pre-war bills and some jet in these suitcases, which can be sold or used to help the courier in their journey. What happened to this person is a mystery, and I would love to hear your theories in the comments below. When venturing around the south side of Vegas, one of the biggest problems we face is the fiends that call the area home. These ruthless raiders waste no time attacking outsiders and are fueled by every chem under the sun. Some of the fiend leaders have quite the reputation around the Mojave, and if we restore the cut dialogue that was going to be used for non-hostile fiend encounters, we can see this rings true even amongst their own ranks. If a female courier shows up to talk to driver Nephi or Violet, both will warn the player about Cook, especially Nephi, who has unique dialogue for this.
What you want, freak show? Don't fuck with fiends. Driver Nephi will brain your skull in. Cook. Don't even know what he'll do.
Really? Listen, you don't want to mess with Cook, and you really don't want to let him get you alone. Trust me.
Cook himself has unique dialogue for female couriers, and it only strengthens what his peers are saying about him.
Morning.
Hey there, sweet thing. Want to ride on the Cook Express? Who am I? I'm the scariest motherfucker you ever gonna meet. I'm Cook, bitch. Better not forget it. If I had to guess, it's because I cook shit for the rest of the gang. I'm a good cook. Maybe I'll make you dinner sometime.
The courier can find themselves plundering many a ransacked building. From old gas stations to underground bunkers, the Mojave has a ton of locations for us to visit on our adventures in the outskirts of New Vegas. One of these locations is the REPCONN headquarters. This is the primary operating office of the Rocket Engineering and Production Company of Nevada, or REPCONN, and consists of 3 floors. The grounds are patrolled by Mr. Handy robots, and they become hostile to beings that don't pass their checks. However, if a courier with less than stellar intelligence finds themselves here, they can talk their way out of a potential dust-up with the robots, seemingly because of dumb luck. With an intelligence stat of 2 or lower, the courier will blurt out the first thing on their mind, which just happens to be a password for the Mr. Handy on the 3rd floor.
3rd floor access is for executives only. Please identify. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
In Fallout 3, the Lone Wanderer is tasked to do research for a wasteland survival guide with Moira Brown of Megaton. Upon completion of the quest, we are rewarded with a copy of the book for ourselves, but we never see how much of an effect it has had on the wasteland when we are done. Though we can find 3 copies of the book in the base game of Fallout New Vegas. This was an intentional decision from New Vegas game director Josh Sawyer to show the impact the Lone Wanderer had on the rest of the wasteland. We can find one at Matthew's Animal Husbandry Farm, lying upstairs in the loft of a barn. There is also a copy at Lone Wolf Radio, close to the bed at the back of the trailer. And finally, one of the books rests on the scavenger platform surrounded by lake lurks. However, there is one more to be found in the DLCs of Fallout New Vegas. The Wasteland Survival Guide can be crafted in Old World blues, but more interestingly, we can find one in the Divide lying in some waste drums next to a skeleton. Here at the waste disposal station is the only copy of the book we can find outside of the base game, and they are quite helpful, raising our survival skill by 3 with each one we read. When we reach Boulder City in Fallout New Vegas, we are hot on Benny's trail, so it's forgivable that we may have missed a conveniently placed duffel bag that has some fun loot inside. On top of a conveyor belt by the old train station, we can find this bag, which holds a good amount of NCR money, some aid items, and trail mix. The trail mix is quite interesting. While we can craft it, if your survival skill is lower than 25, or you don't have the fresh ingredients needed, these would be the only trail mixes you could find before the release of the Honest Hearts DLC. After that, we could find 2 more in Zion, one in the Glass Chime Cave surrounded by white legs, and another lying next to a skeleton in the mole rat infested Sweet Flower Cave. Without crafting, these are the only 4 trail mixes in the game. While the food shares the same item model as the lunchbox in-game, it's a rare variant that anyone would want to add to their collection. In Old World Blues, we travel far from the bright lights of New Vegas and into the Big Empty. The courier meets the think tank and Dr. Mobius while trying to get their missing body parts back. One of the think tank members has quite the history, Dr. Boris. Boris is responsible for the Night Stalkers and Cazadores that we find around the Mojave and at Big Mountain, though traveling to his old home in Higgs Village sheds some more light on the type of person that he was. In House 103, the one with Gabe's doghouse in the back, where you can find Stripe with the Wild Wasteland perk, we see the past living quarters of Dr. Boris. One of the first things that pop out is the many unique bird cages that litter the dwelling. Heading upstairs, we can find a recipe for making medicine books at the sink, and inside one of these bird cages, we can grab a key to the basement. On the way down, we can see a painting seemingly of Tranquility Lane, which furthers the connection to Higgs Village that simulation has. But more interesting is the scene we find downstairs. Cages litter the floor, and teddy bears can be seen with various medical instruments violently stabbed into them. We can find a Ripper on the shelf, which any melee build will want to grab, though it was likely used on whatever experiments Boris got up to down here. Higgs Village is one of my favorite locations in Fallout New Vegas. It adds so much character to the think tank and is one of the most eerie places I think we can find in the Fallout series. Traveling the Mojave can be pretty hot, especially in a post-war wasteland, and most of the drinks the courier can find are room temperature at best and red hot at worst. Luckily, we can find a solution to that through the NCR. First, if you have the Nuka Chemist perk, then you can solve this problem with some easy crafting. But for the rest of the couriers that don't take that perk, we can find some rare drinks that will hit just right. At the Mojave Outpost Barracks, if we check behind the bar, we can find 3 ice-cold Nuka-Colas. These drinks offer a bit of a boost over standard warm Nuka and will never lose their temperature. We can find 2 more inside Camp McCarran, next to the interrogation room inside the terminal building. Before the release of the Old World Blues DLC, these were the only 5 cold Nukas in the game. After the DLC was added, we could find 1 more Frosty Cola on the floor of Dr. Mobius's house, number 102, in Higgs Village. This ice-cold Nuka-Cola is the only one in the game that doesn't count as stealing if we pick it up, and with how hot the desert is, you will want to add as many of these bad boys to your collection as soon as you can. We can find a lot of random objects littered around the Mojave in Fallout New Vegas. They come in all shapes and sizes, and some are even children's toys from the pre-war. One of these lost relics was cut from Fallout New Vegas, a teddy bear named Barnabas Bear. The stuffed animal would have shown up around the Bitter Springs area, and it seems to be tied to a dialogue line that reads, "I like you, will you take Barnabas Bear to New Vegas when you go?" This bear would have been added to the 2 other unique teddies that we can find around the Mojave, joining Mr. Cuddles and Sergeant Teddy. Both are involved in quests that see the courier return them to their child owners. The Fallout Wiki relates Barnabas Bear to a children's program from the UK called Becky and Barnaby Bear. The show would showcase different locations around the world, with Becky and Barnaby teaching the audience about the area. This would tie in with bringing Barnabas to New Vegas. Unfortunately, the bear was cut from the final game, but we can still make sure that old Barnabas makes the trip with the help of console commands. We can find a lot of monstrosities that only seem to exist to make life in the Mojave a little more complicated. From zombie-like feral ghouls to mutated insects, the post-war desert is filled with horrors around every corner. South of the Allied Technologies offices, we can find an old barn swarming with fire ants. This should be enough to keep any curious wastelander away, but if we dig further, we can find the biggest creature in Fallout New Vegas. Inside the ant mound, if you listen closely, you can hear the sound of your impending doom as you get closer to the main hall. This is the giant ant queen, and she is the largest enemy that we can find in the game, with the exception of the giant robo-scorpion from Old World Blues. While she can be quickly dispatched, Her sheer size is impressive enough to make a visit to this ant mound. We can find a couple of dead wastelanders here with a small bit of random loot on them, but the main attraction is the Ant Queen, and this is the only location that we can find her in the game. A giant, unique, fire-breathing treasure. When stumbling through Fallout New Vegas, one of the things you should be thinking about the most is your armor. You aren't going to get far in the Mojave if you're just walking around in your underwear, and luckily we can find a plethora of options to cover up our sensitive areas. One of my favorite suits of armor is the Elite Riot gear found in the Lonesome Road DLC. I think it's one of the best looking clothing pieces in the Fallout series, and it offers a good amount of protection as well. One of the funny things about the helmet of the Elite Riot gear is that you can place certain hats on top of the headgear and reap the benefits of both items. This happens because the helmet is tagged as hair in the files of Fallout New Vegas, so other hats that have tags that won't change your hair will simply be placed on top of the helmet. This is a great way to dress up for a wasteland party or just get some more buffs while wearing some good armor. Either way, you should always show off your fashion sense out in the Mojave. When we got the trailer for Fallout New Vegas at E3, we could see the courier wearing an armored version of the Vault 21 jumpsuit. The suit even shows up at the ending slides for the game. However, we never find it in the Mojave. Of course, with the use of console commands, we can see this armor for ourselves. It looks pretty similar to the Vault 13 variant we see in the DLC, yet for some reason, this jumpsuit was cut from the final game. It turns out this was by accident, as both Fallout New Vegas game director Josh Sawyer and senior designer Chris Avalon have confirmed that the outfit was intended to be in the final version of New Vegas, but was accidentally removed from the game before it shipped. Luckily, we can still find this lost relic with console commands and wear the fit the courier was made for. Also, it's fun to add this to any other Vault suits that you may have in your collection. Zion Canyon is a tremendous addition to New Vegas. The location features beautiful vistas and pure streams that run in every direction. It's almost as if Zion was completely unchanged by the Great War. Due to this, we can see something else in this veritable Garden of Eden, something that had surprisingly not been seen until the canyon in Fallout New Vegas. Rain will fall from the sky in Zion. This is the first time in the Fallout series that we see rain, and it makes sense that it would be in such a beautiful and untouched place. Of course, paradise isn't without its troubles, as warring tribes and mutated creatures cover the landscape. Still, Zion persists, hoping to wash away it all with each rainstorm. We start our adventure in Fallout New Vegas in the town of Good Springs. It's here that we can meet some interesting people and really take in the vibe of the Mojave. In the real world, Good Springs has started hosting a Fallout New Vegas celebration. Old Man Liver, the owner of the Pioneer Saloon, known as the Prospector Saloon in New Vegas, noticed that Fallout fans would always show up to the town and visit the general store as well as the saloon. This prompted him to organize an event that would last a day or two that all Fallout fans could come down to celebrate what an amazing game Fallout New Vegas is. This has become an annual event that usually takes place in the second week of November. I have gone to every Fallout New Vegas Day celebration, and the vibes in the Mojave are unmatched. The town's layout is similar to what we see in the game, but the devs moved a couple of things around, likely due to game design choices. Still, Good Springs is a wonderful town, and if you are a fan of New Vegas, it is definitely worth the trip. One of the best parts of Fallout New Vegas is the vast amount of items that we can find around the Mojave. Sometimes you can come across things that you didn't know were in the game, or find unique variants of stuff that you've seen hundreds of times before. One of my favorite things to do is to find rare items during my playthroughs and store them at my player house. Most of the time, I will never see them again, but I like collecting things around the wasteland. That led me to look into one of the rarest hats in the game, the beret. Now granted, we can see the standard green beret emblazoned with the NCR logo all over the Mojave, but it can be a little tricky to get our hands on one for ourselves. One of the easiest ways I have found is looting one from the NCR deserter Layla at the Vicky and Vance Casino. It's one of the only ways to get one without stealing, and it's an easy battle. Of course, one could nuke the Long 15 and go fight Royez for his, but that seems like a massive undertaking for such a small reward. There is one beret that we can find in the game world, and though it does count as stealing, we can get it without getting discovered easily. Inside the ruined store in Freeside, where Kieran is giving out supplies and food to NCR citizens, we can find a duffel bag in a small back room. This is the only place we can find the beret without it being on someone's person in all of New Vegas. One of the reasons this could be is the way the hat acts in the game world. If we drop one, we can see it's incredibly skinny and tends to bounce around a lot more than other objects do. It also likes to be placed standing straight up instead of lying down as one would expect, so perhaps we can thank some janky physics for why we can't find many of these berets in the wasteland. Rex may be the goodest boy in the Mojave. The cyber dog is certainly one of my favorite companions, and he is a loyal friend to one of the best characters in Fallout New Vegas, the King. While many people have adventured the Mojave with this wonder pup, few may know how long Rex has really been around. In a blog post from PlayStation that was posted back in September of 2010, we get some insight into what age Rex really is. The blog post reads, full name, Cyberhound Mark III, LEO support model, serial number B955883. Sex, not available. Age, 209. Ethnicity, not available. Profession, sidekick to the king. Perk, search and mark. While Rex is a companion, unequipped chems, firearms, and ammunition within a short distance are highlighted when you zoom in the camera. Description: Rex is a cybernetic dog that has been around since pre-war times. He was used by the Denver Police Department and Caesar's Legion before being mostly blown up during the Battle of Hoover Dam. Since then, he's been a loyal pet to the King of the Kings in Freeside. Capable of sniffing out loot and taking large amounts of punishment, he only has one big problem. His brain is starting to deteriorate. This post confirms that Rex is 209 years old and was used by Denver PD and the Legion before being wrecked at the first Battle of Hoover Dam. It also doesn't confirm the sex of Rex, leaving it open to interpretation. It's no surprise that Rex has such an immense backstory. It's just a shame that we don't get to see more callbacks to it in New Vegas itself. While looking for a new brain for Rex, we can find Lupa, Antony's dog, at the fort. She's the mother to many of the dogs that we can find around the Legion stronghold, and she's a well-experienced fighter. Something we can do to double up on a unique item here is kill Lupa while hidden. If done successfully, Antony won't notice and will still give us the option to fight her in the arena. When you win this battle, you will now have 2 of Lupa's brains. This will, however, break this part of the quest a bit, as Dr. Henry will not recognize that you have Lupa's brain at all with 2 of them in your inventory. So while there's no need for 2 carbon copies of the same dog brain to be hanging out in your inventory, it's still an interesting bug that can occur on PC. On our way through Novac, we can meet one of the most interesting characters in Fallout New Vegas. Typically found wandering around the back of the motel staring through windows, Nobark is undoubtedly a memorable experience. If we approach him with at least a 6 in our strength stat, then we will have the option to intimidate the Wasteland veteran into telling us what he knows about the town of Novac.
Who sent you? I ain't talking. They tried to get me to talk before, but I didn't say nothing. And I don't aim to now, by gum. I give up. Please don't do no harm to me, mister. Leastways not my face. All I got left is my rugged good looks. What do you want to know? 'Cause they know I ain't just barking here. What I say has got bite, 'cause it's the truth. Them quack doctors can say what they want about all the rad scorpion stings that done pierced my skull, and I know what I seen.
When visiting the Strip in Fallout New Vegas, one attraction we can see is Vault 21. Mr. House nearly destroyed this establishment when he filled most of it with concrete, yet one woman refused to leave and fought to live in the only home she had had. Sarah Weintraub is the host of Vault 21's Vault Tours and is one of the only permanent residents of the Vault, having lived there since her childhood. These are all wonderful reasons to hang around the Vault, but we can learn a bit more about her mental state through conversation. If the courier has at least an 8 in their perception stat, we can find out that Sarah is suffering from agoraphobia, which stems from not wanting to leave her home under most any circumstance.
Hi, I'm Sarah Weintraub. Welcome to the finest vault hotel in the whole world. Sure I have. I made the scene in the Strip. It's just that I really like it here. Vault 21 is a kick.
Okay, you're right. I hate going outside. It's almost impossible for me to step out of here. Still, I love my vault. It's my pad.
One of the strangest places to visit in Fallout New Vegas is the Ultralux Casino on the Strip. It looks way too fancy on the outside to not have something nefarious going on within. And of course, anyone who has explored the veritable Garden of Eden for themselves can confirm that there is. During the Beyond the Beef quest that sees the courier help Heck Gunderson find his lost son, we can learn that there is an investigator looking into an earlier disappearance.
This again? I thought this was all settled. I answered every one of that investigator's questions to his satisfaction and gave all the help I could. I know our reputation hasn't always been spotless, but that's all in the past now. How some people can't get over it is beyond me. For the last time, the White Glove Society has never and will never consume human flesh for any reason. It's written in the charter. There was an investigator who came through here last week. He'd been hired by a young man whose bride-to-be went missing during their stay here. Well, you can already guess what probably happened, can't you? It seems perfectly likely that she got cold feet and ran off. And that young groom just didn't have a clue, the poor dear.
Private investigator. Ah, yes, I remember the gentleman. This was about the missing bride. Such an awful thing. I do hope he finds her whereabouts. If I might pry, have you found something that will help his investigation? Of course, of course. Now, ordinarily, we don't give out guest information, but I think given the circumstances, he'll want to speak with you. Let's see. He hasn't checked out yet. If you head back to the hotel rooms, his will be one floor directly above you after you exit the lobby. I hope we can put this whole matter to rest at last.
Heading up to the room will lead us to discover the body of this PI. A couple of white glove thugs will jump the courier here, but after the fight, we can take a look at who is lying on the ground. This is Jay Barnes, and he was hot on the case when he was seemingly murdered, perhaps by the same two white gloves that just tried to jump the courier. Searching his person will show a matchbook as a clue, but the clothes he is wearing can't be looted. This is the trench coat and the fedora, both visually identical to the mysterious stranger's outfit. These clothing items are NPC only, and even when using console commands, they will not show up in our inventory, thus preventing us from ever wearing them. It's important to note that if you have the Wild Wasteland perk, Jay is replaced by Crusoe. During this encounter, his clothes can be looted, but they are not the trench coat and fedora. In fact, they will not show up anywhere else in the game, so if you don't have the Wild Wasteland perk, this is your only chance to see them. This could be because the mysterious stranger wears these clothes and they may be coded to not drop for the player. Whatever the case, we are left to just observe these rare items, never being able to add them to our collection. On our way through the Mojave, we can stumble upon Wolfhorn Ranch. This quaint little farmhouse outside Novak has a storied past for those who look a bit closer. Outside the farmhouse, various crops grow, and antennae protrude from sporadic places around the property. Wolfhorn Ranch is quite the place to settle down, but digging under the surface explains why it's in such good shape. This is the former camp of Ulysses, whom we meet in the Lonesome Road DLC, but it seems plans were a bit different for our duster-clad friend. Ulysses was initially planned to be a Legion-friendly companion, much like Boone is for the NCR. This was going to be his residence, and a reference to this was left in the base game. On top of the vista behind the farmhouse, we can find an unmarked grave that is supposed to reflect Ulysses' removal from the game as a base companion. We can even loot this gravesite without a shovel. This being the home of Ulysses is confirmed in the Fallout New Vegas official game guide, as well as the Italian, Spanish, French, and German versions of the game, which name the location Ulysses Camp in their respective languages. Inside the farmhouse, we can find a bed and some containers that do not respond their contents, meaning that this location can be used as a viable player house. However, the bed here does not give the player the well-rested perk. We can find a Tumblr's Today skill magazine on the floor and a unique cleaver on top of the stove called Chopper. The melee weapon offers more damage with higher critical percentages as well. Chopper is excellent for attacking limbs, as it has a boost to damage against appendages. Wolfhorn Ranch seems like just another farmhouse on the side of a forgotten highway out in the Mojave, but it proves that if you look a little closer, you can find some of the most interesting stories in the mundane. When heading towards Nelson, we can encounter Ranger Milo in the middle of the road. He will accost the courier and explain that some Legion snakes have set up shop in the small town. If you have an intelligence stat of 3 or less, the courier will have unique dialogue, thinking the ranger is talking about actual snakes on the loose.
Hold up there. This area is locked down by the NCR military until we can dislodge some Legion snakes from Nelson. You're one of them special folks, ain't you? They ain't real snakes, see? They're Legion soldiers. I just called them snakes because they're low down and sneaky. Like a snake. Anyway, we always have trouble with Legion around here. This time, they jumped to camp in Nelson while the troopers were setting up. Captured a bunch of gear and took the town. Couple of troopers, too. Got them crucified down near the center of town.
One of the worst places to end up in the Mojave is Quarry Junction. The area is hot and dry due to the dust storms that frequent the valley, and even worse is the family of Deathclaw that calls this place home. A fully established pack lives amongst the machinery here in the quarry, with a mother and an alpha male guarding the group with their lives. Just past that is a group of cons who have been put between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. Melissa here will give you a quest to receive a delivery that doesn't seem like it's going to be arriving anytime soon, and we are sent to talk to Chomps and Sloan. Old Man Lewis will send us up to Prim to chat with a trooper named Tyrone, who is getting cold feet since the officers of the NCR are starting to get suspicious of the missing items. With a strength stat of 7 or higher, we can convince Tyrone to honor his deal.
Hey, what can Tyrone do for you? You trying to get me busted? Keep your damn voice down. Lieutenant Hayes already has his eye on me. Look, I already told Chomps the NCR is getting suspicious of all these misplaced supplies. Bigger risk means bigger cost. 300 caps bigger. Never mind. Take the supplies. All yours, friend.
When venturing through the Mojave, the 188 trading post is a crucial spot. Located right outside of Vegas, it's one of the last stops we can make before hitting Freeside. Under the bridge, we can meet a gunrunner, Alexander, who is usually pretty standoffish. However, if the courier has a gun skill of at least 40, the arms dealer will open his shop for them.
Is there some reason I should be talking to you? Like you have a clue what that even means. Am I selling? Yeah. Am I selling to you? No. Sorry to hurt your feelings, but you're small time. Move along. You might be onto something. I'd like to hang on to any weapons mods I run across. Take a look.
While traveling through Freeside on the outskirts of Vegas proper, you can find the Old Mormon Fort. The followers of the apocalypse have taken up shop here, and they help the locals the best they can with the supplies that they have. One follower we can meet is Arcade Gannon, a quirky scientist with a dry sense of humor, but the courier can play into his compassionate side a bit if they lack the smarts to survive in the wastes alone. With an intelligence stat of 2 or lower, Arcade will have sympathy for the courier and join them in their adventures.
No offense intended, but why should I go anywhere with you? Wow. You sound like you really do need some help. Look, I can help you out, but you can't do anything I mean, you can't help bad people who want to hurt the locals in Freeside. If you do, I'll leave. Does that make sense? All right, let's not waste any time. There are people out there to help, things to learn. Maybe not in that order, but let's get to it.
An often overlooked area in Fallout New Vegas is the Fort. This is the camp that houses the bulk of Caesar's Legion, as well as the man himself. Taking the time to chat with the few people we can in the area, we can run into Ciri, a Legion slave who makes healing powder for the faction, and with a survival skill of 20 or higher, the courier can teach her how to make the first aid item more efficiently.
If you're injured, I might have healing powder to spare. What about it? Do you have some advice? Oh, I've been using 2 roots per flower. Thanks to you, I'll be able to create twice as much healing powder per day.
When approaching Helios 1, the courier will be stopped by Lieutenant Haggerty of the NCR. She will let us know it is a restricted area, but if we have a speech skill of at least 30, then the courier can lie to the NCR officer.
This is a restricted area. State your business. Your being here is a start, soldier. We aren't exactly overflowing with troopers here. But if you really want to help us, talk to the idiot with sunglasses in the back of the plant building. He's been trying to get this place running for months and hasn't made any forward progress.
When making your way into the strip, if you stop at the north gate, you will hear distorted audio radiating the area. Upon closer look, we can see that there are 2 small sets of speakers making this noise on each side of the gate. I always thought it was the Securitrons grinding and whirring. Eventually, during your adventure through the Mojave, you will either get sent to Vault 22 or stumble upon it. This vault is flush with greenery rarely seen in the wasteland, which is always a red flag. The NCR wants to get their hands on some data from here to see why everything is growing so effortlessly. In fact, there's already a scientist named Keely on the scene, and after she has you do some of the busy work, if you have copied this data to your Pip-Boy, she will confront you about it. With a science skill of at least 70, the courier can convince Keely to not delete the data, so it can act as a blueprint for what not to do in the future.
Ah, good. You survived. I was beginning to think you hadn't. You'll be pleased to know that the spore should no longer be a problem. Now all that's left is to ensure that none of this ever happens again. The research that led to these abominations must be erased. I've managed to create a connection to the Vault's backup system from here. I just have to remotely delete all the files, and we're done here. No, it shouldn't take all that long. Just a few more moments, and that's strange. The system says that the files were accessed recently and copied to an external source. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Yes, that sounds like something he'd do. Well, there's nothing for it then. Those files need to be erased. Hold out your arm and I'll have it done in a flash. How do you figure that? I suppose the data here could serve as a warning to other scientists. Tell them what paths of research not to follow. All right. You convinced me. Take the files back to that buffoon. You make a good point. But I still honestly hope you know what you're doing. I've unlocked the door, so you're free to run along now. Although it pains me to say it, I wouldn't have made it out of here without your help. If you're heading back toward McCarran, tell Dr. Williams that she has my thanks as well.
Throughout the Strip in Fallout New Vegas, we can find various letters detailing personal experiences people have had in Sin City. There are 11 of these letters in total, and they are scattered out around Vegas for the courier to find and read. The first of these letters can be found in a guest room in Vault 21. It reads, "Dear Edna, lost all of our money at the casinos. Send more ASAP. We'll get it all back. Trust me, Lenny." Strip letter 2 can be found in another guest room here in Vault 21, and it reads as follows. "Billy, don't be mad, but I lost all of our savings at the tops last night. It's not my fault. I was on a hot streak and was up 2,000 caps. But then I had a run of bad luck and lost it all. I'm going to see if I can scrounge up a few caps and try to get it all back. Please don't hate me. Sue." And the last letter that we can find in Vault 21, Strip letter 3, says this. "Hey Mom, I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that I didn't lose all my money on the silly gambling games as you call them. The bad news is that I lost all of my money on one of the girls at Gamora. You would have liked her though. She was a real classy lady. Well, since there's nothing left for me here and I'm all out of caps, I'll be heading home soon. Love you, Dennis." Strip letter 4 can be found at Las Vegas Boulevard Station, next to a Mojave Dropbox. "Nicole, all my years of hard work have finally paid off. I hit the jackpot last night over at the tops. I'll have to use a lot of the money to pay off some of the debts I've incurred over the years, but there is plenty left over to live well for the rest of our lives. I told you it'd happen. See you soon, Ralph." Right next to this letter is number 5, and it reads, "Bruce, I think it's time we see other people. We're just not a good fit anymore. Plus, I met this amazing and rich guy at the Ultralux last night. He's a real winner, not a dirty farmhand like yourself. I never want to see you again. Lacey." Letter number 6 is lying in a room on the 13th floor of the tops. "Dear Tracy, things have been going well for me here in Vegas. I've had pretty decent luck at the tables lately and have been able to almost break even. I'm going to hit the roulette tables again tomorrow. I'm going to win big this time, real big. I can feel it. Wish me luck, Mark." Strip letter 7 is found on the corpse of a gambler in some rubble next to the Monte Carlo suites. "Those gangsters at the tops cheated me. I know it. They're cheats and liars and thieves. Their games are rigged. I've lost every cap, every NCR bill I had left. Those slot machines, you can never win. They're programmed just to make you lose, lose, lose. Their cards are marked so their dealers can cheat you. I promise you this. Invisible ink or something. And their roulette tables? Please, what a joke. The ball must be magnetic, and they can tell it to land wherever they want. The people that do win are plants, employees. There's no way I could have lost like that unless they were cheating. No way. No way. Those fancy suits can't buy them class. They're a bunch of damn con men. They've taken everything from me. I have nothing left. Nothing. What am I going to do? I was supposed to win big here. This is where dreams happen. People told me I could make a fortune here. I just had to have the caps, and I could win myself a new future. Now it's all gone. All gone." Back inside Las Vegas Boulevard Station on a desk is where we can find strip letter 8. "Dear Bravo Company, being transferred to the NCR Embassy on the Strip has been the greatest thing that has happened to me since joining the NCR. It's a pretty easy gig watching the troopers during the day and making sure they don't get in trouble. And then we get to spend our free time hanging out at the bars and clubs, getting drunk and partying. Wish you were here, Private Seymour." The 9th letter will bring us to the mess hall in the NCR Embassy, where it can be found on a table. "To Private Humphreys, this has been the best 3-day pass yet. I learned my lesson early and ditched the casinos for the girls at Gamora. Now that is money well spent. You can't get that kind of service at Camp Golf. Going to sleep now while it's daylight and head back out to Gamora tonight for one last hurrah. Private Watkins." Strip letter 10 can be found inside the NCR Military Police HQ. "To Private Jackson, this is the last time I take your advice. I went to the bar at Gamora, like you said. I got pissed drunk, kicked out after getting too friendly with the dancers, fell into the gutter and puked all over myself before being picked up by some MPs. Next thing I know, I'm waking up with a drunk tank 2 days later. Thanks for wasting my pass, jerk. Private Daniels." And the 11th and final letter can be found on a table in the NCR Embassy's barracks. "To Private Irwin, if I hear of you pulling another prank on one of my troopers that causes them to return to duty without their clothing fully intact, I will personally make sure that you get transferred to Camp Forlorn Hope and don't come back. I'll be watching you, Lieutenant Asheville." These letters offer some small bits of lore that really help drive the vibe of New Vegas as a city home. Fallout New Vegas is filled with these types of lore dumps, and it makes the game world so much more immersive. Just outside of Monte Carlo Suites, we can find an abandoned house not marked on the map. One of the most noticeable features on this abode is the rigged mailbox in front of it. Getting close to the mailbox will cause it to explode and will do some damage if you are not at a safe distance. Inside, we can find what you would expect: a living room with a TV, a kitchen with some goodies in the fridge for any scavengers who happen by, and a big bed the courier can sleep on, making this a great place to stop and rest. The cell name for this abandoned house is Abandoned Usonian Home 01. This is a reference to the group of over 50 homes designed by Frank Lloyd Wright starting in 1934. Wright used the term Usonian instead of American and used this design to showcase a new world style of living that was distinct from previous structures. Be careful when leaving this house though, as 3 fiends will ambush the courier as soon as they make their exit. It seems we aren't the only ones with an eye for comfort in the Mojave. At Repcon HQ, we can obtain an unmarked quest called Access Powers. This will see the courier take the tour of the facility and then pick up Ginny Millet's security keycard to start the quest. This card will open the locked door with all the dead fiends around it. What follows is an adventure through the building, avoiding or passing skill checks with robots on different floors, all leading to a door that holds the Q-35 Matter Modulator, a unique plasma rifle. If your science or lockpick skill is at 100, you can bypass a large portion of the quest by simply breaking into this room, but without the skills, you will need to hunt keys. The reward is a fantastic plasma rifle and a great find for unique item hunters. Entering Vault 34 will lead us to an unmarked quest called All Fired Up. In the quest, we must find a way into the armory of the vault, which can involve some underwater antics. Vault 34 is very easy to get lost in and is covered in radiation. However, with a high science skill, we can get into some terminals that can make the whole experience a lot less traumatizing. After going through the labyrinth that is Vault 34 and finally unlocking the armory, we are rewarded with a lot of great gear. Weapons and ammo litter the room, but the main focus and pinnacle of the reward here is the All-American. This unique marksman carbine does more damage per shot and has a faster rate of fire than the standard variation, which is already a great gun. Featuring a camo finish and a reference to the real-world 82nd All-American Airborne Division by emblazing their insignia on the magazine. According to New Vegas director Joshua Sawyer, this was included simply because the gun shares the same nickname as the division. This gun is 100% worth the trek through Vault 34 and is hands down one of my favorite weapons in the game, a perfect collector's piece of unique item hoarders. When at Camp Forlorn Hope, we can speak to Private Sexton, who can give the courier an unmarked quest called An Ear to the Ground.
Hey there, the name's Sexton. Private James Sexton. Welcome to Forlorn Hope. I've been placed in charge of morale. It's difficult trying to keep spirits up with the Legion nearby. In fact, there's more hope in wrangling Brahmin with my grandmother's stocking than inspiring these troopers. Ironic, isn't it? But it's understandable. The constant skirmishes take their toll on everyone in the end. I call that an understatement. But I can't complain. I'm not in the field as much as the others. I just stay here most of the day, coming up with activities to occupy the camp. Which reminds me of something I've been meaning to try. A killer competition to boost morale. Interested? Great. Since the camp is threatened by Legion, I propose a hunt. Kill any you encounter, and bring me the Legion's ear as proof. You get it? Legion ear? Yep, been waiting for a chance to use it. So can I count you in? Great. Don't be surprised if you're already last when you return. If I'm right, the troopers will use any excuse to slaughter Legion's scum. Can I help you with anything else? Lower than a feral ghoul's IQ. See you later.
You can find ears on pretty much every legionary you put down, and the progress is tracked by tallies etched into the wall inside the mess hall of the camp. We can see that once we hit the max of 30, that 30 marks are left on the wall.
What can I do for you? Whoa, boy! This puts you far ahead of everyone else. I think I'll have to declare you the winner of the competition. It's not much, but here's a little something I scraped together for the winner of the contest. Good job. You earned it.
Completing this quest will net you some respect with the NCR, some caps, and a few beers, but the morale boost it gives to Camp Forlorn Hope is priceless. Right outside of Jean, we can stumble across Barton Thorne, who kicks off the unmarked quest Barton the Fink.
Hello? Can you help me? My girl is trapped by geckos on the ridge, and I can't get to her. Please, she's going to die. Go up the path, past the broken radio tower, and go to the right. They're at the top of the trail. You will? Thank you for helping me. Please hurry.
The quest's name is a reference to the Coen brothers film Barton Fink. After taking care of the geckos, Barton will reveal that he made up his damsel in distress story and plans on jumping you. Once you dispose of Barton, you can claim the stash for yourself, which contains an ammo box, a fridge, and some random loot. We can also see the Johnny 5 Aces reference here if the Wild Wasteland trait is activated.
Sorry I tricked you, but thanks for clearing out the geckos. Now I can get to that stash up there, after I deal with you.
When in Westside, you may find yourself at the Casa Madrid. This hotel is a haven for Pretty Sarah, a pimp who can tip you off to an unmarked quest called A Bit of Slap and Tickle. This is a British turn of phrase referring to sexual acts. The name is fitting, as this quest is completed by hiring one of the prostitutes who call the hotel home. Sarah gives the courier the rundown on each of the workers.
Welcome to the Casa Madrid. If you got an itch needs scratching, you came to the right place. Just watch how you treat the merchandise. 3 flavors to choose from: Sweetie, Maud, and Jimmy. Sweetie's the house favorite for reasons that should be obvious. Maud is what you might call the discount rack. She's what a customer wears if he doesn't have the caps to afford Sweetie, or just likes them old. Jimmy's more of a specialist. I only hear good things. I look after the only reasons anyone would want to spend any time here. I'm a pimp. All Marco does is collect rent and take a small cut of my action. He sure as hell doesn't clean the rooms. Most of my body is scarred all over, like a ghoul. Nobody around who'd want to screw that. No, I just run things. We don't talk about that. Next topic. You know where to find me.
Hey, baby, what say you and me get acquainted? It's worth every cat, baby. I'll do things to you didn't even think was possible, and leave you feeling like everything's right in the world. So get on the bed already. I got something to show you. You know you'll be back.
Hey, mister, looking to relax? Looks like you carry a lot of tension in your shoulders. And upper thighs. Baby, who I am doesn't matter. I'll be anybody you need me to be. It's better that way, you'll see. Half a year or so. The Casa's a dump and Marco's a pig, but Pretty Sarah makes sure I don't get hassled. I don't get as many customers as Sweetie or Maud, but the customers I do get always come back. She's an honest woman, splits the earnings fair and keeps Sweetie and Maud in line. Minds her own business, too. She knows what it's like for people to go through things they'd rather not talk about. Pittance, sugar. And I'll leave you without a care in the world. Oh, we will, sugar. We will.
I'm glad mean son of a bitch is on our side. Hello, stranger. You looking for a good time? Old but spry, honey. So long as my back don't give out, I can make a living lying on it. May not be as fresh as Sweetie or Jimmy, but pretty Sarah keeps me around for a good reason. Experience. Best prices around, so long as you don't try putting anything someplace it was never intended. How's that sound? You won't notice anything once the lights are out, hon. The places that count are still firm enough.
Once the deed is done, the quest is over, and the only reward we get from this is the act itself. But the name of this unmarked quest alone is reason enough to talk about it. Smack dab in the middle between Camp Searchlight and the corresponding airport, we can find Camp Searchlight Trailer Park. This location will not be marked on the Pip-Boy map. Clearly this area has seen better days, but that doesn't mean we can't find some loot, including a few bottles of Rad-X lying around just waiting for somebody to give them a good home. Golden geckos have made this area their home now, and the patrolling feral ghouls that march around the perimeter do not make things much better. Still, if you can stand the rads, any treasure left from before this place was hit can be yours. In Calville Bay, right outside the shore of Lake Mead, we can find Captain Dean Boat Rentals. The sign outside says Captain Dean Boats and Bait, Worms, Ice Cream. This is a pre-war dock shop that would have rented the boats we see next door to the people looking to have fun in the sun on Lake Mead. This is before the Cazadores moved in. Watch yourself when you go inside. A few giant rats are always lurking around, but for curious Fallout New Vegas fans, this is a great stop. First, we can find 2 Sunset Sarsaparilla Star Caps, one on the middle of the main display and one next to the cash register. Speaking of the cash register, there is a ton of junk to find here, with hidden treasures mixed in. Boxes of bobby pins, drinks, and even an average locked safe with a few items to nab inside. We can see the boat rentals board, with keys still hanging, waiting for someone to take a boat for a joyride. But sadly, we cannot interact with any of these. The most interesting thing about this location is the unmarked toy car found sitting on the center shelf. It will show no name when highlighted, simply saying "take" when we put our reticle over it. Though this is impossible as the toy cannot be added to the courier's inventory. Using the grab command, clicking in the right stick on controllers, or hitting the Z key on keyboards will prompt the glitch tutorial to tell you to use the same command to drop the skull. This is the same prompt we would see at Doc Mitchell's in the beginning of the game if the skull was interacted with. Strange items like this pop up all the time in the Fallout games. The question you must ask yourself is if you are willing to risk it with the Cazadores to see it for yourself. One of the biggest landmarks in Fallout New Vegas is also one of the most easily missed. The Colorado River runs through the map, bordering the fort, and flows through Hoover Dam. In the normal playing area of New Vegas, no part of the Colorado is radiated, making it a great drinking spot to refill some HP when you are hurting in the desert. The real-world river runs through 7 US states and deep into Mexico, but it's much larger than it appears in-game. New Vegas devs used US Geological Survey data to create the map at a 1/25th scale. However, the Colorado River and Lake Mead were expanded past this scale so that players don't think that they appeared too small. Next to the Nipton Road pit stop, we can find the remains of a cargo plane crashed into the sand amongst a ton of rad scorpions. This relic of the old world doesn't have much to offer, but it's still a really cool thing to find in the middle of the desert. We can find a bit of 5.56 ammo in a crate here, but that is about it unless you enjoy hunting the scorpions for their tails and meat, which can be quite helpful out in the waste. Normally, we can't see much of the plane as just a bit of it is sticking out of the sand, but if we take the camera under the world map, we can see that the cargo plane is fully modeled. It's a really cool object, showing us glimpses of transportation from the pre-war world. This location is also where Oliver Swanwick will flee after we encounter him in Nipton. If you have left the rad scorpions alive, Swanwick will run into them and likely make his way to the plane. Hopefully, he held on to that lottery ticket for a little extra luck. Right across the river from the Cliffside Prospector Camp, we can find a terrible unmarked location known as the Deathclaw Promontory. We can find a huge pack of FEV lizards, complete with alpha males and mothers. The most appealing part of this location is the loot that you can get if you venture there. Waiting for you is a full T-51B set of power armor, a multi-blast rifle, and one of the only advanced power armor sets that we can find in the game, though it's missing the helmet. This place makes Quarry Junction look like a day in the park, so you should only travel here when you are good and ready. It wouldn't hurt to have power armor training as well. You are going to need it. There are plenty of consumable items that we can find around the Mojave, but there is one wasteland delight that the courier has to craft themselves, the desert salad. If you have a barrel cactus fruit, a Brahmin steak, and some pinion nuts, with a survival skill of at least 55, you can craft this delicacy yourself at any campfire. If the courier has a maxed out survival skill, this salad will heal a ton of HP, as well as restore both hydration and starvation levels when doing a hardcore run. I love the way this texture looks, and it's great to be able to create your own rare items in the game, even if they aren't so valuable. One of the fun pastimes that we can indulge in the Mojave is gambling. Many casinos across the wasteland offer games for wary wastelanders to wager their caps in, but one was left out, though we can still see remnants of it in the game. We can find craps tables in some locations, but none of them allow us to partake in the game itself. These tables are all that remains of the game of chance. However, dice can still be found in the game files. While no games we play really use them, dice appear in Fallout New Vegas fully modeled. Now, I swear I've seen these in-game naturally somewhere, but I cannot remember where, and the internet doesn't have any answers either, so perhaps I had a mod that added them in some way. If you've seen these dice in this model in your vanilla game with no mods, let me know in the comments below. Nestled in Prim, the El Diablo roller coaster has seen better days. The attraction is connected to the Bison Steve and is one of the only landmarks in the town. The now broken track wraps around the casino and offers a great vantage point for the NCRCF escaped convicts to take pot shots at anyone who wanders too close. While we can see the state of the roller coaster now, it had its problems pre-war as well. If we head over to the neighboring Vicky and Vance casino, we can find a framed newspaper article that discusses a resident getting splattered on the tracks. While this is the only bit of information we have on this incident, it would seem this roller coaster has quite the history and was clearly the target of something, seeing how damaged it is when we make our way into Prim. The Fat Man is a devastating weapon that launches mini nukes at your target, but they can be quite rare and a little expensive, so let's look at where we can find them around the Mojave. First, there is a skeleton still holding on tight to his mini nuke launcher next to a radioactive pond inside Quarry Junction. The death claws make this area a bit of a slog to go through, but adding this Fat Man to the collection does make some of it worth it. Heading down to Cottonwood Crater, we can find a dead prospector. If we loot them, we can find another Fat Man ripe for the taking. Of course, you have to watch out for the geckos and the rads in the area, but we just scored a new launcher. Making our way to Nopa Cave, we will have to fight through some fire geckos, but deep inside, we can find a super mutant master who happens to have another Fat Man to add to our collection. In the mountains behind Jacobstown, we can find a nest swarming with Cazadores. Another super mutant master rests here, and in his inventory is the final Fat Man that we can find just lying around. Of course, more can be bought at a few vendors, but if you are up for the risk, these are the only ones that you will find out in the Mojave. Using all of them to repair your main launcher with a high repair skill will net you a Fat Man in pretty decent shape. There are a lot of cars littering the roads around the Mojave, but one of the most rare is also one of the most interesting. The flea only appears twice in Fallout New Vegas. We can find one lying on its side against a truck at El Dorado Dry Lake, and it appears that the truck may have been carrying the car, or maybe during the apocalypse, the two collided. The other place that we can find a flea is on the Ivampa racetrack. This one is still in the upright position, and we can get a sense of how these vehicles worked. The flea features one seat and is only just a bit bigger than the courier themselves. The driver would enter the car through a hatch and use a split steering column to control the car. What do you think about the flea? Would you want one to drive around town, or do they just look too goofy for you? In Freeside, down the road from Mick and Ralph's, we can see a thug gesturing to the courier from an alley. This starts off the unmarked quest, flogging a dead corpse.
Check it out, between the dumpsters there. Nah, just some idiot that wandered down the wrong alley. Sound familiar?
You have to wonder about the intelligence of somebody who would try to pull this kind of thing on the courier, but I suppose Freeside is a place to find such people.
I take pride in my needlework, but you'd better tell me if I left anything out of place. How'd I do?
At the start of Fallout New Vegas, Doc Mitchell will present the courier with the Reflectron, allowing us to customize our appearance. This is different than what we see in Fallout 3, where the gene projector was used, but we can still find these in Fallout New Vegas. We can find one in the Hidden Valley bunker in the medical area, another can be found upstairs at the RepCon test site, and finally, we can find one at Hoover Dam in the first power plant section. These can't be interacted with, but they're still a unique find here in the Mojave, even if they are just being used essentially as random set pieces.
Looks like they've finished the gene projection. Let's see what you'll look like when you're all grown up.
Right outside the entrance to Red Rock Canyon and a bit northeast of Mount Ranch State Park, we can find a destroyed house that has a little more going on with it than the usual decrepit dwellings that we find around the Mojave. A cellar door next to the home will bring us into the basement, which acts as an armory for the Great Khans. If the courier has at least an accepted reputation with the faction, the armorer will sell guns and ammo to them. She has a good selection behind a cell door here, and the location also boasts a workbench and a reloading bench, making it an excellent stop to restock everything you may need to take on the wasteland. The only question I have is, why is there a jail cell in a random house's basement? I can only assume the Khans didn't build this themselves, so either this is some kind of detainment area for the pre-war state park, which is strange, or some Red Rock resident had some skeletons in their closet, or basement we could say in this scenario. Inside the gypsum train yard, we can find a ton of Deathclaws, but we can also find the unmarked gypsum quarry office. If the lizards see you enter the office, they will come barging in one by one, and fighting them becomes much worse. The interior of the office has some fun things like giant ants, but more curiously, it has some posters from Vault-Tec, which could be due to the nearby Vault 34. Perhaps this office has some kind of ties to the underground bunker. We can also find a Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle cap here. When I arrived, it had clipped into the desk, but no clipping under allowed me to see that it was indeed still there. There are a few loot containers here that can offer some nice rewards, but none of them are quite worth the Deathclaw onslaught that will ensue if the courier gets spotted by the giant reptiles. In between Ranger Station Foxtrot and Brewer's Beer bootlegging, we can find an unmarked location known as the Hidden Cazador Nest, an area plenty in the Mojave are happy to avoid. However, if the courier does find themselves here, after dealing with the Cazadores, we can find a duffel bag with some Mark II reinforced combat armor. Quite a good find just lying out in the desert. Of course, you have to fight an entire hive of murder hornets, so whether or not it's worth it will be up to you. Just a bit outside Good Springs and right next to the Yangtze Memorial, we can find an abandoned shack unmarked on the map. A sign above the door reads, "The Hornet's Nest 588, so that's what I'll call it moving forward. Inside the Hornet's Nest, we can find a functioning reloading bench and a usable bed. as well as some goodies inside a few containers. These containers do not refresh, so this is an excellent first player home right at the start of Fallout New Vegas. While I wouldn't recommend drinking from the sink or the toilet due to the overwhelming amount of rats that they produce, I would recommend picking up the doggy treat that's right next to the burning barrel, as this is the only one that we can find in the base game of Fallout New Vegas. Unique items aside, this bunker will suit any desert-ravaged courier who needs a good place to store their loot and get some shut-eye. Just south across the road from the Northern Passage, we can find a Jackal Shack. This is unmarked on the map and usually has a couple of Jackal gang members hanging around it, thus the name. While the Jackals themselves are not carrying anything too crazy, we can find a couple of beds here, a Brahmin steak, and a few Kims inside an average locked first aid box, so it's a nice place to scope out when you're in the area. Once you take out the gang that calls the shack home, you can cook your steak at the campfire and sleep under the stars in one of the makeshift beds found on the shack floor. An ideal Mojave night. Across the river from Blue Paradise Vacation Rentals, we can find an unmarked location known as Lake Lurk Cove. This is an absolute must-visit location for Lake Lurk enthusiasts, as we can find 2 large packs of the creatures hanging out around the water. After dealing with the monsters, we can search the nearby cave for some pretty good loot, as there's a dead mercenary and 2 duffel bags. One of the bags features some reinforced combat armor, so this is a great place to stop for some XP and to get some helpful gear, even if you only plan on selling the score. Lake Lurks are certainly one of the most interesting creatures in Fallout New Vegas, and this is the place to find them. Between Whitaker Farmstead and Hunter's Farm, we can find one of the rarest items in Fallout New Vegas, the lawnmower. This is the only location that we can find one of these bad boys, and we can even loot its blades from inside. These blades are also rare, with the only other location that we can find them being Gibson's Shack. These have no use in New Vegas and really can only be sold for a small amount of caps, but if you're into rare items, this is a must-stop for you. There are a group of unmarked apartments between Monte Carlo Suites and the Thorn. They don't have a whole lot to offer, but 3 of them are named without being marked on the map. First we have Tiki Tonga Apartments, usually infested with Scorpion gang members. Random loot can be found in dumpsters and a mailbox that are featured around the area, but that's about it. The same can be said for the Summer Springs boarding house, which has even less to offer, with the exception of more fiends and scorpions patrolling the area. Finally, we have Le Canard Apartments, which has the most going on out of the 3, even though there's still not much to find. Crops grow in front of the building, though we cannot harvest anything from them. And much like the other 2 complexes, we cannot enter any door here, but some random loot can be found in trash cans and mailboxes around the site. I find it interesting that these places were named and given signs, but not marked on the map or used in any significant way, though it adds to the depth of New Vegas to see these fully realized areas, even when they are locked up pretty tight. When talking to Lucius at the fort, if the courier has an unarmed skill of at least 50, then the option to learn a new attack will open. The Praetorian leader will teach us Legion Assault.
Yes. Do you have something to report? Of course. This will take some time, and I'm not a forgiving teacher.
The attack features almost a Superman punch strike. While running forward and using a power attack, the courier will jump in the air and strike down, which will also cause a knockback effect. This Legion unarmed technique is a great way to smash through the Mojave, with even the biggest creatures getting bopped back to reality. When you reach Wolfhorn Ranch, just outside the site, there will be an epic encounter. Well-protected, traveling merchants will be ambushed by small groups of Caesar's Legion. Sometimes, an NCR patrol may even wander through at the same time, making this one hell of a skirmish. After the dust has settled, we can trade with the merchants, who have a good amount of caps and some decent gear, or we can even loot the losers of the conflict for some extra stuff. Whatever your choice, it's still a wild encounter to spectate.
You like that?
Down at Ranger Station Foxtrot, we can meet Lank, who seems to be having troubles, and it's starting to affect her work as an NCR comm officer. Speaking to her will give us some details on her problems.
You're here for the money. I told the Emeritus I was good for it. I just need more time. I talked to the cashier at Gamora into forwarding me some chips. I was convinced I was due for a hot streak. It didn't go so well. The Emeritus were nice and said they'd give me some time to pay them back. They also said if they had to talk to me about my debt again, they wouldn't be nice the next time. I don't want to talk about it. We were on patrol near the dam when a Legion raiding party jumped us. Didn't even have time to radio it in. I was hit in the head with a machete and knocked out. Didn't kill me, though some nights I wish it had. When I woke up, my nerve was gone. The rest of my squad was crucified, butchered, mutilated. I don't know how they missed me. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they knew they'd broken me. I gambled and drank a lot after that. Got into trouble. But the Rangers gave me a second chance instead of kicking me out. So here I am. Maybe. But thanks for saying it anyway. I operate the radio and call it in if we see any great cons moving out in large groups from Red Rock Canyon. Watch out for great cons.
Helping Link is nice, even though you can choose to do the opposite. Afterwards, we can talk to Ranger Kudlow for just a bit more info on how bad things have gotten with the comm officer within the ranks of the NCR.
No run-ins with the great cons, I hope. They've been more restless than usual. Yeah, it's a damn shame. There was a lot of talk about expelling her from the Rangers, especially once the gambling and drinking started. Being posted here is her second and last chance, and so far, I'm not impressed. Link's jumpy all the time, and the others are sick of it.
We can find several different license plates around the Mojave and beyond in Fallout New Vegas, with the most common one being this Nevada plate found on pickup trucks around the map. Though if we look at the bumper sword, we can see this Southwest Nevada plate from 2052. And this isn't the only item that we can find plates on either, as we can find this Illinois license plate on Eddie. When venturing through Zion, we can find this Utah branded plate on park ranger trucks littered across the roads through the sprawling canyons. Venturing to Big Mountain, if we have the Wild Wasteland perk, we can find this New Jersey plate on a truck near Little Yanks. Finally, taking a look at the marked scout armor from Lonesome Road, we can see this California license plate attached to the back of the outfit. It's pretty interesting to see these used in different ways, and all of the far-off locations really make you wonder, how are those places doing since the Great War? We can find a small unmarked camp with a crashed out Corvega south of Smith Mesa Prospector Camp. While there is little here to see, with the exception of the car and a campfire, we can find an oversized Nevada agave plant and a banana yucca as well. What makes this place interesting is while we are here, after the initial ambient music is played, the tracks Dreamtown or Metallic Monks will play on an infinite loop until we leave. This is fantastic, as these are some of the best tracks from Mark Morgan that were included in the classic Fallout games. Most of the time, when I play Fallout New Vegas, I choose the Wild Wasteland trait, which means that the mercenary camp we find north of Horowitz Farmstead is always occupied by aliens. It seems the devs wanted you to choose which unique weapon you would like, as the Zetans drop an alien blaster, but without the Wild Wasteland trait, we find a larger group of mercenaries here. One of these Wasteland soldiers has a nice set of reinforced combat armor and is wielding a YCS-186, a unique Gauss rifle that packs a serious punch. If you choose Wild Wasteland, this gun will be unobtainable during your entire playthrough, and vice versa with the alien blaster. So, make your choice wisely. Just outside of the California Sunset Drive-In, we can find a lean-to setup with a radio tower on top of it. The makeshift camp has some dangers, like a mine set up under the traffic cone that wandering coyotes can set off, causing a horrible chain reaction. If the courier doesn't blow themselves up, we can find a hockey mask here as well as a Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle cap. The camp also features a usable mattress if you need a rest, but the nearby ghoul-infested irradiated shack may steer some wasteland travelers away. When traveling north of Vegas, we can find a house that is open to explore. Outside, we find a fridge with a few items and a mailbox that could hold some goodies as well. Inside, we can see that the entire floor of the house is covered in soil, and maize is growing everywhere we can see. Altogether, we can gather 38 maize from inside this home. This place used to act as a moonshine still, using the fermented maize as a main ingredient. We can see signs of this with the still remaining in the house and a big bottle of moonshine sitting on the table next to it, which is a decently rare item in Fallout New Vegas. There's an unlocked safe here with some random loot, a first aid box, and a usable bed to get some shut-eye. The corn house, as I like to call it, is certainly an interesting find in the Mojave and a great place to harvest one of the best crops in the game. Close to North Vegas Square, we can find a house that can be used for player housing, as the containers do not refresh. Inside, we can find an unowned bed and various loot throughout the dwelling. There isn't a whole lot to see here, but it's still an interesting unmarked location, and we can farm the nearby Jackal Camp for gear and XP. At the old nuclear test site, we can find an unmarked shack with a few fun things to discover. The location was used to test atomic bombs in the past, and the craters still remain outside the map today. The area is highly irradiated, and ghouls patrol the area, making it a location very few will risk venturing into. Inside the shack, we can find various chems, a copy of Nikola Tesla and You, a hunting shotgun, one Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle cap, and 3 entries of the diary of trash. The first entry is on the shelf. Dear Diary, I'm so done being confined in this human body, so today I moved into the shack at the abandoned test site. There should be enough radiation to turn me into a ghoul. All around me, this world is bleak and dreadful. Is it so wrong to want a body to match it? I wonder what color my skin will turn, and if I'll be able to find a good shade of lipstick to go with it. Probably not. God, everything is so miserable. The second can be found on top of the Nikola Tesla and You by the chemistry set. Dear Diary, I've been in this shack for almost a week now. Nothing is happening. I'm so bored, and this shack is so hot, and it's totally ruining my hair. It's like so hard to find dye this color in the wasteland. This sucks. I want to be a ghoul now. I hate all this waiting. Life. Ugh. Living is so overrated. And the third and final entry can be found on the corpse of Trash herself, who is also carrying a set of reinforced leather armor. Dear Diary. Good news, Diary. I think it's finally starting to happen. Okay, so I do feel like totally miserable. What else is new? Ha ha ha. And my skin is starting to peel off, but I'm pretty sure that is the first step. Oh, and my hair. I finally got it just the way I like it, and now it starts coming out. Why does ghoulification have to be so unfair? It seems Trash was a little dramatic and longed for a life more in line with her environment, likely not knowing the effects that large amounts of radiation would have on her. However, I imagine she is pretty lucky that the ghouls outside didn't find her first. Many buildings in the Mojave have kitchens, and most of these kitchens have refrigerators. However, we can find a rare variant around the wasteland, the Nuka-Cola fridge. Unlike most of the interactions that we see that capitalize every part of the object name, the Nuka-Cola fridge leaves the word fridge lowercase. There are 4 of these unique fridges around the map. In Vault 22, we can find one in the common area. Same with the Broadcast building on Black Mountain. Nipton General Store has one as well, right behind where we can find boxcars. And finally, we can see another one next to a standard fridge inside the mess hall at Cottonwood Cove. All of these Nuka-Cola branded cooling machines are empty, at least they were when I visited them, but their designs are super cool, and they certainly stand out in a broken down kitchen. Just north of the NCR sharecropper farms, we can find an unmarked house belonging to Orion Moreno. Speaking with him outside of the Enclave quest will lead to a dead end.
Looks like I forgot to lock the doors again. If you're with the NCR, get out. This place is mine, and I'm not leaving. Oh, like you wouldn't believe. The NCR makes a habit out of wrecking homes. I came out here to get away from them. Didn't work out so well. Next thing I know, I'm squatting in their land. Never mind that I already been living here for years. I don't do anything. I'm retired. I was a soldier. Why do you even care? I came out here to forget about the past, so quit bringing it up.
The interesting thing about this house is that its interior layout is pretty much identical to Doc Mitchell's in Goodsprings. While similar looking locations are common in Fallout New Vegas, the inside of this house is instantly recognizable to anyone who has started multiple playthroughs of the game. While the bed here is usable, almost all of the items here are considered owned by Moreno, so taking them will ding the courier's karma, as well as piss off the lone resident. So keep your hands off of things unless you want to get into a fight with an ex-Enclave soldier. If the courier inspects the various artifacts at the Vicky and Vance Casino in Prim, they can discover that the gun is missing from the display rack. In fact, the only thing that remains in the museum display for the criminal couple is their death car, covered in bullet holes. Speaking to Prim Slim, if we have a science skill of at least 50, we can discover that the robot had been hacked.
Howdy, partner. Welcome to the Vicky and Vance Casino and Museum. Prim Slim at your service. Authentic cowpoke and official spokespot of the Vicky and Vance Casino and Museum. Yeehaw! Just mosey on over to the display case and you'll see it plain as day. Quite a piece, that gun. Mint condition, never fired. Well, look at that. I happened across this data file locked away in an isolated subsystem. Where have you been, partner? Hiding under a rock? Vicky and Vance were this nation's 4th or maybe 5th most infamous celebrity outlaw couple ever. That's who they was. Prim Slim here can tell you the whole story, if you can spare a minute to hear the tale. You got it, partner. Prim Slim loves to spin a yarn. First things first. Any bosh you've heard about Vicky and Vance being copycats ain't nothing but ill-tempered slander. Fact is, they begun their crime spree 2 days before Bonnie and Clyde robbed their first bank. So who was copying who? Now, true, Vicky and Vance didn't exactly cut a wide swath of murder and bank robbery across the central U.S. like Bonnie and Clyde did. It was more like a narrow swath of shoplifting, check cashing fraud, and gas pump drive-offs. But crime is crime. They drove reckless, too. Having lived by the gun, well, Vance owned one anyway, it was only fitting that the duo of desperados would die by the gun. Perhaps it was fate itself that accidentally drove them into a crossfire between police and a gang of bank robbers in Plano, Texas. Or maybe they just didn't notice until it was too late. It's been said that Vicky would have tried to cash a bad check in that bank, had she lived. We'll never know for sure. All we know is that the crossfire tore the car and both occupants to pieces, and the police issued an official apology. You can put your eyes on the genuine death card just over yonder, and there's Vance's machine gun in the case next to it.
If we head north of Vegas, we can find an unmarked location known as Wynn's Hideout. This is the home of Sammy and Pauline Wynns, who seem to want to emulate the lifestyle of Vicky and Vance. Speaking with the couple will prompt them to explain their plan to the courier, and with a speech skill of at least 55, we can show support for this dynamic duo.
What are you doing here, stranger? You looking to start some trouble? Me? I'm Sammy, of Sammy and Pauline, the Wasteland's most dangerous and notorious criminal duo. You better not mess with us or you'll end up face down in a shallow grave. Simple. Up until now, we committed our crimes stealthily, leaving no evidence behind, so we never built a rep. But that's gonna change with our next score. You just wait and see. You'll have to ask Pauline about that. She's the brains of our operation. I'm the muscle. So, that's just one of our crimes. We're depraved, stone-cold degenerates, you know? You don't want to mess with us. Yeah, bye.
You best not try any funny business, stranger. One word from me, and Vance will plant you in the ground. I'm Pauline, of Sammy and Pauline, the Wasteland's most dangerous and notorious criminal couple. You'd best not mess with us, or you'll have a bullet hole where your eye used to be. We ain't never heard of you either, so the not being impressed is mutual. Come a week or so, though, and everyone will have heard of Sammy and Pauline. Just you wait. Sammy and me got our hands on a powerful weapon not too long ago. Vance's gun. You know Vance, of Vance and Vicky? That gun's our shot at the big time. We're gonna sneak it in on the strip and rob one of the casinos. Maybe all of them. We'll be known as the greatest gunslingers to ever terrorize the Wastelands. You'll see. You'll feel stupid that you made fun of us when you learn how rich we are. Why would I deny it? I was the one that hacked that cowboy robot while Vance kept him busy. Ain't the first thing we stole, won't be the last. Really? You think so? We've only got the one gun and there's two of us. And we've never done anything like this before. We've never been on the strip either, so we don't know how many guards the casinos have. And I kept having these nightmares. What are we thinking? We're gonna get ourselves killed. Look, tell Sammy to give you the gun, all right? Just take it. I don't want it around tempting us to do something stupid. See you.
This better be good, stranger. Really? Oh, thank God. I love that woman, but I swear this time she was gonna get us killed. The gun's in the safe. The combination's 5, 23, 34. Take it far away from here before she changes her mind. See you.
The code that Sammy gives the courier is actually a reference to the date that the real Bonnie and Clyde met their end, May 23rd, 1934. This is a well-placed homage to the original inspirations of this quest. Vance's 9mm submachine gun is the main reward here. It is better than the standard variant in almost every way and looks great in the game. This is a great quest to complete for unique item hunters. There is an unmarked quest called A Final Plan for Esteban, which sees the courier talk to Private Morales, who just lost her husband and is worried that his body will not be secured by the NCR.
Did the Colonel send you? I was hoping he might have changed his mind. I know. I've been crying. It's stupid. I'm supposed to be a soldier. My husband, he's a ranger, and he got murdered by a pack of fiends. Goddamn savages laid his body out to rot. Brass won't say it to me straight, but they mean to leave Esteban out there. I can see that plain. Colonel says he can't spare the men to bring Esteban back home. And the fiends, they put all kinds of mines and traps around his body. Snipers, too. His best friend, Jackson, tried. Didn't even get permission from his CO, so it could have cost him a lot. But he never came back. Mister, I'd about given up hope. But you've got to be careful. I don't want anybody else dying on my account. Esteban's body is laid out between some of the buildings, east of the Repcon headquarters. At least that's what his squad mates said. There's an NCR position just north of there. It's on the way. They should be able to tell you what the situation is.
Heading out towards RepCon HQ, we can find a couple of NCR soldiers who will give us a little more information on the task at hand.
Whoa, 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 hold up. Where do you think you're going? Christina hired you, huh? Well, if you're gonna go up there, there's a couple things you should know. Esteban's body's in the middle of those buildings up the hill there. Look carefully and you can see the fiends patrolling the rooftops. But they laid traps, too. There's mines all over, so for God's sakes, watch your feet. Get him back here. We'll get him home. Least we can do. Wish we could help more.
Once we neutralize the fiends in the area, we can find Esteban's corpse laying in the center of the pavilion. We can sometimes find Jackson's body as well, though he doesn't always spawn into the game, and there is no reward for bringing his remains back. Carrying Esteban back to the troopers will ensure that his body will be kept by the NCR, and returning to Private Morales will complete the quest.
Did you start looking for Esteban? I guess my directions could have been better. They put him in a box? With a flag and all? I hope so. He'd have been proud. You're too good for this rotten town. First kind thing anybody ever did for me and Esteban. You ever need anything, all you need to do is ask. Thank you so much.
This will also influence Dr. Kemp at Camp McCarran to give the courier a discount on services and supplies, so this small task is pretty worth it for people who are friendly with the NCR. Leading into Bitter Springs, we can find an unmarked location known as Red Pass. Bitter Springs was the site of a terrible massacre when NCR forces opened fire on civilians as they fled from their camps in the rocks, and Red Pass has a memorial of sorts for visitors. We can see many graves running through the pass, each likely holding a member of the Great Khans who fell during the massacre. And we can find a rare item here though, as 3 Great Khan spike helmets decorate graves. These do not count as faction armor, so they are a good find for anyone who wants a new look while stomping around the Mojave. Across the Colorado River from Camp Forlorn Hope, we can find a small alcove that some lake lurks now call home. Water flows into the shallow cave, which features batches of lake lurk eggs. The main reason to visit this unmarked location is to look at the 2 explosive crates floating in the river. Each has quite a bit to offer the courier in terms of things that go boom. Lake lurks always seem to be up to something, so it's a good idea to see what they are gathered around whenever you come across these gross monsters. Littered across West Side and Freeside, we can find pre-war buildings that show off a bit of the lifestyle people local to Vegas were accustomed to. We can't enter these locations, but we can still see the remnants of what once was as we walk the streets around the Strip, such as Parker's Restaurant and Fountain, which is likely a reference to Fallout New Vegas developer Chris Parker, or Everett's Building and Garden Supplies, which is another likely reference to Scott Everts, another Fallout New Vegas developer. Even Smitty's, which could be a throwback to Fallout 2, referring to a character in the game, but the sign does resemble the logo of a real-life restaurant chain from Canada with the same name. Others include Wolf's Bakery, Kingman's BBQ, Acme Realty, Cherry Liquor, B&K Cleaners, Buck's Steakhouse, Travel Service, and Pioneer Cafe. None of these can be entered, but it's still interesting to glimpse into the past a bit. We can also find these signs as a part of the barrier around New Vegas, so perhaps more of these locations existed in the area, but the signs are now being used for a more important purpose. I am sure nothing could top a big ribeye from Buck's Steakhouse as you found yourself closer and closer to the Strip, and I'm glad we still have these pre-war reminders in-game. Once a sheriff is found for Prim, the residents will feel more comfortable around the town, and many will leave the Vicky and Vance casino, as they've been hiding from escaped convicts inside for quite some time. While the casino is empty, if we wait a few days in-game, when entering the Vicky and Vance again, the courier will be ambushed by some NCR deserters. This triggers the unmarked quest, A Team of Moronic Mercenaries. While there are a few ways to settle this peacefully, it's always more fun to just start blasting when you're in the wasteland.
What are you doing here? This is our casino, punk. I like to think that we're prisoners of war that managed to escape before capture. I don't know how long it'll be before the Legion crosses the river, but sure as fuck I don't want to be wearing an NCR uniform when they get here. Fuck. We lose again. We heard Prim was ripe for the picking, so figured we could come here and shake down some of the suckers. We weren't expecting a sheriff here. We're just trying to put as many miles from NCR as we can. We don't want to be anywhere near New Vegas when the Legion crosses the river. Our luck has gone south since we lost all of our money gambling in Vegas. We didn't go AWOL from duty to become raiders. But we've seen what the Legion does to people that survive their battles. We wanted to be gone before the fighting starts. And we heard there may be some safety up in New Canaan. Looks like we got a wannabe hero on our hands, boys. Over here! You like that?
You like that?
In Vault 3, we can find Motor Runner. Though he is quite the tough customer, I want to talk about his throne for a bit here. This fancy chair is one of the only times we see hockey sticks in the Fallout universe. These particular sticks are branded Sherman Faber Hockey. We can also see a newspaper here, which is from the New Vegas Times, which hints at a possible post-war printing situation in the area. The headline reads, "Finally Caught." This is not the only place that we can find this throne either. Papa Khan has the exact same model at the Great Khan Longhouse, though it's missing the fancy rug. This throne is one of the best designs in the game, and it really emphasizes the post-apocalyptic aesthetic, you know, with the skulls and all. We can find traffic cones all over Fallout New Vegas. Most of the time, they are used to conceal mines and set up ambushes for less observant wastelanders. Altogether, in the base game, we can find 104 of these traffic cones across the Mojave. Here's what they'd look like all in one place. Between Raoul's shack and the Brotherhood of Steel's safe house, we can find a train tunnel that is secured with a very hard lock. This tunnel can lead us directly into Nellis, but there are some fun things we can find before we get there. Avoiding the death claws and entering the tunnel, we can find it is swarming with feral ghouls, looking for someone foolish enough to pick the locks and venture into the railway tunnel. Further inside, we can find some rare hats, like the fire helmet on a dead ghoul, which isn't quite as rare as the construction hat that we can find lying on the table in the maintenance room. In the base game of New Vegas, Chomps Lewis is the only other person that we can find this hat on, and having all the DLC will only bring 6 more into the game to find, so rare item collectors shouldn't miss this when they're in the area. The tunnel acts as a great way to get into Nellis that is a little less dangerous than coming from Vegas, if you have the lockpick skill to make it through. If you've made the choice to side with Caesar's Legion, or even just plan on helping out the group for a bit, you may obtain the liked status by the faction. After doing so, we can talk to Lucius, who heads the Praetorian Guard, and he will give the courier the key to the Legion safe house.
You've proven yourself to be a true friend of the Legion. We have a safe house available to our agents in the Mojave. Here's the key. It's an excellent place to rest and store extra equipment. In addition, one of our veterans, Atticus, visits the house every few days. While he's there, you can acquire items useful for stealthy operations against our enemies from him.
Nestled on a hill overlooking the vast Mojave, the Caesar's Legion safe house offers a great view and a nice campfire to cook some wasteland delights and take a rest under the stars. Inside, Atticus can give the courier various items and shows up just about every 4 days.
What do you want? I'm here to keep everything in order. As a friend of the Legion, I can offer you some supplies while you're here. No, there are other places that require my attention. I have some goods collected during my travels. You may take something if you wish. Take it.
Further into the structure, we can find a thieves' ransom of Legion gear. Sets of Centurion armor, Vexillarius armor, and Praetorian armor litter the beds, along with some great weapon choices. We can also find the Lucky Shades here, which is the only location in the entire game that they can be found in, so always make sure to pick them up when you have access to the bunker. When traveling the Mojave, one of the things you will likely see the most is the tumbling tumbleweeds that call the desert home. These are just miscellaneous items that don't do anything besides exist, but this wasn't always the case. 2 other versions of tumbleweeds were cut from the game, one being a far smaller variant. This is the Wind Brahmin, and likely would have tied into the quest where the super mutant wants all of your caps for a Wind Brahmin farm. These smaller tumbleweeds can be killed and even have their branches crippled by attacks. This also applies to their larger counterpart, the radioactive tumbleweeds. These dried plants glow green and emit radiation to anything that gets too close, but much like the Wind Brahmins, they are easily dealt with and can take critical damage. Only the devs really know why something like this was cut from the game, but it is still interesting to see how these would have worked had they remained. The Unification Monument at the Mojave Outpost is one of the most famous landmarks in Fallout New Vegas. The statues represent the treaty that was signed here by Nevada's Desert Rangers and the New California Republic in 2271. One cool thing about the monument is that because of its size, we can see it from pretty much everywhere in the Mojave. In fact, if we decided to launch nukes at the Long 15 after the events of Lonesome Road, we can see the statues from the new location on the map, which gives the whole scene a bit of a darker vibe. In Fallout 4, you will inevitably come to Diamond City, the settlement built out of the remains of what once was Fenway Park. They don't call this place the Great Green Jewel of the Commonwealth for no reason, as this is one of the largest towns you can find in any of the Fallout games. It seems over 95% of players seem to miss one of the most straightforward achievements while here at Diamond City. Seriously, look at these numbers. Out of nearly 500,000 players, depending on the platform, as low as 4% have unlocked this incredibly easy achievement. It could be due to mods, not being interested in achievements, or just not knowing about the home run achievement that could lead to these low numbers. But to unlock it, all you have to do is run the bases in Diamond City. Start at the home plate and move counterclockwise until we're back at home. Then the achievement will unlock. So make sure to go out there and raise the numbers for this really easy achievement.
Sometimes you gotta wonder, does anyone fight back?
Anyone is one of those things. It's that secretary of his.
Keep looking at me
Bird
like that.
and
I'm gonna start thinking yours.
hair.
Myself, and I know human hair.
That's just it, Johnny.
There are various clothing options, armor sets, and headgear that we can find and wear. One of the coolest things that we can find is the Assaultron helmets. Seemingly forged out of the hollow head of an actual Assaultron, these helmets provide good cover and look nice doing so. These helmets were introduced in the Automatron DLC, and they can usually be found on Rust Devils, which is a robot-obsessed raider gang that the DLC brought with it as well. Hands down, the most unique feature of these helmets is the fact that they change based on what is going on with the player. If you draw your weapon, as you would in combat, the face closes on the Assaultron helmet, providing you with a little more protection during battle. When you holster your weapon, the front opens, allowing the wearer to see and speak better. This is a tremendous small detail, and I would love to see more features like this with armor in the future. We can find many small details and exciting locations tucked away in the Commonwealth, and these are a few unmarked locations that I've always been really fond of. First, from Volga, we have the rocket shed or the gas canister launcher, just to the northeast of Relay Tower 0BB-915. This shack has a stockpile of canisters and some slots angled to fire into the air. It's a nice little minigame to find in Fallout 4, and it's a fun secret to discover. Next, we look at the Car Tree Camp, just southeast of Recon Bunker Theta. The only thing to really find here are a few dead settlers, some with their legs sticking out of the ground, but I've always found it fascinating. How did these cars get up there? Were they blown up there by the bombs into the trees? Who knows? Either way, it's a fun thing to stumble across while exploring. And last, we find ourselves at Madden's boxing gym, just around the block from the Old North Church. This easily missable location in Boston's North End holds a lot of interesting and unique things. Seeing a rundown boxing gym in the post-war city, it just speaks to me. Something about it really drives a larger story home. We can find a boxing glove here as well, but I never like to pick it up as it feels just right at place, just right here. These are just a few locations that I think really stand out in Fallout 4. If you have any favorites that you want to share, make sure to hit the comments and let me know. We can come across Hubris Comics. This rundown old comic shop is deceptively large inside and holds some great loot for anyone who's doing a melee build during their Commonwealth adventure. This shop is famous for chronicling the stories of superheroes, and we can still find some of their gear inside. As soon as we enter, we find Grognak's axe behind a display case with an advanced lock. A terminal with the same skill requirement can also do the trick when opening the case. The comic book icon's weapon deals bleed damage to enemies and has a boosted stagger chance. The AP required to use the axe in VATS is decently low as well, making this two-handed weapon a threat on the battlefield. Upstairs, we can complete this look by looting the lockers to find the Grognak costume. For just a costume, it has some decent resistance stats with damage at 10 and energy and radiation hanging at 15. The best part of this fit is the stat effects, with a +2 to strength and a 25% boost to melee weapons, making Grognak's axe that much more powerful when wearing this outfit. Grognak is an icon in the Fallout universe, and these references to him with in-game items are amusing to see, so go forth and smash thy enemies, and look damn good doing it. Each location we discover seems to have some kind of story to tell. From rundown buildings to long-forgotten valleys, the Commonwealth is filled with interesting tales to uncover for those who take the time to look for them. While old vaults and ancient structures are exciting, many great finds are hidden in plain sight. You never know what you will find when walking through a field or passing under a bridge. Sometimes, we can find references and Easter eggs to other great series in the process. Between Covenant and the Wildwood Cemetery, we can find a great reference to one of the best game series outside of Fallout, Telltale's The Walking Dead. Upon first glance, this scene seems like any other that we could find around the Commonwealth. Still, if we take a closer look, we can see that it is paying homage to a scene from the popular adventure game. At this location, we can see a tractor that seemingly has a dead settler trapped next to a broken fence. A couple of dead ghouls lay on the opposite side of the barrier, and a feral ghoul seems to have set up shop here. This mimics the scene we see in Telltale's The Walking Dead, when at Herschel's farm, Duck climbs onto a tractor and puts it in gear, which then traps Herschel's son Sean beneath it. This is made worse by the fact that walkers have started pushing through the fence, and one has its hands on the child while two are approaching Sean fast. No matter what choice is made in The Walking Dead, Sean will get chomped by the walkers, which prompts Herschel to kick everyone out of the farm. If we look at the scene, we can see now why there are two dead ghouls in the fence opening, and the settler is placed to represent Sean. The color of the tractors are even the same. This is an excellent shout out to a great series, and I love finding Easter eggs that pay homage to other titles in Fallout. The next time you're in the Covenant area, make sure to pay your respects to Sean and a great game by visiting this site. We can come across the Cabot House, an out-of-place pristine mansion just outside of downtown Boston. We learn that the Cabots have access to a mysterious serum that has some pretty radical health benefits, keeping the family in a semi-immortal state, halting aging, and purging all radiation from the subject. It's quite impressive. We can get our hands on a few doses of the mysterious serum after the Cabot quest is completed. So now, we should take one of these to Far Harbor. The island is covered in thick fog that leaves the inhabitants incredibly rad-sick. One such person is Andre. Andre is in the bait shop under the watchful eye of the town doctor. Still, we can offer our own help here without meeting the standard checks to do so, if we have the mysterious serum in our inventory. It's nice to see things get called back into DLCs and late game content. Someone playing Fallout 4 might think, well, the serum solves this type of problem, and having that be an option in game is an excellent example of attention to small detail, which Far Harbor has in spades. The most significant settlement we can find is in the remnants of Fenway Park, Diamond City. Among the multitude of side quests we can find here, one can change 200 years of tradition if done improperly. Speaking with Abbott at the wall, we can start the quest Painting the Town. This involves heading to the old hardware store down the road and finding some paint for the wall. Once we get to Hardware Town, some raiders will launch a clever scheme to ambush the sole survivor, but after the attack, we can find some paint and a mixer in the rear of the room. Here, we can mix yellow and blue paint to make green, but we can also take these base colors back to Diamond City. Once we are back at the wall, use one of these colors to paint the wall with, and we will be confronted by Abbott.
Hey, Abbott.
Blue? You know what you're doing there? The wall ain't blue.
I think it'll look good.
Well, let's hope so. I guess it's better than her going into disrepair, but... Damn. That's over 200 years of tradition we're moving away from. There's your payment. Now get going. I got work to do.
Returning to the wall a bit after doing the quest, we will see that Abbott has painted the entire thing to match whatever color we have used, blue or yellow. We can't use the blood can or the red paint added with the DLCs in the quest, so these are the only colors we can change the wall to. This is just an interesting small detail that people tend to miss due to using the correct paint during the quest. Still, if you want to change up Diamond City, this is one of the biggest ways to do it. Built out of the remains of Fenway Park, this site is called the Great Green Jewel of the Commonwealth for a reason. Still, today I want to talk about some of the more minor details that some players may have missed. First, I want to talk about the big security gate that we meet as soon as we show up. This is where we can find Piper going ham because she's been locked out of the city. Once we finish this bit of the quest, the entrance will remain open for the game's duration. Most people don't know that you can use a jetpack to get to the crane that controls the gate and lower it again. Just a little fun fact that most people tell me they don't know. I have already covered the hidden diner that sits above the stadium, so going inside we can find a terminal in the Boston Bugle building that will inform us that on the day the bombs dropped, October 23rd, 2077, Boston was to play Game 7 of the World Series, stating, "Tomorrow, my friends, the unthinkable will finally come to pass, and life in Boston will never be the same again." This is a reference to the Curse of the Bambino, a real-life superstition in the MLB that people believe kept the Boston Red Sox from winning a World Series game since the year 1918. People thought that the sale of Babe Ruth to the Yankees cursed the team to never win the championship again. The Red Sox would finally break the curse in 2004 with a victory over the St. Louis Cardinals, lifting Boston's spirits and seemingly the curse altogether as the team would win 3 times after this game. This is reflected in Diamond City, where we can see the World Series win flags up to 1918. I was curious about why the 2004 flag was left out, so I reached out to Nate Perkapile and Joel Burgess about this. Nate created most, if not all, of Diamond City, and Joel was the studio lead at Bethesda during Fallout 4. They had this to say. "Yeah, I forgot I even did that, but I think you're right, that I changed it because there's a timeline split in 76, so I don't want the history to play out the same way. Sorry, no, I said that wrong. I just meant a timeline split in Fallout, how it's not the same timeline as the normal world." Yeah, what he said. The real world timeline and the Fallout timeline diverge, I think in the late 40s, although I'm pretty sure nobody has ever publicly given a specific date. This is why some things, like the invention of transistors, did not happen in Fallout's history. No problem, I definitely recall an internal conversation about what the championship canon should be in the timeline of Fallout 4. There were some big Boston feelings involved. So it was a design choice to keep the Curse of the Bambino alive, but one other design choice is a bit more positive. The red chair seen in the stands. This is also inspired by a real-life moment when Ted Williams hit the ball for an astounding 502 feet, a record for Fenway Park. This isn't the only nod to real life that we can see in the park either, as the Nuka-Cola billboard is pretty much in the same spot as a Coca-Cola advertisement at Fenway Park. Small details like these really tie places together in games like Fallout. Bethesda has always added these kinds of things expertly in their games, and I always look forward to what I'm going to find next. One of the first NPCs you will meet in Fallout 4 is the lovable Mr. Handy, Codsworth. This helpful robot has quite the reputation for being able to say the players' names. It's not something we've seen in Bethesda games before, at least to my knowledge. While of course, many people use this feature to test the limits, see what silly or obscene phrases they can get Codsworth to say.
Mr. Titties, Sean has been changed. Mr. Titties, I do so enjoy serving this family. Mr. Fucker, if I may, Sean requires your personal attention. Mr. Assface, Mr. Boobies.
Still, it was impressive to see just how many names are recorded for this feature with Codsworth, but in this video, we are looking past the typical names and jokes implemented to the many pop culture references that we can get Codsworth to say. Here are a few that stand out to me.
Mr. Bort, Mr. Freeman, Miss Katniss, Mr. McFly, Mr. Snake, Mr. Solo, Mr. Orgasmo, Mr. Pleskin, Mr. Riddick, Mr. Neo, Mr. Morpheus, Mr. Springsteen, Mr. Humongous, Mr. Bond, Mr. Fry.
Boston is filled with exciting people post-war, but one of the most interesting is Deacon, a railroad member. He will even vouch for the sole survivor when they show up at the Old North Church.
Who is this? Wow. Newsflash, boss. This guy is kind of a big deal out there.
Do we know each other?
I didn't need to meet you to hear about you. You have made waves. You've left a trail of destruction in your wake. Gone places no sane person would go alone.
So you're vouching for him?
Yes, trust me. He's someone we want on our side.
Deacon seems to know a lot about us, and we can actually see him observing us throughout the game. Deacon will appear in some sort of disguise in various locations around the Commonwealth, and even have some bits to say to the sole survivor. After meeting McDonough, we can find him posing as a guard in Diamond City.
Side. Hey.
Hey there.
What's up? What a day, huh? Welcome to the, Great Green Jewel. You'll totally love it here. Don't you have, like, important things to do?
Hi.
Nothing more to say.
We can spot Deacon acting as a drifter in Good Neighbor and even see him using one of the pods in the memory den.
Hi.
Some fine-looking weapons.
What's up? What a day, huh? Everyone's welcome in Good Neighbor. Even me. Don't you have, like, important things to do? Nothing more to say.
And finally, we can see him pretending to run for the caravans at Bunker Hill.
Hey there.
What's up? What a day, huh? Sure love trading here. For trade stuff. Don't you have, like, important things to do? Nothing more to say.
It certainly adds a lot of depth to the character of Deacon when we see him in different locations like this, and it makes meeting him later that much more rewarding once we do know about it. Just a small, nice little detail Bethesda added to Fallout 4. The sole survivor can find a ton of consumables on their journey through the Commonwealth. From helpful chems to wasteland delicacies, there is plenty to see in the Boston area. When speaking to the fine citizens of the wasteland, we can skip through the dialogue, which will cause the sole survivor to periodically interrupt the conversation.
That's what my... So what'll it...
So what kind of...
Anything that can...
Sure.
No.
Uh-huh.
However, suppose we drink some alcohol before we speak to the people. In that case, this will be changed to a more disoriented speech pattern with some funny lines replacing the typical ones, showing that the sole survivor is drunk.
Runtime conclusion. Robot enough for you, Smooth?
Yep. Not looking to buy right now.
Disappointing.
Did you say something about...
That's right. So you need...
Ghoul?
You're looking at...
Sing it, brother.
Wonders.
Wait. You're 200?
Okay.
I agree.
Do you know?
We start our playthrough right before the bombs drop, standing in the bathroom, looking in the mirror, and getting ready for a busy day. The pre-war introduction is bittersweet, as I like the mystery of the old world and not knowing exactly how things were before the bombs dropped. Still, it's because of that mystery that the intro in Fallout 4 is so neat. Regardless, as we go through the morning routine, we can chat with our spouse, harass Codsworth, and sit down for some sugar bombs. Still, there are many more things that we can interact with in our home that give some great insight to the backstory of this nuclear family. So let's take a look at everything we can inspect during the pre-war section of Fallout 4.
Hey, hon.
I'll just be a minute.
Abraxo for all your cleaning needs. Another fine product of General Atomics International. I'll let Codsworth take care of it. Broken again. We really need to get those vacation photos developed. Good old USA. War never changes. Got that right. No need to get dressed twice. Should get this signed next time we're at the park. The glove's a little big right now, but Sean will grow into it. Can't wait to teach him to ride this. Huh. How'd you get on the floor, Mr. Bear? Wonder what Sean will grow up to be. To think, one day he's gonna learn how to drive. He'll either be great at spelling or great at smashing blocks together.
Good morning, sir. Your coffee. 173.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Brewed to perfection. And today's newspaper just delivered.
Thanks, Kaiserworth.
Of course, sir.
Grognak the Barbarian in the Jungle of the Bat Babies. My favorite. How can someone so small drink so much? Nuka-Cola. Ice cold.
Now sounds like someone made a sticky. I shall attend to young Shaw.
You know, I was nervous at first, but Codsworth's really good with Sean.
Looks like the milk got delivered. Saddle up Salisbury steak. Graded A+. Sugar bombs. 100% daily value of sugar. Never gonna find that dog.
Can you get that? It's probably that
More the
salesman.
same.
He comes for you every day.
Bunch of our old holotape recordings. I'm so proud of her.
Grognak the Barbarian and the Jungle of the Bat Babies. Good old US of A. Lot of late nights. It was worth it. I'm so proud of him.
I don't know why he keeps bothering you.
No need to get dressed twice.
We travel to Far Harbor, an island with heavy fog and even heavier stories. The small port town is in constant fear of the local creatures that call the Foggy Bog home and the other inhabitants of the island, the Children of Adam. Far Harbor is based on the real-world location of Bar Harbor in the state of Maine, and while the luxury and pristine beauty may be all but gone from the area by the events of Fallout 4, that doesn't mean we can't find remnants of its past littering the area. The shops around town still have pre-war trinkets for travelers that come through the port. These items feature the original name of the city, Bar Harbor, though strangely, these items misspell the state of Maine, leaving the E off for whatever reason. Perhaps in the Fallout universe, Maine was spelled this way, though it is more likely it was a flub from one of the game devs. I do think it would be pretty hard not to notice such a glaring error though. The Fallout world has many towns that simply change their name based on damaged signs, but we rarely find evidence of their past. These items are perfect for nostalgic wasteland wanderers who may just have a case of the old world blues. The various cities, settlements, and open wasteland are not the only places that hold interesting and unique things. The beautiful coasts of the greater Massachusetts area hold their own secrets, and eagle-eyed explorers may just come across them in their travels. Along the beaches of Boston, we can find quite a few messages from who knows where stuffed in bottles. Each one of these bottle messages starts a miscellaneous quest that leads to a steamer trunk filled with leveled loot. The first letter, titled Trapped for Days, can be found close to the Children of Adam hangout spot, the Crater House, and the message reads, I've been trapped in this boat for days. There was some kind of tidal wave that came from the west. It flipped us over. Looks like I'm the only one that made it, if you can consider my current situation making it. I still somehow have air to breathe. I guess that means the boat must still be on the surface. Please, if you get this note, I need help. Bottle message number 2, Predator Becomes Prey, is located near the castle, and the letter reads, John was pulled out to sea. The fish was huge. I told him not to tether the pole to himself, but he wouldn't listen. If only he hadn't put the keys in his pocket. The third letter that we can find is near the wreck of the FMS Northern Star. Titled Not Going Well, the message simply reads, I'm screwed. Bottle message 4, called Need a Hand, is found near the Boston airport, and the letter reads, I thought I ate a fish today. It didn't taste right. Then I realized while writing this that I ate my own hand. I think I'm losing it. The 5th bottle message is a reference to the movie Die Hard. The title of the letter is Difficult to Kill, and the writing is a quote from the film. Come out to the coast, we'll get together, have a few laughs.
Come out to the coast, we'll get together, have a few laughs.
The 6th and final bottle message can be found near Nahant Oceanological Society. The letter is called X Marks the Spot, and the statement reads, I swear that the treasure is real. They mentioned it on the television, I must paddle faster. I love finding things like this in the Fallout universe. It's a lot of fun to think about where these bottles may have washed up from, and just who sent them. Of course, unique item hunters will want to collect these. Still, these quests are also nice for people who like to get a bit of a loot reward, as the steamer chests that the letters lead to offer decent gear for your level. So the next time you're on the beach in the Commonwealth, keep your eyes peeled for a bottle. You never know what's going to be inside. One of the landmark locations our adventures will take us is the Memory Den in Good Neighbor. This lounge hosts pods that allow customers to relive some of their favorite memories of the past. Typically, the sole survivor would head to the Memory Den at the request of Nick Valentine to further the main quest. Still, suppose we travel to the lounge before meeting the detective and pass a charisma check with Irma. In that case, we can jump into the pod and relive Sean's kidnapping from a unique perspective.
I think you've stepped into the wrong place, sweetheart. You don't look like you need the Memory Den. Do you even know what we do here?
Something about memories?
Glad to meet someone who pays attention to the name. That's right. We let you relive the past. Now, I hate to turn such a clever boy away, but we aren't accepting new clients right now.
You're cautious. I respect that. But I think I can handle it. If you'll just give me a chance.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in giving you a trial run. Now, memories involving other people are easiest. Recent events involving loved ones. Does anything come to mind?
My wife died recently. If I could see her just one last time.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. It's never easy losing someone that close to you. But I think we can help. All right, sit down in the lounger. Let's see what memory we can find. That's the one. Lift the curtain, honey. It's showtime.
Manual override initiated. Cryogenic stasis suspended.
Oh my god. Vault computers are still working.
I can't watch this again.
Checking through the logs. Hopefully it's all...
It should have been me.
Pod C6.
Why didn't they take me?
Down the hall near the end.
How could you be a part of this? Who are you? How could you be a part of this?
This is the one. Here.
Open it.
Is it over? Are we okay?
Almost.
No, please, no.
Everything's going to be fine.
Come here. Come here, baby.
No. I've got him.
Let the boy go. I'm only going to tell you once.
Why are you doing this?
I'm not giving you Sean!
God damn it. Get the kid out of here and let's go. At least we still have the back
Cryogenic sequence
I'm gonna kill you.
reinitialized.
We are reaching the end of the memory. Hold on. Try to calm down. Your blood pressure is spiking. I'll have you out of there in 3, 2, 1.
Easy there, sweetheart. Easy. I'm so sorry. If I had any idea that we were going to put you through that again, I would have said no.
I will not be recommending this place to my friends.
I'm sorry we couldn't help you, honey. But I know someone who might. His name's Nick Valentine. He's a detective. Works out of Diamond City these days. Oh, if anyone can help you find your missing child, it'll be him.
In the Fallout 4 DLC, Nuka World, the sole survivor finds themselves in a brutal obstacle course thought up by the raiders that now call the theme park home. Various pitfalls await in the gauntlet, testing multiple skills that we have learned along the way. But one could make a dash through the course with a high lockpick skill. After the course, we will be greeted by Overboss Coulter, who is sporting a powered suit of power armor, which has electricity coursing through it from the old bumper car ride that has now become a Thunderdome. Porter Gage, a man that has been talking to the player every now and then through this whole ordeal, will hit the intercom to inform the sole survivor of his plan, using a Nuka-Cola Thirst Zapper squirt gun against the electrified boss. Before we head into battle though, there is a door to the right that can't be accessed at this time. But we can enter through a hole in the back of the room and see a fusion core that's ready to be taken. Doing this will prompt Gage to inform us that it will help in the battle ahead. It's just a small detail that allows players to turn the tide a little more in their favor, and it could be easily missed.
Power to the arena is down by 30%. You do that. Not bad.
Diamond City acts as a significant hub for the people that live in the Commonwealth. The converted baseball stadium has one of the best markets for miles, and it is in this market that we will find many people worrying about synths. Whether it's because of Piper's paper or just general paranoia, the people of Diamond City are abuzz with talks of the Institute kidnapping citizens in the night and replacing them with synths. It has gotten so bad that some can't even trust their own flesh and blood. We see this with Kyle and Riley, two brothers that call the Great Green Jewel of the Commonwealth home. Kyle is convinced that his brother Riley has been replaced by a synth, and this all comes to a head in front of everyone in the Diamond City market. Typically, we would see this confrontation and eventually one of the guards would stop Kyle. However, suppose we do the heavy lifting and drop Kyle ourselves. In that case, the guard will have some unique dialogue for the sole survivor.
Okay, show's over. There are no synths in Diamond City, hear me? Just you folks and your damn paranoia.
At least someone in this town did more than just stand and gawk. Nice shot. But I'm gonna have to ask you to step back. Got a mess to clean up.
I understand, officer. I just want to know what happened.
What, you didn't hear the shouting? Guy pulls a gun on his own brother, thinking he's a synth. It's that newspaper's fault. Got people all riled up, thinking their own family might be replaced by machines. Look, I'm sorry you got caught up in all this, but it's over, okay? Just go about your business like nothing happened. Better that way.
We can find plenty of places to explore while out and about in the Commonwealth. From ancient storefronts, abandoned factories, and even derelict old homes, the world of Fallout 4 has no shortage of places for the sole survivor to plunder. The biggest settlement we can find in the Commonwealth is Diamond City. The town acts as a melting pot for the variety of people we can meet in Fallout 4. One person we can meet at the Dugout Inn is Edward Deegan. Deegan can be found in a few other places as well, but our primary focus is the quest that the ghoul has for the sole survivor. Following the quest, we will be led to the Cabot House. The house and the family that occupy it have a lot going on. To say they have a storied past would be an understatement, but what we are going to be looking at today is the Cabot House's generosity overall. Once we have full access to the home, we can loot the house freely. There is a thieves' ransom of pre-war items to take from the cabin house. We can even find a mini nuke and a fat man here. The great part about all this loot is that it will never run out. If the sole survivor loots everything in the house and then fast travels away, for example, heading to Sanctuary to drop everything off, by the time we return, every single item will have respawned, allowing us to loot it all over again. This is an excellent way to farm some items and components for your settlements, and the Cabot House itself is a great place to relax. Finally, you can set up the army of fat man wielding raiders that you've always wanted. From vendors to scientists and even robots, the Wasteland has plenty of characters to meet in your travels. In Diamond City, at the schoolhouse, we can meet the teacher, Mr. Zawicki, and his classroom assistant, Miss Edna, who is a Miss Nanny-style robot, similar to the Mr. Handy line. If we speak to Edna, she will ask the soul survivor about love, and if it can exist between two very different people.
I have one more question before you leave. It's not another quiz. I don't get to talk to many adults. This love I hear about, do you think you can have it for someone, even if the two of you are very, very different?
Who are you talking about?
No one. Just imagine one is tall and handsome and smart, and one is gentle but a bit metallic.
If you love someone, hold on to them. Tomorrow you might not have the chance.
Thank you. You have helped me make up my mind about something.
This starts an unmarked quest called Wedding Day. If we support Edna's ideas of love, we will see Zawicki and Edna in a wedding ceremony in front of the All Faiths Chapel the next time we return to Diamond City.
Diamond City. Are you sure about this? I am not a normal girl.
My dear, you're perfect. I only wish I had realized that sooner.
Then by the power invested in me, I pronounce you man and wife.
All these years, I never realized how much she meant to me until she said
I know what this love is now.
Edna.
I'm so happy.
We can find a ton of ads and posters that litter the Commonwealth. Many of them are fantastic portrayals of life in the pre-war, advertising various things that made life better back then. However, we can find a poster in Far Harbor that, while at first glance looks just like a scientific reference guide, holds a humorous message that eagle-eyed explorers could spot if they are paying attention. Inside the Children of Adam shrine, we can find this periodic table of elements, which we must study to complete the Visions of the Fog quest. If we look closely at the center text, we can see a message that reads, "Todd Howard is amazing in everything his hands touch." No kidding. This can be hard to see, so I tried to make a picture outlining the text. We can see it a little clearer in Fallout 76, where the poster appears in a few locations. This is, of course, a reference to Bethesda Game Studios director Todd Howard and is a quip about his skill as a developer, or a meme about his presence in internet pop culture. Whatever the case, it's a funny message that shows the classic Fallout humor that longtime fans of the series are accustomed to. Fallout is no stranger to breaking the fourth wall and having fun with the team, and this is a great example that could be easily missed. You have the choice to pick between Nate and Nora, a married couple living in Sanctuary that we join right before the bombs drop. Of course, you can change the appearance and names of these people, but that won't change the established backstory of both. And we are going to take a quick look at Nate's past through things we can find in the game. During the Resource Wars, Nate served in the military and even saw action at Anchorage. We can see him walking with the 108th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Battalion in the intro for Fallout 4.
Scanning. Accessing pre-war records. Record found. 108th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Battalion. Ahoy there. 'Tis Providence, a member of the Congressional Army, is delivered to us in our hour of need.
Many people believe that this is a callback to Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta DLC, where we can meet Elliot Turkorian, who was abducted while serving in Anchorage with the 108th Infantry Battalion. While the names are similar, this is no indication that Nate served with Elliot, as these are two different military groups. A regiment is an armed unit of troops under the command of an officer that hosts smaller units, while a battalion is a unit with 2 or more companies which reports to the HQ that forms the part of the regiment. This does mean that Nate and Elliot likely served simultaneously, which makes sense because of the Sino-American War. Still, it does not mean that they have met or spent any actual amount of time together. Before we can start customizing Nate, we can hear him and Nora talk about a speech that he's giving at the Veterans Hall tonight.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
This is further referenced when we head to Fraternal Post 115, where we can find note of his speech using whatever name the player has chosen. While I believe Fallout 4 may be a bit lacking in the main quest department, I really enjoy finding callbacks and references to a backstory like this, especially when it's more subtle and we can fill in the blanks ourselves. In the Far Harbor DLC for Fallout 4, we come across an island filled with thick and often toxic fog. The locals don't like traveling on the island due to everything you can run into while lost in the dragging clouds that cover this coastal wasteland. This is why the citizens of Far Harbor will tell you to look to resident badass Old Longfellow to help guide you through the hellscape to find Acadia. There is some unique dialogue with Old Longfellow that many players don't see due to how the quests are laid out in Far Harbor. Suppose we find and travel to Acadia before meeting the old boy. If that's the case, he will be very impressed and offer this bit of dialogue.
I heard you made it to Acadia by yourself. That takes some stones.
Is it rare for someone to travel to Acadia alone?
You're damn right it is. There's all manner of nastiness in the fog. Most folks are content to cower behind the hull in Far Harbor, but not you.
The trip wasn't that bad.
Is that so? You've got more spine than most of the folks living here. Maybe we can help each other out. I'm tired of waiting around for something interesting to happen. Ain't getting any younger, that's for damn sure. Thing is, I was born and raised here. I know this island front to back. I know what's in the fog and how to deal with it. Let me run with you. I could help you find your way around. Teach you what I know. Best of all, you won't have to drink alone.
Sounds like a good offer. I accept.
All right then.
One of the most interesting characters we can meet is Mama Murphy. She looked after Jared when he was a child and correctly foresaw that he would become a monster. He now leads a raider gang at the old Corvega plant. We can stumble upon her former apartment in the Quincy ruins, where she has left a note and some items in a stash for anyone who may be looking. Mama Murphy is one of just a few confirmed characters to have some kind of psychic ability. However, she seems to get her powers from Kim use, something that we don't see with anyone else in the Fallout series. Murphy's character went through a lot of design changes, most notably the removal of her wheelchair, which would have added a ton of nuance to Mama Murphy. Still, the dev team decided it was too distracting overall. By far, one of the most fascinating things about Mama Murphy is her in-game stats, where we can see that she has a strength of 19, making her one of the strongest NPCs in the game. Her boosted might may be from her excessive Kim use, but whatever the case may be, knowing that one of the most fragile-looking people in the Commonwealth is actually as strong as a Deathclaw puts a smile on my face. One of the most fun experiences for some is building and decorating the settlements in the Commonwealth. Still, we can have some fun with items outside of this as well, and Fallout 4 is a little shy about it. First, holding down the interact button will grab whatever item you are looking at. While that could be pretty well known, maybe even rotating the object using the aim and the fire buttons you know as well. But you can also change the direction of the rotation by tapping the sprint button, making it easier to set things down the exact way you want them to be. Fallout 4 also has a built-in throw command. If you press and hold the reload button, it will charge up a throw, leading to some fun scenarios. Fallout 4 doesn't inform the player in a reliable way about some of these features, and they can be pretty helpful throughout the game. The Commonwealth is filled with places to discover and settlements for the sole survivor to call home. Not all areas we can build and take over are settlements though, and Diamond City can be a potential home base for the player. After hundreds of hours into Fallout 4, I only recently learned about this elevator. First off, I somehow missed this entire elevator in all of my playthroughs. Still, once we use the lift, we can talk to Geneva about purchasing a house in Diamond City. It will cost 2,000 caps to get the key to home plate, but we will find a lovely dwelling and a new fast travel location inside the city. It's important to note that home plate has far less building options than standard settlements, and that its lighting is pre-built into a fuse box, so scrapping everything here isn't recommended. Regardless, this is a nice little house right next to the Diamond City market that I only just recently discovered that you could purchase. But what about you? Did you know about this player home? Let me know in the comments below. While in Diamond City, one of the places we can visit is the All Faiths Chapel. This is a small gathering place for people of all faiths to relax and spend some time with whatever religion they subscribe to, hence the name. After entering the building and speaking with the pastor, if we sit down on the pew, we will receive the Quiet Reflection perk, which will boost earned experience points by 5% for 8 in-game hours. The perk doesn't stack with Well Rested or Lover's Embrace. Still, it is a nice XP boost for just sitting down in the chapel, and it's always nice to have some quiet reflection. As we are all familiar with in Fallout 4, we wake up in a cryogenic tube and start our Commonwealth adventure after a brief pre-war segment. The first enemies we come across are rad roaches that have infested the dank vault underground. During the fight with these bugs, we can use VATS to target them more accurately. The problem with this is, we haven't picked up a Pip-Boy yet, meaning the sole survivor is capable of using VATS without one. And there's a terminal in the Institute that reads, in select Gen 3 units, the synthetic brain is indeed capable of accepting specific enhancements to the visual cortex, basal ganglia, and right parietal cortex. The result is substantially improved combat effectiveness due to 2 factors. An increased understanding of weapon accuracy to the extent that the combatant can actually visualize the percentage of effectively hitting targets, or smaller areas on those targets. And 2, an altered sense of perception that mimics the effect of slowing or even stopping time. Using this info, mixed with the myriad of other hints in Fallout 4, I can safely assume the sole survivor is a synth replacement made to take Father's place once he passes on. Many people have said that the Courier in New Vegas can use VATS before getting the Pip-Boy as well, but this is not true. The sole survivor is the only player character that has this ability. The Commonwealth crawls with robotic friends and enemies alike. Post-war Boston seems to have no shortage of Mr. Handy robots and assaultrons that would love nothing more than to ruin the sole survivor's day. One of the most common robots found in Fallout 4 is the Protectron. These mechanical marvels come in various personality types. While some are friendly, stumbling upon a hostile Protectron can quickly turn ugly for wasteland wanderers. There is some easy to miss dialogue involved with these robots, and it comes from the utility variation of the Protectron. Suppose the sole survivor wears a mining helmet or a hard hat. In that case, the robot will complement them on following safety regulations.
Your compliance with hard hat regulations has been noted. Thank you for your cooperation.
When dealing with far less friendly Protectrons, we can do a trick that helps us dispatch them more easily. If we aim at the arms of the robot and successfully blow off the limbs, the Protectrons will enter a nuclear self-destruct mode and rush at us to deal damage with the explosion. Fallout 4 did a lot when it came to new ways to fight enemies, likely due to the work id Software provided for the combat features in the game. Fallout 4 stands out to me as having some of the best feeling combat in the series regarding gunplay. So remember to shoot for the arms if you want a big send-off for any Protectron that may cross your path. Not only is it a fast way of taking care of the robots, but who doesn't like a fireworks show? One of the first things we are directed to do in the Commonwealth is investigate Concord. This small town seems to be dealing with a raider problem, so Preston and the gang take shelter in the Museum of Freedom. Most players will hit this place right out of the vault and will have little in the way of gear when they arrive. Preston and Sturgis will inform the sole survivor about their plan to get some power armor and a minigun off the roof of the building. Fallout 4 does know how to deal with you showing up prepared though, as we can get some unique dialogue here if you show up in a suit of power armor.
Thanks. It's good to meet someone who really cares. Anyway, we figured Concord would be a safe place to settle. Those raiders proved us wrong, but... God damn it. Well, we do have one idea.
One good idea can make all the difference.
Sturgis, tell him.
I had a whole fancy plan about fixing up a suit of power armor. And here you are, walking in like some kind of metal miracle. There's a crashed vertibird up on the roof. Old school. Pre-war. You might have seen it. Well, it's got a minigun, and it seems to be intact. Wearing that armor, you could rip it right off. Then those raiders get an express ticket to hell. You dig?
Can't be too hard. I'll see what I can do.
While it's not as much of a change, if we show up with a minigun, Fallout 4 accounts for that as well.
Well, it's got a minigun, and it seems to be intact. Wearing that armor, you could rip it right off. Then those raiders get an express ticket to hell, you dig?
Actually, I got a minigun right here. We're set.
Well, alright. Maybe our luck's finally turning around. Once you, that power armor, and that minigun show up outside, those raiders will know they picked the wrong fight. Good luck.
We start out in Sanctuary Hills, based on the real-world Minuteman National Park. While in this pre-war world, we have limited time to interact with things before the game wants us to go to Vault 111. I want to take a look at a couple of things I found interesting about this area. First, the Vault Tech salesman has a clipboard, and we never see what is on it usually, but taking the camera over to behind the man shows that it has paperwork that features the special system from Fallout. This relates to him having you set up your stats at the door. Another thing I have noticed about pre-war Sanctuary is that it is missing a lot of things that seem just to appear after the bombs drop, most notably the Sanctuary Hills sign. Other items include the bunker that can be found outside one of the houses and the playground equipment by the riverside. While it's strange that these things show up later, it makes sense that Bethesda didn't add them to the pre-war, as the player would never usually see these areas following the path of the game, especially since trying to leave will cause the bombs to drop. We can find a ton of clothing options that are sure to fit the style sense of any Soul survivor. From post-apocalyptic raider garb to pre-war fancy wear, you will surely find something you like in the Commonwealth. Down at Monsignor Plaza, amongst the wreckage and destruction, we can find a couple of rare clothing items. First up, lying on one of the shelves, we can acquire the bathrobe. Before the Far Harbor DLC was released, this was pretty much the only location, after the pre-war introduction, to find this piece of clothing. This blue cotton robe comes equipped with slippers and plus 2 points to charisma. Plus, it's nice to stay comfy in the wasteland. Next up, we can find the Stars and Stripes bandana, which features the American flag design. The interesting thing about this rare face cover is that it features the real-life 50-star version of the US flag, which makes it the only time we see the actual design in a Fallout game, to my knowledge, with the exception of these army recruitment posters. The other US flags that we find in the game show the Fallout version of the design, as the 50-star variant was relinquished in 1969 in the Fallout timeline with the introduction of the Commonwealths. This is certainly the only item we can find that has been made from the old world flag design, and Monsignor is one of the only places we can find this oddity in Fallout 4. Both of these pieces of clothing are perfect for rare item hunters and make for great conversation at any settlement you decide to show them off at. One of the locations we can visit in the Nuka World DLC is the Welcome Center. This unmarked location was used to help visitors find their way around the safari adventure portion of the park, but now it's overrun by gator claws. When we enter the area, if we look up, we can see some odd things in the sky. Looking closely, we can find a useless piece of machinery and a table with a working terminal on it. Strangely enough, the computer we find is a duplicate of Pam's terminal at the railroad's HQ. Regardless, it's strange to see things suspended in midair, let alone working technology. I'm not sure why we find these things here, but it's pretty interesting, and it makes me wonder what Pam has to do with Nuka World. Still, since I never side with the railroad, I guess I will never know. One of the locations we can find is Thicket Excavations, a flooded quarry with one lone person trying to drain it, Sully Mathis. Approaching Sully, we can get the quest Pull the Plug, which has the Soul Survivor turn 3 valves underwater to fix the drainage pipes. Sully is hiding a little secret from the player though, one we can find hints to along the way.
No, what are you really up to here?
Maybe I got some friends who like to go spelunking. Maybe I need a new hole to throw smart guys like you into. Are you gonna help or what?
This isn't all though, as we can find a terminal inside this trailer with Sully's holotape journal inside, which also gives us some hints to his true nature. It isn't until after we drain the quarry and come back a few in-game days later that we get the whole picture. Sully leads a raider gang and they have made Thicket their new home. This is one of my favorite things to see in video games, the effects of your actions on locations and people like this, as it opens up an entirely new area to explore. An interesting thing about this quarry after the draining, this is one of the locations that has an instant respawn on items, so after looting and fast traveling home to store what you have, the items in the area will have already respawned by the time you fast travel back. This is an excellent location for ammo and chems and a really cool way to show the player how they affect the world in Fallout 4. one of the tallest buildings in downtown Boston is Mass Fusion, and if we find ourselves on the roof of this majestic skyscraper, there's quite a view to take in. Once you are done soaking in the whole of the Commonwealth from above, there is quite a fun way to get down that I use almost every time I find myself up there. If you have to go to Good Neighbor, it's my favorite way to get there. Simply jump from this corner and you will be hurtling towards the settlement. Before we hit the ground though, the loading screen will act as an amazing net, catching us before we actually hit the ground and causing no damage. In my opinion, this is the absolute best way to enter Good Neighbor. We can find many birds throughout the Commonwealth. One fact to note is that some of them are synthetic, and they are watching. These watchers, as the Institute calls them, are synth animals, in this case primarily ravens, that act as security cameras throughout the Commonwealth, which the Railroad and Minutemen are well aware of. You can find display screens in the Institute that will eerily line up with some of the locations we can find birds in the wasteland. This allows the Synth Retention Bureau to monitor the outside, with most people being none the wiser. This is a tremendous small detail in Fallout 4, and it might make you do a double take the next time you see some birds out in your travels. The Commonwealth offers an amazing number of people to meet and places to go. One of the best features of Fallout 4 is the world map. From Sanctuary to the Glowing Sea, there's no shortage of adventure in the Commonwealth. If we head to Green Tech Genetics, we can find one of the more peculiar residents of the Boston area. At the nearby unmarked location known as Kindle Parking, we can see this garage holds much more than just wrecked pre-war cars. Inside, we can find one of the many scoundrels of the wasteland, the Suicide Mole Rat. These little guys seem to have fragmentation mines strapped to their backs, and the woman who calls the Kindle Parking Garage home is the one responsible for this. Simply known as Drifter in-game, this woman wanders the garage talking to her mole rat pets with insane ramblings. However, suppose the sole survivor takes out the mole rats without being seen, or uses the animal friend perk to pacify them. In that case, this drifter will remain non-hostile, and we will get a chance to speak with her. This leads to a few unique dialogue lines that we wouldn't have access to had the drifter attacked and we had to fight her. While she will say "this for you" in her speech, she doesn't give any items, so she could just be referring to the garage as a living space, as referenced by her other dialogue.
Excuse me.
You friend, also the rats. This for you then. You in trouble? You can sleep here with the ratties. Warm, flushy ratties.
Hey there.
Yeah. Ratties know who's a friend and who's a foe.
A lot of people over the past couple of months have suggested this on the Discord server, and if you want to chat about Fallout or tell me about a video idea, consider joining the TKs-Mantis Experience Discord server by following the link in the description below. In Fallout 4, Nuka World acts as a post-war wonder, an old world theme park that is still in working order and operated by various tribes of raiders. Amongst the rides and attractions, we can find a ton of interesting things, and the funhouse holds one of the creepiest. Once we make it to the spinning room, behind one of the doors, we can find two mannequins standing beside a baby crib, with a disassembled mannequin inside the crib. Not only is this visual creepy on its own, but many players have suggested this scene is supposed to represent the sole survivor and their spouse and their desperation to find Sean, as well as a probable tragic outcome. Fallout as a series is filled with terrific examples of environmental storytelling, and this room stands out as one of the most jarring scenes we can find. Suddenly the funhouse doesn't seem so fun anymore. This theme park is in surprisingly good condition due to the circumstances and has become overrun by raiders. While dangers loom around the park's outskirts, one creature was cut from the game. However, it still exists in the Fallout 4 game files, and if you have the Nuka World DLC, you can use console commands to see it for yourself. The Quantum Deathclaw is precisely what it sounds like, a Deathclaw that has ingested so much Nuka Quantum it is now glowing with the signature blue tint. These Deathclaw variants were going to be on par with the standard glowing Deathclaws that we have seen in the Commonwealth. Still, we can see this cut creature using console commands, and it's cool that we can spawn it in-game to see what could have been. The Gunners are some of the most fierce enemies that we can face in the Commonwealth, taking inspiration from the pre-war armed forces of the United States when it comes to ranking, and showing nearly no mercy out in the wastes. The Gunners make raiders look like child's play. One thing that gets a tiny mention in a terminal in the ruins of Quincy that often goes unnoticed by a vast majority of Fallout 4 players is the unique branding that most gunners carry on their foreheads. Looking closely at some of these mercs, we can see letters tattooed on their foreheads, sometimes followed by a symbol. This is actually the person's blood type and is used to offer more efficient first aid with quick response. It's no surprise that the most highly trained group of mercenaries in the Commonwealth have such a system. Still, it is a small detail that many people have missed when dealing with the group due to their love for combat helmets and their habit of getting their heads blown off when near the sole survivor. We're thrust into the Commonwealth naked and afraid. The world has changed so much since the sole survivor first entered Vault 111, but we have to make the most of the cards that were dealt. There are plenty of items to be found all around the wasteland, but one junk item has nearly no use and weighs far too much to be worth the trouble of taking it back to your camp. The 160-pound dumbbell. Keen players will notice that this item is not a dumbbell at all, but rather a barbell. Still, it carries 160 pounds of weight, which will undoubtedly make it a chore for anyone looking to take it home. While these are a good source of lead, the dumbbells are the heaviest items that we can pick up and add to our inventory in-game. At least in this post-war world, you can still get some lifting done. But you will have quite the build if you plan on carrying these back to your stash. One of the best companions to have is Dogmeat, the German Shepherd we find at the Red Rocket gas station just outside Sanctuary. Our canine companion is essential to the story, and Fallout 4 has a hilarious way with dealing with the player missing that first encounter with him. In order to progress the main quest, we have to find Nick Valentine and search for Kellogg. I learned while filming this video that if you haven't been to Diamond City before you head there with Nick, the door will be open. Piper won't be locked out like usual, she will instead already be in an argument with McDonough. Once inside Diamond City, we inform Nick about what happened at the vault, and he gets a raging clue to go check out Kellogg's house. After searching through the home, Nick will say he needs to bring his best man on the case, and what happens next is a pretty funny way to force the player to meet Dogmeat.
Interesting brand. Won't lead us anywhere on its own, though.
What? The great Clockwork Dick is stumped?
It's synth detective, jackass. If you're gonna be that way, you might as well get the make and model right. Joking aside, I got an idea. I need to call someone in. A specialist.
Who's this friend of yours, Nick?
Worked with him a few times, but he only likes certain people. Got a feeling you'll get on, though. You'll meet soon enough. Gonna send out the signal. It's a special frequency, so you won't hear it, but he will. Okay, I called him. Let's wait outside. Ready to get to work, Dogmeat?
If all I needed was a dog, why'd I bother saving you?
Just consider getting me out of that vault a finder's fee. Give Dogmeat a whiff of that cigar, see if he picks up the trail.
New grenade mechanics were introduced to the series, allowing players to equip throwables and use them as secondary weapons without switching out of their primary weapons. This is a tremendous improvement on combat for the Fallout series. We can find a weapon in the game files for Fallout 4 that takes up the grenade slot but doesn't function like any other throwable in the game. The Lucky Rabbit's Foot. The only way to get our hands on this beauty is through the use of console commands, as it was cut from the final game, but having the charm equipped in your grenade slot will boost your earned XP by 10% and add 3 to your luck. The Rabbit's Foot unsurprisingly does no damage when thrown at an enemy and is really best used as a charm. It's fun to think about what the purpose of this foot really was, as it was to be added to Fallout 4 through the Nuka World DLC. So I would love to hear what you think this could have been a reward for, or where you think you could have been able to find it in the DLC down in the comments below. When wearing a mining helmet, if you try to use the Pip-Boy flashlight, the lamp on the hat will turn on instead. This will give you a front-facing light like when wearing power armor. Also like power armor helmets, these mining hats can be customized, changing the color of the shown light. If you aren't a fan of the wrist-mounted one, this is an excellent way to get a better flashlight in Fallout 4. This is just a tiny detail that makes the world of Fallout 4 a little more immersive. We can find General Atomic's Galleria. This is a small neighborhood of shops run by robots. This means that these robots continued their duties long after this was built, waiting for customers to service until they rust out. It is here that we can find Back Alley Bowling, home to Tenpin, who will greet the sole survivor as they enter the alley. Heading towards the lanes without the permission of the robot will cause all 3 robots in Back Alley Bowling to become hostile. While we may be able to convince Tenpin to let us in, if we come prepared, it won't be an issue. It seems before the war, it was $5,000 to get a lane going in this bowling alley. So if we happen to have $5,000 pre-war money on us, we can give this to Tenpin, who will continue to treat us like a customer. We can even go bowling, as one of the lanes still has 10 pins set up. There is nothing like an ice-cold Nuka-Cola and hitting the lanes to really take the edge off after a long day in the Commonwealth. We can visit plenty of locations that still hold moments from the pre-war, flash frozen sometimes due to the Great War itself, and others just seemingly untouched for over 200 years. In the Boston Commons, we can find a lot of these places, old buildings sticking out like relics, but still, for whatever reason, undisturbed by everything that calls the Commonwealth home these days. One of the most significant spots in this area before the war was the Bolston Club. The most influential people in the world would meet here for social events, ex-presidents and vice presidents, governors and senators all gathering for dinners and wine tastings. The final meeting that took place at the Bolston Club was anything but festive, as 1 week after the Great War, as the world burned in nuclear fire, the members would taste their last bit of wine and poison themselves after a toast from the Bolston member Richard Bradford, which was recorded and can still be found in the club terminal.
It's closing time, gentlemen. If any of you have changed your mind, it's time to go. James will see you out. No one? Very well. Gentlemen, it has been an honor and a privilege. Before we drink, allow me to offer a final toast. To the world that was, mankind shall never see its like again.
We can still find the poisoned wine here amongst the skeletons of the former Bolston Club members. Drinking them will not affect the sole survivor negatively. We seem to be immune to the poison. Other NPCs, however, are not so lucky and will get poisoned by the wine. This is one of the rarest beverages in Fallout 4 and can only be found here in this building. This sets it far higher on the value scale than its standard counterpart, with a value of 50. So even if you are not a rare item hunter, making a trip is well worth the caps, and since the poison doesn't affect us, feel free to down a bottle for all your hard work. During the Automatron DLC, we will come to the Robco Sales and Service Center. This is where the sole survivor will confront the Mechanist and her army of robots, but it's also home to a charming old-school gaming Easter egg. While making our way to the Mechanist lair, we can jump up this wall and find a Symbol Monkey and a Jangles the Moon Monkey doll set up to look like they're playing video games in this corner. Of course, with some Nuka-Cola Quantum nearby. The game displayed on the screen looks to be a version of Pong, making this the oldest game to appear in the Fallout universe, as by the time of Fallout 4, Pong would have been released 315 years ago. This is an excellent reference to the history of video games and a delightful scene to see 2 friends gaming in the wasteland. This is about the only nice thing at this location, as the rest is a hellish slog through mechanical enemies, so soak it in while you can. When we encounter ladders, they usually lead to a new area with a loading screen, or they are just a static decoration, with no real way to interact with them. Still, while in the Mechanist lair, we can find a ladder that seems to break this rule. Around the RoboBrain area, we can find a ladder in front of some filing cabinets next to the brain storage room. Walking into this ladder will allow us to ascend it unlike any other in-game, as far as I know. Of course, if you know of any similar ladders in Fallout 4, hit the comments with their location. Strangely, this isn't a feature in the Fallout universe and it only shows up once in a Fallout 4 DLC. Still, for whatever reason, this seems to be the only climbable ladder in Fallout 4. Each location we find has small details and sometimes great stories. The Commonwealth is a pretty big area and I'm always impressed with how much can be packed into a Fallout map when hanging out in the game world. One of the more humorous finds in the Fallout series comes from Fallout 3 at Satcom Array NN03D, a location I have covered before on the channel. Opening this door will give us a delightfully crass message written in green on a wall. This has always been one of my favorite gags, and in Fallout 4, we can see a bit of a throwback to it. We can find these concrete installations just southwest of Suffolk County Charter School. Approaching the one in the center and opening the door, we can see a far more polite message. which many have used as evidence that Fallout has become more bubblegum under Bethesda. Once the door is opened, a leveled, sometimes legendary, sentry bot will spawn directly behind the pillar. I believe they're trying to imply that the bot is coming out of the door in the back, but he simply just spawns behind the concrete structure. I have always viewed this as a funny reference to an even more amusing encounter. Regardless of its purpose, callbacks to previous titles are always welcome to me, and this is one of the best. Many pre-war treasures are waiting for us to get our hands on them. The Commonwealth is filled with random junk and objects that, while some just pass by without a second thought, hold more than meets the eye. Inside the many buildings that call the Boston area home, some of these items have been more preserved, perhaps shielded from the outside stresses. One of these objects is the globe, for which we can find many scattered across the wasteland. Typically, we will see clean versions of this inside vaults and other high-tech facilities. However, we can still find a bunch of antique globes out in the more common areas. In Jamaica Plain, we can find a building hosting treasures and an exhibit downstairs. The showcase features many unique objects like the 2076 World Series baseball bat and a car that won a derby. Still, this room hosts the rarest globe in Fallout 4. The classroom globe is the only one of its kind in Fallout 4. While it shares a texture with its antique globe counterpart, it is considered a different item. You can break the globe down for components if you want, but with how rare the item is, you may just want to display it in your settlement. We can come across the Reeb Marina, a quaint little spot on the coast that is swarming with blood bugs. Still, what we can find inside is most interesting when it comes to this place. We are greeted by a Mr. Handy robot calling us Eugene and telling us we have a surprise from our brother Malcolm waiting for us in the other room. Looking around, we can find notes between the two brothers showing rising animosity. On Eugene's terminal, we can find logs showing he was planning some kind of trap for his annoying brother, and the two had planned on sailing away, as they had showed up right after the bombs dropped. The Mr. Handy will lead us into a room with a one-of-a-kind item, the Happy Birthday Sweet Roll. This is the only one we can find in Fallout 4, and it's decorated with candles. Unfortunately, the sole survivor doesn't have long to enjoy this treat, as we will get ambushed by 3 Mr. Handys that the brothers kept around the marina. The Sweet Roll itself is great for rare item collectors and would make an excellent decoration for any player home. Still, you won't have to worry about anyone stealing it if you eat it right away. In Fallout 3, we can find various items and weapons in nooks and crannies across the capital wasteland. One method Wastelanders have taken up is using hollowed out rocks as storage devices. The one we are looking at today is resting right behind Megaton. Inside we can find a rifle and some helpful items, and a note called As Requested, which reads, S, here's that stuff you wanted. If anyone asks where you got it, say it was a gift from your grandma. Happy hunting, E. It seems we beat S to the rock, but who knows how long it's been there. This gets more interesting in Fallout 4, where we see a call back to this rock with another message from E. Behind the Museum of Witchcraft, we can find a similar hollowed out rock. This one also containing a rifle and a note, with this one saying, S. Been too long. Sorry I missed you at Megaton. Looks like history repeats itself. But, as promised, here's the gear I scrounged up. All the best and stay safe. The Commonwealth is its own kind of hell. E. This is an excellent throwback to Fallout 3 and Megaton. I love seeing this type of thing in video games. Referencing back to the previous titles in a series always gives me a sense of nostalgia, and I'm glad we have so many in Fallout 4. The spooky location houses a Deathclaw and mannequins galore, but looking deeper than that, we can see a small hole in the ceiling on the main floor. Usually, getting up into this space would be impossible. Still, if you have power armor equipped with a jetpack, you can reach this secret area. You can find a couple of random loot stashes, some mentats, and a revolutionary sword that is protruding from the chest of a skeleton, no doubt implying some type of weird ritual went down here at the museum. Fallout 4 is filled with hidden areas like this, some far more rewarding than this. It's just a cool little secret that most players miss. One of the unmarked locations we can find deep within the city is the South Boston Church. On first look, it seems this boarded up building cannot be entered, but if we head through the graveyard, we can find an entrance to the cellar. Inside, the first thing our eye is drawn to is the beautiful altar dedicated to a cat, whom the Fallout 4 Vault Dweller's survival guide identifies as Mr. Tittles. We can find a live cat here, next to a pile of skeletons, which seems to implicate the animal in the demise of these people. At least that's the vibe I got when I saw the scene. There is a fully assembled motorcycle down here in the church's underbelly that's in pretty good shape as well. Still, more interestingly, there is a hidden portrait of a colonial-era man behind the shrine to Mr. Tittles. Unmarked locations are always fun to explore in the Fallout universe, and this is one of the more mysterious ones, so make sure to come pay your respects to the cat god the next time you find yourself in downtown Boston. We can meet many residents of the Commonwealth, all dealing with their own trials and tribulations. One such person is Barney Rook, who occupies the Rook family house just north of Salem. When we find Barney, he is fighting off mirelurks from a perch on top of his home. Once they are dealt with, he will confront the sole survivor and allow us entry into his house. Once inside, we can speak to Barney, who will tell us about his rifle Reba, and her sister Reba 2. Completing this quest for Rook will reward us with a key to his storage and access to Reba 2. Still, we can also obtain the original Reba from Barney himself, by more nefarious means. The interesting thing about these guns is that Reba 2, the quest reward, is a legendary variant that does boosted damage to mirelurks. At the same time, the original Reba that Barney is holding is not legendary but still renamed, which makes it a pretty rare find in the Commonwealth. More modifications will be added to Reba and her sister depending on your level. If your level is high enough, Reba will be one of the best rifles you can find in Fallout 4. This gun adds some fun lore to Rook and his home. Reba could be easily missed by players who just complete the quest and move on about their day. Still, this is one rifle rare item collectors won't want to miss. One of the offered DLCs allows us to take control of Vault 88, clearing out various caves and underground sanctuaries to build the perfect vault for the human experiments Vault-Tec wants to conduct. If we head to University Point Pharmacy and clear a path to this back room, we can find quite an interesting sight. There's a rather unique stone statue wearing a sea captain's hat peeking up from the rubble with a glaring red eye greeting us. The eye itself seems to be made by scaling down pool balls and stacking them in a specific way. Taking a look behind the debris, we can see that not much more of the figure is modeled in-game. This is the only spot we see such a statue in Fallout 4, and it's a strange thing to come across when sweeping a seemingly uninteresting location. There are several vaults that we can visit, most of which we can find the corresponding jumpsuits for in our travels. I, myself, enjoy collecting vault jumpsuits in Fallout 4 and storing them in their own case, never to be seen or worn again. Two vaults in the Commonwealth area do not have jumpsuits that we can find, Vault 75 and Vault 95. While we can see these vaults in game, there is no way to obtain their jumpsuits in the world. These jumpsuits are still in the game though, and on PC we can use console commands to get them into our inventory. While rather unremarkable by themselves, it makes you wonder why these vault suits were cut from Fallout 4. The only other cut vault jumpsuit is from Vault 101. This, of course, is the vault that the Lone Wanderer left in Fallout 3, but it obviously does not appear in Fallout 4. I like to think that this Vault 101 jumpsuit was originally going to be an Easter egg that we could find in the Commonwealth, making an unmistakable reference to Fallout 3 with a slight nod to the main vault from the game. For whatever reason, the devs decided to cut these jumpsuits from the final game. We may never know what their original plans were. Still, I would love to hear what you guys think the original idea for the Vault 101 jumpsuit was going to be in Fallout 4 in the comments below. One of the factions we can meet is the Railroad. The group prides itself on helping escaped Institute synths find refuge and a new life out in the Commonwealth and beyond. They also have a knack for research and development. One of the projects the Railroad seems to be working on is the Railway Rifle, which has the ability to fire railroad spikes towards your enemies at an incredible speed. Railroad member Tinker Tom has a hand in most of the group's projects, including the Railway Rifle, and we can see him testing it out with another faction member. In this scenario, if we take out the Railroad agent while he is using the Railway Rifle, we can search him and find that he is using a prototype version of the gun, which will disappear after the sequence is finished. This makes the prototype Railway Rifle one of the rarest weapons in Fallout 4. This doesn't mean that it's a good gun though. This weapon was likely used so the scene could play out the way Bethesda wanted it to, as the prototype Railway Rifle has a base damage of 1, which is about 100 times less than the standard version, and even more terrible if you consider the perks that can boost damage for your player. Rare item collectors may want to grab this gun to store at their settlement. Still, I wouldn't try to take it to any gunfights, as the prototype Railway Rifle will barely make a dent in your enemies. You can come across Vault-Tec lunchboxes. These boxes will give you random rewards when you open them, maybe some Nuka-Cola or perhaps a dirty mute fruit. But one thing about these Vault-Tec treasures seems to go unnoticed by a good amount of people. When the lunchboxes are opened, you can see some crudely drawn faces if you take a look inside. Not too sure what they are supposed to be or why they're even there, but it's something you could easily miss if you didn't know they were there. And now, you won't be able to not see them. When we are at the Nuka World theme park, we will meet the 3 factions that call the area home: the Pack, the Operators, and the Disciples. Throughout the DLC, we will choose which gangs we like the most and help them accomplish their goals. Some Fallout 4 players may have missed a very well hidden Easter egg on the roof of the Disciples' headquarters. When scaling the concrete structure, if we jump from a railing to the top of Nisha's shack, we can get to the very top of this building. We will then see a one-of-a-kind sight behind a Jingles doll and a campfire. A miniature figurine that looks to be of Han Solo from the Star Wars franchise is frozen in carbonite and seems to be resting here. The most peculiar part of this whole encounter is that if the sole survivor shoots the figure, it will bleed as if it were a living enemy. I imagine this is just a fan of the movie showing their love with a bit of a tongue-in-cheek reference, and it's fun to find this kind of stuff in open world games. The blood coming from the object is a really nice touch, and I believe it drives home the Easter egg even more. There is a hidden diner above Diamond City, just outside the stadium. While this room is hard to get to, it's not impossible, with the easiest way to get up to the diner being a jetpack. Once you are in the hidden room, you will see that it used to be occupied, but the settler is no longer with us. Along with a great view, you can find some minor loot up here as well as a mini nuke. I wouldn't mind camping here if I was in the Commonwealth. Sitting right next to the combat zone in downtown Boston, we find the Warren Theater. This pre-war building actually exists in real life and shares the same name, but it's what's inside that interests us the most when it comes to this video. Going through the lobby of this rundown theater and into the elevator will bring us to the actual performance area. We can see various mannequins set up on the stage, almost looking like they're putting on a play. But one of these figures stands out the most. In the back, a lone synth keeps a vigil, and if you're not aligned with the Institute, this guy will attack on sight. This is a nice little wake-up call from Bethesda for people exploring the area who might have gotten too comfortable, though I believe the Whispering Hills mod pulled the trick off a little better. This is good. Oh, okay, of course. What's up with their faces? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. That was good as fuck. That got me so good. Every fan of the Fallout series is familiar with the Nuka-Cola bottles found all around the wasteland. Oftentimes, they are filled with refreshing Nuka-Cola, the biggest soft drink in the world pre-war in the Fallout universe. I have been asked many times if Nuka-Cola has a canned variant, and the answer is yes. We just don't get to interact with it the same way we get to with the bottles. We know these cans exist because we can see them as debris in Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4. Whether or not these cans could last the passage of time is up for debate, but something must be up with them as we never find a drinkable canned Nuka-Cola. We can find many locations filled with stories from the past, whether it's an old highway, a rundown house, or even ancient businesses. The Fallout universe showcases the pre-war well, almost flash frozen at the moment the bombs dropped. Downtown Boston hosts a ton of these types of locations, and one unmarked bar may look familiar to some people, and there is a good reason for that. The Prost Bar in the Boston Commons area is a near exact replica of the bar from the hit 80s show, Cheers. The layout of the pub is spot on, and the skeletons littered around the inside represent characters from the show, including Fraser Crane, who would go on to have a successful spin-off show of his own. Prost translates to cheers from German, so this is no coincidence. Fallout 4 is filled with great Easter eggs like this, but this bar has to be one of the most blatant and one of my favorites. So make sure to stop by and grab a drink where everybody knows your name, even if it's been 200 plus years since they were alive. In the game files for the Fallout 4 DLC Automatron, there exists a consumable brain that seems to have been cut from the final game. On the PC with console commands, we can place it in the inventory. Not much is known about this brain, but we can find it in one of the test cells for Fallout 4. Much past that, it's a real mystery on what the purpose of this item would be. Eating the brain grants +2 to intelligence and a -1 to endurance, but we cannot see an icon for the brain in the Pip-Boy or when inspecting it. But if we drop it on the ground, it will give us a great look. My best guess and top theory for why this brain was planned to be in the DLC is perhaps it would have been a component we needed to make robots like the Robo-Brain. Bethesda likely made it consumable to play into the Fallout vibe and offer a fun new food item to collect. Whatever the case may be, Bethesda ultimately decided to cut this brain from the final game, leaving us to wonder what exactly it was doing there in the first place. we rescue Nick Valentine from Vault 114 and end up in Diamond City. The great green jewel of the Commonwealth lives up to its name for sure. This is by far the grandest settlement in the area, hosting great shops, interesting people, and the home of Kellogg. Before we chat with Nick in his office, we should head over to Kellogg's house, and with a master lockpick skill, we can unlock the door, allowing us to search the home's central area, as the button to open the wall only spawns when the Nick quest is activated. When returning to the spot with Valentine, he will be surprised that the door isn't locked, and we are free to enter the house with him. This is just a nice small detail for players with the forethought and lockpick skill to think ahead.
Well, what do you know? The door's not even locked. Let's head inside.
Fallout 4 is no stranger to cool Easter eggs and secrets. Bethesda even took the time to include a nod to a series the developers are likely pretty fond of. On the outskirts of Bradburton, in the Nuka World DLC, we can find an unlit bonfire with a sword sticking out of it. This, of course, is a reference to the bonfires of the Dark Souls series, complete with Sunshrine. Kindling the fire will net you a handful of stimpaks and ignite the fire. This is a great shout out to a beloved series, and these types of Easter eggs always bring a smile to my face. You can encounter a guy named Parker Quinn, and he is selling something called a charge card. Similar to a credit card in the pre-war, these cards would issue debts to the users with late fees if the cards were not paid off monthly.
The charge card?
That's what I said, charge card. It's super simple. You give me 110 caps right now, and I give you this charge card. Accepted at any store in the Commonwealth, up to 100 caps. The 10 extra caps is my service fee. So what do you say? Want one?
Sounds good. I'll take one.
Awesome. I'll take your money, and you get the charge card. Great doing business with you. Tell your friends, Parker Quinn, same corner every day. Retard.
This is not the only way to get one of these cards though. One can be found in an open dumpster at Fort Strong, Deb at Bunker Hill has a chance to have one, and level 4 trading stands have a chance to sell them. Still, merchants in the Commonwealth want nothing to do with it.
Do you take this charge card?
A charge card? I'm sorry, but I'm programmed to only accept what you humans call caps.
Can I use this charge card here?
Is this something synths used to pay for things? We don't take filthy synth money here.
You take this charge card?
Trying to pull a fast one on me? No. Caps only.
Can I pay with my charge card?
You're kidding, right? Caps only, friend.
Do you take this charge card?
Caps only, I'm afraid.
Can I put this on my charge card?
Hey, I know money's kind of an imaginary thing anyway, but that card is like way more imaginary than I'm comfortable with.
Can I pay with my charge card?
Whatever that is, we don't take it.
But on the island of Far Harbor, one merchant, Brooks, actually will accept the card.
Hey, this is a long shot, but, do you accept this charge card?
Huh? Oh yeah, that thing. Sure do. It'll be easier if I just cash you out. Looks like, what, 100 caps? Here you go.
We have looked at the connections between the Commonwealth and the Capital Wasteland. One of the most significant references to Fallout 3 that we can find in Fallout 4 is located at the fortified community known as Covenant. When we approach, the guard, Swanson, will tell us about the settlement and let us know that we can enter by taking the safe test. When he asks the sole survivor to sit, if we take his seat, he will have a unique voice line for us, though it's just one line.
Take a seat, and we can begin. That's my seat, bub. Once you sit on the other side of the desk, we'll start.
Taking the safe test, someone who has played Fallout 3 may notice that all of the questions are from the GOAT test, which the Lone Wanderer took when they were 16 years old in Vault 101. The safe test, of course, removes any references to the vaults.
I wouldn't worry. If he did that, it'd cause parabolic destabilization of the fission singularity.
Yeah.
Question 1. A frenzied vault scientist runs up to you and yells, "I'm going to put my quantum harmonizer in your photonic resonation chamber." What's your response?
Speaking of the GOAT test, we can hear the futures of our peers in Vault 101 if we stick around after the test. This is a small detail that I think really paints a nice picture of the inner workings of the vault.
Here you are, Mr. Brotch. I hope I did okay.
Nothing for you to worry about, Miss Almodovar. Let's see. Very well done. Looks like it's the supervisory track for you.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Yo, Teach, I'm done.
Ah, Butch. Can I admit that I've been waiting for this day for a long, long time? Allow me to savor the moment. Now then, let's see. Really? Interesting. You've surprised me, Butch. I didn't think you had it in you. Hairdresser. Who would have thunk it?
You're so full of it. That isn't true. I'm all done, Mr. Brotch. I guess. Wait a second. Can I have it back? I think I need to change one of my answers.
Just calm down a minute, Paul. I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Let's see. Yep, just as I thought. You're slated for the engineering track. Congratulations, Mr. Hannon. You've passed the GOAT.
Oh, gee. That's not so bad. Engineering, all right.
Mother can't wait to find out if I'll be going into science or home economics.
Science. Well, perhaps. Let's see what the GOAT says. Well, well. Maintenance department. I hope your mother will be pleased.
Bye.
Across from Covenant, at the compound, if we are looking for Fallout 3 references, some of the most apparent are hanging all over the walls. We can find GOAT test posters, including Vault Boy sporting a 101 on his Vault suit, which is likely just an oversight, but could be a way the devs continued the Easter egg with the safe test. Small details like this genuinely make the Fallout series fun to replay over and over again. If you head to the junkyard in the Nuka World DLC for Fallout 4, you can find this Porta Diner. Your past experiences might cause you to walk by every Porta Diner you see because you never feel like you're going to get the pie. But this one is different. It has a 100% chance of giving you the perfectly preserved pie. Now, you can find some laying around the wasteland, but this one is guaranteed fresh, so whenever you have that itch for a little pre-war snack, now you know where to find it. Since Fallout 3, we have been hearing bits and pieces that would eventually lead us to Fallout 76, mainly in the mentioning of Vault 76. In the A-Ring of the Citadel in Fallout 3, we can find this terminal entry about the Vault. It covers the various equipment that was issued to the Vault and gives this description. Vault 76 is one of our 17 control vaults. It will operate exactly according to the plan dictated in the marketing material produced by Vault-Tec and precisely to resident expectations. This vault will open automatically after a period of 20 years, and the residents will be pushed back into the open world for study in comparison to the other experiments. In the DLC for Fallout 3, Mothership Zeta, we can hear an audio log from an assistant CEO of Vault-Tec Corporation named Giles Wollstonecroft. He is abducted while inspecting the Vault 76 site.
Hey now, no reason to get yourselves worked up. Whatever you need, I'm going to tell it to you. Well, I'm pretty sure you want me to talk into this thing, so here goes. My name is Giles Wollstonecroft. I'm the current Assistant Chief Executive Officer of the Vault-Tec Corporation. I was inspecting the construction site of Vault 76 when I was captured what I can only assume are alien beings from another world. I'm not sure what they want from me or what they will do to me, but whatever they need, I will readily provide. Perhaps if I can bridge our communication gap and establish a rapport with them, we can enter into an exclusive trade agreement. In fact, instead of talking to this damn machine, I'm going to attempt to address them directly. On behalf of the Vault-Tec Corporation, I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you. Wait, you don't need that. Wait!
In Fallout 4, the newscaster at the beginning of the game, who's voiced by Ron Perlman, will mention the opening of Vault 76 before the bombs drop.
Vault-Tec stock continues to rise as tensions with China reach an all-time high. With the world poised on the brink of war, Vault-Tec is reporting a record number of reservations in vaults around the country. Vault-Tec announced a continuation of their popular Welcome Home promotion. They report openings are still available in Area Vaults 81, 111, and 114. Since debuting Vault 76 last year in honor of America's tercentenary, Vault-Tec continues to expand with plans for well over 100 vaults around the country.
In Fallout 76, we can find the Torrance House, a rather large but passingly uninteresting mansion that's close to White Springs. Horror movie fans may recognize the name of this house as the surname of Jack from The Shining, the 1980 Stanley Kubrick film that was adapted from Stephen King's best-selling novel. And it's no coincidence either, as we can find several more references to the movie here at the Torrance House. Before we jump into the significant Shining Easter eggs here, I want to bring up the skeletons on the roof that are joined with a lovely teddy bear and some blocks that spell out Hubba Hubba. While we are up here, we can spot a tricycle that one could miss if they weren't looking for callbacks to the movie. The blocks that spell out Red Rum make this an excellent reference, which is a phrase made famous by the film. Of course, we can find a hedge maze here as well. Inside, mini Protectrons patrol the area. Still, we can discover presumably a woman's skeleton next to some mannequins, and, for the main event, a skeleton representing old Jack Torrance himself, complete with fire axe. The Shining is an all-time classic, and I highly recommend anyone who hasn't seen it to go find a way and watch it when you have some free time. Seeing such a big homage being paid to it in Fallout 76 is a treat, and I look forward to checking out what more Appalachia has in store. In Fallout London, there are many types of refreshing drinks, but one that may catch your attention has a great connection to the real world. We can find Ion Brew in vending machines and littered across post-war London. If you have £5, you can purchase an ice-cold Ion Brew directly from these vending machines, which triggers a great animation in-game. Ion Brew is a reference to Iron Brew, a real-world Scottish soda. Both names sound incredibly similar, and Iron Brew is the same orange color as its real-life counterpart. In the Fallout universe, we rarely hear about lore or products outside of the United States, and there's almost nothing about Scotland, so seeing this inclusion is a nice nod to the Highlands. Speaking of treats found in London, you are likely to find boxes of cherry bakewells throughout your journey. These small pastries have a delicious layer of jam, covered by cream icing with a shiny cherry on top, all surrounded by a light crust. These cherry bakewells we see in Fallout London are based on the Mr. Kipling brand we see in the real world. The design of the box and the pastries themselves are nearly identical. These pre-war snacks are certainly a sight for sore eyes amid all-out atomic chaos, so make sure to take some time and treat yourself in the waste with a box of these little cakes. The mysterious stranger is no stranger to the Fallout universe, appearing in nearly every game in the series. This is no different in Fallout London, though the character has been given a delightfully British twist. Around the ruins of the Square Mile, we can see many posters advertising 005, an international super spy movie. This is obviously a reference to James Bond, 007, but this isn't the only time we see this connection. When choosing perks, if you highlight the mysterious stranger, we will see a familiar animation, also referencing James Bond. This is a hint that the stranger has had some changes when moving to London. During combat, if we use VATS after selecting the perk, we have a chance of seeing the mysterious stranger who is now dressed in a tuxedo. This is 005, and one hell of a James Bond Easter egg. This is an absolutely fantastic way to inject some of the UK's most well-known pop culture into Fallout London, and it's an awesome twist on the mysterious stranger. Among the many historical landmarks we can find in London, one of the most interesting is the British Museum. Entering the location will start a quest, which I don't want to spoil too much of here, but I do want to mention some of the things that we can find inside. Beautiful artifacts litter the museum, most with plaques that provide information about what we are looking at. This is truly a place of great significance to the pre-war, and just being inside is a privilege very few have had since the bombs dropped. We can find things like the Rosetta Stone still standing, seemingly untouched for hundreds of years. While there is plenty to look at here, we can find more practical things like the Sutton Hoo helmet, which can be worn and looks incredible for its age. This isn't the only headwear that the British Museum has in store for us, as we can find a familiar crown further into the exhibits. This is a copy of Lorenzo Cabot's crown from Fallout 4. Lorenzo's blood was used for the mysterious serum, and his family has been around for hundreds of years. This is mainly due to his discovery of this crown, but this is just a copy, so any powers Cabot may have received from his headwear are not transferred here. The British Museum is a must-stop for players who enjoy seeing the pre-war period on display. The site offers one of the only locations in the Fallout universe that showcases some of the most famous treasures from before the bombs dropped, and the quest that leads us through the exhibits is a humorous and eye-opening experience. Speaking of historical landmarks in London, I want to talk about the remarkable St. Paul's Cathedral. The site now acts as a significant settlement, but beyond that, the attention to detail is unbelievable. This building could be a mod all by itself, and it shows the dedication and pride that was put into Fallout London as a whole. This near-identical recreation of St. Paul's stands out as a tremendous landmark in the wasteland and a beautiful reminder of the creative side of the pre-war society. From the painted ceilings that have stayed the test of time to the iconic chambers that have held some of the most famous ceremonies in history, St. Paul's Cathedral is a marvel to Fallout modding. From historical landmarks to fabled lost swords, we can find a quest that will lead us to Inferno Lake. I don't want to spoil too much of the quest here, but stuck into a stone in the middle of the crater is Excalibur, the mythical sword of King Arthur. Once it's pulled from the stone, get ready for a fight because Morgana will make an appearance. Excalibur and the quest involved are wonderful nods to English folklore, and seeing the sword featured in-game is fantastic. Now, let's hope we are destined to wield it, as being corrupted and destroyed by an all-consuming lust for power does not sound fun. When it comes to mythical things in the Fallout universe, one animal tops most people's list: the horse. Fallout London has solved this in a way by including an animal that clearly mutated from horses, the Sleipnir. The namesake is fitting, as in Norse mythology, Odin rode a 8-legged horse named Sleipnir, and in Fallout London, 2 extra tiny legs on each side of this creature exist, bringing it closer to the mythical creature. As far as I know, we cannot ride these beasts, but simply seeing horses in the Fallout world is enough to get excited about, as previously they were thought to be extinct with no real further information. One thing about these Sleipnir is the fact that their feet make the sound of coconut shells being slammed together when they walk. Of course, this is a reference to Monty Python and the Holy Grail, in which Patsy follows Arthur, who pretends to ride a horse, while banging coconut shells together. It's hands down the best way to get some horse-walking noises into your mod, with a delightfully British twist. Heading down to Croydon, we can find a familiar face. Hanging out around the crater, we can find Mantis, an NPC modeled after me. Mantis can barter with you, and that's about it, but it was a cool surprise when the Fallout London devs asked if I had found myself in Croydon yet. Fallout London added many nods to creators and friends in their mod, and Mantis here is just one of them. Chillin' by a crater, waiting to barter with you if you happen by. Speaking of references to people, you may notice posters for Prilla Dog brand dog food around the wasteland, or even find some for yourself during your journey. This is a reference to Fallout London lead Prilla Dog. It is a truly fitting name for a dog food brand, but watch out when you scarf down cans of this slop. As of right now, you can become addicted to dog food, though Team Folon is looking to change that in future updates. In the Fallout universe, we have only seen the United States, and in the United States, the population uses bottle caps as currency. Caps can still be found in London and sold at a 1-to-1 price, but the recognized currency in the area is tickets. These tube tickets were used to access the underground train systems throughout the city pre-war, and they can still be used for that now. However, due to their abundance, Londoners started using them as easy-to-carry currency. Fallout London does everything it can to inject the universe with British charm, and this is just another great way it accomplishes this. Many Brits are familiar with these tube tickets, so seeing that they are still used post-war is no surprise to anyone. Another terrific reference to British culture can be found littered around London, and that is the unusual call boxes. These are an obvious reference to Doctor Who, but it is also a callback to the original Fallout, where during a special encounter, one of these blue police boxes could be found, also called an unusual call box. An unmarked quest tasks the player with finding 15 of these around the map, and who knows what is waiting for those who actually do. Around London, we can find various cardboard boxes. This is nothing new to the Wasteland, but some of these boxes are marked Valzon. This is a nod to the real-world package delivery company Amazon, with a Vault-Tec-inspired name, possibly hinting at its American origins, as we do not see local Vault-Tec representation in England. The boxes feature the brand name underlined, seemingly with Vault Boy's smile, a very clever take on the real-world branding and imagery. These boxes can also be slept on if you need a nap, so keep an eye out for that logo if you lack some HP. One of the staples in the Fallout series are the Deathclaws we can find wandering the Wasteland. Fallout London has a response to this as well. It seems the FEV-modified chameleons were not so prevalent in England, and instead we are met with Wombles. The Womble in Fallout London clearly refers to the Wombles, creatures that appeared in children's novels and later a television series with the same name. Encountering a Womble in Fallout London can be quite the ordeal, depending on your level. Do not let their soft, fuzzy design fool you. Wombles are just as vicious as Deathclaws, even if they will likely recycle everything you are carrying after they are done with you. In Fallout London, we start our journey in a tube with two scientists yapping away.
A rapid progress is being made, and with zero anomaly.
Of course. Now, what about their physical and mental development?
Not to worry. Let's put them back under.
You may have noticed that these two chaps are voiced by Sylvester McCoy and Colin Baker, who both played the Doctor in Doctor Who, respectfully. Just outside the room we start in, we can find a terminal with all of the names of the supporters who pledged to Team Folon. We can also find a stylish GOG shirt, which shows support for the mod's primary host. London doesn't have to be all so dreary. You can flex this epic fit and probably get some fish and chips for free.
Oh, I love my chippy.
One of the best companions we can meet in London is a delightful British bulldog aptly named Churchill.
With me work and all, I don't really have time to take care of the little guy properly. Why not make amends for everything? Think you could adopt him? Churchill's his name.
Clearly acting as a replacement for dog meat, this little guy will undoubtedly pull his weight during the journey in the square mile. Churchill's name is very obviously a reference to Winston Churchill, the twice Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, both during and after the Second World War. At least with Churchill by your side, you have someone to share that delightfully addictive dog food that seems to litter London. One thing Fallout has always lacked is the ability to climb ladders freely. In the classic games, we would climb ladders to enter other map cells. The same goes for the games after Bethesda took over. However, in Fallout London, we can finally climb ladders to our heart's content, and this can make exploring the maps around the city a bit of a new experience as you start to look for things that you usually don't when you're playing vanilla Fallout 4. While it can be easy to get lost around London, knowing that you can climb these ladders will help out immensely when the fog rolls in and you happen to spot one off in the distance. During a quest at St. Paul's Cathedral, we can meet Chef Ramsgate, who seems to have a volume control problem.
What do you want? I'm not yelling. I'm half mute, so I have to talk like this. What'd you say? I'm also half deaf.
This is a clear reference to Chef Gordon Ramsay, the world-renowned celebrity chef who is infamous for his blistering tirades that could rival those of a certain Enclave officer stationed at Navarro.
You are out of uniform, soldier! Where is your power armor?
We couldn't have a Fallout London without some kind of nod to Chef Ramsay, and the one we find at the church is spot on.
Fat-mouthed little stupid bitch.
Fallout London pays homage to Van Buren in a couple of ways, but one of the biggest is how the game starts. In Van Buren, the original cancelled Fallout 3, which was in production before Bethesda acquired the Fallout IP, we would have assumed the role of the prisoner and escaped Tibbet's prison. While Fallout London does not follow this directly, We start in a tube in an underground lab and escape in a similar way. While that is a bit of a stretch, what ties these two projects together is the starting outfit of the Wayfarer, which is based on the concept art and design documents for what we would have seen in Van Buren for the Prisoner. Van Buren would have been a fascinating story to experience, and it's nice to see Team Folon show some love to the cancelled project with this mod. Down on Fleet Street we can find Ted. Ted is a barber, and upon inspection, something is quite amiss with his shop. Regardless, we can get a haircut here from Ted and even visit Mrs. Miggins next door for some meat pies. This refers to Sweeney Todd, the demon barber of Fleet Street. After being sent away for a crime he didn't commit, he comes back sickened with madness and claims the lives of many customers, while Miss Lovett uses the bodies to make pies. Mrs. Miggins' name refers to a character of the same name who appears in Series 3 of the famous British sitcom Black Adder. Another tremendous Easter egg that can be found just wandering the streets of London. After the train crash, we can meet up with Gaunt.
Well, 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 if it isn't the lab rat.
Who will allow you to join him and his friends as you go further into London.
Otherwise, you can stick it out with me and my mates. We help you out, you help us out.
If we accept his offer, he will give the Wayfarer Balisong, which is another name for a butterfly knife.
Here, take this for the road. Its best days are behind it.
While there is something to be said about being gifted a fancy knife as soon as you arrive in London, if we stand idle for a moment, a really wild animation will play showing the player juggling the blade. The only thing more British than this gift is if Gaunt had also offered a spot of tea, but the work that was put into making this crazy animation definitely needs to be highlighted.
Push them back. Fiercely now.
We are going to start by taking a look at Dota 2, or rather taking a listen to Dota 2. People who pre-ordered Fallout 4 through Steam were offered a Mr. Handy announcer pack that would certainly help add some culture to the matches.
Enjoy yourself, but not too much, please. Let's all remember to have fun. Come on then, off you go. On your bike. Play hard, but do play nicely, won't you? Remember, sportsmanship. 1 versus 1. 1 versus 1. Ability draft. All pick. All random. Captain's draft. Captain's mode. Deathmatch. Easy mode. Easy mode. Least played.
In The Evil Within 2, there are a bunch of collectibles that we can find around the game world, and one of them happens to be a Vault-Tec bobblehead. The item description reads, "You feel like you've seen this before, but you can't quite put your finger on when or where that was. But at any rate, it looks pretty cool, so you decide to keep it in your room." It's nice that even in the dark world of The Evil Within 2, Vault Boy can shine some light and turn this bleak setting a little brighter with his smile. In Borderlands 2, we can find a gun named 3 Dog. The description reads, "Because 1 barrel ain't enough and 2 is too few." This is a direct reference to 3 Dog from Fallout 3, and this line.
"Because 1 dog ain't enough and 2 is too low, it's me, 3 Dog. How you kids handling post-apocalyptia today?"
We can find more references to Fallout in Borderlands 2 with the characters Maya and Zero. Both have alternate outfits that are yellow and blue in color, with Maya's being named Vault Dweller and Zero's being called Vault Suit. Exploring the open world of Borderlands is never dull, but doing it while representing Vault-Tec makes it even better. What else would Vault Hunters be wearing? In Goat Simulator 3, we can find a ton of Easter eggs and pop culture references. The game even starts with a terrific take on the Skyrim introduction.
Hey, you're finally awake. I'm your new owner. I will look back at you, but I need to look at the road.
This is not the only reference to a Bethesda series that we can find either, as we can find an incredible Fallout Easter egg among the suburban homes outside of Gothenburg. Coming to this area on the map, we can find a water tower that has scientists nesting at the top, with a quest called the Big Red Button becoming active. Going into the tower, if we start pressing buttons, we will see a cutscene showing a familiar looking bomb heading our way, which lands in the center of a cul-de-sac, and then we can finally check it out for ourselves. Running up to the bomb, we can headbutt it, which will cause it to detonate, leaving a crater in this once beautiful neighborhood. This rewards us with the Fallout Boy gear, a vault jumpsuit with the number 55 on it. Oddly enough, and perhaps unbeknownst to the dev team at Coffee Stain North, Vault 55 has been mentioned in the Fallout lore before, but only in the now non-canon Fallout Bible. The vault would remove all entertainment media from the dwellers in an experiment to see how that would affect the population. After the explosion, NPCs will mutate in the area, growing limbs randomly on their body. This is a wonderful Fallout Easter egg, and it was indeed a welcome surprise in this fun and unique world provided by Goat Simulator 3.
We've got quite a lot of counts on you. Do this job right, and we'll drop all charges against you. Charlie here will be bringing you close to the airship. The rest is up to you. Find a way to bring him down, and you'll be a free man.
In the Henry Stickmin collection, we can find a few references to the Fallout series. First, we can see some power armor in the episode Infiltrating the Airship. Henry will be given the option to use the armor to escape. The next time we see a Fallout reference is in the episode Completing the Mission. However, following our Fallout instincts does not go as well this time when we can choose a Pip-Boy icon and use the very accurate targeting system, a clear reference to the Vault-Tec Assisted Targeting System, or VATS, from the Fallout series. There is an astounding amount of Fallout-related things in the 2002 PlayStation 2 Interplay title, Run Like Hell. Starting with the voice actors, we can find Cree Summer, who voiced Tandy in Fallout and Lynette in Fallout 2.
Hi, Nick. I left early to check on the organisms we found in the ocean yesterday. They're amazing. The things multiply so fast, we're not even sure how the ecosystem of the planet keeps them in check.
Finally, someone else who sees. Of course, you've probably been everywhere, so this must be hell for you.
We can find our boy Jason Martzen, who voices Myron and Boone.
Oh, hello, sir.
Hey, you're Niles' boy, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, good morning. Tell your dad hi for me. And, stay out of trouble.
Yes, sir. My wife's dead. I want the son of a bitch who sold her.
The game is filled with actors that appeared in previous Fallout games. Clancy Brown, Kevin Michael Richardson, Pamela Adlon, Greg Griffin, BJ Ward, Tress McNeil, and Corey Burton all have roles in Run Like Hell. On top of all the familiar voice actors, Inan Zur composed the music for Run Like Hell. Zur would later go on to write most of the music we hear in the Fallout games today. If you are a fan of Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, have no fear. Your favorite drink has returned. Ball's vending machines litter this game and really make you think about how this drink has survived so many crazy scenarios. Finally, we come to the main event of the Fallout references in this game, the Pip-Boy Protein Bar. These are found in vending machines like the Ball's drinks and can be used to restore a small amount of health. I think it's cool Interplay added throwbacks to Fallout in this game, and had Bethesda not stepped in, this could have been the last time we saw Vault Boy in a video game. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Vault Boy joined the party as a DLC Mii Gunner costume. This was really cool to see, as it was Nintendo officially acknowledging Fallout for the first time in a popular game. In Team Fortress 2, Valve awarded players who owned Fallout New Vegas before August 8, 2011, a Pip-Boy for the engineer to wear. A patch later came that would allow the object to be bought, crafted, traded, gifted, and found in drops for all players. In Wolfenstein: The New Order and The Old Blood, we can find vending machines littered around the game world. One of the products listed is Nuka-Cola, showing that even in this alternate universe, there is still one cola that is above the rest. Nothing beats a refreshing Nuka-Cola. In Surviving Mars, we can unlock an achievement called Special for having a colonist with 5 perks. This is a reference to the special character system in the Fallout series, but it doesn't stop there. There is a random event that can happen where a water chip is mistakenly shipped to Southern California instead of the colony. This is a reference to the main quest of the original Fallout, where the Vault Dweller was tasked with finding a replacement water chip for Vault 13. In the Fallout series, we can find many vaults throughout each game. While some are more infamous than others, the vaults are some of the most exciting locations in the Fallout universe. The Fallout Wasteland isn't the only place we can find evidence of these bunkers, and a few other game franchises have paid homage to the Vault-Tec facilities, such as Doom, where during breaks between slaying demons, if we look at some of the doors, we can see that Vault-Tec has been contributing to this base as well, with their logo appearing at the bottom of the doors. We can also find this Vault-Tec themed Doom Guy figure in the Foundry level of the game. A more direct reference comes to us from the Badlands of Cyberpunk 2077, where if we find ourselves in the Rattlesnake Creek area, we can find a few dead bodies surrounding a circular door with the number 101 on it. Investigating the area, we can find correspondence from Albert Cole and Gary Epps, which discusses the post-apocalyptic LARP game that they were trying to play. In the messages, we can see that they started a story that saw them leaving the vault to look for a hydroprocessor or water chip before all the other bunker dwellers ran out of fresh water. People familiar with Fallout will notice this mimics the story of the first Fallout game, as the Vault Dweller left Vault 13 to find a water chip for the same reasons. The name Albert Cole is referencing a playable character you could choose in Fallout as well, with the other name, Gary Epps, being a reference to GURPS, a character system Fallout was set to use before legal issues influenced the team to change it to the special system, though fans of Fallout 3 could say that this is a reference to the clones of Gary. The name Albert used in Fallout references the film A Boy and His Dog, a movie from which the Fallout series takes a ton of inspiration, including the name of dog meat.
I'm funny enough to kick you upside the butt. I said fine, and I ain't kidding.
One does not say ain't, Albert. Simply say, I'm not kidding.
Fine, dog meat. And stop calling me Albert.
Of course, the 101 door is an obvious reference to Vault 101 from Fallout 3. This whole Easter egg is a love letter to the Fallout series, and it makes me find the world in Cyberpunk a little more charming. I consider this a must-visit spot for anyone close to Night City. In Ghostwire Tokyo, there is a side mission called the Crimson Moon. Once this is completed, we are rewarded with the Fallout 4 Vault Suit outfit with the description reading, "This suit can get you through some tough times." While I'm not sure how much help the Vault Suit will be in the world of Ghostwire Tokyo, it's nice to see that Vault Tech is still finding ways to protect people, even in this dystopian universe. Punch Club 2 Fast Forward is a sequel to one of my favorite newer games, Punch Club. In this new adventure, we take the role of the son of the first game's protagonist and fight our way up the ladder of the combat leagues while dealing with life in the big city. When exploring this metropolis, we can visit Apu's shop. The store holds the first and least obvious reference to the Fallout series. We can see a soda fridge in the background, and the sign on top showcases a familiar bottle design. The signage clearly references the rocket bottles we find in Fallout 4 that hold various Nuka-Cola flavors, but the Fallout Easter eggs don't end here with Apu. Eventually, we will come to the sewers. It's here that we can find some interesting graffiti and some objects that reference the Fallout series. The first we see is a Cons logo painted on the wall next to an old school television. This is a direct reference to the original Cons logo in the first Fallout game, as it's a near carbon copy of the artwork. Just on the next screen, we can see a Brotherhood of Steel logo painted on the wall and a power armor helmet lying on the ground. At this point, this is undeniably referencing Fallout, and it puts the rest of the Easter eggs into a basket when it comes to them being related as well. I love finding references to Fallout in other games, and Punch Club 2 is filled with various nods to many games that we can see all over its incredible game world. In High on Life, we take the role of a human warped into an alien world and thrust into a role as a bounty hunter, shooting our way through hordes of funky spacemen and exploring the world offered in High on Life is a real treat. But so is the trademark humor of developer Squanch Games. While a lot of the funny bits come from the hilarious voice acting and visual gags in the game, we can unlock an achievement that pays homage to the Fallout series in one of the darkest yet funniest ways possible. After heading towards the slums, we can come across a kid that likes to run his mouth.
I'm Slumsley. Hey, fresh meat, guess what? I got my GED while you were gone. I'm going to community college.
When we try to shoot at him, our gun, Kenny, will stop us with some moral objections.
Whoa, what are you doing? Come on, he's just a kid. Don't shoot him.
Oh, you don't want to
I am not shooting a kid.
If we try enough times though, we will successfully shoot the kid, leading to some funny dialogue and an achievement called Fallout Doesn't Let You Do This.
You... Shoot me. You shot me, I'm dead.
All right there, are you happy now? Wow, I didn't think we'd be allowed to kill him. Normally, killing children in games isn't allowed, but he's dead. We killed this kid. Are you happy now? We killed a kid. A kid is dead now. There goes our E for everybody rating.
This is an excellent reference to the fact that the classic Fallout games patched out killing the child NPCs around the wasteland and further stretching into the Bethesda titles where children are immune to damage. This is a fun jab at the Fallout series in an absolutely fantastic game.
Get fucked.